clone, not going to be able to do it just yet. WizKid on the other side, fully cloned up, and Peekaboo looks like he's just going to go down.
That's just pushing for the last time here with the snow drift. He gets cheap shotted on it though, and now he will potentially go down right here. Waz is pushing for the win.
Saul has nothing in his match point. He's custom winning for his life right now, but it's not enough. The move are through.
They're on to Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a world of trouble, and Peekaboo gonna go down.
After this holding on, but Drake is there, a full stun, and surely this is the end of the match for the move, the end of the tournament for the move, and welcome to the JUNG are back. The Empire is here.
Now the sap is out of that. Corky trying to survive with the Bark team. He's got to get away, but he doesn't have anything remaining. The sheep is there, and that is going to be that. JT is in so much trouble here. TJ down to 1% HP. He's going to get sent. Talus is in so much trouble. Talus might just go down. He does have the coat remaining, but he's just dying through it. The kitty over and they got him.
And now Lars could be the one that falls. Look at this damage. Look at this carnage. Peekaboo goes in. The fleets are ticking. And Trev is holding on by a thread right now to stay alive. That's the prayer.
Hello everybody. Welcome to the first championship Sunday of AWC The War Within Season 2. My name is Aya. I am here with Zico, Venruki, and Super Tees. We have had an exciting weekend so far, and now we are heading into Championship Sunday, where we will be crowning our first champion for both EU and North America today. We can take a look at the roadmap and the journey that these teams will be having to play so far. They have to get through these first 3 cups and get enough points to get into the grand finals or that gauntlet, Zico.
Yeah, already passing by. It's going by so fast. We have 3 cups, yes. And already we're in Championship Sunday of Cup number 1. So these teams, they really got to make it count here. And I mean, the teams that already made it into the top 4, they got to be feeling pretty good. But of course, they all want to win. So we'll see who we can crown our champion today.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep a look in terms of standings and how everybody is doing in terms of that. But definitely keep an eye on that roadmap, because it is absolutely crucial for these teams. Yesterday we were in North America, Super Tees. Do you want to give us a little bit of a kind of an overview of how things went yesterday for that region?
Yeah, North America had a lot of surprises, I think, in particular in the lower bracket. We started off the day with a lot of newcomer teams like One Shot with Val, Zage, and Mason. They tried to give the move a run for their money. They had some flashy, aggressive plays throughout that match, but they did ultimately fall. That then moved us into the upper bracket, where we got to see teams like Welcome to the JUNG and the newly formed Tiger Toads, which is a fusion of 2 previous rosters, go head-to-head. And then the crowd favorite Clapper on that Fury Warrior. He managed to get, kind of destroyed by Liquid here, but he definitely put up a fight, and he was so important for his team to qualify through that lower side bracket. And Left 4 Dead pulled off the upset. They actually eliminated the move and sent them packing out of the tournament to qualify, and they had a phenomenal performance. Gage on that Shadow Priest going head-to-head with WizKid. He's been leveling up from the ladder. They've been hyping him up on their team, and then when Clapper had to come in to seal the deal in game number 5, he came to deliver. Such an epic player, honestly, on that Fury Warrior, I feel like, from North America, and being the only warrior to get in the top 4, I'm sure he's got a lot of fans after that.
Absolutely. I'm definitely one of them as well. So shout out to that team, and shout out to all the teams yesterday. I mean, they gave us some tremendous showings for sure, and it's cool to see them make that adaptation, bring out those new specs and really make it work for themselves. So I expect to see more of that today in Championship Sunday. We can take a look at the bracket and all of the teams that are still in the running to be the champion for Cup number 1 here in the North American region, Ben.
Yeah, we had the open bracket, we had the games yesterday, and it's kind of led us into this. This is what we got left. The upper finals, we've got Welcome to the JUNG versus Liquid. This is a matchup that we've seen play out time and time again. And more often than not, Welcome to the JUNG does come out ahead. But Liquid, they are looking really good. We actually got to see Trill on the Windwalker Monk also, so maybe that's something we see for this matchup. Liquid is one of those teams that always comes with something prepared, so I think we're in for a really interesting match with that one. Then, of course, on the lower side, we have Left 4 Dead going up against Tiger Toads. Tiger Toads playing every variant of Rogue Mage, including that Arcane Mage. It didn't work out too great for Cubsy yesterday when they played against Welcome to the JUNG, but it might be something we see for the series. And Left 4 Dead, of course, we talked about it. They've got the Warrior Feral Cleave. They've got the Shadow Priest Feral. Lots of different compositions coming in from them, so that's going to be a great one too.
Most definitely. We'll be heading into North America later on today. We're starting off in Europe, though. We can look at that bracket. Catch us up, Zico. We didn't see those games on Saturday. We saw them on Friday. So what exactly went down in this bracket?
I think the most surprising thing to most people watching is seeing Echo in that lower bracket, already being taken down there by DOBOB in a epic 5-match series. DOBOB kind of being a newer roster of old legends. So you got Tessia and Relza from Streamer Zone last year fusing together with Flappers, which is an old teammate of Relza, and then Trimaz. And they've been looking super solid. Very, very impressed by this roster. And then we have Overload as well, who they will be going head-to-head against. And Overload as well, being a team that we saw last year do really well. They were called Drive Overload, but they picked up Oscar on that mage, and they've been looking solid. So I'm thinking we could see like a FMP mirror, maybe even there. Flappers versus TJ, that would be absolutely sick. And then in the lower bracket, it might just be a all-out RMP mirror between Echo and Forge RMP. Forge RMP also opting for some FMP there with Swapsy. So we could be in, honestly, with how Forge RMP has been playing, this could just be Forge RMP knocking out Echo, and then we just have 3 kind of newly formed rosters, or newly kind of tinkered with rosters in that top 3. So EU is going to be very exciting to see.
Definitely. I mean, you know, as much as I love Echo, it'd be cool to see some, you know, new kings kind of come to play here with the European region. So definitely shaping up to be an extremely competitive day so far for both EU and NA. So these guys are, you know, they're competing for their own crown, and so are we here on the desk. We've actually been doing predictions all weekend long, and production has done us a favor and tallied up all of our predictions, and we've got a leaderboard actually that we can take a look at and see where we're shaping up here on the desk against chat. Oh, Ven, you are number 1, buddy.
That's right. I told chat. It didn't work out for me last season, but I told chat I'm coming for you, and this is how we're going to start off. And this is probably how it's going to finish as well, chat. So unless you guys step it up, it's going to be me on top.
That's danger zone. That's danger territory.
Powerful words.
Don't taunt the chat. Don't taunt the chat. They're going to end up in the season monstrously destroying us. So you don't want to tamper with that. But chat's also a little bit lucky that they don't get to partake in the perfect predictions, because if they did, there might be a chance that I could pass them. But for now, we're tied, and I'm looking to break that tie here today.
Ooh, oh, fighting words. Zico, you've got some catching up to do as well, buddy.
You see, last year I started off on top, and I had the most perfect predictions, and I was going crazy. But then in the second portion of the year, things didn't go my way. So this year, I'm adapting the turtle strategy. I'm starting off slow, but I'm gonna finish strong. So this is actually all intentional that I'm at the bottom right now. This is exactly where I want to be, and yeah, you guys will see. You guys will see. By cup number 3, I'll be up there.
I think the term for that is copium, I believe. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll tune in for that, of course. But of course, you guys have been making predictions as well and doing pretty good with the chat, I gotta say. And we're gonna do that once again for this upcoming series. We have got 2 big dogs coming into EU with some new rosters, returning faces. As we've already mentioned, it is Overload. Honestly, Overlord sounds way cooler. Overload versus DOBOB for this first series of the day here on Championship Sunday. Supties, talk to me about this matchup.
I mean, DOBOB is a stacked roster right now. Flappers looked so good coming onto this team, teaming up with his former teammate Relza when they were taking some European Championship titles to their name, and then Tessia and Relza have been an insane duo for so long, having reformed with Flappers, and they were able to just take out Echo on the new map with the Cage of Carnage, which was so cool to be able to see that, because normally teams don't tend to pick the new map. They're unfamiliar with it. They're not sure exactly how it's going to fit into their play style or their strategy, but they executed on it, and it was a huge factor in their ability to beat Echo. They're looking like an absolutely stacked roster, and possibly the highest likelihood to be able to, you know, completely take this region.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, get your predictions in. Is it going to be Overload or is it going to be DOBOB? In the meantime, we can look at our predictions here on the desk, see how we line up. Ven, what is your take on this series for your prediction?
Right now, I feel like we're kind of in a mage meta. It's a Holy Priest mage meta for the most part. And I have to say, Tessia, for me, he's kind of on top right now on that mage. He's been such a flashy playmaker, very consistent as well. So I'm going in that direction with a 3-0 for DOBOB.
Ooh. Okay, Super Tease, what you got?
I'm giving a little bit more credit to Overload. I think they're definitely at least going to keep things close here to some extent. But yeah, DOBOB, they look phenomenal. I feel like Tessia, this is looking like the season that he really wants to get this win, like go all the way and take it over Echo.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Zico?
I mean, I'm starting to see a trend here. I think that Overload is going to take one game, but ultimately it's going to be DOBOB all the way. DOBOB, I mean, you guys have mentioned it. Tessia, huge playmaker. Flappers, huge damage. We got Relzone the Priest. So I'm giving them a 3-1 here. But I do think Overload will put up a fight at least, unlike Ven. He thinks it's just going to be a clean sweep here, I guess.
Yeah, I think Ven might be the only one that doesn't have any faith in them at all, because I predicted the same thing that you guys did 1-3 DOBOB. You know, it's the big bites. They've been having some really strong series so far, and I've been influenced by you three for sure, and I think chat is as well, because looking at their predictions, it's actually a little bit more even. Overload, it looks like I've got like 370,000 points versus 570,000 for DOBOB, so they're a little bit more split than we are. So I'm certainly excited to get into this series, and you know, we've talked about it a little bit already, Zico, but this is an upper bracket game. These are two teams that have a chance to, you know, maybe see Echo again, but they may not. This could be a grand final series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this could be, anything could happen here. One of these teams could drop down to the lower bracket, and maybe they will face Echo if Echo wins against Forged RMP, because Forged RMP is also a tough opponent, right? So there is a very real possibility that we see these two teams again in the grand finals, but there's also a pretty real possibility that we can see Echo maybe make that lower bracket run. They have done that in the past as well, so it's really hard to call. I feel like at this point, we're getting into the difficult part of the predictions. Championship Sunday is always going to be a little bit more difficult just because the teams are so evenly matched. And, you know, with having that extra day off as well for EU, since they play on Friday and then they get Saturday off, they have a little bit of extra time to maybe prepare a little spice for their matchup, because they know ahead of time who they're going to be going up against. So it's going to be cool to see what surprises do we have in store. What are they going to do here with gear, with comps, etc.
Yeah, you can also check out that gear once we're into the actual game, awc.gcd.tv. I believe the mods have a command for it as well. You can check out everything that they are doing, everything that they're running in terms of talent tree, their gear, all of that, which isn't really a lot, something we haven't touched on super hard just yet, Ven. I mean, these guys are playing on a tournament realm and being in a new patch. What is that like to be able to kind of experiment with everything that you know you could possibly desire versus being on a live realm and being kind of trapped within that time gate?
It's fun. You get to really think about the matchup and all the little details that could potentially throw a match in your favor. You know, we've seen some of the mages, for example, play the orc ratio because they know they're going to be stunned a lot by the rogues and ferals. And then once they realize, okay, well, I'm actually just going to play Blink and we're fighting against a feral, I'm going to go Dark Iron Dwarf. Or we see Trill yesterday playing the Undead Windwalker Monk, which is something you don't typically see. If you know you're a target, you can also put on things like more versatility to make yourself a little bit more tanky. So sometimes you can try to get really, really greedy with your gear, you know, the way you mix up your secondary stats, and it can end up paying off. But the AWC Companion is definitely something that, you know, those fourth players are looking at and trying to feed their team information. So you have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, you definitely do. I remember it kind of seems like the more that we play within a patch on AWC, the more we start seeing like almost like its own meta start to shape up a little bit. Supatees, I remember a prominent one being like the Volpera pick, something that, you know, might get picked up like sometimes on the ladder, but somebody picks up at it in AWC, and then all of a sudden it's just making these sweeping waves of changes within the AWC.
I remember that. I think it was Nose for Trouble is what it's called on a Volpera, where
yes.
if a new target hits you, it does a little less damage. So Demonology Warlocks were meta, and whenever they summoned a new demon, it would do a little bit less damage the first time it hit you, and it got actually a huge amount of mitigation benefits. But this time around, Demonology Warlock, we might see it at some point in the future, but I don't think so today. Overload are starting off with their heavy hitters, that RMP, JT on the Holy Priest, Brunhilde on the Outlaw Rogue, Oscar on that Frost Mage, and Brunhilde is a melee master. He has been scaling up his skills throughout the years, and their team is looking polished now against DOBOB, Flappers, Tessia, and Relza, starting off things with their best compositions.
Yeah, let's see it here. FMP versus RMP. So TJ, he's going to be sitting on the bench here for a second. Oscar is looking for the opener. They're going after Flappers. No, they're going to crowd control Flappers, actually. Getting that stun into Chastise. Onto Flappers just to slow him down here in the beginning, but both Priest in Angel form. Oscar's taking a lot of damage. Ice Wall coming out here for Oscar, actually. Counter Ice Wall coming out there as well. Now isolating JT for a moment into a full sheep. Tessia already looking to make some big plays here. Can they push for the Ice Block? Tessia gets the repolymorph as well. Beautifully done. It's going to be JT trading out his trinket here early on, and so far DOBOB taking the lead. Bash into a full Cyclone. If they can continue the pressure, they might be able to get a Ice Block there from Oscar, but it doesn't look like it. The Smoke Bomb attempt comes out there from Brunhilde as well, but they weren't actually able to force anything. So when it's all said and done, a slight lead here for DOBOB.
All right, DOBOB, let's see if they can scale this momentum. Flappers gets counterspelled. Really fast interrupt there on the Heart of the Wild. Tessia is being pressured. Oscar is still being pressured. Flappers gets knocked away for a moment. Big Comet Storm connection with the killing spree, but Relza is there, picks him up and restabilizes. Polymorphs on Brunhilde. They're chasing JT down. They catch him in a Chastise. Double Psychic Scream. Rake Stun comes through. Flappers gets feared. He's dispelled out, but that was the will of the Forsaken, so JT is down his medallion for 24 seconds. I really think for Flappers and Tessia, though, their damage is going to scale exponentially during their incarnation and their icy veins, so we need to pay close attention to those cooldowns. They're both blue on the cooldown trackers beneath their frames. It's about 50 seconds away from Flapper's next incarnation and roughly 30 seconds for Tessia's icy vein. So in this down period, they're going to focus on peeling, trying to bait cooldowns, and then pushing in for the win when they have those major cooldowns.
Yeah, Oscar did a really nice play there as well. He got the Dragon's Breath, fake cast Sheep. Was able to force out Relza's trinket, but here comes Flappers. It's a full Cyclone onto JT. Do they have the damage here? They want to push for that first Ice Block early on into the match. Not able to find it. Flappers continuing to just spamming out these Cyclones. And it's really good for Tessia that he's doing that, because he's soaking up a lot of these interrupts, but Tessia could be in some hot waters. Relza caught up in the CC chain. Can they hold on to the Ice Block for a little bit longer? Full blind connects. I think that is going to be the Ice Block from Tessia. He's going to go ahead and press that defensive, and here comes the Ice Wall. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful Ice Wall coming out there from Oscar, completely isolating Tessia. I think that was a Master Spell as well on the Ice Block. Overload. We all said that we think DOBOB is going to win, but Overload strikes first blood.
It was fast, too. That was 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I feel like against Echo, these games took quite a while, and they were losing. So Overload have a crazy performance in game number 1. I feel like Tessia and Relza possibly underestimated the damage, because basically both mages had Icy Veins active, and that's when they're going to be doing explosive amounts of bursts. So Tessia thought he could take the gamble and make some exchanges there, but Oscar was able to outpace him, and you know, Brunhilde's damage is keeping up there as well. You know, we saw, I think it was Flappers and Waz. Flappers was doing much more damage in those matchups, so Overload seemed to be just packing more pressure in game number 1 to be able to develop such early momentum. You can see the Icy Veins are glowing for both mages, which means their damage is high, and Oscar sees that opportunity. Ice Wall off, Comet Storm's in. Flappers can't even finish the clones in time before the Comet Storm has already been sent, and it's going to be just demolishing Tessia right there. So was there anything they could have really done? Relza has no trinket, he's blinded. Could they stop Master Spell? And Flappers?
Nope, he was an angel.
Nope. Yep, it was just checkmate.
Yeah, just
nice quick checkmate nice by push. Overload.
Really, really solid push right there. And it comes down to that play that Oscar did earlier. I think Oscar did a really good job here in general. Landing that Dragon's Breath Sheep earlier, forcing out Relza's trinket, then getting the Sheep here into the blind, and that Ice Wall as well, just continuing the chain. And I think Relza actually did a little bit of a mistake there at the end. He kind of went to the left side first to try to get around the wall, but then he changed his mind and tried to go around it on the other side, and by then it was just too late. So good punish here coming out, and it looks like we are going to see the RMP. Now, what's interesting about these two teams is that Overload, they've got TJ, right? They have one of the best ferals in the game just on the bench, ready to go. So they could play the FMP if they wanted to. And what's interesting about DOBOB is that they have Trimaz on the bench as well, which is a really solid rogue. And they could, if they wanted to, go for the RMP mirror. So it really does look like teams are just sticking with their comfort. I don't think anyone is going to swap comp right now, at least. But it is interesting that both teams have the exact same compositions. And one team is favoring the RMP and the other one is favoring the FMP. And we've kind of seen this matchup go both ways. So Hook Point going to be selected here for DOBOB in game number 2. And we'll see what they can do here. I mean, they just want to get aggressive. They just want to get a lot of CCs onto JT, and what better map to do it on other than Hook Point?
There was a point in time in Dragonflight where JT signed up for his first AWC. I think it was with Aridos, and they were on Hula Bang, and they were playing. They just made a team from Solo Shuffle, and they were playing Windwalker Rogue. No one else is playing that, so they just made a team from Solo Shuffle, signed up for their first tournament and that first cup, and they beat Echo, and they took that first cup. So JT has been growing and expanding since then. He's found a new roster now, and taking wins against DOBOB when DOBOB had such a dominant performance against Echo yesterday, I think is very impressive for their roster. And Brunhilde has been grinding it out for a long time. So I feel like this is almost like a long time coming, even though we don't get to see a lot from these players as far as personalities on social media. They have been grinding it for a long time.
Yeah, that's. I feel like that was kind of the first time where we really saw them come in and just surprise everybody. And we've seen, a lot of those players just kind of scatter around a little bit and spread out over to Europe. And it is really cool to see how continuously there is new players coming into the scene from Solo Shuffle, forming these big teams, and then kind of scattering around, spreading all over the different top teams and getting picked up by, already kind of established teams. So it's been, even Brunhilde, when you think about it, Brunhilde and Mercy, I think they were on the same roster the first time they came in, and now Brunhilde is here on Overload. He's got a really big team on his side. Mercy's on Echo. So we do see it a lot with these players just kind of coming in out of nowhere and getting picked up like that. But we have game number 2 live. Oscar going for an aggressive Ice Wall. Relza's going to Master Spell that one and stay in Angel form. Both healers just sitting there in Angel form, trying to just keep their mages nice and healthy. Power Infusion, Icy Veins, everything is active. Incarnation as well active here for Flapper. So both teams just kind of trying to find an edge. Can Oscar get the Dragon's Breath? Sheep, nice Ice Wall coming out there. They actually cancel it, and they get a full Cyclone there, but Relza now as well. Cheap shot Sheep, so it's a 2v2 between the Feral and the Mage. Who is going to be able to get the first hit here? Doesn't look like anyone is going to be able to force any ice blocks or any major defensives, but Relza stuck in that blind here. Might need to trinket it, actually being really greedy, sitting through that blind, and now instead it's going to be Tessia having to use his first ice block.
Overload have such crazy pressure in game 1. Usually during the incarnation window, the Feral has the advantage, but they contained him so well. Flappers couldn't get anything going, and he's actually bottom on the damage meter, which is very atypical for him here in the tournament. And Tessia is just dead.
What?
It's over. They're getting dominated by Overload.
What is going on here? I feel like we sat through that blind early on, which I think should have just been trinketed, but they're like, okay, we're just going to trade out the ice block, but then we sit through the next CC chain as well. DOBOB not on the same page there defensively at all. I feel like Tessia was doing a lot of work too. He was getting a lot of damage off. He was, doing his job there, but I just really couldn't do too much without getting backed up there by Relza. So we'll see what happened here. So this is already after they use that ice block. Relza gets Dragon's Breath. I think they stopped the first polymorph and they go for a Cyclone. They can't get it. Relza is, his Guardian procced earlier. That is really bad news for Relza, and he's stunned behind the pillar. Oh, this is really tough for Relza because you don't want to trinket that cheap shot, right? But if he doesn't trinket the cheap shot, then Tessia is just going to die. So that's a tough one. You got cheap shot behind the pillar because he wants to line of sight the incoming polymorph as well. So it just feels so awkward here, but I think a big reason for this as well is that the fact that the Guardian is proccing doesn't really leave them with too many options here. So it's very unfortunate for Relza and Tessia. But yeah, I don't know. What do you even do in that situation? If you trinket the cheap shot, I guess that's the right play, but I feel like it's like all your options are kind of bad. If you trinket the cheap shot there, it's probably going to cost you the second ice block a little bit later. Because they still have a blind that's going to rotate back up. They have smoke bomb, and if they can land a sheep as well, it's going to be really tough to deal with that incoming CC chain. But I had to trade something. DOBOB not looking as clean as we saw on Friday here. It's not looking good for any of our predictions as well.
No. Chat. The few in chat that voted for Overload are very happy right now. I don't know if it's enough to skew the prediction leaderboard or not, but Brunhilde is just having a really good series. I feel like we've seen rogues, they just get dominated by Feral Druids usually. They just get overpowered by them, and Brunhilde is not. Brunhilde is not getting over. It's kind of reminding me of Trill yesterday on Windwalker, but now on the Outlaw Rogue, like he is absolutely demolishing teams and contributing so much. I mean, look at the damage contribution towards the end. He was the lion's share at 5.4 million, and JT was actually higher than Oscar at 3. Those Holy Fires are getting some big hits. I mean, he's doing some work in that back line. It's almost invisible damage we're seeing from him, but he got like 3 massive Holy Fires. Look at that, a million, basically. I'm rounding up a little bit, okay? But yeah, JT, maybe, actually, honestly, we should maybe talk about JT, because like, that's insane. He did twice the damage to the mage almost in that period of time. So they're just getting so much more damage out than possibly Echo was able to in their series on Friday.
Yeah, that's one of the changes that we're gonna see is a nerf to the damage coming out from these Holy Priests, because they can really add in a lot of damage. If you leave them free, they can get the Holy Fire spam off, and they can get the instant Holy Fires as well. It is crazy the amount of damage that they can do.
All right, it's match point here. We were all anticipating DOBOB. They'd set the stage. They took Echo out in the upper bracket. Like, we're thinking DOBOB are going all the way. They're going the distance. They're dominating. Flappers is back. He's owning yesterday. But so far in this series, it feels like they gotta warm up a little bit. It's like this is a wake up call. Like, they just got smacked twice in the face. It's like, okay, this is it. We're awake now. We got to pull this back 3 in a row if we want to just claim a spot in the finals. And kind of just hope that these RMPs kind of just destroy each other in the lower bracket, and we can get the scraps afterwards and finish them off and be able to take a Cup 1 victory, because this is going to be an uphill battle. Overload they're playing min-maxed here. They're taking every edge that's presented to them. They're not taking it slow. They're ramping up the aggression. These are not looking like the long matches that I was kind of anticipating we were going to get. Some of these matches are going upwards of 8 minutes. So the fact that they're able to execute on wins this quickly, they're just so calculated on the side of Overload right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to wonder as well, how is Echo feeling about this? Because this is the team that knocked them down there. And Echo's already in that lower bracket. So if DOBOB loses this game, there is a possibility that we see a rematch there. And that was a really entertaining series, but you don't typically want to go up against a team that knocked you down that early as well. Like, if you're Echo, you probably rather face them in the grand finals, but at the same time, with how great Overload's been looking, I don't know which team I would rather prefer facing if I was on Echo. Match point here for Overload against DOBOB. Are they going to be able to clean sweep this? Or is DOBOB finally going to start to show some signs of life? We're seeing already an opener actually getting shut down here. Relza avoiding that initial crowd control exchange, so they're going to be able to just power through the healings here with the Angel form. Ice Wall coming out for Oscar, isolating Tessia. He's kicked. Master Spell coming out there for Relza. He's going to be able to keep Tessia alive. Oh, I like what Relza did there. You see he's in that fire on the ground. That's from the meteor. Is that actually? Yeah, see, he break. Oh, no, he trinket. He had to trinket that one. Unfortunately, it's faded. But he walked into the AoE on the ground before he got crowd controlled to try to avoid that. And now they're isolating a target here, but a nice grip from JT. Beautiful. Gripping right before the Ice Wall cast goes off to make sure that Oscar doesn't get isolated there.
It just seems like Overload are just a cut above DOBOB today. They're just playing out of their mind so far in this series. They got Polymorph on Relza again, a swap on Flappers. He's going to Bark Skin to soak the hits. Now they're switching their attention back onto Tessia. Brunhilde's all over him, ramping up. He's trying to blink away. Relza manages to recover, but the pressure is low here with no incarnation from Flappers. They do get a Polymorph on JT and a clone, so nice setup finally from DOBOB here. Brunhilde is going to trinket out of that Cyclone to try and save Oscar with Gouge onto Mage. Now going for Killing Spree to try and counter Aggress. And it would be typical here for Overload to make a big play, but we see Flappers jump in. He gets Chastised, feared, way out of range. Flappers is out of the game right now. This could be scary, but Brunhilde as well, equally feared by Relza. Telsia is blinking back. Oscar's getting Dragon's Breath. Flappers moving forward, punishing Brunhilde for pushing in. This is a nice punish off the back of that Psychic Scream, but it doesn't get them any cooldowns, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt, though, but JT was ready to cross the map there and deflect the attack, but Oscar now caught up in that Snowdrift here from Tessia, so Tessia trying to put up a little bit of extra pressure here. Flappers looking for the Cyclones. And I want to say DOBOB is looking a little bit better in this matchup, at least. Pressuring Brunhilde a little bit, making sure that they're keeping up the pressure and stopping the CC chains has been looking a lot better for them. But at the same time, mana is not looking good. Nice Ice Wall coming out here from Tessia as he is pummeling Oscar, but it's going to be a kidney shot into a full Ring of Frost. Relza's just going to instantly trinket that, trade out the Guardian. Tessia's going to stay aggressive and get a full sheep onto JT, which was also trinketed. Do they have the damage though to push for the ice block onto Oscar? He's dropping so low, but the Spirit of the Redeemer is doing a lot of work. There's the ice wall once again coming out from Oscar onto Relza, and they're swapping over to Flappers here. Beautiful smoke bomb as well, actually, over onto Tessia, immediately trading out the ice block, so getting a bit of cleave pressure there onto Flappers as well as Tessia, and that is going to be the first major defensive. But now DOBOB are looking to strike back. Can they take Oscar down? Can they force his ice block? Flappers gets kicked on the Cyclone. Relza's in a full blind. This is going to be very, very deadly. They stop the polymorph. Nice blast wave. That's going to be the Ring of Frost coming out. Relza, how is he going to deal with this? Tessia might just die right here and right now. The overpowered barrier comes out there. Nice defensive Cyclones coming out from Flappers onto Oscar. Now changing it over to JT and trying to aggress back over onto the enemy mage. Can they get the ice block of Oscar? Right now, JT's out of crowd control, and he's keeping him alive for now.
Okay, Ken, is Overload about to perfect DOBOB where they win a series not having to use a single ice block? Because that would be very impressive here in the semifinals in the upper bracket. They're very close to doing it. Tessia's on the back foot once again, trades out the barrier, absorbing the hits, trying to get back behind the pillar with Relza, but we've not seen DOBOB pressured this heavily. They're just constantly on defense, and they're still 45 seconds away from the next incarnation. They catch Brunhilde with a wall off, but he trinket grapples. He's not able to get around the corner. JT's wrapping around the outside into a Dragon's Breath. Tessia lines up for a polymorph. No trinket. Brunhilde in trouble. They're finding an opportunity to go after the rogue, but they just can't connect. Cheap shots onto everybody into Dragon's Breath. Brunhilde recovers. Great teamwork between Brunhilde, Oscar, and JT. Now they're getting aggressive, turning up the heat. Relza into the Dragon's Breath. Oscar blasting damage, but also taking some in exchange as well. It's a crazy game number 3 so far, and still pretty close to call.
Yeah, Brunhilde could just go down right now. Big damage potential here. Do they have the damage, though? It doesn't look like it. Now, Tessia's isolated. Nice ice block is going to come out there from Tessia. That ice wall, once again, doing so much work here in the series for Oscar. Flappers! Flappers is just dead to the extra damage there. Tessia ice blocks, gets away, but it is not enough. They just tab over to Flappers, take him down. I feel like he had survival instincts. Did he go down in a stun there? He had no bark skin, and this was Overload just looking absolutely dominating here. That was a crazy performance from Overload.
I think that was just a flop moment right there. I'm pretty sure there was no stuns. He had survival instincts, renewal, a couple of cooldowns. I don't think he anticipated to be like the target in that situation. Maybe he was focused on offense. A lot of things that you're juggling around as far as decision making in that moment. They were so close to getting a kill on the rogue. Probably a little bit of excitement as well. Like, look at this moment. The rogue is just almost dead. They have a wall down. They're really expecting to win the game. And Tessia gets forced into a block. They switch over to Flappers. He has survival instincts. He's just not trading. Like, I think he's just tunneling the rogue at low health. And then he realized he goes bear, but it's too late. Or maybe Relza communicated all angel or something and he'll be fine, but didn't have a big heal. Might have been a miscommunication at that point, but Overload looked clean. I feel like they look like the best RMP in the region right now, which doesn't happen very often, right? Like, it's usually Echo. Like, you know, everybody's trying to play catch up with Echo, but Overload, they look so clean in that series.
Yeah, they really were able to shut down Flappers a lot in this series, so that was really good. I feel like DOBOB woke up a little bit in this game, though. They were punishing Brunhilde a little bit more. They had a couple of close calls. They were able to force out some big defensives there onto him, but these ice walls from Oscar did they did so much work. And in general, I think Oscar in general had such a great performance in this matchup. At the end there, Flappers, we like to say he fell victim to tab targeting there, because that's a lot of the time what you do when you pop all your cooldowns and the target that you want to go after gets away. You just tab target to the other guy and you hit him with the kind of leftover damage. Sometimes it will net you a kill like that if you don't respond appropriately. Flappers did go into bear form, try to get the frenzied regen off and greed the wall there, but was a little bit too slow on the trigger. And instead, it is going to be Overload 3-0ing DOBOB, which is all of us predicted a 3-1 or in Ben's case a 3-0. So we couldn't have been more wrong, actually. Overload really showed up to play.
Hey, don't say it too loudly. Chat might hear, and like they're gonna give us a hard time. Don't.
Mics are hot. Yeah, I think we all owe them an apology. Zico, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I thought we were on break. That's my bad.
Oh
looking
yeah.
around.
Yeah, a little awkward. We gotta lock that in. But yeah, DOBOB unfortunately knocked down to the lower bracket, but they do have a chance to fight their way back up. They'll be playing the winner, of this next up series. It's gonna be either Echo or Forged RMP. So they've got, I think, a difficult battle ahead of them, especially considered how that series just went. Like you guys did say in that third game, they did kind of show signs of life, of recovering a little bit from that composition that Overload was throwing at them. We can take a look at the bracket, how it's currently shaping up. Overlord now in that grand finals position, ready to be crowned, but who will go up and meet them to challenge them to take that position from them? We're in the lower bracket. Up next is going to be Echo versus Forged RMP. Subatees, how are you feeling about this upcoming series?
I don't know how to feel anymore, Aya. This is opposite day. It's just opposite day. Whatever my brain tells me, I should vote the opposite direction if I want to be right. So, I don't know. I feel like the matchup between RMP is just a pure skill matchup in Mir. So if Forged RMP are just outdoing Echo, they could take this. And they had close games against Overload earlier on Friday. That series went the distance. It went 3-2. So they definitely...
We're confused, basically.
There's a possibility Echo goes out in fourth, which would be very unprecedented here today. I feel like a lot of people are like, oh man, Echo's going to win again. Echo's going to win again. Today is not looking like it could be that day again. We're seeing a lot of change.
Definitely seeing a lot of change. Something is looming. Something is going on in the European bracket. We're going to find out next what exactly is going to happen. We're going to head to a break. It's Echo versus Forged RMP coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we were in the upper finals, and it was Overload that went on to win that series, DOBOB being knocked down to that lower bracket, and they're going to be facing the winner of this series. It's going to be either Echo or Forged RMP. Then it sounds like Suptees, he's feeling a little confused. He's feeling a little lost in terms of the meta right now in the EU region. How are you feeling with this series, especially considering how that last one went?
Yeah, I was watching that series upstairs, and yeah, I did not expect that. Well, obviously, it went the exact opposite of what I thought was going to happen, so who knows? I mean, Echo versus Forged RMP, it seems like a lot of these RMPs are pretty evenly matched. Lots of good priests, rogues, and mages have come together and formed some teams, so I'm curious how this one goes. If Echo loses this, then I don't know what that really means for the season, because it seems like there's 3 other teams that are really good with this composition. And yeah, it's definitely going to be a difficult road for them. But you can never really count Echo out. They're one of those teams where, you know, once you beat them, they learn from their mistakes. They're very analytical. They'll go back and VOD review. They just learn really quick. So Echo, I think, is going to be even better today than what we saw yesterday or on Friday.
Okay. All right. Well, if you are watching from home, get your predictions in. We can take a look at our predictions on the desk. Let's look at Ven. You first. No, I just threw a question to you, but talk to me about your predictions.
It's like I said, I feel like Echo is one of those teams where they're studying the games. Like, as soon as they lost, they probably went back and analyzed every second of the match. Like, I should have used this global. You should have used that global. What are you doing here? And also just watching the rest of the games play out in Europe and North America and even the games today, I really have a lot of faith in their ability to learn. So I'm going heavily in favor of Echo with this one, with a 3-0.
Okay. Super Tease. I feel like I could probably guess.
I think it's going to be a little closer than that for them. So, yeah, in my prediction, I'm thinking Echo is probably still going to take it, but I definitely think it's going to be a little closer than that. And again, it's opposite day, so...
It is.
Could be. Did you predict in the opposite direction because of that? Did you anticipate this, Aya?
Nope. No, I did not. I did 3-1 in terms of in favor of Echo. But I'm kind of with you. You know, I feel like Forged RMP. I feel like a lot of these teams are kind of closing that gap. You know, it's Echo. They're down in the lower bracket. They've shown that they do have weaknesses. Forged RMP, obviously a very strong team. You know, if you look at the roster, it's people that we've seen before. It's Swapsy. I mean, I've lost track of how many times that guy has won BlizzCon. Acrolos, he's been on the BlizzCon stage as well. P-Make, he's a newer player that's been making, you know, absolute fantastic impression on the rest of us, as well as Dakara so far this weekend. So I have faith in this team to put up a very tremendous fight, but just unfortunately, historically, if you look at Echo and how consistent they are in a team and how good they are able to adapt to new situations, I feel like this is going to be difficult for them not to lose. But I would love to be proved wrong, and we've got a mirror starting off here with series number 1, Echo versus Forged RMP.
I don't know. P-Make had crazy plays in his series against Streamers Zone. Like, this guy is young. He's 20 years old. He's got quick reactions. He's making all these micro plays. I feel like P-Make is really going to challenge Raikou as one of the older legends on that Frost Mage in the series.
Yeah, it definitely could be the case. We'll see what P-Make decides to do. Acro's going to be opening up on Raikou, and I do think it'll probably a little bit of a mage race here. Big setup on Acro. They get his trinket out of the way immediately. I like that. They get the stun lock, they get the ice wall to block the heals, and they manage to put together all the bursts, and they get some cooldowns in a big way, but now Raikou under fire.
Oh, that grip.
He gets interrupted. Nice grip there from Meth, freeing Raikou from that Master Spell. Big Mass Polymorph coming in from Raikou as well. Nicely done there, getting crowd control on Dakara. Raikou's still so incredibly low. Both mages are on the back foot. They need to be careful. Stuns coming in, though. Great crowd control. Acro could easily fall. He gets a big heal there. Kidney shot on Dakara. Waz is just having a great game, putting crowd control out, and Echo is really focused here in this opener.
Feels like a completely different strategy from Echo. They're focusing the rogue, but they're focusing mage on the opposite side. Raikou survives the smoke bomb, blinking out of it to safety with that shimmer, rebuffing to assist with any purges into the future. Chastise on Acro, good control. P-Make in trouble. Nice sap on Dakara. Waz is absolutely farming at the moment. Can he keep it going? He gets another sap into a Dragon's Breath. Can they keep it going? Another Polymorph. They need a little bit more crowd control. They might be able to close it out. They can't. They Frost Nova him behind the pillar. Are they actually going to do it? He saps P-Make out of the block. He cheap shots Dakara. Waz is trying to make a movie right now. They fear Dakara, and finally he's going to will out of that. He doesn't want to sit that much crowd control and risk P-Make's ice block here in this position, but he's already down 1. It's a dicey situation for Forged, and it does seem like Echo, it's a team when you knock them down, they come back twice as strong.
really good at just learning and improving on their mistakes, getting better in these types of matchups. So far, it's been good. Dakara's sat a lot of crowd control, but it's been a little while. Big setup here on Raikou. Are they going to get the first ice block? Guardian Spirit trades. Matt decides to just trade out the Trinket, the Guardian Spirit, and that should be enough for Raikou to survive. Let's get some crowd control out here. Cheap shot on Dakara into a fear. We're going to be looking to see if Raikou can follow it up. Can he find the polymorph? Looks like he gets counterspelled. Nice counterspell there by PMake, denying Raikou from getting that crowd control, but PMake still under fire. Finally, the heals come in. Dakara's having to trade his Trinket as well, so both priests are down their Trinket. Right now, PMake's down 1 ice block, but it seems like Acro has been, a swappable target in this match so far for Echo. They're really trying to just go after multiple targets.
PMake blinking out of the meteor here, but it's still a lot of damage. Waz can't get there. Acro is peeling. Nice polymorph. Good pressure on Raikou, but he alters back into greater invis. PMake in trouble, getting shattered. They're trading back and forth, but PMake's falling behind, and he's gonna have to trade his second ice block on that. Blind Master Spell comes through. Guardian Spirit connects, but the wall comes down. Is PMake gonna be able to get back to his priest and recover? Dakara's into angel form, out of the gouge immediately. Emergency measures have been pulled, but right now Echo looks so good. They look so clean. They have basically every major defensive cooldown, and on the side of Forged RMP, Dakara with no medallion has to be very careful with his positioning here to avoid crowd control. If he gets caught, it could be game over.
Definitely full kidney shot now onto Raikou, and one big difference in this matchup, I believe, is Raikou's actually playing Shimmer, whereas PMake is going to be playing Blink. So Raikou's going to be sitting the stuns a little bit longer. Full Ring of Frost drops, but PMake with some good kiting, a good overpowered barrier, and it looks like the crowd control should subside. Full Ring of Frost on the mat. He immediately Trinkets, so wanting to just keep tempo for his team, but I really like that Acro and PMake were able to get that Trinket out of the way. Despite their healer being in CC, they're still keeping up the aggressive setups and keeping tempo for their team.
PMake's ramping here. Raikou and PMake trading. Dakara and Dragon's Breath. Raikou blinks away from the kick. Gets the polymorph. PMake in trouble. Smoke Bomb comes down. Dragon's Breath, but he's dispelled and will fall immediately after. Waz just wants to clean up Forged RMP quickly and dispense of them and move through the bracket to get into that finals, obviously.
Waz had a very good game. I think Waz did such... I mean, he always does, right? Like, Waz is an incredible player, but yeah, he had some seriously good plays there. At the end, he managed to hook over, get an interrupt on the polymorph. He had the crippling poison up, so not only can PMake not blink, he also can't move just because crippling is such a powerful snare. Then he drops the smoke bomb into the stun, and PMake ultimately goes down. So we'll see those final moments here, exactly what happens. It's just a really nice hook kick on this polymorph. Or it's actually a counterspell, so there's the snares, the smoke bomb comes down into the stun, and you're able to close him down. So a nice counterspell there by Raikou. Great interrupt, and Echo with, I think, a really good performance. I mean, they didn't even get an ice block here from Raikou. This is Echo domination.
All right, Echo and Overload definitely looking strong here in the tournament on the final day for Championship Sunday. I've never seen a counterspell smoke bomb before, I feel like, in a tournament at least. So the mage can't use Blink if they're counterspelled on Polymorph, so he can't use any mobility basically to escape out of that line of sighting effect. Waz saw that, chained it into a kidney shot, and turned that into such a huge value smoke bomb. That was great teamwork between Raikou and Waz. They're perfectly synergized here in this first game against Forged. And I kind of wonder if Echo wanted to throw Forged off by going after Acro. They were just targeting him time and time again. They were just trying to throw the team off and keep Acro in a weird position where he wasn't sure if he could play as aggressive as he needs to. But I think obviously the damage tells a lot as well, with Raikou just absolutely destroying the damage meter. You know, he's not giving PMake any opportunity. He's like, PMake, you're the new guy on the block. You want my title? You want my crown? You got to come get it, because I'm not giving it to you for free.
One little interesting thing, we talked about how these characters or how these players prepare their characters. Raikou was playing Shimmer, but he was a dwarf, so not opting for that orc, really not getting too much value even from that Dark Iron racial in this particular matchup. And then you had PMake, who was playing Blink, but he was the orc. So it's like both of them were kind of playing the opposite of what you would expect in this matchup, which is interesting. I guess for the blind pick, maybe Raikou thought he was going to be playing against a Feral Druid, but interesting to see the orc plus Blink coming in from PMake in that one. I'm curious to see if he does make a change for this. Are they going to bring in Swapsy? Are we going to see the Feral Druid? Because I still don't know. Like, well, I wonder what your take is. Like, I still don't know what should win between the Feral and the Rogue in this matchup. Or is it just one of those matchups that can just go either way?
I mean, yesterday or on Friday, I would have said Feral, and even watching Welcome to the JUNG, right? Welcome to the JUNG. Are they watching this and they're going to play RMP after this? Because they switched to FMP. They didn't play that at all up till seeing Flappers owning with it, and then they played it, and then they owned with it. But now they're probably watching like, hey, RMP is winning everything. Should we switch over to RMP now? So I feel like that's whatever Welcome to the JUNG does in North America as far as comp is likely going to tell a lot, especially because they're going to fight Liquid, who's playing RMP. So there's definitely a lot of debate right now as to whether or not the Feral or the Rogue is actually better. Maybe it's just a skill thing. Maybe they're actually equal. It just comes down to execution and strategy.
Yeah, I think that definitely could be true. It seems like both comps are just really, really good right now. We see here the predictions once again. Most of us going in favor of Echo. For me, like I said, I feel like Echo is one of those teams, even if they have a bad day, they always kind of come back stronger. They're one of those teams that has the highest capability of learning from their mistakes and improving. They're just very analytical that way, and that's why they're the best team in Europe. I mean, they just are. Even when they lose, for now, they're still just the best team in Europe. They've been so consistent for so long. They're still the team to beat. Let's see if Forge RMP is going to be able to put a point on the board for this game, or if Echo is going to continue their streak and get 2 in a row.
All right, gates opening here. They're going to be descending into Empyrean Domain. And remember, Acro was focused heavily last game, so maybe they're going to be more prepared for that. Blizzard coming down, not hitting either Rogue. Very interesting how their positioning is almost mirrored on this camera angle like this. Acro sneaking in with the sprint. Waz is holding his sprint for mobility to connect later on. Another Blizzard. Waz makes his move after that Blizzard is down. Both mages get sapped, exactly getting mirrored. But Acro looks like he gets popped out of stealth a little bit early, so he's going to cheap shot, kidney shot, and try and get a setup here onto Raikou by himself. But Waz is equally peeling him away. Acro peels back, but he gets chastised on his cheap shot. Really nice by Men in this position. Raikou's trying to get crowd control, but they get a sap off the blind. Waz once again just firing on all cylinders. They poly the trinket. Raikou is taking some damage in exchange, but should recover. Ice wall off the polymorph. Big swap on Acro, but not enough damage to really secure anything just yet. And Echo, I think, are definitely playing a little bit more fast-paced than Forged RMP so far. Oh my god, Met Angel forms to immune the Shadow Dance there, but they drop a wall to line us at the Angel. That gets Mass Dispel, just constantly countering back and forth against each other.
Yeah, both teams playing a very high APM at this point of the game. Cheap shot on Dakara into a full fear. Nice setup there, and that's something we see consistently from their team. Just the cheap... It's normally in these matchups, it's always a cheap shot into a poly, but Matt always likes to be there for the fear, and it gives Raikou a lot more freedom to land that polymorph in these setups. PMake taking quite a bit of damage right now, but it looks like he will get topped off. Both priests trading out the trinkets early on, so I like this. They're just trying to save the ice blocks. They're not being greedy with their trinkets. They realize it'll rotate back up quite quickly. Acro moving forward, gets the cheap shot here on to Meh. Can they take down Raikou? Seems like it's still going to be PMake taking the brunt of the damage for the time being. Dragon's Breath comes in. Raikou looking for a polymorph. He gets gouged. Great backup there by Acro as both these teams are just trying to deny as much crowd control as possible.
Oh, Smoke Bomb not getting a lot of value for Acro right here. Now he's in a cheap shot. P-Make's getting blasted. Could be the first block. They're trying to stall it with the Guardian Spirit, amplifying Dakara's healing at this moment in time. But now he gets caught into a polymorph by Raikou as he's making some stylish plays with that mass polymorph. Another Meteor coming through onto P-Make. That's a big connection. He's going to use the barrier, get some powered shields as well. And now he's ramping up. Icy Veins is active for P-Make. He needs to connect some damage here and now if they're going to turn this around, but he's in a kidney shot smoke bomb. Waz getting quite a lot of value. Dakara wraps in with a fade to anticipate the cheap shot. Waz is patient and waits. Cheap shot's right after it. He's trying to dodge a Frost Nova, moving out of range of the mage, but he's not going to be able to. Trinketing out of the Ring of Frost immediately here. They catch Acro, and it looks like he's going to get dispelled. Now Dakara into a full blind, sitting through it with P-Make timing that barrier. Waz gets dismantled. Now Dakara trading the medallion. Raikou finally getting pressured here. It's really P-Make and Acro. They need to try and get some offense going because they're just constantly on the back foot. They're getting close here, but they just immediately recover. Dakara's chasing out Meh here on the pillar. Gives up the chase now. Holy Fire's being lined up onto Raikou. He's into Angel Form. Ice Wall comes down. Raikou is isolated. Meh cancels the Angel Form to get in line of sight. Raikou blinks back. Good reactions. Mez now maybe pushing towards Dakara on that right side, looking for crowd control in the near future. Waz is there as well, but he's met by a Dragon's Breath. He's into the cheap shot. Met is there for a fear, I think, out of this cheap shot. He doesn't actually decide to go for it. Met now into a cheap shot himself, into a full polymorph. Big opportunity. This is where they need to connect some damage onto Raikou, but he's spamming a polymorph. He faked every interrupt. Raikou with a clutch play there to get some polymorphs to stall the damage. And now P-Make trades up barrier as he's recovering. Raikou is going in. Frozen Orb is down, comboing him with some flurries and ice lances. Waz into a kidney shot. Maybe a swap on Waz here, it looks like. Or at least they're just trying to slow down his aggression. They gouge him out of the kidney shot. P-Make's getting distance, but Dakara's in a polymorph. Kidney shot comes and connects, and that's going to be the first block. Meg gets cheap shot on it. Acro is pulling evasive maneuvers here to protect P-Make, and he does manage to recover, but it just feels like Echo are slowly building an advantage over time.
I mean, the big story for me in this game, actually, we'll table that for a second. Raikou getting a little bit low, gouge on P-Make also, but the big story for me is look at damage. Damage done. Acro is getting gapped right now, unfortunately. P-Make doing what he can to try to keep his team up aggressively, but in terms of raw output, Acro is quite behind Waz at this point in the game. Full polymorph does land on Dakara. He's going to sit that. Matt also gets polymorphed. He immediately trinkets. So one thing I'm noticing is Matt, when he's in crowd control, he's just throwing out the trinket. He does not want to fall behind. He wants his team to play on tempo. They want to play ahead in the match, play really, really aggressive. And it's been working out for Echo so far. Cheap shot onto Dakara. Raikou gets a big chunk of damage here. He's got the Icy Veins. He's got the Power Infusion. Everything is available for Raikou. He is ready to go. Gets the Polymorph onto Dakara. I think he gets the Shadow Word Death and breaks it. So nicely done there by Dakara, freeing himself from that crowd control and allowing him to keep P-Make alive.
Can they manage to pull this back? They're winning on mana, I guess, at least, if there was any sort of advantage for their side right now. Big Comet Storm in on Raikou, but no control on Meh. He's easily healing it in Angel form. P-Make gets gripped back to the pillar. Raikou is getting in on top of him, looking to get into the mix, and P-Make is trying to alter time and restabilize here as Angel form's active for Dakara. He should be able to keep P-Make pretty healthy during this time. You throw it at Chastise on P-Make, just trying to slow down his cast as he blinks forward for a poly. Meh fades it. Now he has to displace back. He's still taking a lot of damage. Pops out the barrier to absorb the hits, but another polymorph connects from Raikou. Two players are low health right now, and Acro is trying to peel Waz with cheap shot, but a Comet Storm comes in from Raikou onto P-Make, and he may need to use that second ice block. It's his last likely of the game. He's trying to be greedy. He's holding on to it. Is he going to be able to get away with the greed? He's critically low. He gets away with the greed, and now he's got a polymorph on Meh. They're turning it around, but no, Waz strikes back with a smoke bomb and forces it. Once again, Waz is carrying.
Yeah, really good plays there by Waz. Echo has Forge RMP on the ropes right now. P-Make has no ice blocks left. A full stun on Waz. They're making a bit of a miracle setup here, but looks like it was mostly just for POs. Not too much damage to follow it up. They're going after Raikou again, but he's got both ice blocks still, so a lot of flexibility here in the match. We're going into about 30% dampening. Mez getting lower on mana. The only lead Forged has is that mana lead. Like you mentioned, maybe that will play in, but I don't think so. Gouge on P-Make, and he pushes in. He gets interrupted, and this could easily be the game. Gets topped off. Big heals coming in from Dakar. At the same time, though, Raikou is getting low. Does not want to throw the game. He gets topped off there by Meh. Good back and forth between these two teams. P-Make goes for a mass polymorph. He finds it on Meh. Really nicely done. This could be the first ice block. Can they find it? Raikou getting low. Playing it a bit greedy there. Gets spell stolen on his overpowered barrier and has to go into the ice block.
Really good purges. Ice Wall coming down to line of sight. Man, P-Make's trying to solo Raikou out of this block. Is he going to be able to connect the crits? He can't get it. Dakar's crowd controlled. He needs to get in line of sight for Void Shift. It's a trinket Void Shift angle in the next couple of seconds if he needs to do it. P-Make pops the barrier. He wills out of the fear instead, but he's struggling to heal. It's so much damage. Void Shift will be forced on top of that as well. And now they're on their last leg to stay alive. He's just dying through every cooldown. P-Make is desperate. He alters, but he doesn't go anywhere. Holy Fires are coming in from Meh. He's spamming smites. Meh wants to close this game. He's adding so much extra damage to his team at this point, but somehow Dakara pulls it off. He's into Angel form. He's keeping P-Make alive to try and pull off a miracle, but an Ice Wall comes down. Line of sight in the Angel. P-Make blinks around it. Raikou in trouble. Both mages getting crit here, and the full blind from Waz into the polymorph will secure it, and Echo take the lead 2-0.
I mean, that's I really have to say, despite, you know, Forge RMP losing that one, I feel like P-Make had a really good game. Like, he did a really good job on the mage. But overall, Echo was able to just push through. Very consistent in their setups in this one, but that was a very back and forth game. Matt, Raikou, and Waz, though, just really tough to crack defensively, and also just offensively. Waz is just such a playmaker for their team. They able to put a lot of pressure. And I mean, obviously PvP isn't like a damage race, but when you have one rogue doing, you know, 80% more damage than the other, it makes a big difference in a matchup like this, Sid.
Yeah, it's tough to overcome that deficit here. in this position, but Waz is just so good with the crowd control. He's constantly the one that's making the plays that is forcing the major cooldowns, and Raikou is the damage cannon, just backing up all the maneuvers that Waz is pushing in on. And Meh and Dakara, like Meh has a significant amount of damage as well. He's at 60 million. He's finding just a couple more opportunities, but it's likely a snowball effect, right? If Waz is getting more damage, that's putting Dakara behind to have to heal more, which then means Meh can do more damage, which just snowballs it even further in this matchup. So it's really important that they can make the damage output even on top of the plays that they're coming through here. But P-Make, I mean, having to go up against Raikou, he had such a great performance yesterday, so I'm really hoping we get to see more potential from P-Make being such a young, new player into the competitive scene.
I mean, look at this. At this moment, he was doing more damage than Raikou. So one thing that I would be really interested to see is crowd control received. So there's a couple things that could be going on here. You know, maybe Waz is just doing his rotation better. He has more uptime. Maybe he's landing more interrupts on Polymorph. But the other thing that could be happening is maybe Meh is just quicker with the dispels, you know? Like, it could be one of those things where he's dispelling him out of Polymorph quicker. Maybe Raikou is actually just getting more control on Acro. So these are things to consider. But going into game number 3... Yeah, we're seeing Swapsy. Yeah, I was going to say it's a new composition, but I kind of, like, from what I've seen, like, obviously Swapsy is an incredible Elemental Shaman, but from what we've seen so far, it seems like Elemental Shamans get destroyed by Rogue Mage.
It's
like, just completely destroyed.
It's a story as old as time. I feel like all the Elemental Shaman players have been complaining on social media about Rogue Mage for like 10 years. So switching Swapsy in at this point, maybe it's a little bit of desperation. Maybe they feel like they can't out finesse Echo is what it seems like to me, because Ellie Shaman is a lot less finesse. It's more just kind of brute force and defense. So maybe they're concerned that they can't compete in the finesse side, so they would just want to try and win with damage output. Is the thing that makes the most sense for me on their side. And we do see the dispels being significantly in favor of Meh, so definitely not all just Acro. Of course, on the damage side here. Getting double the amount of dispels means that's 30 extra Frost Novas or 30 extra Polymorphs, possibly. I think this is also counting Purges, though. So I don't know if we could break that down from Purges.
It would be crowd control received would be another one. That's interesting.
Like that. Yeah, crowd control received would be a good stat to see. For them. So I don't think it's entirely just Acro versus Waz. It's definitely a team thing as well to take into account. But this is basically saying they don't think they can win the mirror. They think Echo is getting a one-up on them. So they needed a curveball, something that's a little bit less focused around finesse and more around Zug. And I think the Ellie Shaman is that. Will it work? I don't know. But I think that's likely what they're thinking.
Yeah, I wonder who they're going to go after in this one. It may just have a lot going on in their favor right now. Though the Elemental Shaman, it does have some things that are nice, like the low cooldown interrupt, things like grounding, tremor for the fears. So you do have some tools that are going to work towards your favor, but the major issue is it's just way harder to get out crowd control. Like Mage has, it seems like more burst damage with Icy Veins. It's got more defensive cooldowns you can rotate through, more mobility right now, more crowd control. It seems like in this matchup, the Mage just pulls out ahead, but if there's any Shaman that's going to be able to do it, it will be Swapsy, so I'm curious. Because, I mean, they can mirror again. Like, maybe they're feeling so unconfident in the mirror, but I do kind of feel like for Forge RMP, if they can't win mirrors, I don't think they're going to be walking away with, like, second and first place finishes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be rough. So let's see what Swapsy can do. This is a legendary player for the AWC. He once had a dynasty himself, winning BlizzCon 3 times in a row. So, you know, bringing him off the bench here for the final game to keep his team alive in the tournament. Is he going to be able to deliver success? He's already got Ascendance rolling. Massive damage is crushing Raikou right now, but Meh is there with an ironclad will to not trade any major cooldowns in that instance. Another swell of damage onto Raikou as he trades out his barrier, and Meh is pushing in aggressively, looking for a Psychic Scream. He's trying to hit a double, but he actually waits a little bit too long, gets feared himself. Now Dakara into the Psychic Scream. No Tremor Totem available. They snipe that off. Meh actually getting swapped to. I like this. I like this from Forged RMP. I think it's really underrated to make swaps on Holy Priests. We've seen it a few times from a few teams, and it always looks so good when they're actually able to pull it off successfully.
Yeah, Raikou under fire right now. It's been good pressure from Forge RMP so far. Swapsy still has the Trinket, Astral Shift. Things aren't actually looking that bad in this game. Swapsy on the Elemental Shaman is putting in work, pushing forward, continuing the damage here onto Raikou. And he finds the Wind Shear. Raikou gets the fake cast. He managed to land the Ring of Frost as well. So this is where Swapsy's in trouble, and this is where we might see an overlap. Astral Shift drops, and it's Will of Forsaken from Dakara as well. So big defensive overlaps there for Forged RMP. getting multiple goes out of the way. But Swapsy still has his trinket. He still has Burrow, as well as that stone bulwark totem. So they still have some tools, and they're putting the pressure on Raikou.
I mean, this looks better. I swear this looks way better from Swapsy. Like, Raikou's actually getting pressured, and Dakar is able to play aggressive on top of Meh. This comp actually looks pretty solid, but as I say that, a full blind with no trinket. Is Dakar going to be able to get the heals in time to stabilize Swapsy? He's got Stone Bulwark absorption. Looks like he will slowly recover here. Lava Burst being lobbed towards Raikou. He's got barrier. He's going to reflect those and recover likely in the near future. Maybe not entirely. Maybe they get a block. I don't know. Big heals from Meh. He's got his Holy Word protecting himself from crowd control at the moment. They're going to need to purge that. He's crossing to midfield. Symbols gets Dragon's Breath into a Polymorph. Nice Earth Elemental stun. That pet was chasing Raikou around the corner. Raikou thought he was going to get that Polymorph for free, but now he's going for the Ring of Frost, and he will connect this one. Swapsy's free of crowd control, though. He can use Grounding Totem and likely stop this next Polymorph if he needs to. They're not even going for it. Raikou's getting pressured again. Cut through on that barrier. And let's see if they can do enough damage. Both priests into angel form. Divine Hymns come through, but there's a wall line of sighting Dakara from his team. He's going to cancel the angel form to run around the ice wall and restabilize Swapsy. Gouge on Raikou, just trying to disrupt him. Meh sneaking in on Dakara, gets a chastise, looking for a fear, but Raikou's getting pressured. Ice wall gets canceled, so Meh can heal him up. The Tremor Totem breaks the fear, and I would say they're looking a lot more evenly matched here in Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. This is not looking bad at all here from Swapsy. Been doing it time and time again, going against Echo, just trying to make something work for years and years and years. And Swapsy on that Shaman is just so consistently good. Gets Gouge here on his Aura Mastery, so Waz doing a good job trying to control that Stormkeeper, but finally it is loaded up, and Swapsy has a lot of damage available. Who are they going after? It looks like they're actually turning their attention onto Acro a little bit more. Swapsy's been quite tanky so far in this matchup, so Echo might consider going after different targets here, but turning their attention back onto Swapsy. Don't want to allow him to free cast for too long. Raikou taking a huge hit of damage as he's caught into a stun lock, using that greater invisibility to reduce the incoming damage. And now Echo to make a push here onto Swapsy.
I'd love to see a swap on Meh right now. He's got no Trinket, no Guardian Spirit. If they have some damage with the Primordial Wave and he's getting aggressive, but there's a Mind Control. Swapsy's out of the game. Acro taking a huge hit, but Dakar is by his side, recovering him with the Guardian Spirit. Swapsy's trying to ramp up, keep his Flame Shocks up. Acro grapples over to reconnect, but Raikou barriers. They cut through the barrier, still trying to push him down. He manages to blink away from Acro again, using that Blizzard radius to be able to kite the Rogue and blinking around his Blizzard. Really good positioning, but Acro's ready. He gets a cheap shot. Oh no, he's polymorphed. He can't connect. Does he have a Gouge? He's not going to go with the Gouge. Just cheap shots again. Kidney shot. He gets dismantled by Waz, and Raikou's just going to be able to blink away to safety as a result with that Medallion. Maybe an overlap, honestly, with the Dismantle and the Trinket. Between Raikou and Waz there. Kidney shot, Ring of Frost, Wind Shear, Polymorph, doesn't get grounded. He's cheap shot, big damage incoming. Trinket immediately from Swapsy here, and he trinkets before the Icy Veins. And he might just die even anyways. And Dakar trinkets, so their defense is going to start to get a bit shallow here as Raikou's ramping.
Yeah, Swapsy's still low. Also, Dakar really struggling to kind of top him off, but Raikou into an Ice Block. This is the best they've done so far. They haven't got an Ice Block so far, so getting that out of the way. Now Raikou's into a Hex. Swapsy doing a really good job throwing in some purges, just trying to get Raikou nice and primed for another swap. Dakar going to Angel Form with the preemptive Hymn, just trying to stay ahead of the damage here and keep Swapsy nice and healthy so they continue this push here onto Raikou. The Elemental Shaman, I can't believe it's working out so well in this matchup. I really didn't have faith, but Forge RMP, they're showing me it's maybe a little bit different. Swapsy in a stun lock. Oh no, he's in trouble. The Astral Totem drops and the Stone Bulwark Totem drops, pardon me, and that is going to give Swapsy a little bit of a shield here to stay alive. Waz getting swapped to in the meantime. He gets stunned up, but now free from that. He's going to continue the chase. Acro just doing what he can, throwing stuns on everybody, just trying to slow down Echo a little bit so Forge RMP can recover and make a push.
Nice Psychic Scream on Meh. He's being greedy. He's going to get away with it, it looks like. They're switching on Waz, but he has every cooldown, so it would be a blunder for Waz to go down right here. He's going to use Cloak of Shadows. Meh is sneaking in now with Angelic Feather, looking for crowd control, but he's met by a root. Waz gets cheap shot. Waz grapples over. Kidney shot on Dakara, setting up for Raikou out of that cheap shot. Is he going to be able to get there in time? Smoke Bomb comes down. Big swap on Acro. No trinket available. Dakara's trying to duck into it, but he gets polymorphed by Raikou as he blinks out of the bomb, so he can't death him as he's running in, and Raikou fakes the interrupt. Raikou's making a lot of plays right now. He's going to ramp up his damage with that Frozen Orb, get a couple of crits going with those Ice Lances on the Swapsy, and possibly Acro as well. They're cleaving 2 targets, and the surprising early damage that we saw from Forged RMP is starting to settle a little bit. Now it's starting to ramp up as I say that. Waz gets crit, Raikou's getting low, they chastise Waz, lasso on Raikou. I like that teamwork there to make sure that he can't interrupt the lasso. Then into a cheap shot from Acro. They're looking for that second Ice Block, pretty close to it, but close, not close enough. Guardian Spirit and Barrier saves the day. Icy Veins proc here for Raikou. How much can he get in terms of value from it? Big flurry combo, lots of ice lances, but not forcing any major defensives, unfortunately, for his team. And Raiku's in trouble. Big hit. Void Shift comes through. Another big hit. Damage from Swapsy is unbelievable. If they can stay alive, they're going to win this.
I can't believe it. But a big setup here on AWC. He needs to live. He's got the advantage if he needs it. Matt throwing in the Holy Fires. That was a big push. But look at Raikou. He's down to 50% health. This is looking good. Forge RMP. Can they do it with the Elemental Shaman? Everyone is a Frost Mage right now. Everybody is playing the Mage. And Swapsy is trying to just mix it up and get a win here for the Elemental Shaman. It'd be amazing if they could do it, and they're so close! Raikou down to 10% health, another big heal coming in from Matt, but they're continuing to push. Matt's going to drop into Angel form and just throw in some Divine Hymns, throw in some heals. That'll keep Raikou alive. Here's the Icy Veins. If they can survive this Icy Veins, if they can take down Raikou now, this is just going to be an amazing push. They could easily win this game.
This is the best they've looked so far, but a full blind kidney shot, if they under-respond, it could be the end of the tournament for them. Caught into a Ring of Frost. They need to be ready to trade. Swapsy's in trouble. He tremors the fear, but a Comet Storm comes through, but Raikou gets crit by Swapsy in return. Guardian Spirit from Met immediately here as he's trying to recover. Dragon's Breath onto Acro, trying to slow down his assault. Dismantle from Waz as well, but it's so much damage from Swapsy, just scaling higher and higher and higher, almost doubling Raikou, and typically Raikou is the king. He's the self-titled god on Mage, and he is getting absolutely dwarfed right now by Swapsy. Just peeking over almost 500 million damage this game. Big damage coming through. Smoke Bomb comes down. Gouge onto Meh. Beautiful crowd control. Killing Spree comes through, and they are looking to close it. And Swapsy connects it. No, he greater invises the killing blow. Raikou immunes it, but another round of Lava Burst being served up by Swapsy. So much damage. Swapsy's jumping in. They're playing with confidence. They want to close this game out here and now, and they are so close to Kara. Go for the kill. He needs a Holy Fire. He needs a couple more ticks of damage on Raikou, and it's over. He's holding on by a thread. Barrier comes through as he's gripped off to the side. Swapsy out of nowhere might regret making the push. He's critically low. He pops the Astral Shift. Oh, they're gonna trade. He gets chipped off his trinket. There's no way they're actually turning this around. Swapsy at 10%. Dakar is getting crowd control. He gets the Void Shift, and now Raikou in trouble.
Nice.
And they pull it off, but Echo made them sweat.
Oh, this is like a David versus Goliath matchup. We've seen so much Frost Mage. I can't help but cheer for the underdog here. Swapsy on the Elemental Shaman. They get the win. I can't believe it. I counted it out, but if there's any Shaman that's going to be able to do it, it is going to be Swapsy. I mean, I feel like we've seen this matchup play out before, and it did not go in favor of the Elemental Shaman. This is great to see.
Okay. Swapsy's just sitting on the bench like, all right, you bullied P-Make a little bit too much. I picked him up. He's a new kid on the block, Raikou. And Swapsy's playing Big Brother for P-Make. Just comes in on the Elemental Shaman. I'm going to smack him around a bit for bullying you, P-Make. And takes a game against Echo with tremendous amounts of pressure. We don't normally see Echo pressured as heavily as they were in this game, and they're starting to make a statement for a possible mix-up in the compositions, a mix-up in the meta with that Elemental Shaman for sure, and certainly, but it was so close here at the end. I thought he was going to die when Waz got a cheap shot on the trinket here. He cheap shots the trinket. I'm like, oh god, he's actually going to die. There's no way Waz wins the game because he cheap shots the trinket in this like final second of the game that's going on, and he tries to squeak a healing surge. He gets counterspelled. Like, it was so close in that moment. Like, they could have just been out of the tournament right there and then with that play from Waz. But they hold on. They survive for another round and still have a chance. They still have a chance. Although it might be slim, they have a chance.
I like it. To put a point on the board for all the Elemental Shamans out there. Oh, man. You really love to see it. And, I mean, Acro in this matchup was a lot more enabled. We talked about the last game where Acro was kind of getting controlled a lot. Maybe he wasn't getting dispelled as much. His damage was a little bit limited, but he popped off in this game. I mean, look at the damage differential for this one. Acro was able to sit on Raikou, put out a lot of pressure, but look at Swapsy. I mean, Swapsy is putting in some serious work on that Shaman.
You know, like, how many seasons are left? Is it only... how many patches are left in this expansion? Do you think we're going to get to the point where we see a B instead of an M? It's going to be billion? Because Corruption's coming back, I think, in the next patch.
I don't think any of that is I guess Corruption is coming back.
You
I don't
think
know if
Corruption could push us into the billions? Have we ever been in the billion territory?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Legion was probably the highest I think it ever was, but I don't think it was billions. Billions of damage.
Billions and billions.
You know, the Dr. Evil, like, pinky to the lip hold for when we read Swapsy's damage in the game. So this
do you think that Echo's going to make any changes here?
I mean, they could, but what would it be? A Shadow Priest, maybe?
Shadow Priest.
Yeah, I know that sounds weird, but like...
Maybe Mercy? Warlock? Rogue?
Who do you think?
I swear, I'm
in
telling you,
this
I don't
matchup,
think
the
Warlock's did
Warlock
that. We
or
saw
the
Whiskey on the Warlock yesterday. I don't think it's that bad.
He lost, okay. When I asked Waz in his stream, I asked him, because I was like, does Warlock not feel that good in the meta? He's like, yeah, it's not that good. Mercy's probably not going to play a game. That's so... I don't know.
Actually, they're high on the ladder, like...
He's in there, but he's not on a Warlock. Okay,
Whoa.
what? Is it?
Wait, what?
He's in there, but he's not on a Warlock. Waz is going to the bench. Mercy is coming in on a Fury Warrior.
You also, like... I'm going to be honest. I did not expect Mercy to be playing melee on this roster, unless it was a double melee. Like, Mercy is a very good warrior, but I'm still surprised that they sat Waz for him, because I feel like Waz plays a lot of those melee as well. So that's kind of a statement to me. Like, that's surprising.
All right. Fury Warrior. Maybe they saw Clapper, dude. They're like, you know what? Clapper looked kind of good there in NA. So maybe Clapper has inspired the European region to bring a Fury Warrior out onto the scene. The thing is I wouldn't think this is a situation where Fury is even that good. Like, Ellie Shaman is not a great target for Fury Warrior, and you have a rogue peeling you the whole game. So I don't even know if I necessarily agree, but maybe he's just going to prove me completely wrong. I've been proven wrong a lot today, so I'm already used to it, but I don't know if Echo will actually win this. I think that Swapsy's team still has like a good shot. Ellie is typically a hard spec to connect to as a warrior.
And they have high armor as well. Like, you have mail armor, you have a shield. A lot of Fury Warrior's damage is going to be physical, right? So hitting into really high armor is actually a significant damage reduction. So I am curious about this one as well. Outlaw Rogues, like you mentioned, they have so many different ways to peel you. They can come back and throw a stun on you. They can throw a dismantle on you. Like, if they really want to slow the game down, they can blind the warrior also. So this is an interesting choice coming in from Echo, and I'm honestly surprised to see them get off the RMP. Like, we're actually seeing a mix-up. Like, today, I fully expected Europe to just be...
I thought it was only
Rogue Mage
RMP.
Priest.
There's a warrior.
Yeah, RMP and Feral Mage Priest. That's it.
No RMP in this series, and they're both, like, main RMPs. RMP's literally in their team name, and there's no RMP in this round for this game. Mercy getting cheap shot, blasted in initial stages of this match on that Fury Warrior. Is he's going to be met? Is he warmed up? Is he ready to go? He dismantles the Adrenaline Rush here. Nice. Disarm, I should say. But now he's dismantled on his cooldowns towards Swapsy, and is Swapsy playing the knock bill is what I'm wondering, because you can run a lot of knockbacks against a warrior. He manages to escape with a blind on the warrior, doing exactly like you're saying, just putting all the crowd control on the warrior. Now a cheap shot, just not letting the warrior connect. And Raikou is getting smoked.
Oh my goodness!
That is disgusting, disgusting damage coming out from Swapsy, and he's just avoiding Mercy. Mercy can't connect. He's just making him look like an NPC right now. Mercy cannot touch Swapsy.
Raikou finally blinking in. He's had enough. And
that
in
knock,
this matchup,
so he can charge. That was insane. Oh, but he got gripped.
Yeah. I was going to say, in this matchup, it is a responsibility of the Frost Mage to help your warrior connect. Like, when you're playing warrior mage like this, the mage has to be in your face and be on top of the enemy wizard. It is the most important thing that your warrior just has uptime. So that's what we need to see in this matchup. It's going to be a lot more difficult for Mercy in this one, but he is snared up. Swapsy's doing a great job cutting him so far. But that Ascendance for Swapsy does insane amounts of damage. Every time they can stall to that point, there's just a chance they one-shot Raikou.
Stormkeeper, loaded up. Bloodlust popped. Primordial Wave available. Raikou, are you ready? He greater invises it. Really well-timed greater invis here by Raikou during that pinnacle of damage from the Elemental Shaman, but he's still sitting on the Primordial Wave. So, and they're swapping Mercy. A lot of damage from Swapsy towards him. Met into a cheap shot. Swapsy's baiting Mercy behind the pillar. Maybe they're going to mind control him. He goes for a Blade Storm. He's going quite deep here into the corner of Tolvaron, and it looks like they're not going to go for any crowd control just yet. Big Meteor, he's running out of that with Ghost Wolf, just immediately getting around the corner here. Mercy's just tunneling him down. Acro's caught in Polymorphs. They can't dispel him. He's too far away. Lasso around the corner. Fear onto the Priest as well. Nice cover there between them, but he does ultimately get counterspelled, and Raikou is there. They're connecting. This could be dangerous for Swapsy. Triple Fear comes through. No Tremor Totem available. He's got wall up. They dismantle the warrior, though. It's a good control, but Takara gets polymorphed by Raikou. He's forced to burrow. This is a great push from Echo. They just got so many cooldowns from Swapsy.
Yeah, all of a sudden, things can snowball really fast in a matchup like this as well, as long as Mercy has uptime. Raikou is just looking a little bit more unafraid, and he is pushing forward, so Echo playing with more confidence here in the mid game than they were in the late game. Swapsy going for some Lava Burst, though, getting some pressure out onto Mercy. Raikou getting hexed up, and seems like they're not able to put out quite as much damage. I almost wonder if we're seeing Forge RMP playing a little bit too defensive here in this matchup. Maybe Swapsy's running too much, and they just need to actually play on top of Raikou as that Elemental Shaman with the Outlaw Rogue to really put out some pressure. But good solo pressure here from Acro. Is getting stuns out onto Mag. Great damage. I mean, right now, Swapsy and Acro are way ahead in terms of damage. So if they can keep this up, they could definitely win this.
I like the swaps on the Holy Priest when there's just no other target nearby there. Gets the Ray from Meg, makes him panic a little bit. But Acro's just being left behind. Like, Swapsy's kiting, but Acro gets sheep and left in a corner. He's getting cheap shots now, setting up the team, but he's chastised. Swapsy is getting low here. Dakara's in a Psychic Scream. Tremor Totem comes through. He's refreshing Earth Shield. Magma Totem to get the Flame Shocks back up. Lava Burst procs, getting ready. No big Earth Shock crits just yet. Keeping up Frost Shock. Trying to get some procs from Audio Wave. He's got NS Lava Burst coming through here as well, but not really forcing anything from Raikou, unfortunately. He's going to Gust of Wind around the corner again, but both the Warrior and the Rogue are disarmed. Another Fear comes through, but it looks like Dakara was able to break that preemptively. He does get caught in a poly, and Swapsy gets feared into the middle of the map, which could be dangerous. He gets a root on the Warrior. He gets out of the Comet Storm. He's got great positioning right now and avoiding a lot of damage, but Raikou is chasing Dakara. He knocks him around the corner. Swapsy gets back to his line of sight. Cheap shots onto the damage dealers, slowing it down. And I think that's the name of the game for Forged RMP. They're just trying to slow the game down. Just keep the damage under control and try and win in the late game.
Yeah, Swapsy leaps away from the Blade Storm, avoiding a lot of that incoming damage. He's also going to pop this Astral Shift, so Raikou taking the brunt of the damage. He pops the Overpowered Barrier to reduce some of that incoming damage, as well as that greater invisibility. But still, the damage is consistent here from Acro and Swapsy. They're putting out a lot of pressure. Mercy leaps behind the pillar. That's going to be a Lightning Lasso. A good little swap here from the side of Forge RMP. It looks like Raikou will just blink in and back him up a little bit with that interrupt. But now Stormkeeper is loaded up here for Swaps. He's got a lot of damage available. Who's he going to go after? Mercy's down to 50% health. Raikou's down to 50% health. Matt has a lot of work to catch up here.
Let's see if he can handle it. Any big procs here? A blind on the Warrior. He's going to trinket it. He's got Blade Storm for any stuns. And it looks like he's getting a good connection, but Raikou is still so low on health. Ray of Hope is pausing it, and he gets a big recovery. Shockwave on the Rogue. Nice. Swapsy jumping out of the Meteor again. Good peels from Acro, keeping the Warrior contained, but Raikou's wrapping around the opposite side to chase off Dakara. Swapsy takes a huge hit. Mercy's getting uptime. When he does get uptime, he absolutely demolishes Swapsy. He gets a double fear. Sheep on the Rogue. Excellent crowd control. Mercy charges in. Swapsy's just going to burrow. Respect the crowd control. I think that's more than fair for the Avatar here. But Dragon Roar's coming off cooldown soon. Recklessness will be available, and he's just dying anyways. It's match point. He void shifts over at the last possible second, and Acro is desperate, cheap shotting everyone to peel, but I think they're starting to flounder, and Echo are building momentum.
Yeah, a really good push there by Echo. They cause a major overlap in defenses, but here comes the Ascendance. Swapsy doing some serious damage there. Raikou gets gripped back to safety. Mercy might not want to overstay his welcome here behind the pillar, but he has that Frenzy Regeneration. If he needs it, it's going to be some damage reduction as well as some self-healing. I believe he has to make the trade. Swapsy's in a stun. A double Shockwave comes in. Meteor as well, but Swapsy just kites out of it. Smoke Bomb's going to drop. Nice Smoke Bomb there by Acro, not allowing Mercy to get off the charge to reconnect, and as long as that Mortal Strike effect falls, Dakara should be able to top off Swapsy. That's the one thing is, Fury Warrior has a very powerful Mortal Strike healing reduction, but if they don't have uptime, it does fall, and that's for your moment to actually come back in the game.
Big swap on Mercy here. Raikou's assisting with polymorphs on Acro, but he does get dispelled, dismantling Mercy's recklessness, but they're getting low even despite that. He's going to trade Astral Shift. Triple Ring of Frost by Raikou. Really nicely placed there. He's got Icy Veins. He's scaling his damage, possibly out of control here at the 6.5 minute mark in just a moment. Swapsy's going to trade Stone Bulwark, try and get some procs here with the Bloodlust. He's got Magma Totem down on the Dispel and the Flame Shock. Big procs coming through, but it looks like Raikou is just walking it off. He's looking totally stable, and Swapsy's in trouble. It's match point, and the Mercy sub-in for Waz is looking like it could be good. He gets a double fear, it gets Tremor, but he's getting absolutely slapped around by Mercy. It's so much damage. Echo close it 3-1.
The game was not looking bad, but yeah, the Fury Warrior Frost Mage, if you can stay on a target, it is just such unrelenting pressure. Mercy doing a great job on that Warrior there, but the Elemental Shaman, it looks promising. It did not look bad. Swapsy was able to put out a ton of pressure, and like we kind of mentioned, there are balance changes incoming. Frost Mages are going to lose a little bit of strength, and maybe Swapsy on the Elemental Shaman is going to be what they need to actually start beating a lot of these teams. I think that was a really impressive performance, but for this week, Forge RMP will be eliminated.
This was, they tried to play a game of defense. It was not enough. And I almost wonder if maybe that was a mistake. Maybe offense would have been better. Maybe they should go Warrior and Hex Mage, or just mix something up. in that regard, because they just played a really passive game, and then Echo just started walking all over. They just realized, okay, you're not going to really try and fight back. We're just going to walk over you, and we're just going to push in on top of you, force crowd control, and just close the game out fast. I say fast when it's like almost 7 minutes long, but just keeping the pace, picking their moments when they have the veins, and they've got the avatar, so just perfectly lined up. Meh is adding damage as well, so it's just totally unhealable. Even though Dakar is in angel form right now, immune to crowd controls, they just cannot heal 3 players maxing out their damage at that point with dampening as high as it is. So well executed by Echo, and I think it's great that they are able to incorporate Mercy, because I was worried that they wouldn't be able to incorporate him with what the comments was giving me on his stream. But if he can come in on a warrior, a clutch counter pick on a warrior in certain situations, it's looking like he is going to be a vital role on the roster as the main substitute for Chanimal, right? Like, he's been the main rival for Chanimal, but now he's got his spot, so he's got to justify that position on the team, and I think he's doing a great job here in this game.
Yeah, could not agree more. So that's going to be a finish for them. Forge RMP definitely putting up a tremendous fight. They are going to be, unfortunately, knocked out of the tournament, though, but this is a team that I would love to see come back for the next cup here in the European region next weekend. You can see, take a look at the bracket or the damage breakdown for this series, but definitely showing signs of life there, Ven, on the side of Forge RMP towards the end.
Yeah, like I said, I thought today was only going to be RMP and Feral Mage Priest, but the Elemental Shaman actually picking up a win, it looking not too bad, actually forcing Waz off of the Rogue and Mercy in on the Warrior. I think that was very interesting to me. Like, if you had asked me that at the beginning of the day, I would have never predicted that, but the matchup looked close. Ultimately, it is going to be Echo that pulls out ahead for that one, and now they're in for a rematch. They're going up against DOBOB once again. This is a very close match we saw play out on Friday. DOBOB actually came out ahead with their Feral Mage Priest. Let's see. Echo, they just witnessed Overload just completely destroy them 3-0. So are they going to learn those lessons, or is DOBOB going to come out ahead once again?
That is definitely a good question. That is the series that we are heading to next. Down in the lower bracket, Echo continuing to try and claw their way back up, but we have got the force that DOBOB has been so far this weekend going to be trying to gatekeep them from doing that. Overload, of course, they are up there in that grand final spot waiting for a competitor from this next up series. So we're going to head to a break. Before we do that, though, we've got another game that production has been chefing up for us, for you guys watching from home, as well as us here on the desk, and it's called Sound Off. Listen closely and try to figure out the origin of the sound. You guys ready?
The origin of the sound. Wait, we didn't get
Origin
prepped
of
for
the
this.
sound.
We didn't get prepped for this.
Nope. You guys are. This is a pop
This is
quiz.
off script. What? We're going off
I'm
script.
so sorry. Yes. Well, it was on my script, just not on yours. Ha ha ha. All right, play the sound.
I think they did, but we were talking.
I heard it.
It was Bloodlust, I think.
Bloodlust, 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
Bloodlust.
And Rookie knows that
production.
sound personally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wolves.
true. That's a button you press often.
I love that sound effect
Nice.
hasn't changed. I feel like it'll be a bad
Me
day
too.
if they change like iconic
Classic.
sounds like that.
I think that's a
Right.
sound effect from like Warcraft 3. Still.
It is actually. That sound effect's like 30 years old, I think.
Okay, Ice Block.
Well, I didn't get to
Like,
hear
it's
it.
too easy. Play it again.
Okay,
Easy. Play it again.
okay, Ice Block. I only heard the end of it, which kind of sounded like Entangling Root a little bit.
A little bit.
I like it.
Well, I like the
Yeah.
visuals too with it. This is nice.
Yeah.
Nice little
It is.
educational
Okay,
segment
okay.
too.
Action.
That sounds
that
like
been
me
Rookie
screaming when
screaming?
someone gets
What?
low on health. What the heck is that?
That was you yesterday. I remember that noise. It's funny because I feel like Super
don't even
Tease
get
makes
to
the
survival
weirdest
instinct. I make the
noises.
weirdest
Here it
ones.
is. Here it is. Wait.
Oh my god!
Rookie wanted to one up my weird noises, I guess.
Dude, it's a bit of a crit. Like, you're the one that makes the weirdest noises, Super Tease. But the first time we do anything that's like a soundboard type of segment, it's Ven that gets put on blast. What's that about?
I think it's because I was hogging all the games yesterday. They put me in the anagram game, and they had to give Ven Rookie a little bit of
True.
space in the game too. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
they
needed
did
to give somebody
Bloodlust,
else a
Ice
chance.
Block. The
then you
theme, what was the theme of this one? Like,
That's the theme of this one. Down goes Ven Rookie.
I
Oh
guess,
no,
yeah.
they should honestly. That would have been really funny if they had put that one in. I got the archives. All right, well, we're gonna head to a break, and when we come back, it is the lower finals. Which team is going to end the day with third? Which team is going to meet Overload in the grand finals? Find out next. It's DOBOB versus Echo coming up next after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the first lower finals of Season 2 of The War Within. It is DOBOB versus Echo. This is a series that we saw already on Friday. But, Zico, who do we think is going to win the rematch based on what we saw on Friday?
I don't know, man. DOBOB didn't look that good earlier today. And, Overload looked really good as well. So it could be a combination of those two things. But I feel like with that 3-0 happening and with Echo kind of looking as good as they did in that previous series, I am going to be going with Echo. But DOBOB, they had a phenomenal showing on Friday when these two teams met. They were the reason Echo is in the lower bracket. We had a series that went all the way to game number 5 between these two teams. And we saw the Age of Carnage actually close out that series. So Echo looking for a little bit of revenge maybe. DOBOB could definitely do it again. So you can't really count these guys out. But yeah, I feel like Echo today are looking a little bit more locked in than they did on Friday. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But that was that last game there on the cage.
Okay, and here they meet again in the lower finals. Kind of hope we see that map again at the very least, but kind of a lot against the line for both of these teams. You know, DOBOB, they're kind of a newly formed roster with some, some players that have been long-standing in the AWC, trying to prove that this is a roster that's going to work. And then Echo trying to kind of defend their title of, we belonged in the upper bracket. This was just maybe a bit of a flub. So I'm excited to get this matchup started. Let's talk about these predictions first. Ven, what is your prediction for this series?
I'm going in favor of Echo 3-1. It's a lot of the reasons why Zico said. Echo looks like they're on fire, and unfortunately for DOBOB, they haven't started with the best start today, and I think Echo just saw that last matchup and will improve.
Okay, we've got Super Tees and myself left. I think we might be almost.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's but hey, we have been wrong before. And that it could potentially happen. Looking at chat, I think it was about reflecting us as well. So we're going to get this series started and find out soon enough who is correct, who was knocked out of the tournament, who is ending their day at 3rd, and who will be meeting Overload in the grand finals. It's game number 1, DOBOB versus Echo.
I feel like the series could tell a lot. Like, if DOBOB wins again, it actually just kind of speaks volumes to how good the Overload RMP is as well. So
where's the Feral?
Yeah, that's actually true. We're seeing Trimaz tagged in here. And let's see if they can do it. RMP mirror against Echo is definitely a bold statement. We're going to see a Sheep connect onto Matt. He's already forced to trade out his trinket here in the opening stages of the match. Tessia is taking a decent amount of beating here from Waz. And we can see Raikou actually getting polymorphed up. They're doing a little bit of a swap onto Waz. Ice Wall comes out as they look to try to isolate Waz, but he is not taking any damage whatsoever in that position. Instead, they're going to just polymorph him and go after Raikou once again.
Yeah, Raikou looking like he's not playing Blink, so he often plays Shimmer. I'm actually curious to see what Tessie is going to be playing in this matchup. But yeah, it's super interesting to see some of the differences here, especially because on Friday we saw Ferals do so well into the RMPs, but it seems like all the teams have kind of abandoned the Feral Druid in Europe in favor of the Rogue. Raikou right now taking a bunch of damage here in the midfield. It's very back and forth between these two teams. Both priests right now susceptible to crowd control. Full stun goes out on a Mad. Do they have any follow-up? Raikou gets caught into the stun lock. This could easily be the first ice block. Mad doing what he can to keep him alive. Trades out the Guardian Spirit, empowering his heals. And it looks like that might be enough for him to survive. A big setup here on Tessia, too. He needs to be very careful. He's into his first ice block. A great counter push there, and a great sap by Waz.
Uh-oh, they might just be able to take him down here. They force out the Ice Block and the Trinket Void Shift there from Relza. A huge push from Echo, but Kidney Shot connects onto Matt. They get the Ring of Frost as well. Here comes the second Ice Block of the match. Raikou is forced into his first Ice Block right there. They get the Master Spell as well. And they get anything more here. Both teams completely tied up here, but Trimas has his blind, so they have a little bit of a cooldown edge there. Can they stop this polymorph onto Relza? It doesn't look like it. Relza is going to be caught up in that full sheep. Matt is in position as well to potentially fear. They don't have any Will of the Forsaken, so Trimas needs to be the one who pulls the trigger here, I think, with the blind, but they're swapping to Trimas. Huge damage coming in from Echo, and that is going to be it. What a beautiful situation there that they created, forcing the Mage of Tessia and Relza to kind of stack up there behind the pillar. Then they land that Fear with no Will of the Forsaken available, and they get that big swap to the Rogue. A very quick game number 1.
really beautifully done there. I mean, Echo, they're one of those teams, especially them, that is willing to just switch targets mid-match. We talked about this. The thing that makes a team really exceptional is even if they go into a game with like a strategy of training down the mage as that main target, if Trimaz is going to be trading out his trinket, his cloak, his vanish aggressively, then I think it's really intelligent to make those swaps. And a team like Echo, they're going to be tracking things like that. They change the strategy on a dime. Man moves in, gets such beautiful crowd control there with that fear, and they're able to take him down. So really mixing it up there in game number 1. And Echo's going to pull ahead. They look like they're on fire right now. Waz is playing with passion. Let's just say that.
Yeah, you can see they're hungry. And I think it was actually Waz in the information sheet that said, if you described your team in 3 words, what would they be? He said confident, deadly, and precise. I think that is a good way to kind of summarize how he was playing in that match. But I feel like Trimaz as well, first time we see him on broadcast getting locked in when you're in a top 3 position here. Like this is the lower bracket final. If you win here, your team is going to the final. You're coming in cold, and it's a lot of pressure on you to perform here. I feel like he did a decent job, but it's definitely a situation where his team wasn't actually in that bad of a spot. He didn't get swapped to right there. He had his blind. There was no trinket on Meh. Raikou was on hypothermia. There was an opening there where they potentially could have made something happen. But yeah, unfortunately for him, he went down. Did keep up with Waz on the damage though. So I'm not going to say it was like a bad showing here for Trimaz, but he's going to, if they continue to lock that in, he's going to, okay, nope, they're just going to take him out of there. And we're going to the cage, Venruki, with Flappers in the mix. I love this.
This is actually becoming one of my favorite maps, and I like it because
watch,
it is so... No, to play, too. At first, I was like, I would be really frustrated when you play on the Cage of Carnage, because there's a bunch of weird line-of-sight points, but I realized you can kind of use that to your advantage as well. So, like, blast-waving healers into awkward positions and melee DPS and dragging them down. Like, you can do some fun things on this map. So it could backfire really, really quickly, but also it can grant you some win conditions. So I like the fact that DOBOB, they're utilizing this map, trying to make things a little bit chaotic here for the second game and put a point on the board. So we'll see what they can do. They're also bringing in Flappers on the Feral Druid, and it seems like when they played the Feral Druid, it was a little bit better. So I think I like this swap for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that when you look at DOBOB, they haven't been a team for as long as Echo. When it comes to that RMP synergy, it's gonna be really hard to beat Echo in a straight up RMP mirror. Raikou and Waz, they basically grew up playing in the sandbox together, so they've been playing together for a long time. And Tessia and Trimaz didn't look bad in that last game, but definitely are lacking a little bit in terms of maybe synergy compared to the RMP of Echo. Even with Relza as well, I don't think they've been playing RMP for very long together. So this FMP with Flappers looked very solid. They beat them already with this. It's a winning formula. Stick to it. I like it. And we'll see if the Cage can deliver yet another win in DOBOB's favor. But we're already in the game here. Here we go. Let's see. There's a lot of weird line of sight spots. You can see it there on the sides where Raikou just got knocked down. There is a couple of walls there that you can hug, and the ice wall as well basically covers half the map here, as we see a swap go out there potentially over onto Waz, but no, they're just going to crowd control him instead, continue to pummel Raikou. Tessia is looking for the crowd control onto Matt. He manages to land the polymorph. Matt, though, with the quick Shadow Word Death, is able to avoid it. Nice blast wave there onto Matt as well. Tessia looking for the ice wall, isolating Matt completely out of the line of sight from Raikou there, but Waz is shutting down the pressure with a kidney shot. Smoke bomb coming out as well. Tessia, what are you going to do here? Chastise to keep him in the smoke bomb for a little bit longer. Really nicely done there by Matt, just adding in a little bit of extra offense for his team. But Dragon's Breath Sheep comes in, and here comes DOBOB. They want to push for the ice block, but they're going to get Mess Trinket instead.
Oh, look at that blast wave. Nicely done there by Tessie. He's consistently blast waving Matt away and out of line of sight. So that little bit of a dip there. It does make it so you can't heal. Tessia, though, going to be trading out the overpowered barrier, using a lot of his defense there. That absorption at the same time. Raikou is getting low. Full polymorph's going to be landing once again. That's going to be an ice block. Relza goes for a master spell. Raikou just cancels the ice block and counterspells him. A great heads up play. That could be risky to make a play like that, but Unfortunately, it doesn't really net any cooldowns for Raikou, but I like the fact that he was willing to risk it with that move.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get out of that ice block anyway, so you may as well lock the Priest on Holy, but Tessia is caught up in a stun there as well. Gets good back, though. Shifting power is going to come out here for Tessia, which is going to reset that Blast Wave. Waz caught up in a fear, and look at Tessia. He's ready to polymorph the Dispel immediately, but it looks like he got Dispel there once again. Waz getting slowed down once again. The half sheep. Flappers trying to build up the pressure onto Raikou. Blast Wave is ready. You can tell Tessia is moving towards Meh here. He wants to connect with the Blast Wave. He wants to connect with CCs. But instead, he's going to be clotheslined there with a kidney shot. Relza is out of crowd control, though. So he is going to be able to heal through that. Here comes Flappers. Big bash into Cyclone. He's got the power infusion. Can they take Raikou down is the question. Finally coming out of that, Cyclone goes into Angel form. But here comes the Ice Wall from Raikou. Look at that Ice Wall. They're building a labyrinth here. But it's going to be Raikou, actually, who's isolated from his healer. They're swapping to Flappers. Relza in a polymorph. Flappers, though, with the Bark Skin, should be able to stay alive. He's got Survival Instinct. He's got Renewal. And I like that swap, not keeping him safe. But look at Tessia getting swapped to as well. Just so much pressure coming out from Echo back and forth, forcing out the first ice block there on the side of DOBOB.
Yeah, nicely done. Tessia moving forward, looking for crowd control here. Unable to find it in that moment, but big burst coming in. Both these teams just so back and forth at this point in the game. Stunned into Dragon's Breath. Tessia doing a really good job. Meh is able to duck around the corner. Doesn't have enough time to actually land that polymorph. Snowdrift now out onto Waz, just getting crowd control out. The Cyclone comes in. That will immune the Snowdrift, unfortunately. Tessia gets gripped across the map. Great positioning there by Relza, freeing Tessia from the fight and allowing him to cross. Raikou's going to reposition as well. Just pull away, get off the shifting power, try to reset that Icy Veins. And if you're a mage and you're able to get off a full shifting power, it just puts you so far ahead in terms of defense and offense. Really important.
Yeah, it also resets that counterspell, so having basically two ways to shut down and go back-to-back is super nice as well. You get the Ring of Frost here actually onto Raikou. Probably not the target that you wanted. He gets counterspell there on the shifting power, so not going to be able to reset that Ring of Frost, but here comes the Snowdrift for Tessia. They get the stun onto Waz, they get the stun onto Raikou. They have no CC onto Matt, though. Matt trinketed out of a Dragon's Breath earlier.
Oh,
Look at
nice!
that Blast Wave into Smoke Bomb, immediately forcing another Ice Block. Waz even looking for a sap there onto Relza, it looked like, but not going to be able to find it. Chastise coming out onto Tessia, and DOBOB is really struggling to get on top of Meh here. Meh is playing such an excellent game of defense, just avoiding these setups with position, but that Maim stun is doing a lot of work there. Raikou almost going down. The Guardian Angel does save him for now, though, but good pressure coming out. Tessia looking for the Mass Polymorph, finds it there onto Meh, actually on max range, but Raikou is in an a Cyclone there, so a little bit of miscommunication. Tessia not able to follow up on the crowd control there either. Ice Wall is going to come out here. Raikou blinking to the right side of the wall and manages to avoid that dangerous situation. Again, they're going to swap over to Waz on the side of DOBOB, but Waz is also not taking the most amount of damage, was ready for that one. He's got no Cloak of Shadows though, so maybe they can swap to him in the future, but for now, I am very worried about Tessia. He's got no ice blocks. Relza's got his trinket, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's not looking too good here for DOBOB at this point in the game. Now getting swapped here, but Raikou could go down. A big, chunky, bursty meteor coming down there from Tessia, almost dropping Raikou, forcing him into that forced ice block, second ice block, and putting them back in the game.
Yeah, beautifully done right there. And you can see Raikou now with basically nothing. It's okay. You get some water. Actually getting his trinket back. But he had to use his Void Shifts right there. So Echo is bleeding a little bit of defense too.
Yeah, definitely. Both mages running on fumes in terms of defensive cooldowns. Meh has his trinket. He's got the Guardian Spirit if he needs it. Relza as well has that Void Shift. So it's going to be do or die. They might make a swap here on to Flappers at this point in the game. He's looking for a Cyclone. Can he find it here on a Meh? It's on diminishing return. It's not going to be the biggest deal, but setting up a little crowd control here for his team. Waz rolls over, cheap shotting Tessia, not allowing him to extend the chain with a polymorph. Raikou's going to reposition here with Meh. So they're playing on the bottom side of the map, and it's not a bad position to be in, but just so defensively forced. Nice ice wall coming down. Are they going to be able to drop Flappers? He's out of line of sight. Beautiful ice wall play there by Raikou. Relza finally gets in line of sight. He gets cheap shot immediately there by Waz. This is a great attempt by Echo.
Yeah, Echo is kind of in the corner of the cage right now. They want to probably move back into the center field here so they can use those blast waves, but Raikou is going to be able to get out of that stun right there, and it looks like he wants to recover for a second. DR Fear coming out though onto Matt. Can they find anything? Ice Wall coming out from Tessia, but Matt preemptively moving away, but there's the stun. Raikou is gonna go down. Beautiful push there coming out from DOBOB. 100% win rate on the cage of Carnage. Flappers making it look easy here, doing tons of damage on that Feral Druid. And DOBOB, this is their map. I mean, just bring in Flappers, bring in the cage, and yeah, just unleash Flappers in the cage.
Well, unfortunately, it's not a repeatable strategy in AWC series, but yeah, in the future, this seems like a winning formula here for their team. We need more chaotic maps. Like, where else can they go after this? Because I like this. But honestly, there was moments in the game where it looked like it backfired. Like, Tessia got knocked into one of those little corners. The smoke bomb came down. They managed to get an ice block out of the way. But at this point, it's just an all-out race. Both mages have nothing. Both priests have nothing. And they were just really just pushing, swinging for the fences. And ultimately, it's going to be DOBOB that comes out ahead here with overwhelming pressure here onto Raikou. He gets Chastise done. Blinks out of it, trying to get away, but unfortunately there's just nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They even throw out a defensive blind there onto Tessia. They realize how much trouble they're in. The ice wall comes down. Met is in position to heal, but this little maim stun coming in from Flappers is enough crowd control, and Flappers has been doing a great job on that Feral, landing kind of the off maims as well as the rake stuns to set up his team for crowd control.
Yeah, Flappers definitely big in this series, and he was a little bit frustrated actually after that loss that they had in the upper bracket, and he wrote something on BTAG, something along the lines of RMP, we can't really win, but you know, GG, well played, or something like that. Seemed a little bit frustrated with the RMP matchup. So it is interesting because I talked to Waz on Friday. Or actually, I was on, I think, Thursday, before they played their games on Friday. And he was like, oh, yeah, Feral can win. Feral is pretty good. FMP can definitely win against RMP. But then when you see Flappers, you know, he's saying, it's RMP. We can't beat that. So it is, you know, who should we believe? We're just going to have to go with the data. And right now, the data is saying 1-1 apiece for this specific matchup here in the lower bracket. What were you going to say?
I have a question. How many teams that play with a Feral say that Rogue should always win? And then also, how many teams that play with a Rogue think the Feral should always win? You know, like, I feel like good and evil is just a matter of perspective in this one. And both teams probably feel like the other one has an edge, just depending on who's having a better series. Based off the data so far, it does feel like either side can win.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because you have that you have so many different factors, right? Like the Rogue is always going to be able to enable his mage a little bit more, so you're going to have a little bit more kind of crowd control to work with as the mage. But there's so many ways you could play it as well. The Feral Druid is going to add more damage, plus you know, Cyclone soaking up interrupts as well for his mage, which is nice, and for his priest. Just overall, way more damage than the Rogue is going to be able to put out. So. There's a lot of things like that you can look at, but ultimately, if I had to make my own guess, I would say it's not by much, but I think it's slightly RMP favored. I feel like Smoke Bomb is such a good tool, you know, being able to gouge, to set up kills, and just having more access to stuns to set that up is, I would say, in the hands of players like Waz and Acro, and you know, like these top dog rogues, Brunhilde, yeah. I feel like they make it look really good, but at the same time, you blink for 1 second and you see the damage that somebody like Flappers can do, and then you're like, I don't know. It is hard to call, but I would give a slight little edge to RMP probably.
Brunhilde, I don't know what's going on with Brunhilde. He looked like he was just completely insane. I don't know if he was just rolling like 5 buffs over and over and over or what, but it was really nuts. Well, it's going to be opening up onto Tessia. Oh, can they take him down and get an ice block immediately? Tessia will trade out the trinket and the greater invisibility. That's enough damage reduction. Ice wall drops down, but not really going to be accomplishing too much. Met wasn't even there, so I think that was more defensive potentially to just not allow Waz to reconnect, but ultimately that ice wall is going to be pretty ineffective. Chastise now onto Flappers to slow him down. Gets the stun now onto Raikou, but with no crowd control on Matt, I think he should be able to easily heal this. You can see his positioning on the right-hand side. Just utilizing that pillar the best he can to just stay away from Tessia, stay away from Flappers, and avoid crowd control.
Yeah, and somebody who's not going to be able to avoid crowd control is Relza, as he got put into that blind, into a full Ring of Frost. Meh is there as well for a potential defensive fear. But look at that beautiful Dragon's Breath. They get a counter setup, Dragon's Breath onto Waz. They get a full Dragon's Breath Sheep there onto Meh as well, following it up with a half fear. Meh is not going to use his Will of Forsaken onto that one. There's no pressure, but here comes the swap onto Flappers. Flappers is ready, though. He's had the Heart of the Wild active there for just a split second. Should be able to recover with that. Maim stun coming out onto Meh, but he's completely DR'd there on those fears for, I think, for a second. Should be off DR now, and they're going to Cyclone Waz instead. So Meh is going to be unCCable here for a little bit, and so is Waz, which means that Echo right now has a chance to make a push. Can they get any crowd control? Tessia actually pulling the trigger first. Look at that. Oh my god. You see what Waz did there? He's looking like Spider-Man. Goes over, interrupts the DB sheep from Tessia. Then he sets up a cheap shot onto Flappers and Relza so Raikou can get the sheep. And they force out Relza's trinket. Waz is just all over the place here on that Outlaw Rogue.
Outlaw Rogue. I mean, if you're a good Outlaw Rogue, you can make that spec look insanely good, but it's not easy to pull off. Was very impressive. Interrupting now onto Tessia. It's still Raikou getting a lot of damage on him. It's going to be a full Maim stun. The Ice Wall comes down, but a grip there from Meh. Frees Meh from that. And it seems like all the healers are just getting so much better at dealing with these Ice Walls. It's like one of those talents where it caught people off guard, but now people are just immediately pre-MDing it, you know, using the Divine Hymn right away, using the Life Grip whenever they see it cast. And it's really cool to see these priests adapt to that talent and kind of outplay it so much in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I really love that setup that Flappers just did right there. He fake casts a counterspell, then he cyclones Raikou. They get, oh my god, Raikou dropped to like 10% HP just there for a second, but he manages to recover. But anyway, they were able to force Mess Trinket, but look at this. It's a 2v2 situation. They win the race, though, on the side of DOBOB, pushing out Raikou's Ice Block. Now they're pushing for Tessia's Ice Block. He's trying to greet it. Nice heal coming out there from that displacement when you blink and then teleport. Oh my god, he's on 1% HP. He has to use his Ice Block. So close there, and Tessia had to use his trinket in that exchange as well. So both teams dead even at this point. Raikou's going to have a trinket advantage, though, due to the fact that Tessia had to use his trinket like that. He's trying to polymorph Meh out of that Cyclone. Not able to find it, though. Ring of Frost coming out, but Waz gouging Tessia right there. You can see Tessia also spinning his camera to try to avoid that gouge to make sure that he's trying to land that, but Tessia may have overstepped now a little bit, did not land that CC there, which means that he's going to be a little bit of an exposed target, but they managed to get a CC onto Waz, but it's gonna get dispelled, and Meh is basically freeing himself out of crowd control there by dispelling Waz on that sheep before the Dragon's Breath connects, and then Waz can stop the polymorph there. So Waz playing a great game so far. Meh as well. There's the Ice Wall. They're isolating Waz potentially. No, it looks like they will cancel that and just go for CC instead. Waz sitting through another DR Cyclone, but now here comes Echo. Tessia, what are you going to do? There's the smoke bomb. They have a lot of damage here, potentially killing spree coming out as well, but looks like Tessia is going to be able to survive it there with the overpowered barrier, blinking back away to his healer. Deep shot coming out onto Relza. Raikou's not going to be able to find any crowd control. It's going to be Meh, actually, who finds himself in a polymorph, into a Dragon's Breath, into a double Ring of Frost. No, just a single Ring of Frost, but still, even with this CC chain, it's Tessia actually taking the brunt of that exchange. Beautiful Ice Wall connects, though. Raikou blinking in to line of sight of his healer there, and it looks like Raikou is going to be able to hold on to the Ice Block, but they force the Guardian Angel there. Nice counter push, though, from Tessia.
Yeah, really nicely done. Raikou gets caught into a Cyclone. Big setup here onto Waz. He's got no trinket. Can they take him down? Has to use the Cloak of Shadow, so Waz ultimately will survive, but slowly working through Waz's cooldowns. He's got no Vanish, no Evasion, no Cloak. Trinket's coming back up, but I like these consistent setups. Flapper's doing a great job getting in bear form there as he gets stunned. I mean, that's just going to reduce so much damage. Really good play there by Flappers. Heads up. Let's see what they can do now. Full Maim stun onto Mez. Are going to be any follow-up. Tessia immediately gets interrupted. I mean, I really think Waz is having a great day on Rogue. Like, he's just always where he needs to be, landing the clutch interrupts to keep his team in the fight and avoid crowd control, landing these key setups for his team. Echo is definitely on fire right now. DOBOB not doing too bad either, as they do have one ice block left for Raikou. Full stun on Tessia. He gets gripped back to the pillar. Relza doing what he can to keep him alive. Grips him again, but Matt is there for the double fear, and this is likely going to be the second ice block. Can they extend the chain? No. Unfortunately, they can't. Another cheap shot on Relza. Maybe. Do they have the setup? Can they get the ice block? He's so low on health. He will make the trade. A great extension there by Echo, and they might just win the game off the back of that.
Yeah, now they have no ice blocks left on Tessia. Shifty P is going to come out there for Tessia. He's got the ice wall. Where are the openings, though? Raikou still has another ice block left in his pocket. I don't think they can go after Waz. He's got every defensive cooldown available with that trinket, so he's going to be able to survive anything that they throw at him. But now here comes the killing spree. Counter pressure onto Raikou as well, though. Guardian Angel is going to block the attack there for a second. They need to find something onto Meh. He's got no trinket, as he had to trinket a Cyclone earlier, so that is the one opening here for Echo. They could get a CC onto Meh and then potentially snowball the game into a win, but Flappers could be in trouble. Ice wall coming out from Raikou, and it looks like Waz is going to go over there to Relza. He gets caught up in a fear into a stun as well. He trinkets out of the stun. There's the full cheap shot. Nice kick by Flappers, but the Ring of Frost could come out. Nice counter Dragon's Breath by Tessia. It looks like DOBOB is going to shut down that counter attack there that came in from Echo, but they are not landing any CC of their own, and Tessia is just dying to the raw damage here. Once again, the killing spree doing so much work. They get a stun onto Meh. They're trying to push for the ice block onto Raikou, but beautiful alter time coming out there from Raikou is going to be able to stabilize him, and now it's going to be Tessia back on the back foot. Relza has the swap in his back pocket, so he could always trade that out. So, but look at Raikou overextending here. Might just have to use his ice block, dropping to 10% HP. Very, very dangerous position to be in. Again to 5% HP right there, but still just holding on. He's finally going to push the trigger, and now DOBOB equalizes the game here, but Raikou is going to have another ice block here as they look to swap to Waz. Big damage with the ice wall. Can they take him down? No, he hooks back to Meh there. Such a close game right now. DOBOB is finally waking up.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of that pressure is off the back of a nice counterspell that Tessia landed. They managed to get the ice block. They made a swap on Waz. Waz actually cloaked aggressively, too. He cloaked a polymorph. They might be able to punish, but a big setup here on Flappers. Can they take him down? The smoke bomb drops. Chastise to follow it up, but it looks like Flappers will survive. And now it's going to be Waz on the back foot. Stun comes in. Flappers doing everything for his team, setting up for a potential W here. But it looks like Waz is going to be able to hold on. There's no follow-up on Meh. Tessia trying to get in a position to land a polymorph. Let's see if he can do it. Looking for a snowdrift. Does find it here onto Matt. Can he get the actual polymorph? He needs to find the polymorph. Unfortunately, he can't, but the pressure is overwhelming here on Waz. They force out the Guardian Spirit. Waz gets topped off, and now it's anyone's game.
Yeah, and now Flappers finds himself in another kidney shot, but Tessia getting controlled here by Raikou. Ice wall coming out there as well. They isolated Flappers. Where is Relza? He's on the other side of Narnia. Flappers making his way over there, though. Beautiful renewal coming out, and it's going to look like Raikou's going to be the target of choice. He's got another ice block in his back pocket. They're pushing for it. Can they find the crowd control? Meh is in a stun. Tessia, meanwhile, he gets forced into the ice block, and he unfortunately had to cold snap for that one, so he had like 30 seconds left before he would have 2 ice blocks, but he had to cold snap, and now he won't have a second one, but at the same time, they equalize the trade. Massive spell coming out. They get their full sheep on the Meh. He depths it, though, into a half sheep. Beautiful depth there by Meh. If he didn't do that, that might have just been the game here. It's anyone's game. The next push could potentially just seal the deal. Relza still has his trinket Void Shift. Meh has no trinket. Ducks into angel form, though, and that should extend the timer on his trinket cooldown to a point where he can maybe access it in time. There's a short 10-second window here where DOBOB could push for the win.
Oh, this could be it. No, it says he gets blinded. A beautiful defensive blind there by Waz, slowing down the chain into a polymorph, keeping them in the fight. That was such a good play there by Waz. One of the only reasons Raikou might still stay alive, but it is so back and forth. Tessia could fall. Raikou could fall. It's a race to the finish, just like the last game. Both mages just throwing in ice lances, doing what they can, but Raikou gets stunned up, and they might lose the race. Bash on Meh. He trinkets out. Guardian Spirit's up. Raikou gets caught into a stun. Tessia trying to close out the game. Big Meteor Comet Storm will be landing. Meh is completely tapped. He has no gas in the tank whatsoever, but at the same time, Tessia goes down. The cross kill comes in. Echo, they reach the final timer. I mean, that was the end of the game. There's no way. Flappers might be able to do it. It's very unlikely, but that's another one. It's just like the last game. No, like, these teams are battling it out in such a way where nobody has anything, and both mages are just on top of each other, throwing out as much damage as possible, and may the biggest crit win.
What an insane match there. They battled it back and forth both teams just making equal trades the entire time. When Raiko has to ice block, 2 seconds later, Tessie has to ice block. When Waz is getting swapped to, 1 second later, Flappers is getting swapped to. Just such an evenly matched two teams here. But I feel like Relza had a Void Shift. What happened to him? I think he had a Void Shift there in his back pocket. It was looking so good, actually, for DOBOB. They were ahead with that one major defensive cooldown, like here. They got the Guardian out of Meh, and then Tessia got swapped to. And let's see what happened to Relza here. Just, yeah, he could have just Void Shifted here. I feel like he don't have mana for it or something? Yeah, I don't know. I think he just spaced out a bit, maybe.
I don't know how much mana Void Shift costs, but if you're in that situation... Like, you're saving mana for Void Shift for sure. Like,
yeah,
that's like, you were deep in dampening. It's like basically a get out of jail free card here for their team. That's definitely a little bit of a blunder because they almost won this game. And it's like moments like this, like I said, it's like both teams are just throwing everything they can. Nobody really has anything left except Relza has that one answer. You know, he's got the only tool to win the game for his team, and unfortunately, they just weren't able to get it off.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but I think DOBOB played a really solid game. If they can keep this up, I feel like this match right here was actually their game to lose. So I think they did a really good job. You know, everybody can mess up a little bit on the finish line like that. Unfortunate when it happens, but I think if they keep playing like this, we might just see history repeat itself. We might see Echo get knocked out of the tournament. We might go to a game 5. Anything is possible. And that one defensive blind, though, from Waz was actually so good. It was like a 10-second period where Meh had no way to avoid CC, and he had no trinket, and he was off the R, and they were launching that attack. Raiko had nothing left. If they just connected with that one sheep, it was game over. But the defensive blind onto the mage extended the match to the point where Echo was actually able to grab the win there at the end. So really, really impressive stuff. I think Waz had a phenomenal game in that last one. And now we are going to Ruins of Lordaeron, which is a cemetery on match point. That's
true. But this is like the first time we set up the situation. So let's leave that for a little later, just in case, you know. You know, Sid isn't here, Subatiz isn't here, so yeah, this could be, you know, this could be a good destination for a final game, though. Echo trying to set it up here.
You're so lame.
What do you mean? I don't want to steal his line. I'm not stealing his line, you know. Can't do it.
Okay.
Do we think any compositional changes? I don't think so. I think we're seeing the same thing.
Nah. I think Echo is probably just talking strategy. They're like, wait, that game was way too close. If they did this, we could have still lost. We should have done that. They're probably just running the timer because this is a team that has beaten them, and this is, you know, a series that they could definitely still lose. So it makes sense, you know, Echo showing respect to their opponents and really running the full clock here to figure out what's going on. DOBOB. Also, this is a bit of a strategy as well, right? Like, after you beat the enemy team in a game that, in my opinion, DOBOB should have won, you let it marinate a little bit. You let them just let them steam a little bit on the loss. Because DOBOB probably just want to... Because, yeah, you can see it. DOBOB is insta-locking in their comp. They want to get back into the game as soon as possible. They're feeling hot. They're feeling, you know, okay, we had that game. We need to get back in. We're going to win. Da-da-da-da-da. But you just not, nah. Relax here for a second. You guys enjoy that loss for a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
It's a good strategy.
Yes. Mental warfare a little bit. But I do have a question. I don't know about you, and I don't know about all the folks watching right now, but I kind of am just thinking still about that first series of the day and how Overload just completely steamrolled DOBOB. Like, it didn't even look close. And now we're watching Echo play the same composition, and it's like, it's pretty even. Like, these games are really, really close. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, is Overload just, like, insane or what?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at as well. I'm like, Because after I saw the Overload series, I was like, Echo's waking up. I just saw their series as well. They're looking good. Echo's going to be the best RMP. This is going to be a 3-1. Like, I might even be generous with the 1. But then DOBOB are just looking insane. They're taking games. They're making it super close when they do lose. And it brings that same thought into my head. I'm like, how does this explain Overload? Like, are they just like the new kings of RMP? I don't know. Maybe that is a question that will be answered in the European final. Maybe
Coming
it
up
was just DOBOB.
right after
this. Maybe it was just DOBOB, you know, like they just had an off series. They were just, they weren't warmed up yet, and now they're warmed up. Or maybe Overload actually is just the best RMP right now, and they're about to full send the most insane RMP mirror. Maybe I might need to change my prediction, actually, because I predicted this series and the finals. I went for the double prediction.
That's bold.
Yeah,
The pre-predict? Wow.
Yeah, the pre-predict. Imagine if I get it right, though.
I mean, if you get it right, you don't get any bonus points. It seems like a waste. I mean, that's...
I feel like they should draw me like a little cake or something next to my name, at least.
Yeah, you'll have earned it, that's for sure. Can you spoil your prediction? Like, what did you predict?
I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I can't.
Yeah, but you're gonna be changing your homework. You're like,
okay, I predicted 3-1 here, and I predicted 4-2 for Echo against Overload.
Bold.
Yeah. Oh my God, what was that? I just saw that. Cakes.
Yeah, it's cakes.
In the production owes me, you know. New cakes for Zico. Yeah, production. I didn't forget about this. I didn't want to put them on blast, but last year it was my birthday on broadcast, and I think like a week before that it was MDI, and it was Nagura's birthday, and they gave Nagura, they like custom drew her a cake for her birthday, and they're like, "Oh, happy birthday, Nagura!" And then they recycled the same cake and used it for me, and I was like, "Wait a second." Like, I was super happy first, but then people in the chat were like, "Wait, isn't that Nagura's cake?" And I was like, "Wait, what? Did I get some moldy birthday cake? Like, what's going on here?" So
that's
Nagura,
brutal.
Recycle your cake. Yeah, guys, make sure you recycle your cake out there. Make sure you're staying environmentally friendly. Benrique, do you recycle your trash? Do you sort it out? Yeah. Do you put like your plastics in one bag and your burnables in like one bag and everything?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I think it's important, you know?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, actually. You definitely strike me as somebody who would do that.
Yeah. I think that's a good thing.
It's a great thing. We only have one planet. Let's take care of it. And,
all right.
Let's see if Echo can take care of business here in this game.
All right, here we go. Tessia getting sapped up right now, and this could potentially be the final game. This is an elimination series. Winner of this has a ticket to the finals. Well, if Echo wins this, they're going straight to the finals. DOBOB right now, they have a little bit of a road ahead of them. They need to win 2 in a row. They lose this, they will be eliminated. Not the position you want to be in here for cup number 1. There's only 3 cups, so all of these points, they just matter so much, but beginning of this game, it's just a flurry of damage on both of these mages.
Yeah, we're seeing kind of similar openers so far. Who is going to pull out ahead? Matt is caught up in a Cyclone. Relza caught up in a full polymorph. Tessia actually going to trinket out of that stun. Displays back for a second there, trying to keep himself alive. Oh my goodness, the damage. Oh no, the overlap. Oh, we're choking. We're choking hard right now. Trinket, Guardian coming out there from Relza, as well as the ice block from Tessia. Waz has the blind. I've seen this movie before. As soon as Relza comes off DR, here we go. There's the kidney shot. And then here comes the blind after that. Can they free Waz? There it is. Full blind connect. Will they get the sap as well? I think this is just it. That's the full sap. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Echo punishing the mistake immediately. DOBOB, just if you make a single mistake against a team like Echo, they are just going to go in and completely take... what's the expression? You take... you give them an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly... I mean, you called it so beautifully as well. I mean, Waz, he's just been in these situations before. Once you have that overlap, there's no ice block, there's no trinket, and he still has the blind, they're able to get the kidney shot first. And the reason why Waz uses the stun first is because then there's no tomfoolery of being able to fade the blind or death the blind or anything like that, but you get the stun into the full blind, you drop combat, and you get the sap. So Waz basically single-handedly just carries the team in those final moments with the rogue kit, and they're able to secure a win, a really impressive win there by Echo, and they earned their ticket into the finals.
Yep. And that's the thing as well about the blind. So the kidney shot puts you in combat, and you can only sap people outside of combat, right? And the blind on its own used to be long enough to where you can just blind and into a sap because you would drop combat into the blind. But now the blind duration is nerfed. So now you kidney shot, then you blind, which doesn't put the target in combat. and then you can get a full sap. So Reza should have dropped combat around here, around halfway through that blind, and then they get the full sap. And even if Waz wanted to, he could drop a smoke bomb after that. He could even resap there at the end. So if Waz really, really wanted to style here, he could have done another sap into a smoke bomb, and really just bought a lot of time there to kill Tessia. So unfortunate, but if you overlap like that against Echo, they are gonna absolutely, punish that, and that's exactly what we saw here, which is a shame because in that last game, DOBOB looked really good. They could have easily been in a situation where this would be a 2-2, and now we're going to game 5, right? So DOBOB, they fought valiantly. I think for a roster that kind of came together in the off season like this, a top 3 finish is very, very strong, but I feel like we could have seen them make it all the way to the final, but it is going to be Echo that take it here in the lower bracket finals, who will finally advance to give us the grand finals against Overload. And the thing we were talking about, Ben, Overload's RMP, Brunhilde, they have looked absolutely disgusting, and now we're going to get to see it. Who are the kings?
Yeah. It's going to be one of those situations, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the greatest RMP of them all? Because I don't think anyone's going to be changing off of RMP. I think it's going to be Holy Priest, Frostmage, Outlaw, the entire Game 7 series, and may the best team win. And you predicted Echo. You still going to go with that prediction?
I predicted 3-1 here into a 4-2, bro. And I predicted the finish to that game. I'm feeling like the Matrix right now is like talking to me. I'm feeling like something.
Don't get too confident. I mean, you still might still be on the bottom of that prediction board.
Wow. Fighting work. Guys, we can't be infighting on the desk here. Come on. We're up against too much. We got to stick together. We got to stay positive. That being said, I hope you go down, Zico.
Whatever.
All right, let's take a look.
I'm getting bullied on the desk here. Can we go to commercial or something?
Dude, we were calling you the prodigy last season, all right? You got to take it down at some point, man. All right.
Yeah, true.
Here we go. We have got the updated bracket for you guys. 3-1, that series that we just finished up with. We can see that 3-0 series knocked down DOBOB here in the lower bracket, and they are finishing the day with third. And as these guys said, that is a tremendous feat for being a newly formed roster for Cup number 1. So they're going to walk away with some points, and I can guarantee we will see them next Cup next weekend return once again. But right now, it is Overload versus Echo, and that really is the big question. Who will be the crowned champion of Cup number 1? Who will be crowned top RMP? So much is in the air right now, and honestly, what a gift I feel like it's been, Ben, for the first Cup here in a new season. Just all the exciting new teams that we're seeing, and new plays, new playmakers as well, Ben.
Oh yeah, so I mean, especially if Overload wins this first Cup, and especially in an RMP mirror against Echo, who has traditionally been like by far the most established and best RMP in the region, I mean, that would be quite a statement. So I think there's a lot on the line in terms of pride for this one, and if Overload can start picking up those points, because like we mentioned, there's only 3 cups, so not a lot of opportunities to grab points and earn your ticket to the Gauntlet/finals. So really, really important match here, and I'm sure Echo really wants to win this too.
I think so as well. But we're going to find out soon enough just who that will be. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the grand finals of the first Cup for the EU region. It's Overload versus Echo coming up next after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in the European Grand Finals for Cup number 1 in Season 2 of The War Within, and it is Overload versus Echo. We were a little bit scared for Echo leading into this break, Super T's, considering just how some of these matches have been going today so far.
I mean, DOBOB beat them on Friday, and they were looking like the best team in the tournament, but then against Overload just were insane. They knocked DOBOB down the lower brackets so fast, like the fastest I've ever seen a team get knocked down. And then DOBOB versus Echo, they got their cage win, which seems like that's like their pocket pick. It's like their favored map to win, but every other map just felt like a couple of blunders, a couple of misplays. Just felt like DOBOB was a little bit off today. So hopefully coming into next week, they'll be able to kind of filter through those mistakes that they've made in this tournament, because otherwise they were really looking like a competitive team for Echo. But then Echo with Waz, like Waz is just killer. And seeing Waz now go up against Brunhilde in the finals here is going to be fireworks.
Most definitely. We'll get your chat predictions in, get some of those points. And in the meantime, we can take a look at our predictions. It definitely curious where we lined up on this one, because I had a hard time deciding. But, you know, I went with my gut. I went with what Echo tends to do, which is get dropped down in the lower bracket and then bounce right back up. So I guess 1-4 for Echo. Super T's?
You know what? I feel like their Cup 1 win streaks, though, is not that good. I feel like out of all of the cups that they lose Cup 1s more than other cups, which is why in this position, I felt like Overload, their performance was crazy good. I feel like they're all top level players at the moment. Given that it's the Cup 1 kind of like curse for Echo, I'm leaning more. Well, actually, wait, is my I predicted Overload, I'm pretty sure. I'm checking the message that I sent.
Did you use the right format?
I'm pretty sure I put the number next to the name. It should be Overload for me. For 4-3. There we go.
Graphical error.
Okay.
So you're on the side of Overload. Zico?
I'm on the side of Echo, and honestly, for me, I'm the debate that I'm having in my head right now is it a 2-4 for Echo, or is it a 1-4 for Echo? So I think no matter what happens here, I think me or Aya is going to be right. And the reason for that prediction is because I think Echo's been looking really hot. I think that when it comes to RMP mirrors, they have a lot of pride in the RMP mirrors. You know, they're like they might lose to some FMPs and things like that, but when it comes to RMP, their reputation is on stake. You know, like the RMP egos. I feel like it's hard. It's hard to beat those guys. And also the fact that Overload had that really close series against Forged RMP, and Echo made Forged RMP look kind of easy, but then they swapped comp, and swaps came in on the LA Shaman, but in the RMP mirrors it made them look very beatable. So that's the logic. I think it's going to be either a 1-4 or a 2-4. I'm leaning towards a 2-4.
Fair. Do you think Echo will play RMP throughout this bracket? Sorry, this match?
Yep, I think they will play RMP.
No swapping?
I think if somebody's gonna swap, it might be Overload. I think they're gonna start off with some RMP mirrors, and if it goes really badly for Overload, we might see TJ tagged in.
All right. Well, we're gonna find out soon enough. Looks like chat was a little bit split down the middle, more so than we were. It seems about even, but slightly in favor of Echo. So we'll see who is correct. It is the Grand Finals, best of 7 here in the European Cup number 1 for the War Within. It's Overload versus Echo, game number 1.
These teams are playing at their peak. This is going to be electric. So if you haven't got your friends in here, you don't got your mom, your dad, your grandma, your dog in here, you're definitely going to want to see this series, because Echo has been seriously challenged this cup around, and Overload look to be trying to take their throne in cup number 1. There's going to be no saps here. They're going to start with kidney shots onto the priest, grappling over. Mages are kiting, looking to avoid damage, but counterspell secured onto Oscar, slowing down some of his initial exchange, but now that counterspell has subsided. Big Comet Storm hit onto Raikou, 30 seconds in, and almost getting taken out. And now Raikou's looking to turn it around as he recovers thanks to Meh.
Yeah, beautifully done there by Matt. But it costed him his trinket. So Overload taking kind of the first big cooldown from Echo there. So they're having a slight lead. Ice Wall coming out. But look at that grip onto Brunhilde by JT. Going to make sure that he doesn't get isolated there. They're going to go back over onto Oscar. Get a decent amount of damage there onto him. Kick into a full kidney shot onto Oscar. Raikou as well caught up in a full cheap shot. But no CC on either priest right now means that both of these mages should be okay. Raikou looking for the polymorph. Not able to find it onto JT. It's going to be Waz caught up in a polymorph into a cheap shot, Matt in a kidney shot. Oscar not able to make his way over there to get the polymorph, but Raikou is going to be able to fish for it here. He gets gouged though, so I don't think he's going to be able to land this. Blind actually coming out on that stun there onto JT, so they force out the trinket of JT with the blind at least. So Echo getting a little bit of a trade there, but still very, very good defensive positioning here. Raikou though, a little bit overextended and dropped very low there for a second.
Oscar had a massive damage lead early on, and they're forcing that first block of the game. So close to a kill, and Oscar is asserting dominance on that Frost Mage. It's all about been challenging Raikou. What mage is going to challenge Raikou? Self-proclaimed God. That would be his title, IRL, if he could have a title above his head. Now they're turning it around, though. Polymorph on JT. 2 targets are low. Oscar is kiting, avoiding Waz for now, but he's going to reconnect here. He displaces back. Met is in a Ring of Frost. That's Ice Wall Blink. Beautiful setup by Oscar. Pre-Master Spell. Anticipating some plays here from JT onto Raikou, but he does hold onto his major cooldowns, and right now Overload looks so solid.
Yeah, they are playing absolutely beautiful right now. Shifty P is going to come out here for Oscar as well, resetting his cooldowns. Raikou struggling a little bit in the matchup to find that offensive pressure that we want to see. Oscar trinketing out of the stun, looking for the polymorph, connects it onto Ma. JT also sitting in CC. It's a 2v2 Rogue Mage mirror, but Raikou has the Guardian here, so he has a little bit of a cheat code there from Matt before he was caught up in that CC chain, but still not going to be any major defensive force at this point in time. Raikou though procs a Bloodlust. He's got big damage here available, but it's going to at the same time be Brunhilde with the killing spree doing a lot of work. Raikou almost going down. The Void Shift connects there from Matt. Just a huge spike of damage coming in once, time and time again. Full cheap shot there onto Matt, and it's going to be once again Raikou actually who lands the full polymorph onto JT. This could be trouble for Oscar. He's got the overpowered barrier. He teleports back there, and I think he will be able to survive the extended crowd control there for a second, but it's not going to be enough. JT is out of crowd control. He's got the Apotheosis ticking, and he should be able to reset some of his cooldowns and keep his mage alive.
Big Comet Storm on Raikou. Emergency measures have been pulled here as he's in angel form, recovering him. Oscar's taking some big hits now. Raikou's trying to set up an Ice Wall. He gets locked out on that by Oscar. Oscar gets grip back. He can shifting power fully channeled. Raikou's getting his shifting power, resetting some very powerful abilities here. Frozen Orb down, Blizzard out, but a Comet Storm comes in. We see a cheap shot on Meh, looking to set up to force that second Ice Block in the near future. Oscar gets the polymorph. Can Brunhilde get there? He grapples over to Raikou, cheap shots him again. They need more crowd control. Do they have it? Doesn't look like it, as Oscar got kicked by Waz. And now JT into a Dragon's Breath. Raikou is looking for crowd control, but he can't fake the interrupts. The cheap shot to buy more time. Meh gets in position. Double Psychic Scream. Oscar is isolated. JT medallions out to stabilize him, but Raikou's going for an Ice Wall. JT needs to get wrap around this. Oscar blinks to his line of sight. Really good positioning here. I mean, if Overload managed to take this game without a single Ice Block used, it would be such a statement. Look at this pressure onto 2 players right now. Waz has to use Cloak of Shadows. Raikou is desperate. Blinks behind the pillar. Has great positioning to blast down Brunhilde in a swap here from Echo, and it doesn't look like it's enough to take him down. Evasion is rolling. He has recovered. JT's in a good position to start to restabilize his team. Meh can't leave the pillar. He's struggling to deal with the damage. Waz grapples over to engage. Can Raikou follow it up? He gets interrupted by Brunhilde, and Oscar is getting destroyed now out of nowhere. There's no crowd control on JT. Raikou and Waz are striking back, but as I say that, they turn it around onto Raikou with a huge hit of damage, and the second Ice Block has been forced. It's Mass Dispelled! It's game 1, and Raikou is so low right now. Kidney shot of Brunhilde, peeling him away. Oscar is blasting, trying to finish him. Will Overload be able to take a game 1 victory and still have 2 blocks remaining?
That was a defensive blind as well there, once again saving the day from Waz, but now Oscar looking to push in for the kill here. Can they find it? Raikou's in a kidney shot. There's the smoke bomb. Oscar looking for the Dragon's Breath. Sheep here potentially. Matt ducks into the smoke bomb. Oscar actually blinks the fear, but gets hit at the exact same time, and now Matt finds himself in a cheap shot. They don't have any follow-up whatsoever. Raikou just playing defense here, actually looking to get a crowd control onto JT. Can he find the polymorph? Doesn't look like it. Big swap onto Brunhilde. There's the chastise. Can they fear him as well? It doesn't look like it. Matt doesn't want to risk it, and now it is going to be Brunhilde surviving there with the Cloak of Shadows. Raikou could be in big trouble. I think he might just be dead here. Dragon's Breath connects. He's got all the time. He gets dispelled. Raikou 1%, and he will fall. Overload strikes first blood in the European Grand Finals.
They perfected them. He has 2 blocks still. I've never seen Echo get perfected. Oscar comes in for his team here as RMP against Raikou. The self-proclaimed god of Frost Mage takes him out without having to use a single block, tops the damage meter as well. They are so equal, just looking at the numbers running down the board. And Okay, this might actually be it, and it's Overload. It's the team I think a lot of us weren't really talking about, right? Because this team has some big names, some up-and-comers as well. They've been working through the years to finally get into this position to outdo Echo. But we weren't really talking a lot about them. It was all about DOBOB. It's all I could see in the chat after Friday, right? And justifiably so, because they beat Echo. But it was just all eyes on DOBOB. But in reality, it was Overload who we should have been giving our attention to, because they are looking like monsters, a behemoth on this rogue mage holy priest, outdoing Echo at their own game. But it is only game 1, and it is a best of 7.
Yeah, it's best of 7, so we still got plenty of more games to go, but I don't know, man. I think there's a lot of people out there who weren't expecting this. Brunhilde coming in on the rogue looking so solid. Oscar on the mage, JT on the priest, and they were definitely outdoing Echo here a little bit. I feel like one thing that they did that was just really good was their coordination of damage. They always just had a big hit of damage together, and they coordinated that. A lot of the time you'll just see the mage just full sending his damage the whole game, trying to just maximize his DPS. But I feel like they were trying to coordinate like the killing spree with a Comet Storm, Meteor, or with a Frozen Orb, and they were actually able to force Raiku's Ice Block very early on, just off of raw pressure a lot of the time. So a really strong opener as well. Just snowballing the lead, forcing Waz to do defensive blinds instead of blinding the healer, and just shutting down Raikou a lot in the matchup. I feel like Raikou wasn't able to secure as much crowd control as we typically see from him, whereas Oscar was able to land quite a bit of CC onto Meh. So really solid performance from Overload, but Echo, they are going to lock in the exact same composition. Astromaine's Fall is going to be the next map here, and when it comes to these maps, it's not really going to matter too much. It's just personal preference. Where do you typically, do better as a team? What map suits your playstyle more? And for Echo, this has been a cup where they have been tested quite a bit against other RMPs and against DOBOB as well. So it is cool to see. Even here on the desk, we're completely split in what team we're thinking is going to win.
I don't think we've ever seen it where all 4 of us have a different score and outcome.
Oh, yeah, that's true, actually.
It's literally every possible outcome is covered. I think. Oh, actually, maybe not. You have some 4-1s that are missing there, but we're all different in that regard. So nobody knows what's going to happen here, which is definitely unprecedented. We go into this, everybody's typing, "Oh, Echo's going to win again," but I don't know, dude. Europe is catching up. They're catching up, even despite how much Echo grinds. They're just every day spam playing the game, getting matches and getting better, getting more polished. There are other teams that you don't get an eye on because they might not be streaming and they don't have social media, but other teams have been lurking, grinding. Oscar's, I think, currently one of the highest rated mages on the ladder, and he's looking to dethrone Raikou in the tournament setting now here as the gates have opened for game 2.
Yeah, let's see it. And that's the beautiful thing about today. We still have all of North America as well after this European finals. But we're going to see the opener here onto JT. Full Ring of Frost gets interrupted there onto Raikou, so he's not going to be able to secure that. Meanwhile, they are able to land that first polymorph onto Meh, and just immediate huge pressure onto Raikou, but he's going to be able to stay alive for now. The ice wall gets dropped. Looks like they want to swap over onto Waz there, but Meh is in line of sight there off screen and able to deflect the attack. Meh also sitting in that meteor dot on the ground just to break any incoming CC, but JT finds himself in a crowd control. Oscar could be in trouble here. They connect the kidney shot there. Meh also gets caught up in a full polymorph, but fear onto Waz. Raiku's isolated. There's the smoke bomb as well. Pre-casting Master Spell here from JT.
Oh, he cheats on his trinket on his way in.
Oh my God!
Insane.
Beautifully done there. He's still trying to precast the MD, but not able to land it, but still a really nice push. I would have loved to see JT just do damage there, honestly, and just make sure that they actually get the ice block, because that was a big push there from Overload.
All right, they get Mez Medallion at least. I'm not sure where Brunhilde committed his blind at the beginning of the game, but Oscar's taking some hits. He's going to recover. Are they actually going to be able to... Can they get a block from Oscar? That's the first goal for Echo, because they haven't been able to so far. And pressure's mounting again onto Raikou. They are really struggling right now. They're getting almost doubled in damage only a minute and a half into the second game. Another kidney shot of fear on Waz. Raikou is isolated. Big play by Oscar, and that forces a block. And now Waz is grappling in. He dismantles the rogue, but he's already in a block. Raiku's going to cancel it early with the dismantle, try and turn it around with Dragon's Breath. Instantly kicked by Brunhilde, knocked off to the side, gouged on his Ring of Frost. Brunhilde is shutting Raikou out left and right. Double Dragon's Breath from Oscar now into Met, and Waz into a Frost Nova, limiting their uptime as much as possible here. Raiku's casting a Poly, blinks in. JT looks like he was able to avoid it. Meteor comes in. Raikou displaces out of it. Oscar falling behind. He gets counterspelled. Can they manage to get some aggression here? But Waz gets chastised, and Raikou is just dead. He is just dead. They are getting dominated. I have never seen Echo get dominated like this.
What did we just watch?
I swear Brunhilde also wasted his first
Odin.
blind. I swear, if we have the replay from the beginning of the game, I think Matt pre-immuned his blind, and he blinded Raikou on DR, and it broke in. I swear they won this without even blind. I swear, if you watch the game from the very beginning, Matt angeled and immuned it, and he blinded the mage. I don't know if we have the replay from the very beginning, but I swear they did that without blind at the start of the game.
What is going on with Brunhilde this game? How is he doing so much damage? How are they just landing more CC, doing more damage,
I'm
surviving
opening the gear
better?
thing in the chat.
What?
I'm opening the gear thing. I'm trying to get a link to this gear because I want to see if there's a difference in gear here, but I'm not. Maybe I don't know the right command. I'm trying to get the
What is
gear
going
here.
on here with Overload? I mean, these guys are just looking like a completely different team right now.
What are the differences here? Okay, we got 4-piece bonus on Brunhilde. We got a Gallywix dagger. Your attacks have a very high chance to contaminate your target with industrial runoff, dealing shadow damage. So let's see if Waz is running that. He'll probably be running this.
Yeah, here's the blind. Yeah, there on Raikou.
Yeah. I told you, they did that without blind. I'm telling you, man. He accidentally blinded Mage when Met Immune formed. I don't know if his macro is broken or something like that, because that's probably what it was. Met Angeled, so he's immune to blind, so it just defaulted to his target or something like that. If it's some type of like focus macro like that. But they did that without blind, which is crazy because that's like the best crowd control in the game. So there are some differences. Waz doesn't have that Gallywix weapon. So there's one major difference between Brunhilde, is that he's running. I don't know if we have a damage.
Is this
breakdown for
Gallywix diff?
details. Yeah, that's why I want to see the details. Like, how much is this Gallywix contamination dot doing? Because that's like the main difference on gear. As far as talents, they look very identical. I think it's literally just the weapon is the only real difference as far as gear. That's the only real difference. Waz is preferring the PvP sword with haste and versatility. He does have a Mythic Plus weapon with haste and versatility, I guess, on it. Maybe is that because of its attack speed? It's a little faster. So, but if we have details to see like the breakdown for that contamination on his weapon, because sometimes, you know, a little sneaky piece of PvE gear comes in, right? Like Trill was like the snowball tech, I think it was, in Dragonflight, where he had like, he just knew this random embellishment that you could only get from some weird source, and it just threw a snowball and it was doing big damage. He was beating everyone in damage when he knew that. So this is pretty crazy. I can't say that it's going to be only the weapon, right? There's no way it's making that big of a gap, right? That Gallywix's dagger is not going to be doing 30 million damage extra. So
they have different offhands too. Waz is rocking.
He's got the faster offhand.
Yeah, he's got the faster offhand. So there are small differences like that, but I think it's mostly just play styles, just landing more CC. I don't know how impactful the galley tech is, but it is interesting to see. And between the mages, it's I think pretty similar as well in terms of gear. So I think it's just coming down to the play style. Just coming down to just landing more CC, and that's really the name of the game. If you're landing more CC on the enemy priest, then it's going to be tougher for your rogue to also stay on target, right? Because you're going to be caught up in frostbites, you're going to be caught up in dragon's breath, small little sheeps, fear, things like that is going to add up and slow down your pressure, whereas the other rogue is just going to have full uptime. So I feel like Overload, they're just landing more crowd control. Their setups are just better right now, and they're just looking like a better team. But Echo, we've seen what they can do in mirrors as well, so it's time for them to just wake up and show us what they've got as well. Ruins of Lordaeron, I mean, we saw against DOBOB what they were able to do on this map, so we'll see if they can get that same kind of potency in their opener on this game number 3.
Is it the Cup 1 curse for Echo? Because this is usually, if there is a cup in the season that they lose, it's usually the first cup. So is it the Cup 1 curse? Can Echo manage to overcome that in the mirror here? Because Overload, I mean, even against DOBOB, like they demolished DOBOB. They perfected DOBOB. They didn't have to block the entire series. And so far, they haven't had to block. 2 games now into the grand finals. So, I mean, are Overload literally going to win this without Oscar needing to block the entire day? Championship Sunday, you don't need to use block. He could have just accidentally not keybound it and would have been totally fine.
I don't know. Their smoke bomb as well on Raikou, like, I don't know. They just look locked in right now. You can just tell they're hungry and they really want this. You can tell it means a lot for them. Overload going through a little bit of roster changes of their own, right? Bringing in, I'm pretty sure they just brought in Oscar for this season. And he's already in the grand finals, already up 2-0 against Raikou and Echo. It's definitely a huge statement. So if Overload can keep this up, there might be a new king in town. But we'll see. Raikou getting sapped. This is a big opener opportunity here to get the kidney shot on to Meh. Doesn't look like they are going to connect to the Ring of Frost again. They get the perfect opener. Fear onto Waz. Raikou completely isolated here. Looking for the ice wall. Gets kicked on the ice wall. They get the blind there to follow it up as well. Meh trying to sit through it. And already a terrible opener here for Echo. But they managed to survive without paying for it too much.
Oh, I mean, there's so much pressure. Smoke bomb from Waz. Waz is trying to get his team in his pocket here, and I think he's going to get a block. They are not going to get perfected, thanks to Waz's setup here onto Oscar. And now JT into a polymorph. Maybe they can finish it, but here comes a meteor onto Raikou. Meh's polymorph. JT pre-Master Spelling, anticipating. He doesn't hit it, unfortunately. And I think he's going to be able to go into the block, and Master Spell's on cooldown. He should be all right here. It's a bit unfortunate timing there for JT on that pre-Master Spell. Waz gets chastised, pausing the game, looking a lot more evenly matched here in game number 3.
Yeah, that was a really good attempt there from JT. That could have just won them the game, but no cigar right there. They get a tie up here in the ice blocks, but now here comes the 2 kidney shots onto the healers. Brunhilde with the smoke bomb. That's it. That's the game, I think. No, Raikou manages to blink out in the last second. That could have easily been the game, but Meh has a lot of healing to do. He's going to be able to catch up on that. They get a full sheep here onto JT. Meh is pushing in now, looking for his own crowd control. Not able to land it, though. It looked like JT was actually avoiding that one. So still going to have that in his back pocket with the Will of Forsaken. Oscar down to about half HP. Can he get the damage? Meh caught up in a stun once again. Waz is in a sheep. Can he stop this? What a nice chastise by JT there. As soon as Waz was about to go in and stop that setup, he got DR chastised, and that secures another CC. Man, Overload are playing sick.
They are synced up and synergized and ready to take down Echo in the AWC Season 2 for the War Within Cup number 1. Can they manage to do it? Another meteor comes through, but JT into a Ring of Frost. Fear on Brunhilde. Echo are striking back. Oscar's desperate. He's trying to barrier to heal through this, but it doesn't look like it's enough, and he has to block. Where's the Master Spell? Doesn't look like Meh has it available here at this time. Oscar's going to cancel his block, and now for the first time, Echo have an advantage. Oscar triggers out a kidney shot, looking for an ice wall. He walls off Meh. Kidney shot swap on Waz. They catch Waz. They almost drop him. Cheap shots come through into a polymorph, and now Overload are the desperate ones trying to make some sort of setup onto Waz here happen, but it's blocked for now. Blind on Meh. Swap over to Raikou. Big damage incoming. Meh trinkets out to recover, and Raikou looks good. He's got icy veins, and he is looking to gun down Oscar, but JT sees that veins and immediately pops into angel form. It might not matter. It's so much damage. They blind Oscar again.
Yeah, what was that?
I think it gives some damage reduction, possibly, on blind, but he didn't have veins or anything. It doesn't make sense to me to blind the mage right there.
Yeah, I have no idea. That was a bit strange there. Oscar wanted to leap over to JT, but he was already in Spirit of the Redeemer, and he blinded the mage. Not exactly what we expected to see. Now Waz actually gets dispelled out of the fear. There's the cheap shot. Can he get the Ring of Frost? Oscar's moving in to try to stop it, but he's not able to. This could be it. This could be the game. JT in more and more crowd control. He has triggered Void Shift, though. They don't manage to force it, and instead it's going to be Meh putting crowd control. Oscar gets the full sheep. Raikou could be in trouble here. He still has an ice block to his back pocket. It teleports back, interrupts the resheep with the blast wave. Meh out of crowd control, spamming out the heals. Oscar finds himself in no man's land now. Waz could set up here for a potential kill. JT is behind that pillar. They're trying to dogpile on him. It looks like Meh actually wants to push in a little bit and get aggressive. They fear Raikou. They're going after Waz once again. Miracle swap onto the rogue. Can they take him down? It doesn't look like it. It's going to be Oscar in a kidney shot. Raikou's there. Can he find any kind of CC? Doesn't look like it. JT just hugging that pillar, doing a great job. And now nice death there on the sheep by Meh as Oscar tried to go for a cheeky little play there to land that one, but it's going to be once again both mages just resetting their cooldowns, staying alive, stopping both setups, and now Raikou could be forced into the ice block, but he's going to be able to recover with that Guardian.
Mass Poly. JT fades in, fears Raikou back. Nice play from JT, anticipating that. Now kidney shot. Sheep is secured. Could be the second block. Big damage. Master Spell preemptive here. JT gets cheap shot by Waz. Waz once again carrying there on defense, saving Raikou from that Master Spell, setting him up for a polymorph. But Brunhitty is still on top of him. Mez moving in to try and get a Psychic Scream. He can't get close. Raikou's taking a lot of damage here. Man needs to get ready. Void Shift comes through at the last second, but he decides through it. Insane damage onto Raikou right now. I can't believe it. Oscar's been on the back foot for like the past 2 minutes straight, but they're in a position where they can still win this.
That's unbelievable right now. Double ice wall coming out here once again. But JT's the one who's going to lose out on that exchange. Matt comes out of the angel form, gets met with a kidney shot immediately from Brunhitty. There's the fear onto Waz. There's the chastise onto Waz. They're making sure that Waz cannot stop this setup, and he cannot pull the trigger on his own setup, but it is going to be Echo who finds the first setup. There's the full fear onto Brunhitty, the full sheep onto JT. Do they have the damage here for Oscar? The fake has the counterspell. Big damage connecting, but JT is going to be able to come out of CC and save the day, and he still has his Void Shift, and now it's going to be Raikou on the back foot. This game is going to the very, very finish line here.
Oh, Waz gets gripped on the swap. Oscar's still low, but Oscar's going to get a block. I guess Raikou is pretty close as well. Smoke bomb comes down. Big setup on Brunhitty with no medallion. JT ducks into the bomb, gets a couple heals, but he walks into a cheap shot, setting up Raikou for a polymorph. He isn't able to find it, unfortunately, for their side. And now Oscar, he's just looking a little unstable, pops the barrier, trying to stay on top. Mez getting intercepted by Frost Novas. Now he's caught into a sheep, or kidney shot, possibly a sheep. They get the Psychic Scream. Raikou's in trouble. He's got Cold Snap. Mez going to will out of the fear, get some big heals through. JT's out of crowd control. He's got Guardian Spirit, but a full polymorph with no trinket. Raikou snuck that one in. Oscar snuck that one in. Brunhitty into the poly. Another poly on Mez, but not enough damage. Oscar's still on the back foot. He needs 12 seconds, man. He's going to have 2 blocks. If they can just live for another 9 seconds, he's going to have 2 blocks. That's a big advantage. Can he survive to that point? Waz is feared away on his setup. Raikou blinks in. He gets the mass poly around the corner. JT was unable to fade, but Oscar did it. He survived. He has 1 block. Cold Snap's coming up in 5 seconds. Master Spell from Meh possibly here. He's looking for the Master Spell. He gets the Master Spell. Ice Wall comes down. Killing Spree is through. JT wraps around the wall. He's got a lot of work, though. It's so much damage. Dampening is so high. 30% healing reduction. JT is in a cheap shot. He's got Void Shift. He needs to get ready. Oscar displaces back with the medallion, but Waz grapples back to reconnect, and it looks like Waz is in a chastise Psychic Scream. He gets knocked away from the Psychic Scream by Raikou. Nice play there on the top of the tomb, and we are still evenly matched here in game number 3.
Absolutely insane here, but Oscar's going to have that extra ice block. Raikou now forced into his ice block momentum, favoring Overload right now. He's got another ice block there in his back pocket, and I don't know if Echo is aware of it. They might just be met with a nice little surprise here. There's a full blind onto Matt, though. Raikou with nothing left manages to get the over. Oh my god, the damage coming in there, but they don't overlap. That is going to be the Void Shift. Oscar still just dying to everything. I think he was kicked on Frost there. Echo with an insane amount of damage there out of nowhere, finally putting that point on the board.
Oh my god, I can't believe he went for the ring. That was so greedy. Was he on hypo? Is the only thing I can think of.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't on hypo.
I'm pretty sure he wasn't. Like, oh, they were back in that game. They were back in that game. Maybe he didn't expect to die immediately through life swap. Like, he got swapped, and then immediately his health went down to 0 again, and then he just got kicked on the Ring of Frost. And we're starting maybe to possibly see some cracks for Overload here in that final setup. So it's all eyes on Oscar. He's got Ice Block available, but JT, Trinket's blind, and then Void Shifts here at like 5%. And then he gets hit again really hard right here by Raikou. I think it's like a Frostfire Bolt Shatter. And he's cast a ring in their face. And Raikou's like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing casting a Ring of Frost right in my face? Like, I'm just going to counterspell that, knock you over, put a point on the board. Because Overload were actually pulling that game back if it weren't for that moment.
They had such a nice lead there. I think if you just hit him with the surprise attack ice block there, I think Echo would have really struggled with that because I don't think they expected it. But unfortunately for Oscar, he had a little bit too much faith in the heals, and that's the thing, right? When we come to dampening, when the game's been going on for 7 minutes as well, that's when the fatigue starts kicking in. But this has been such a back and forth RMP mirror. This is the most even RMP mirror I've seen against Echo. Usually they just have a good time into any other RMP, but Overload has really done their homework. It's just all the micro plays, right? Because the setups are, you want to get a stun on the Priest, then you want to get something on the Rogue, and you want to get a stun on the mage, right? And how that looks is always going to be a little bit different. Sometimes there's going to be a fear on the rogue. Sometimes it's going to be you sheep the rogue, and then when the priest goes out to leave the pillar to dispel the rogue, you stun the priest before he gets that dispel, and then you swap that sheep from the rogue to the priest. There was times where that exact situation happened, where they get they get Waz into a sheep, they get a stun onto JT, and Meh is like dispelling Waz. They still managed to shut him down with like a chastise. There's always, a little something that they throw into the mix like that. There was so many moments as well where they covered the dispel with just like a triple DR sheep, a triple DR chastise, or a fear to shut down Waz. So yeah, and Echo, I don't know. I saw a couple of uncharacteristic moves happen from Echo in that game as well. So I don't know, maybe they're getting into their head a little bit, like that one blind that we both were talking about, where Waz, it looked so strange because Waz ran over to JT to crowd control him, but he had been in angel form for like 3-4 seconds, and then he ran back to the mage, and then he just blinded the mage, and they just instantly broke it. And it wasn't like at a really threatening moment where the mage had like Vayne's power infusion or something. So I feel like Echo made a couple of mistakes in that one. He could have easily lost that one, and it could have been we could be 3-0 right now for Overload.
I think it's looking rough. We're starting to see cracks on both sides. I think you can tell that the intensity is here in the grand finals for Europe, and it's just a testament to how evenly matched they are right now. It's not often you'll see teams of this caliber get kind of put in these awkward positions where they're making mistakes like this and miscalculations like this. So the intensity is at an all-time high right now as they are vying to be Cup 1 champions, secure the lion's share of the points to be able to qualify to the big shebang later on for Europe. So it's very important you have great finishes here. And Echo is a team, they're all about legacy, right? They just want to be the best team in World of Warcraft. They want W's all over everything. They just don't want to stop winning any tournament that they're in. So for Echo, it's just all about reputation. It's about legacy. Overload are looking to overthrow that, but we are starting to see cracks in their play here in Game 3. Now we're moving into Game 4. Hook Point. It's an aggressive map. Waz, he's staying back with his team, cheap-shotting the damage dealers during the kidney shot, but they get the polymorph regardless. Waz can't shut them down, and now they're mounting an assault here onto Raikou. It looks like he's looking okay for now as they stabilize JT into a polymorph. Big counter swing onto Oscar here potentially, but Raikou gets counterspelled into a Dragon's Breath, but he does get the blind instead. JT Trinket, Angel to recover Oscar, but he gets walled off. Master Spell, will it hit in time? He gets the Master Spell. He can save Oscar here with a couple of big flashes and a Serenity. Met is now into Angel form. Big swap on Brunhilde with the Smoke Bomb. Massive play on the Brunhilde. Is he going to drop? I like that. They bait the Angel with the wall, so JT can't Angel the bomb, but they couldn't capitalize on the kill. And now Raikou is bombed. Big damage incoming. He holds on. Meg gets there and stabilizes, but he walks in open field because of that bomb. Now he's caught in a polymorph. Can they keep it going? Oscar gets another polymorph. Can they keep it going? Looks like the poly breaks the meteor, unfortunately, and Raikou should be able to recover here with Met out of crowd control.
I like that. Just keep Brunhilde guessing. Keep him a little bit honest in the match. Matt, did he def the blind? No, he trinkets out of that blind. And it is going to be JT now. So it's sending through a cheap shot. But with excellent positioning from JT there, Raikou cannot connect with the polymorph follow-up. So it is going to be Matt now who could be in trouble. They kick the Ring of Frost, but Oscar just blinks in and lands the sheep. Raikou, what are you going to do here? This could be the first ice block right now. They do have a lot of damage, but Raikou is trying to hold on to it. Nice kiting, buying himself enough time there to get out of CC, but still not out of the woods just yet. In the meantime, Oscar also taking a lot of damage here, but where's the CC onto JT? They don't have anything. They're just popping their damage just to try to keep up with the pressure. Oscar, meanwhile, trying to fish for an ice wall, trying to fish for polymorphs, trying to fish for more crowd control. Raikou is moving up to JT here, looking for the setup. There's the chastise onto Brunhilde. Can they sheep Brunhilde? It doesn't look like it, and it's going to be Oscar sheeping Raikou here to shut down Raikou from getting that poly, and then blinking over to Matt and landing his own poly. Oscar is absolutely styling on Echo right now. Beautifully done there, and it's going to be an Oscar diff no matter what happens in this game, because that is Waz's name in real life.
Okay. Raikou getting low here. Oscar getting low. Big damage blasting through, but JT's ready for it. Oscar blinks back, but he gets counterspelled, and these mages are just shutting each other down so much. It's like mage envy on trying to stop these casts as they're coming through more than the other mage. Waz is feared off into the corner. Brune hitting into a polymorph. Ice Wall comes down on the Angel. JT cancels it. Waz is there. He's in stealth. He's looking for crowd control. Raikou double blinks over to get a polymorph. That was cheeky, but he's getting punished as he's cheap shot behind the corner. Has to trinket to displace back to his healer, but his healer's in a Ring of Frost. He pops out the barrier on both sides here from each mage, and they're just trading ice lances. Poly spam cast. Ice Wall comes down. Line of sighting Meh. Raikou gets chastised out and lining gets knocked. Beautiful play. They get the block, but they can't get the Master Spell. They are one block ahead, though. Dude, these guys are making such cheeky plays at the highest level of competition here.
Dude, JT's chastises are just so disgusting to look at. That was absolutely filthy. And then Oscar as well with the little blast wave there to bring him back behind a wall. That was beautiful. And that is going to take Echo, a little bit off guard. But Oscar now could be in trouble. It's going to be the Dragon's Breath cheap. But look at Brune Hitty. He's just always there shutting down the CC attempts. Did JT def the poly, though? It doesn't look like it. Finally, Echo with some pressure here onto Oscar. Can he get the follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Raikou blast waving JT into the middle of the map there. I'm not sure what he was going for, but it's going to be Oscar, actually Waz, the other Oscar, stuck in that chastise. But meanwhile, Raikou dropped low there for a second. Oscar still not out of the woods just yet. Cheap shot coming out onto JT. Can they get the sheep onto Brune Hitty and then swap it? It doesn't look like it. JT doing a great job once again with the positioning. Fake cast coming out there from Raikou as well. And they swap the CC. He wants to, but it's not going to happen. JT is just positioning around that pillar beautifully, and Oscar should recover.
All right, Oscar's stable. Raikou stable. A bit of a pause here. Kidney shot on Oscar. Where's the engage? Cheap shot. Raikou in a kidney shot, but Oscar's getting pressured more. They counterspell Ring of Frost again. It's not enough damage to close out the game before he's going to be able to block. JT looks like he's playing far away. Raikou posted off to the side. They're just trading damage at the moment. The priest are... Oh, what is that damage? What is that damage? Whoa. Oscar, the Cookie Monster, just nom 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 on Raikou here in Game 4.
What in the world is going on here, man? Overload? I don't know, dude. Like, the more I watch these games, they are just looking like the better team right now. It is crazy to say, but it's just these tiny little micro plays like that first ice block that they forced. It's just so nice to see what these guys are able to do. Just these small little ways to find an advantage. And also just JT's positioning throughout the match is so nice to watch every single time. Meh kind of did it here as well, where they're positioning in a way where they tank the stun behind the pillar. And it's really, really difficult as the mage to actually land the sheep there out of the stun, even if you free yourself from the rogue. But then out of nowhere, the damage is just insane. They got the orb, they got the Comet Storm. Raikou just pinned in place, can't really blink away to avoid any of that damage, and he just has to tank it. And even though his healer is free from CC, he just dies. So it is insane how coordinated their burst is as well. But Oscar, like you mentioned, just nom nom nom. And he took a step right there to line of sight. Man, did you see that? Matt wanted to cast on the inner side of the pillar, and Raikou took a step to the outer side. So they line of sighted each other a little bit there. Matt was already pre-casting a flash heal, and then Raikou kind of lined it there. So just a perfect storm coming out there for Overload.
Oh my god, dude. That line of sight, he's out of line of Meh by just an inch. Right there. He's literally just 1 inch out of his line. He takes the most disgusting amount of damage in that 1 millisecond. That he's out of line of sight there. Oh my god. We're actually seeing it happen. It's actually happening. It could happen, I shouldn't say. We can't commentator curses. It could happen. Overload could take the RMP throne of Europe that Echo has held for so many years up to this point. Brune Hitty joining this roster with JT and Oscar just looking like absolute behemoths, destroying them left, right, and center. We're going to Tiger's Peak, and are Echo going to back down? Are they going to back down on the mirror?
No way. I don't know. We haven't seen Echo in a position like this before. But I don't think so. I think they're going to run the clock. Actually, they're not even going to run the clock. They're just going to lock it in again. I mean, what are they going to lock in anyway that will beat the RMP? Like, are they going to bring in Mage Lock with Mercy? Doubt it. Are they going to bring in, like, would they bring in Mercy on the Warrior? Like, what options do they have? I mean, RMP is their most practiced composition. This is the comp that they're, their bread and butter has been for years. And right now, Overload are just showing up and they are looking so good, man. They are just looking like a well-oiled machine. Oscar on the mage is so impressive, and yeah, I don't know. Even that one win that Echo got, I feel like that was Overload's game to lose.
It could just be over right now.
It could just be 4-0 right now.
If it didn't like face tank Ring of Frost right in front of them, it could just be over right now. It could be a 4-0, which would be completely... No one would have guessed a 4-0 for Overload. There's absolutely no chance anyone in the chat would have guessed that, or on the desk would have guessed it could have been a 4-0, but this could be actually already have been a 4-0 in this position. So Echo are not backing down in the mirror. They're going to clean it up. They're going to a less volatile map. This is definitely a lot more neutral. So positioning like that is likely not to be an issue. A little bit slower paced, hopefully, for them, because Overload are just running them down. This is crazy. Unprecedented times here in Europe, and it's setting the stage for North America to possibly be just as wild.
Yeah, that's the thing. We still have North America coming up after this as well, where we will also be crowning a champion. So definitely way more World of Warcraft to be played, but this is Echo on match point in the grand finals in an RMP mirror, something that has never been done before. Raikou already getting sapped. Meh in a cheap shot. There's the full Ring of Frost. Perfect opener once again here from Overload, and they're just on the back foot. Meh now sitting through a full blind here. He's going to trinket out, and again, Overload getting the better opener, forcing the cooldowns here. Raikou going for the Ice Wall. It's just going to get Master Spell there from JT, and they don't get any cooldown from Overload. Meanwhile, Overload walks away here with the trinket from Meh.
Oh, he grips the wall. Beautiful play by Mace. Looks like he's still going to Master Ball the wall anyways. Waz into a cheap shot, but now Raikou into a kidney shot. Waz is grappling over. JT fades. Kidney shot connects. Waz sets up for damage. Dragon's Breath cheap shots through onto Oscar. No one can get to JT, though, but they're just racing him in a kidney shot, almost taking him down. Massive damage coming through between Waz and Raikou, but a double Dragon's Breath. Oscar gets another polymorph. Raikou's in trouble. I think he's going to need to block in the next couple of seconds. Met into another polymorph. And unfortunately, I think that polymorph broke a little bit or prematurely. JT's in a good spot to just hammer down Holy Fires and assist the team and avoid crowd control. Another cheap shot. Multiple cheap shots. Raikou is in trouble. Overload have confidence. That gas pedal is on the floor for them here on match point, and Echo just have to deal with it.
Yeah, finally, Echo striking back, though. They get a full polymorph onto JT, and they get the resheeps. No, it's going to be Oscar polymorphing Raikou. Anytime they don't have a setup, he's willing to throw out those crowd controls onto Raikou to slow down the chance of himself having to ice block. Oscar now getting a polymorph onto Waz, moving towards Meh. Can they find the crowd control? Raikou fake casting yet another interrupt here. Is looking good so far in this matchup with the fake cast, but here comes the smoke bomb from Brunhilde. Do they have the damage? JT's in a kidney shot. Raikou's going to blink away, goes for the full sheep. He manages to land it. This could be Oscar into the first ice block. Can they get any follow-up? He fake casts Brunhilde's kick with the precognition there, but still not enough damage to force that ice block. JT is doing some work here to keep Oscar nice and healthy. Didn't even have to trinket in that exchange either, and it is going to be Echo walking away here with the setup, but now Raikou almost going down here again. Just the amount of burst that's coming in. Raikou's going to port back, though, towards JT. Matt gets caught up in a full polymorph. Waz is in a cheap shot. Raikou isolated. Double Ring of Frost potentially here. If Oscar can connect that, it doesn't look like it, but it is going to be Matt once again trinketing to save the day, and Brunhilde has blind, so this could be dangerous later on in the match. He's dying through everything. The Guardian almost proccing there as well onto Raikou. The damage coming out from Overload is absolutely insane, and I'm worried about that blind that Brunhilde has in his back pocket.
Oh, no trinket. If they get Master Spell on the block, it's game over. Ice Wall is coming down. Line of sighting Meh. Raikou could be in trouble. How much damage do they have? They need more. Master Spell comes through. Meh's connecting heals, but there's a blind waiting for him, likely out of this Angel. When they have the next stun DR, Oscar, nice Guardian Spirit, but a nice Dragon's Breath from Raikou. That gets him a polymorph. There's no trinket for JT. Looks like they're switching to Brunhilde with no trinket. He could be in trouble. Oscar needs to help. What can he do? He's trying to spam polymorph. He buys time. JT into another cheap shot, though. Mass barrier from Oscar. Great defensive utility there to stabilize Brunhilde. They crack through the barriers, absorb. They're trying to get aggressive. That blind is still in his back pocket. I'm surprised he hasn't committed it here just yet to try and force an ice block from Raikou. Meh is playing max range. Brunhilde grapples over, but he gets chastised by Meh on his grapple. Insane grapple. Smoke bomb comes down, but Brunhilde is there. Everyone's getting peeled. Oscar blinks out of it. Waz gets zero value out of that smoke bomb. It's not often that Waz gets zero value from a smoke bomb.
Yeah, Brunhilde doing really, really nice moves right there to shut that down. Raikou going for a Dragon's Breath Sheep. Gets counterspelled behind the pillar there by Oscar. That was a beautiful counterspell. There's the full blind though. Raikou's isolated.
He's in the middle
oh
of
my
nowhere.
goodness. They could take him down here. He gets sapped out of it into a full cheap shot. He's going to trinket out into a re-cheap shot. Guardian will connect there. Matt is pushing in here to try to save his mage, but JT now trying to dodge the fear from Matt. Looks like Matt actually dodged JT's fear, and then Matt actually manages to win that little fear duel with a perfectly timed fade into a full sheep onto JT. Matt trying to put the team onto his back here. Can they push for the ice block? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to find it. Instead, Matt is going to get kidney shot into a full sheep. Raikou could be in trouble. He blinks away from the combat storm. Oscar's in a full kidney. It's a bit of a mage race right now. Raikou porting back there to heal himself up there with the displacement. Oscar still down to half HP. The ice wall comes down. Counter ice wall, but it's going to be Raikou who's forced into the ice block. Beautiful push once again from Overload.
Okay, they're one block up, but Oscar's on the back foot now. Angel form for JT. Is there a wall? Doesn't look like it. Raikou is struggling. Oh, big hit of damage on Oscar. What is going on? They strike back hard right there, get themselves back in the game, forcing Oscar's first block. JT into the blind. Did he death that blind? It looked like he deathed the blind. He got out of that blind for free. Now he's into a polymorph, though. Danger. They're swapping to JT out of nowhere, but Raikou is critically low. I think he's on hypothermia. It's a lot of pressure on that smoke bomb. He blinks out with the barrier. Reckless swap onto JT right there from Echo, almost getting punished. Oscar still on the back foot, but Oscar fakes a kick. He gets a ring around the Rosie, and Raikou is in trouble, getting crit real hard right now. A polymorph for follow-up. Raikou uses greater invis. They're cutting him down through it. Brunhilde is getting spam polymorph. Raikou is desperate to buy time for Met in this position, but he's done it. Guardian Spirit connects. Raikou begins to recover. Oscar is trying to throw them back with the Dragon's Breath. Raikou blinks in to find crowd control. Not able to find it just yet. He's going for it again. Is he going to get it? He fakes the kick. He casts the poly. JT line of sights, I think, behind the pillar here. Kidney shot setting up Raikou, but he's in a gouge. He's in a cheap shot. He can't get the polymorph right now. That's beautiful by Brunhilde, but Meh chastises Brunhilde on his grapple again. That was crazy by Meh. Everybody is just one step ahead of each other right now. Waz grapples over to get a cheap shot here and swap onto Brunhilde. Beautiful punish onto Brunhilde. Insane plays from Echo in this position, but not enough damage to close it.
Beautiful swap there onto Brunhilde, but now here comes the setup. Ring of Frost from Oscar. He snipes it around the corner. Waz is in a polymorph. 3 versus 1. Raikou fake casts the kick, though. Nice ult time as well. Good defensive plays coming out here onto Oscar now. Big pressure, but it is going to be the ult time there for Oscar, saving the situation. They get a full Ring of Frost onto JT. Raikou's free casting back onto Oscar, trying to force something. Can he get the resheep as well? He manages to find it. Ice wall gets interrupted. Nice knock coming out there from Raikou, but it's not going to be enough there. The ice wall was shut down, so they don't have the damage, I don't think, here onto Oscar with JT being out of crowd control. But at the same time, look at the mana here. This could just come down to mana. Both teams playing so beautifully. Matt actually dodging the CC right there. Now here comes the smoke bomb onto Oscar, forced into the second ice block. They managed to get a cheap shot onto JT as well. Can they follow it up with the kidney shot? Raikou's looking for it, not able to find it. Matt gets shut down on the master spell. Full blind secured onto JT. Do they have a sap? Do they have a polymorph? Do they have a chastise? Do they have anything? Counterspell connects onto Raikou. Oscar shuts it down once again.
Oh, the wall and the Angel Master Spell comes through, and that won't be available for Raikou's block now, so that's great that he gets the Master Spell there. He's going to be safe in the future. Another wall comes down for Oscar. He's kicked on Frost, but he doesn't have any blocks anyways. Brunhilde's in a poly. JT is struggling, and Echo are starting to take this game into their own hands. Cheap shot onto JT in the backline. Raikou gets gouged. Brunhilde shutting Raikou down every single time. It must be so annoying for Raikou to deal with Brunhilde. They're trying to finish Oscar with just raw pressure here, but JT's in the backline, chilling in that spot so far away. Brunhilde grapples over, sets up a cheap shot. Can Oscar get the polymorph? He's trying to fake the kick. He can't fake out Raikou. He's going to be counterspelled. Waz grapples over. Oscar's getting pressured. JT has Void Shift. Needs to get ready to trade it. They also have greater invis. A couple of options here for Oscar to be able to stabilize. Polymorphs on Waz look annoying. Another polymorph. Oscar is taking Waz out of the game. Brunhilde grapples over. Metrin gets the blind instantly. Waz disarms him, and it looks like a crazy back and forth moment here. Waz grapples over. Kidney shot on JT. Looking to set up on Oscar. Looking to close it here. He greater invis at critically low health. Meth has apotheosis. He's going to be spamming holy fires. It's big damage. Void Shift comes through just in the nick of time for JT to recover, but they are on their last leg.
Man, in the full shape right now. JT with basically no mana left in the tank, no cooldowns left in the tank. Raikou's going to have to trade off the ice block here on this push, his final ice block. Meanwhile, Oscar still doesn't have one for another minute and a half or so. They got no cooldowns left on either side, but Meh has a little bit more in the tank here. It's going to come down to the wire. Who's going to fall first? Is it going to be Raikou? There's the Guardian coming out from Meh. They get a full Ring of Frost onto JT, and that is going to be it. Echo takes another point on the board, looking like they're finally starting to wake up in the series here. Beautiful game here, but every single one of these matches, when they're winning on the side of Echo, is going the distance. Overload is playing amazingly.
I mean, both teams are insane right now. They're just like Mez reading Brunhilde when he grapples and chastising him before he can get around the corner for a cheap shot. The positioning, the interrupts, like adapting your interrupt to crowd control versus offense versus defense versus where you need to be on the map. Like every single player is playing so phenomenally right now in this series that you are probably missing one of the greatest series in AWC history at this point if you're not watching this. So if you have a friend that isn't here and that plays some arenas, or you're trying to get your friend into arena and trying to convince them to try some PvP, like these guys are putting on a show right now in those final moments. This is right when Overload got the second block from Raikou and maybe looked like they were going to have some possibilities on actually winning this game, given how much damage they've thrown out, time to time throughout this series. But Waz just grapples over, cheap shot, sets up Raikou, Ring of Frost connects around the corner, and it is lights out off the back of that play. So really stellar performance. Echo, they finally snapped out of it. I don't know what was going on, if nerves were getting to them, if they're just warming up or what's going on, but they were definitely cooking here in game number, where are we at now in the series? That was game number 5? We're going to game 6? Yeah, game number 5. We're going to game 6. Man, I'm a musician. I can only count to 4, okay? This series is going the distance. We're possibly going to 7.
I'm feeling it, dude. I think we're going to game 7. I think we actually are. What a great finals here. Both teams just playing their best, playing the same comp, just playing a mirror, and whoever outplays, whoever gets those tiny little outplays, pulls out ahead, and then it just comes down to one thing. Later on in dampening here, we can see Raikou still having that ice block, kind of building up a lead throughout the game and then getting to capitalize on it. And I gotta say, on damage here as well, in the other games, Echo has been getting a little bit gapped in damage, but this time around, it's going to be Raikou putting out big numbers. It's going to be Waz outperforming Brunhilde a little bit on the damage as well. And you can see here how evenly matched these teams are. Both teams just doing what they can as well to stay out of crowd control, to shut down the crowd control, to land their own crowd control. And it's beautiful to see, and I really love that you called that out with Meh, because the setups kind of start with Meh obviously getting stunned, but every time Brunhilde is using his grappling hook to get to Meh, he uses the greater fade to dodge the stun, and then he pops a chastise and then fears Brunhilde, and at that point your cross crowd control on the enemy rogue is already ticking, so you're buying a lot of time before you get put into that stun yourself. And that's buying a lot of time for your rogue to actually be able to shut down the CC. So if you're polymorphing Waz, you're going to stun Meh at the same time. And you can get a Ring of Frost onto Meh, for example, and a Fear onto Waz. You're shutting that down by delaying the go that much, allowing Waz to get out of that polymorph, just stalling. So Meh's doing a phenomenal job kind of avoiding the crowd controls. JT as well. Both of these priests just having insane position and just a good read on where the rogue is and what he's doing.
All right, let's see here, man. Are we going to game 7? Are we going to the distance? Tolvaron is interesting. So Overload actually preferring the larger maps, even though they've been getting like snap wins really fast in a lot of games. They're actually still preferring more of a safe pick here with Tolvaron Arena. And Ven's really close to getting a correct prediction right now. And I feel like he's just going to be demolishing everyone if that actually happens. So we need Echo to win here. Chat, you need Echo to win right now to take us to a game 7. Not just because of the prediction board, but also because it will be the most legendary series, I think, between these teams. Because Echo, the RMP is their comp. This is their home turf. This has been their empire for so many years in the European region. And Overload are looking to overthrow them, usurp the throne, and take the crown. No king rules forever. Can Overload actually do it and knock out the Titans?
Dude, I love that we just have this Galagio music in the background while all of this is going down. It's just such a vibe. But yeah, this is match point once again. Venruki's prediction on the line. Everything on the line here. Who's going to win cup number 1? Is it going to be Overload taking it 4-2? Or is Echo bringing us to our game number 7? We're already seeing an opener once again. It's going to be Meh caught up in that first crowd control. Every single time they're just landing these openers better and better on the side of Overload. But this time around, Meh doesn't have to use his trinket just yet, but needs to be careful. Ice Wall coming out here for Raikou. They chastise Brunhilde. They could set up a swap tail. No, they're going to go after Oscar once again. And it's going to be Raikou looking for the polymorphs, not able to find it. Big damage connecting onto Oscar, though. Ice Wall coming out here to isolate. Actually, he just isolated himself from Raikou.
Played yourself.
There's a bit interesting ice wall coming out, but they're going to cancel it. And so far, both cooldowns. Oh my goodness, swap onto Waz there. He's going to activate the Vanish though. Didn't have to use his trinket. Full sheep onto JT. Oscar could be forced into the ice block. Big push coming in here. Can they get it? Matt pushing in as well, looking for the crowd control, but he gets met with a kidney shot. JT is going to find the fear. They're going to find the sheep there onto Matt as well. And Matt kind of pushing in aggressively like that is somewhat throwing away Echo's lead here. But if they can snowball this, if they can land any more crowd control onto JT, they get the blind. He's going to trinket it. Echo still be able to push out ahead. And now swap to Bruniti. Huge swap. Can he take him down? He's got nothing left. Oh my god, the cloak on 1% HP. Echo came out to play in this opener.
Echo are back. They get a polymorph. JT looks like he's Shadow or Death, but Oscar's taking huge pressure. He tries to blink back in range of JT, but he's still low. Barrier comes through, chastising desperation on Waz to slow down the game. They're just trying to slow the bleeding because Oscar is just getting shredded right now. He's trying to recover. JT's picking him up slowly but surely. Waz is ready to go. He's vanished. He's waiting for that dismantle. JT, does he know where he is in stealth? Smoke bomb comes down on Raikou. Meh ducks into the bomb, lands a fear. Cheap shots. Now Raikou is set up to polymorph off the kidney shot. Brunhitty's out of the fight in a cheap shot. Oscar is alone right now. He blinks back to JT. He Dragon's Breath Raikou. He buys time with the barrier. He knocks Raikou, but he didn't disrupt the sheep. There's a Dragon's Breath that still connects. Oscar's counterspell, but they're dropping a meteor. Raikou got knocked behind the pillar, actually, and was almost able to capitalize on that, but Raikou's back in midfield in range of Meh, looking to recover. Oscar still holds on to 2 blocks despite all the chaos. Meh gets counterspelled. Big opportunity. Waz gets low. Raikou's getting destroyed. First block. Master Spell. Is it going to be able to come in? Master Spell comes in, but he's already recovered, and he's going to recover. Brunhitty, another swap. He's behind the pillar. Ice Wall comes through. JT can't get there. He's Divine Him, and is he out of range? He's not. Divine Him's hitting him, but he's so much damage. Evasion is up. Raikou's going for polymorphs. JT fades one. He ducks around the corner, and those polymorphs were so fast. JT's reaction times are crazy right now, and Raikou is still in trouble. I think he's on hypothermia at least for a couple of more seconds here after that first block. Angel comes through for Meh. Pressure on Oscar. Huge crit comes through, and he's going to have to be forced into his first block. Master Spell not available. It had to hit the wall, so nice ice wall timing there from Oscar to soak the Master Spell so he can sit safely in this ice block, but he's going to be coming out shortly. JT Tyrion gets the blind. Can he recover? It's still a lot of damage, and are we going to a Game 7, Zico?
Yeah, it's starting to look that way. Beautiful swaps on the Brunhitty as well. Kind of enabled Echo in the matchup, but still both mage tied up in the mage race. Who is going to fall first? Dragon's Breath coming out onto Meh. Full sheep connects. Raikou tried to sheep Oscar there to stall that sheep, but wasn't able to do so in time. Raikou could be in big trouble here. Second ice block is going to be forced here. We might not go to a Game 7. Overload is striking back. Sheeps are coming out there onto Meh. They could go after Waz here as well with the leftover damage, but it looks like Meh is going to be able to deflect that situation. Raikou's still down to about half HP. Matt spamming out the flash heals, and the first ice block was forced at the back of a counter spell. He needs to be very careful. Oscar resetting his counter spell cooldown there, and huge damage coming in, taking down Raikou. Overload winning the finals here in Cup number 1 in an RMP mirror against Echo 4-2.
Oscar has gone from grouch to god here in this series, 4-2, and Venruki skyrockets on the leaderboard with a perfect prediction, 4-2. Unbelievable performance from them here in the finals of Cup number 1. Echo has been temporarily dethroned because there are, of course, 2 more cups, and there is still North America. And I need a breather after Europe because this was wild seeing all this stuff. We got to see the new map, the Cage of Carnage, with Flappers coming in his new roster. We're going to see Overload just totally power up and just dominate on Echo for a lot of these rounds. And was this a positional thing again?
Yeah,
because they have cooldowns, but they're just not in line of sight of each other to be able to make the exchange, and they're just not anticipating the amount of damage that's available and coming out from Overload. This is a wild victory. You'll watch Meh go to the right, and Raikou blinks forward. And then while he's walking around the long side of the pillar, Raikou just takes a huge hit of damage. And he can't get around the corner. He just can't get around the corner in time. He's just jumping like, I'm trying. He just went the long way. He took the wrong way. Wrong way home, and he couldn't get there to save Raikou.
Yeah, I wonder, because Matt obviously doesn't want to be right next to Brunhitty here, because he knows he's just going to get kidneyed and sheeped with Oscar just being in his line. He doesn't just want to give that up for free. He wants to kind of reposition there, but Raikou would have to follow him, right? So it is a bit of an awkward position to be in. when that happens. And this is the second game where they kind of lose to mispositioning between Raikou and Meh. So a bit unfortunate for Echo, but Overload, they're going to take it. They're going to be very happy getting the win like that. That was a really close game, but ultimately, Overload played the series better. They were the better team. Honestly, this could have been a 4-0 as well with how that Ruins of Lordaeron game was looking for Overload. So hats off to them. They played absolutely amazing. They were able to, stick in and play those really long games as well and continue to trade cooldowns and win that way. They were able to win early. Just looking like a really, really solid and polished RMP. I was very impressed with them.
So well-rounded. Can't believe their performance here, man. Like all three of them contributing massively to this. Just okay, it can happen. It can happen. Echo lost a series to DOBOB. They've lost a series now to Overload. This is serious competition because it's not just one team accidentally fluking through, right? They won in a mirror. It wasn't just like this kind of counter comp that Echo doesn't see coming and they can't adapt to it in time. This is straight up losing on their turf. 4-2 in the finals of Europe. This is such an impressive showing for Overload.
Yeah, this is going to make Europe a very interesting region. For years now, Echo has been the king time and time again. I mean, you can go back in the tournament bracket history with AWC on the Radar.io website and just see how often it is that they are on top, but Echo has fallen. They're still finishing the day in second place, so it's certainly not a bad way to end things, but this is Echo we're talking about, and we've got this newcomer team, Overload, coming in, completely dominating them, and a DOBOB almost besting them as well. So honestly, I'm a little bit worried. I feel like if you were an Echo fan, you should also be a little bit worried for them, Zico.
Yeah, I think so. This was... they finished in second place. It's still like, a pretty solid
It's the end of the world, Zico!
They still made it to the grand finals. Let's not get carried away here, but it is Echo that we're used to seeing them win everything, and we're starting to see some of these other teams in Europe really show how competitive they are, show how competitive the region is, and I think a lot of it, especially this weekend, has been kind of the Mage Priest X kind of pairs. We've seen Tessia and Relza go toe to toe with Echo, with Raikou and Meh, and show how good they are. But we've also seen Oscar and JT here look absolutely phenomenal. And I think the reason why this final in particular was so special was because it was an RMP mirror. Because usually if Echo loses, they're gonna be like, oh, jungle is OP or whatever. But this time around, what can you actually say? It's just a pure mirror. It just comes down to skill. It just comes down to the fact that Overload was just better today. Every single opener, they were the one pulling ahead. They were the one forcing cooldowns. They were the one looking good, having the pressure, forcing the early ice blocks, and they grabbed such an early lead as well in the series. So it was really fun to watch and see, how much they practiced with Brunhilde as well, who didn't really get to play much last season. It was kind of a bench warmer a lot of last season, but this season we're getting to see just how good he is.
For sure. I wonder if we could take a quick look once again at the power rankings and see where exactly we placed Overload, because I know that they were quite high, but I think this is definitely a team that decepted all of us. Because
that's an A.
This is North America, but we'll take a look at the European ones real quick, because Echo was definitely at the top, and Overload, I think we're somewhere in the middle, if I recall.
I think middle was probably good placement in terms of guessing what we all decided.
Yeah, for sure. What were your impressions on this team, Supatis, when we first saw this roster?
JT was looking really good for a long time, right? So JT's been a big up and comer. So I put Overload in third, I think. So Ven and me were the only ones who thought they
hold on,
take
it off. Take me off of this. I'm embarrassed.
You guys had no faith in the Overload.
I really didn't. I apologize. This is awkward too, because we're going to get one of them hopefully into an interview shortly. So I think I owe them a sincere
to be
apology,
fair, RMP, they took Overload to Game 5 in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
So to be fair, so I don't think it was too far off.
Mm-hmm. Well, going into next week for this team, Overload, obviously they've had a tremendous start to the season, but if they want to maintain this level and try and get first place again, or at least remain consistent, Zico, what do you want to see from this team? What do you want to see them kind of capitalize on from the success that they took away from today?
think just keep doing your thing, keep practicing. Right now it's looking good, but we're gonna see some changes, to Holy Priest and Frost Mage, and if that falls out of flavor, just keep adapting. They seem very capable of it, so just keep doing their thing. Make sure that TJ Farrell keeps his claws sharp, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Sky's the limit for these guys. They were looking good last season as well. But this Oscar pickup has been absolutely massive for them.
Yeah, really has. And if you're some of these other teams, Supatees, that fell to Overload, what do you think that they're kind of discussing right now as they head into next weekend?
I mean, for DOBOB, it just kind of felt like they just had some chokes. I mean, honestly, even Echo, right? It just felt like a couple of moments were just like a couple of chokes in those situations, which is kind of unfortunate. I think for DOBOB, unfortunately, Farrell is getting nerfed pretty big coming in on Tuesday, so they might have to prepare Trimaz more.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, a lot of things to improve on for sure. Like I said, we are trying to get in a interview shortly, but in the meantime, we can kind of look a little bit ahead of what we're going to be seeing up next, because that is not the end of today. We did crown our champion for EU for Cup number 1. That's going to look very good for them in terms of standings, but we've still got North America to get to. We've got 4 teams left there. We can take a look quickly at the bracket. It is Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid in the semi-finals. Honestly, not much of a surprise there, Supatees, but we've got Left 4 Dead and Tiger Toad, sort of these new rosters, these fresh rosters, ready to go down there in that elimination bracket.
I feel like Clapper, he's got some fans here in North America on that Fury Warrior.
Oh, yeah.
He came in clutch for his team to take out the move in game number 5, and he's coming in clutch, honestly, even against Liquid, taking a game and getting pretty close in that series as well. So for me, maybe for Left 4 Dead, it's about putting more faith in Clapper and kind of just putting him in the ring right away, because he seems to be kind of the X factor for his team, even though you wouldn't expect it, right, in a mage meta at the moment.
Most definitely. I'm very excited to kind of see how these teams that sort of have been moving around a lot are going to perform. It is a bit unfortunate that they are down there in the lower bracket, but we've seen the teams be able to claw their way back up and find success. Wasn't able to happen yet with Echo, but if you were kind of a guessing man, Zico, and you had a guess on either Left 4 Dead or Tiger Toads potentially coming out of the bracket, which one would you go with?
Spoiling my predictions, huh? I will say,
sorry.
That's okay.
Listen, we got time to kill, buddy, while we get these guys in here.
Well, I will say my power rankings was Welcome to the Jung, Liquid, and then Tiger Toads. So I would have to bet on Tiger Toads out of those 2 teams. But I don't know. I'm more interested right now in seeing that semifinal in NA, the Welcome to the Jung Liquid series. It's going to be an absolutely insane game to watch because they play similar comps, and Liquid is just such a smart team as well. So, like yesterday, we saw them bring out Trill on the Windwalker. They're not afraid to add their own little flavor on what's going on. So we might see Trill on the Windwalker. We might see, their RMP go up against the FMP of Welcome to the Jung, and that could be like a throwback to what we saw with DOBOB and with Echo, where DOBOB first was winning with that matchup, but then Echo was winning with that matchup. So we could see a similar story play out there. So I'm super excited about that matchup. And then the only thing I want to see from Left 4 Dead is just Clapper. I want to see Clapper on the Warrior. Just how far can you take this Warrior? You've already made it to Championship Sunday. Can you take it all the way?
That's definitely a solid question. All right, well, with that, we've got JT with us. Can you hear us?
Yo, hello guys. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yo,
yes, we
hello.
can hear you. How
Yo,
are you feeling
guys.
after that win?
We're really excited. I mean, it was very hyped, the series. I think it was really good.
Is that kind of the result you were expecting leading into this weekend? I mean, I think a lot of people were kind of counting you guys out as the underdogs, but you guys ended up taking home the victory for Cup number 1.
I mean, I won't say we went into the tourney thinking we're gonna win, but we were pretty confident in ourselves. I'd say that. I mean, we were ready. We were in our minds ready to beat everyone. We knew the matchups. We practiced a lot, and I think we have a good read on the meta.
Okay. And then just real quick for people that maybe aren't super familiar with you guys, do you want to just like introduce yourself and your team and kind of talk about how you came to be as a roster for this season?
I mean, I'm sure you guys are familiar with our old roster. Obviously, going into the season, we had to replace Elswave because he's not able to compete this year. And Oscar coming in on the mage. Obviously, he's a mage main. I think more than stepped up. I mean, he played completely insane today, just like everyone. So yeah, that was a small adaptation. I mean, we're all just, you know, friends. We talk and we sent it. Went good.
Yeah, definitely did. Sid, Zico, I'll hand it off to you guys.
I'm just curious, like, what your preparation is for next week. You know, given the changes, do you think the changes are going to have a significant impact on what your team is doing? And are you going to adopt anything different?
I mean, the changes are definitely a bit tricky. We're not too sure yet. Obviously, it's hard to just predict what's going to happen off of, like, reading the changes. You're going to have to feel it out. But I think we're going to be fine. I'll say that.
Yeah, so my question is more about Brunhilde, because we saw Brunhilde today, and I feel like we haven't really gotten to see him much. Like last year, he was spending a lot of time on the bench, and now we got to really see him shine. How has that been, kind of bringing him in, playing, you know, the RMP, practicing with him? How has that been feeling to also get to bring him out, you know, on broadcast and pull out the win with him?
I think he's very happy that he finally gets to play. He's a player that I don't think he likes being the fourth man on the bench. He likes to be in the action, and yeah, I think he's very happy. And I also really enjoy playing with him. So it's nice that we can play the RMP this season.
Yeah, it's been really nice to watch as well. I think we're joined by Oscar as well. Oscar, are you crashing the interview right now?
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Is it
Hello.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what do I even say? Like, my voice is like gone after screaming so much. It is what it is, you know.
How does it feel? We haven't seen you in. Was this your first cup, or no? I think we've seen you in top 8 before, right?
I used to play with Next and Brunity back in Shadowlands, and then we didn't play for a long time, and now we're back again. But with JT instead, of course.
How does that feel? Just coming back and just immediately beating Echo in our RMP mirror? Like, what's going on with that?
I mean, it's Omega hype. We didn't expect like to completely go in there and just make it this like hard. If you get what I mean, it was
Yeah.
It was some crazy matches, to be honest. And I think, like, props to my team. My team played completely, like, insane. I never saw anything like it. And yeah, I don't know. I tried my best, you know.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel like you were playing better, just based on the answer that you just gave to that question? Do you feel like you were playing better than you normally did? Like there was just something in the air about today with your team?
So this is what it is for me. I didn't have like a good team for a while now. I didn't play much, like I didn't do that much, you know. And now JT, Brunity, and TJ, they picked me up, and we've been wargaming, we've been practicing, we've been playing ladder. We got number 1 seed on ladder, and it's been some crazy moments, to be honest. I've learned more in the last like 2.5 weeks than I've learned probably for the past 2 years, and it's been completely crazy. Playing with gods like this is amazing.
Goes
Awesome.
both ways.
So it just
The
sounds
games
like
are
there's
insane.
yeah. I mean, it just sounds like all around there's a lot of synergy with your team, and it's really working well for you guys so far.
Yeah, we're very happy with how it went.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, it seems crazy that you guys are able to, because I don't think we've seen Echo lose a RMP mirror before, and then you guys just kind of show up like this out of nowhere and kind of beat them at their own game. Did you expect that? Because how you said you got picked up for this season, right? With Brunhilde and JT and TJ.
Actually, me and JT never played before the season. Maybe like one session or something. And Thomas or Brunity, I used to play with a lot, obviously, but not like on a competitive level. It was more just like fun games. And yeah, I don't know. It's just been crazy. And to be honest, with beating Echo in their own game, it feels I don't know. It's like indescribable.
Yeah, I mean, it was undescribable for us too to kind of look at that, because they're RMP legends who've been playing together for such a long time, and then you guys just playing first season together like that and winning, that's gotta feel so good.
Yeah, I have no words for it, to be honest.
Cool. Sid, do you have any other questions?
I don't think so. I think we've covered a lot here with you two.
Okay.
It's nice,
I just wanted to
hear
add
your voices at least.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add a little thing, and it's thanks to all the boys on Discord helping us out, bringing us war games, helping us with strats and all this bullshit. It was so good. Everything just went according to plan. Let's say that.
Definitely shout out all the boys. Shout out Elsewave as well. Shout out Nex. All the old teammates being there. It's like a merge of two friend groups, kinda, and we're all just like like owning it up together. So it's very nice.
Definitely, for sure. So before we send you guys off, do you want to play a little game with us? I don't know. I'm assuming you guys are busy. You don't see our little games that we play here on the broadcast, but we wanted to challenge you too, if that's okay.
I'm down.
Sure.
All right. Roll the game. Let's check it out. I don't know which one it's going to be. All right, King of the Jumble. So basically what we do is we take a WoW ability or WoW term or something or other, and we unscramble the words.
Okay.
All right.
It's harder than it looks, I promise. We're terrible at it. Maybe you guys will have better luck.
And this sounds a bit scary. This seems hard.
Okay, so polymorph.
Yeah,
the first one?
I would say polymorph.
Yeah.
Don't cheat. Let them do it.
No.
Let them do it, Sid. Come on.
Oh, are they doing it? Okay.
Okay, yeah. First one polymorph, second one
okay.
freezing, second one freezing trap, sure. Or?
Yeah, it is freezing trap, right? It is freezing trap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the last one. Wait,
Okay.
the last one is.
This is yours.
What is this, man?
I don't know.
I actually have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know
Have a
either.
theme.
Actually,
Something me.
oh, it's CC. It's CC. But what is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be a CC.
CC.
Okay, so they're all
Okay.
CCs. I'm trying to help you guys too. I don't.
It's
What
not
could
hard.
it be? This one is really hard.
The Y is making it hard.
Yeah.
Year.
Actually,
I can't even.
You guys don't know either, right?
No, we don't. They don't tell us this either.
No
They just,
idea.
this is what production does with us. They just mess with us.
This is insane.
I mean, it's gonna be so easy when you see it, but like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably. Maybe production can throw us a bone. I'm not sure. We know it's CC.
It's green.
Green.
It's a green CC. Oh,
A
green,
green
class.
class.
It's a hunter or a
Hunter?
monk.
It's
Paralysis.
it's just
Paralysis.
yeah, paralysis.
Oh, paralysis.
That's what
Oh.
it is. Oh my god.
Okay.
my God.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that one was
That's
good.
All right. Well, not to brag, but if you guys win again, you'll have the opportunity to play with us again. If you want.
Nice.
So maybe we'll see you next week. Well, I know you guys did kind of do some final shout outs, but anything else you guys want to mention before we let you go?
You, Oscar?
I don't know, to be honest. Like, I guess
Sorry.
I can like shout out all the friends and all the family and all this that is like supporting me for trying this hard, and yeah, I know my whole family is watching, and
Oh.
yeah.
Hello.
So nice.
of
JT,
course,
anything for you?
of course my girlfriend as well.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
don't forget about that.
shout out everyone, of course, supporting, watching, all that. GG's to every competitor, of course. The games were really insane. Everybody played really good today, I think. I mean, the games were super close. And yeah, I mean, see you next week.
Yeah, we do.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Congrats once again, and hopefully we'll see you next week.
GG's.
All right, thank you guys.
GG's. Thank you
GG's.
for coming.
Thank you.
Were they wiggling their characters when they were talking? I don't know
I
if
think
that
that
was
was production
them doing
wiggling
that,
it
or
to make it look like they were
production
chatting. I think to make it look like they were talking.
It's clever, yeah. I just gotta spam the
It's like an
slash back
action
animation.
figure, just moving the character around.
Yeah. I couldn't tell who
I
was
didn't pay
talking
attention to
sometimes.
that.
That was helpful. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. All right, well, congratulations once again to Overload. That was our EU Champion 4 Cup number 1. And now that means we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to head into North America. And we are starting off with some incredible series. It's Welcome to the JUNG versus Team Liquid coming up next in NA. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just finished off the EU Region 4 Cup number 1, and it was actually Overload that ended up beating Echo in the grand final. So we crowned our EU champion. Now it is time for North America. We have 4 teams left. 4 teams trying to get as much points as they can in these first 3 cups, because time is already taking Venruki.
Yeah, I mean, today has been full of surprises, and I'm hoping that theme continues in North America. So we'll see it in my predictions, but we've got some exciting games coming up here. We've got Liquid and Welcome to the JUNG in the upper bracket, and of course, Left 4 Dead and Tiger Toads in that lower bracket. So I'm curious, are we going to see Cubsy on the Arcane Mage? Is it going to be Calvish on the Frost Mage? Are we going to see that incredible Warrior for Left 4 Dead? I think there's going to be a bunch of surprises in that lower bracket.
I think so as well. So many questions in North America we will soon be answering, hopefully. If you guys are in chat, definitely get in your predictions for this coming series. Welcome to the JUNG versus Team Liquid, who will be moving on to the grand finals, who will be dropping down to the lower bracket to face off against some of these teams that are looking very formidable down there in the lower bracket already. And we can take a look now at the predictions that we have on the desk here, because I'm definitely curious. Ven, what was your prediction for this series?
We're getting it all updated and good to go, but I think today is one of those days where we're going to see some upsets, and I feel like Liquid, they've been dialed in, they've been practicing, they've been putting a lot of effort. Obviously, welcome to the JUNG, they're the current champs, but I'm going actually in favor of Liquid for this one, 3-1.
Okay, all right, 3-1 in favor of Liquid. Super Tease, what was your prediction?
I'm kind of leaning in the opposite favor there a little bit. I feel like welcome to the JUNG, just completely, unstoppable force, basically, I feel like, in the North American region. And I feel like they've kind of found their meta. It always seems a little bit awkward for them while they're trying to figure out what their comp is going to be, but then once they set in and lock in on it, that's when they start rock and rolling. So I'm kind of anticipating welcome to the JUNG to be able to take this one here.
Okay, we can reveal my prediction as well for this because I'm with these guys, and unfortunately, Ven, you know, but honestly, you with your out-of-pocket predictions. I was gonna say I was about to make fun of you a little bit, but then I realized that I think you're number one still in terms of the standings. So I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm just gonna leave it that. Yeah, okay, all right, production. Yeah, sure, rub it in. I get it.
Thank you. And chat is falling further and further behind. By the way, just wanted to let chat know that.
Yeah, you better lock it in, chat. I've had a chat. That's gotta feel great.
I have a lot of fried takes, chat. Are you guys gonna let me beat you? Like, what's going on here? What's going on here, chat?
Yeah, I'm tied with them, so they really are facing dangerous.
And our prophet is struggling.
Right,
our prophet is struggling.
I know. What is going on with him? I mean, he's got more perfect predictions than me, so he's got that at least. But he told me this morning, he's playing the long game. He's gonna ride it out a little bit, and then he's gonna come in as the dark horse at the very end. So I called it copium. He called it a technique. So we'll see how it works for him. But in the meantime, we're gonna head into this series. It is welcome to the JUNG facing off against Team Liquid. It is the upper bracket. These teams do not want to be left down there in the lower bracket. Left 4 Dead and Tiger Toads have looked very scary already. Both of these teams playing very strongly this weekend so far, despite them being down there in the lower bracket. They know people are underestimating them, and they know that they're up for the challenge. Welcome to the JUNG. Game number 1 versus Team Liquid here on the Grand Arena.
I mean, this could be a grand final, I feel like, for North America. I feel like we're going to see these teams rematch in the grand finals despite the outcome, because they are looking like a force to be reckoned with. They've got the meta comps. Are we going to see any curveballs? I don't think so. This is kind of what I was anticipating. Trill on Outlaw Rogue, Sam I am in on the Frost Mage, Sea-Doo in on the Holy Priest on the right side of our screen, and welcome to the JUNG. JUNG Bahai substituting in for Brain last season and dominating the North American region on that Holy Priest. Drake, Feral Druid, Nick on the Frost Mage. See Sap on Nick. Trill isn't making his move just yet, but they're going to get combat with a Flurry exchange, and now Drake is moving closer to the Priest. I think he wants to do like a stun on Sea-Doo into a clone is what I'm anticipating here.
Well, let's see what they decide to do. Icy Vein's going to be used. Actually, just a proc there for Nick, so hasn't committed the full Icy Veins just yet, but Power Infusion has been used. They're opening up onto Nick here, and seen this matchup in Europe. It has been the RMP that comes out ahead. A big setup there onto Drake. He is going to get into bear form with the bar skin and shrug off that attack. Now putting his focus here onto Sam I am. Sea-Doo preemptively going to the angel form, getting the heals up, and seen the story play out quite a few times today. It's all going to be about those consistent setups on the Priest, the burst damage on the Mage. Maybe you swap onto the melee, but mostly just pressure on the Mage for this one.
Nice fake on the interrupt by Sam. He's a precog king on any class that he plays. And big setup once again onto Drake as it lights out. As JUNG Bahai comes in at the last second and recovers. Incarnation is now rolling. Drake is ramping. And Sam I am is getting chomped. Huge counter assault here by Welcome to the JUNG, putting themselves with a big advantage.
Yeah, it's so back and forth. I mean, it's obvious Liquid has been favoring going onto the Feral Druid, but Sam I am, one Icebox not going to be available for quite some time. He's holding on to the Cold Snap too, so opting to just save that. Sam's going to use his Trinket, duck behind the pillar once again, but Nick is there with Zhang on top of him. All 3 members of Welcome to the JUNG are ready there to put a setup here onto Sam I am. Kidney shot now on Drake. They're focusing on Nick. Big damage onto Nick. They need to be very careful. There's no crowd control on Zhang whatsoever, and I feel like that's the one thing. We're lacking crowd control on the side of Liquid. They haven't gotten that many polymorphs here onto Zhang. He still has his Trinket. He has pretty much everything. Liquid's offense is looking not so strong right now.
Double rake stun. That gets Trill's medallion here on this push. Drake's Incarn 2 minutes away. Icy Veins is coming up for 24 here for both mages, so they're going to be very threatening. Oh my god, this damage even before that point. Sam procs Veins and almost one-taps Nick with a huge shatter combo. He trades out the barrier, recovers back into the fight. Jung Bahai is playing very conservatively behind that pillar, avoiding all crowd control at all costs here. Sam is getting crunched. Another huge hit of damage, and he is struggling to keep him stable. Polymorphs on Trill, trying to distract Sea-Doo and force him to dispel. Bash on Trill now with no trinket. Is Drake going to look for a Cyclone? He gets a Cyclone. Sam could be alone here. A Maim Stun onto Sea-Doo. It could be the second block. Is it going to be a Mass Dispel on it? He blinks behind the pillar with the Guardian Spirit. Trill, Cloak of Shadows to try and assist, but the clone connects regardless, and Sam has played a dangerous game, but he gets away with it. Smoke Bomb comes down. Big setup on Nick. Are they going to be... They need to force a block. They need it. They get a block. They're back in it for Liquid.
Nice. Sea-Doo pushing forward. Kidney shot into a fear. These are the setups you want to see, but he gets caught into a polymorph. No! It's going to be a trinket swap. It's overlapped with the ice block. No! That is not good for Liquid. They have nothing. No trinket on Sea-Doo. No void shift. Sam has no ice blocks. That's a massive win there for Welcome to the Jung. They're looking good to win this game. Liquid's going to need a miracle.
Sea-Doo had to cancel his Angel in order to get the life swap off that they overlap. And we've seen overlaps in Europe, man. That usually gets punished pretty quickly. And Drake gets a full Cyclone. Chastise stun on Sam. Drake is there with Incarn. That should be it. It is so much damage. Oh my god, he survives by the skin of his teeth. He blinks out with the Shimmer and the barrier. A Ring of Frost on the Feral to try and contain some of this damage. Instantly dispelled by Jung Bahai. And Jung Bahai is just avoiding so much crowd control. They can't get anything going. Sam's desperate. He puts a wall down to just defend himself, I guess, but he's gonna have to immediately move away from that. Nick does get counterspelled. Trill is trying to tear in. I think Trill needs to be the X factor here. He's got to amp up his damage. He has to carry the team at this moment. I don't think he can, though. A Ring of Frost around the corner. Guardian Spirit might not be enough. Sam's taking heavy fire. Nick's in position. A polymorph for follow-up, and Sam actually is stabilizing. He fakes an interrupt. They kidney shot Nick. They send him away, and Sam survives another assault. Nick blinks in aggressively towards Sea-Doo, getting ready maybe to counterspell him in the near future, lining up some polymorphs. Vortex down, but Trill does ultimately land the interrupt on the polymorph. Big shatter, pops a barrier, absorbing the killing spree. Jung Bahai still in a good position defensively, but Nick is taking a lot of damage. This is the Icy Veins out from Sam, but he gets Maim stunned on it. Is Sea-Doo ready? He doesn't really have a lot. He might just die to damage. Ice Wall comes down. Barrier for Sam. He blinks back through the Mass Dispelled wall, back in line of sight of Sea-Doo, but like, they've got Veins, I guess, coming up. Sam needs to get big value on this Veins.
Well, he's definitely going to need to. He needs to get some major cooldowns out of the way, but he's just so far on the back foot. Big stun coming in, but the crowd control on Zhang is just not there, and that's the one thing. Zhang's positioning is just so good. Drake and Nick have really denied Sam on the follow-up polymorphs. Liquid's just trying to win with basically pure damage at this point. Polymorphs out onto Nick to try to slow him down, but Sam's still in a little bit of trouble. Big setup here onto Drake. A full polymorph lands. That's the crowd control we need to see here from Liquid. Trill moves over, gets the follow-up cheap shot. Nick is there looking to deny him with some polymorphs, but Trill shuts it down. Use the Cloak of Shadows aggressively. They want to pull that second ice block. Immediate counterspell. Great reflexes there by Sam, shutting down that crowd control and allowing them to continue to make a push, but Sam gets interrupted on Frost. This could be danger time for Liquid.
Nick is struggling a bit here. Sam's getting so many polymorphs all of a sudden on Jung Bahai here. He's gotten 2 in a row, and that's going to force a first block. Can Sea-Doo get a Mass Dispel? I don't know if he has it or he doesn't want to waste the mana here. He's kind of running out of mana. Kidney shot on Jung Bahai here. Sam gets kicked again on the ice wall. He really wants to get this wall down, I think, in the near future to try and close this out. Well, Nick's on hypothermia, but Nick fakes a kick, and here comes the wall. He's counterspelled on it. Nick goes for a poly. Polymorph and Sam trying to slow down the attack. Sea-Doo Angels to immune the polymorphs that are incoming towards him. And Zhang Bahai does not have Angel for some time. He's going to grip Nick out of the bomb. Crazy life grip. They're trying to swap to Drake and capitalize on that and make some sort of opportunity. But this is such solid defense from Zhang Bahai.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, they've equalized the ice blocks. Samayam's going to have 2 ice blocks rotating back up. They can live another 30 seconds. I think they're going to be able to do it. Sea-Doo has his trinket. Can they take him down? Sam just has to hold on a little bit longer. 20 seconds, and he has 2 ice blocks. They're going after Drake, trying to slow down the game. Double stun's coming in here from Trill, and Nick might fall. Beautiful setup and ice wall here from Samayam. Liquid looking to strike first blood. Can they do it? No, Nick gets topped off. But Samayam has bought the time he needs. He's got 2 ice blocks. They're so far ahead in the game. Despite Welcome to the Jung having such a great start, they're now in a terrible position.
Maim stun, Poly. Maybe they have to kill Trill at this point. We're so far behind. Nick is taking so much damage. He's in the corner here in enemy territory. Is Jung Bahai going to be able to stabilize him again through this assault? They trade out the Guardian Spirit, the Angel, and I think that he should be able to pull them back from the brink. Nice clones onto Trill here. They need to buy time for Drake's Incarn. That cooldown in 40 seconds is their big window of opportunity to start chomping through, and they could force a block, Mass Dispel, and win. That's definitely still an option. If they get a block here, It's great right before their incarnation comes up, but looks like it's not enough damage. Trill is just cheap shot city. Cheap shots for everybody. Huge damage on Nick. He gets gripped to the corner of the pillar. He's trying to line of sight, but Killing Spree is coming through. Void Shift is forced. Oh, huge meteor connects, and Nick is getting ran down right now. He's so close to going down to this fight here. Are they going to be able to finish it? Dragon's Breath just finishes, and Jung Bahai is free, but he's struggling. He can't get Nick totally topped off. Icy Veins is popped for Nick. He pops the barrier. They're trying to turn it around onto Sam with the maim stun, and I think they should be able to force something major here, but no, Trill once again is entering the fight and just denying them left and right.
Oh, but Nick is still so incredibly low. Trill putting out a ton of damage right now. Zhang doing what he can. He gets interrupted. Trill with the beautiful kick gets the interrupt, and he drops Nick. Great job by Liquid. They're so far behind in the opener of that match, but slowly and surely it seemed like they were getting more comfortable with the game, pulling out ahead, getting the ice blocks, and ultimately getting the win. Liquid strikes first blood.
All right, Trill has come to pay the bills, and he delivers, because it can be very tough in this matchup as the rogues, staying competitive on damage we've seen. But he did a great job this time, keeping his damage close. And finding opportunities, and I really can't believe Liquid recovered from that. Like it looked like they were in checkmate for like 4 minutes, and they were able to play that game in a position where just one bad move it's over for them. They played it out, survived to that window, and then flipped the game on its head, and were actually able to take it. So wild performance for Liquid. Maybe a couple like warm-up rounds in the earlier part of this game, but towards the end, man, this is crazy how well Trill did in terms of shutting everybody down and then flipping gears, going offensive, getting ready to kick Jung Bahai. Watch this little sprint by kick, and then he can't get the heel off, and they connect some damage through and around the corner while Sidu's just chilling in angel form, making sure everybody's perfectly fine. So really good, clean plays by Liquid towards the end of this, and if they can maintain this level of play, I almost wonder, well, welcome to the Jung change composition, and what composition do they change to?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so interesting, because it's still, I mean, the game was so incredibly close. There was a point in this game where Welcome to the Jungle, they were way ahead, but what we've seen in Europe and, what we saw on like Saturday and Friday in North America and Europe is a little bit different than we're seeing here on Sunday, where these Feral teams aren't doing quite as well into the Outlaw teams. So I don't know if that's just kind of random that the Outlaw teams are winning. It's definitely possible. If it's like a coin flip matchup, maybe we're just getting, the Rogues winning consistently, but it's looking a lot better here. So I do wonder if Drake's going to mix it up. We've seen Drake play Rogue quite a bit. I don't know how proficient he is on Outlaw, but I mean, we're seeing him on Assassination and Feral and Warrior and Windwalker Monk. You got to imagine that it wouldn't be that difficult for him to pick up that specialization. But for now, Liquid's going to be happy to pick a Game 1 win in this series. And we mentioned it. This could be the finals, right? Like, these two teams are looking really solid right now, cut above the rest. So Liquid would be very happy to steal a win here against Welcome to the Jung and earn their position in the finals.
I'm gonna have to ask you like ahead of time what your predictions are from now on. I think if this ends up going that way, because like I don't know how much I can handle being just 1 point behind. I gotta find a way to get back in this. So I don't know, man. Betting against Welcome to the Jung, you bet against Echo, but it was right. I did too, I guess, in that sense. But
did you? Nice.
In the grand final, not the same score.
There's some good teams. That's the thing. It's like these teams are so good. And I know Liquid really wants to win. Like, they are, CD's like, wargaming off of stream, doing the late streams, making sure they're prioritizing practice as much as possible. You have Samayam on the mage. Like, Samayam, known for that mage. He swapped off. We thought of him as maybe like a Boomkin main. I bet you feel slightly betrayed. Your boomy brother and has rerolled Frost Mage, but he's back.
I understand, okay? I understand his pain. I understand it full well, so... he's performing on the mage just like he would on the Boomkin. He's just faking every kick and landing a lot of good counter spells. I feel like he had some really good counter spells to protect Sidu in that last game. We're going to be seeing the same composition from Liquid, and now this is where Welcome to the Jung, do they start doubting themselves? Because they've played other comps prior to this point. They had some Elemental Shaman comps, and I'm curious to see if they want to prioritize those now for the rest of the series.
Maybe. Like, my perception of Welcome to the Jung is that they always just have one composition ready for a matchup, and they just stick with that. Like, that's something we see consistently from, like, Drake and Prev. Whatever they decide for that series, they just play that one composition all the way through just to see if they can actually pick up a win condition. So my guess is that we're just going to see this matchup for this entire series, but we'll have to see. Prev, obviously, a complete monster on these ranged DPSs, including, you know, the Shadow Priest. Been a while since we've seen him on Boomkin, though. Probably unlikely we see that. You know, played Demonology, too, a little bit.
Yeah.
Probably won't see that.
Definitely a multi-classing master. I think picking up Nick. The only problem with Nick is that I think, is he not going to be the rogue main also? So, like, you can't really do... Drake can play rogue, though.
Nick's the mage.
So Nick is just the mage. So some teams, they've got the mage as the specialist caster because it doesn't play the same as almost any other caster. Maybe a Boomkin has a little bit of overlap with its play style. And then you have like the dot classes, and that's where Prev is kind of master of that domain, is all the damage caster classes. That's when you're bringing Prev in, and Drake is the melee specialist, switching around to whatever melee is, you know, most desired in the current meta. And then Jung Bahai just has really solid defense on any healer that he's playing. I feel like his positioning is really good throughout this. I wonder if it ends up backfiring. Maybe it's too defensive, you know, because when we see, you know, Flapper's team playing the Feral Mage Priest, they're very aggressive. They're kind of just getting in there, getting things messy. Whereas Welcome to the Jung, they're much more reserved, it feels like.
Yeah, honestly, that was what I was thinking about Liquid as well. I feel like Liquid is playing a little bit too safe. Like, normally when we're watching these aggressive RMPs, you know, the rogue's moving in, he's getting cheap shots, and the priest kind of risks it all to push in. But I feel like both priests are hesitant in this matchup to actually make some plays. They're kind of just, you know, letting their teams attack, waiting for the perfect moments to push in, just trying to avoid polymorphs as much as possible. That's one kind of difference we're seeing in these games. But we'll see how this opens up. Trill right now playing on top of Zhang. Zhang moving forward with the power infusion. What do they decide to do? To stun onto Trill. They're going after Sam. Sam might just have to ice block a nice alter time. That keeps him alive. CD used the Will of Forsaken as well. So Sam it manages to survive without much more than just that Will of Forsaken. And I think that's a fair trade. But they are continuing to put on pressure on Sam.
It's a dangerous gamble. We've seen a lot of mages in the tournament go down with alter with like 1 second left on it. Dangerous gamble pays off. And they hold on to vital cooldowns. Nick is now getting shredded by a couple of Frostfire bolts here. Big crits. Jung Bahai is trying to pick him up, but a full blind. He trinkets out. Sam now falling behind. Sidu trying to decide what he wants to commit here. He's going to have to make some commitment. Guardian Spirit barrier. Now Nick on the back foot, and it's just back and forth. Both teams coming out swinging here. Nick fakes an interrupt, looking for a polymorph. Not able to land it. Going for it again, and actually does land the polymorph. Sam may need to retreat. He's trying to pull back behind the wall. Nick's getting another polymorph possibly here. He gets gouged, but Drake gets the clone. So good teamwork between Nick and Drake here. They're chasing down Sam. He displaces, baiting Nick to blink to the opposite side. Now he's out of line of sight. Trill is ramping, shredding through that barrier with Killing Spree. Sam's now into center field, and is he going to get aggressive onto Jung Bahai here? Is he forced defensive? He's just taking so much damage. It's immense pressure. Sam gets gripped back to the pillar and will recover, but it just feels like Sam can never get in a spot where he can get crowd control for his team.
Yeah, they're playing this RMP a lot more passively in this game. This is what I'm talking about. Both priests just seem unwilling to really push in to get the psychic screams to really extend the crowd control chain. So we're going to see not as much crowd control, and these games could go the distance as a result outside of those kind of Icy Vein one-shot moments. Sam Aminet right now looking for some Frostfire bolts here on Nick. He gets fully stunned. Trill rolls over, trying to get some crowd control, but that Holy Ward is going to deny anything just yet. They have to play patient. He's going to be immune to crowd control for some time. And that's one difference in this matchup between Zhang and Sidu, is that one specific talent. Sidu is not playing the Holy Ward, I do believe. So not going to have that option. Probably playing the Double Dispel. I'd have to look at his talents after this. We'll see later. But Nick taking some burst damage right now. He blinks away. This is his Icy Veins. Right now, Drake and Nick, they're really trying to make a play. Sam is getting low. Ice Block comes in. That maim stun onto Sidu was very clutch. At the same time, though, Nick is getting lower and lower, trying to get that counter pressure rolling. A beautiful Ice Wall keeps Nick frozen in place, not allowing him to get in position with his healer. Zhang is there now, finally connecting the prayer of mending and allowing Nick to survive, channeling out that shifting power, resetting some of those crucial cooldowns.
Smoke bomb on Drake. Doesn't really get anything, just a bark skin. Now they switch their pressure onto Nick, cleaving 2 targets. Sam and Trill are actually topping the damage meter, but it feels like they're the ones falling behind. So likely they're just getting way better crowd control on Sidu. They don't even have CC actually right now. Sam is just consistently at half health. Drake now passing Trill overall and starting to scale. Trill grapples over to Nick. Drake into a chastise, into a kidney, gets gripped on the kidney shot. They see that swap coming. They're not going to let it happen. Now they're going back onto Nick, but Trill, the Cyclone, nice counterspell from Sam. But now there's no counterspell for Nick if he gets a Mass Poly Blink around the corner or something like that. Rebuffing, staying ahead of the purges, making sure he's ready for the late game. Big Shatter combo in from Sam onto Nick. Guardian Spirit barrier. Should be enough for Zhang Bahai and Nick. Nick blinks around the corner. Ring of Frost attempt. Gets Dragon's Breath. Gets knocked by Sam. Nice knock to put Nick behind the pillar. But Drake gets a clone. So Nick, maybe he's still going to get a ring here. Seems a little uncertain as to whether he wants to go around the corner for crowd control or not. Chastise on Trill. Sam is getting cut down. Nick's going for shifting power. And he's going to get it fully channeled. Good value. Good opportunity to go for that. Big shatter combo on Sam again. But Killing Spree's coming through on Nick. He's going to pop the barrier. They're just sheeping the barrier. I like this reaction. Sheep the overpowered barrier, wait for it to end, and now start cracking through. But there's a Maim stun. Nice Ring of Frost recovery. Zedu will trinket it, go into Angel form immediately to recover here as Sam is getting blasted, gripping him out of the meteor and back behind the pillar. Liquid are still focused on defense. And, I mean, if they can reasonably stay stable, I could see them building an advantage on mana like this.
Yeah, let's see how far they can take it right now. Zhang right now into Polymorph. Nick's still in a little bit of trouble. Trill's there. Sam is there as well. Can they get another Ice Block out of the way? Oh, let's see if they can do a big burst damage and come in at the same time. Sam is getting low right now. Welcome to the Jung is ahead. They get both Ice Blocks out of the way. Can they get the Ice Wall? Full blind goes out onto Zhang. Ice Wall drops down. Sam is in a lot of trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. The Void Shift comes in. The gap in the wall allows Zedu to get there, get that off. But at the same time, Trill creating counter pressure for his team. They get the Guardian Spirit overlapped with the Ice Block. And now Liquid's back in the game. But it is a very dangerous game.
All right, Frozen Orb swap on Drake. Getting shot on Zhang Bahai. Drake's going to Barkskin. He's in bear form. Wall is line of sight. That wall is getting big value right now. Angel form, Divine Him. Is he at enough? This is a lot of damage. What is this damage on Drake? I can't believe he's actually still this low. He manages to walk away from it. And unfortunately, all that damage, went into the Feral. Now they still have to get through another block. They are playing from behind on cooldowns on the side of Liquid. I feel like Zhang Bahai is just like one kind of like drink opportunity away from tying mana, if that is even going to be an issue. Ring of Frost attempt gets counterspelled. Polymorph gets polyed on his poly. Nice shutdown from Sam I Am on Nick. They can't get Zedu in crowd control. He's wrapped around to the opposite pillar to avoid it. They're just going to send damage on Sam. Zedu's ready. Guardian Spirit looking A-OK. Drake reconnects. Trill's going in. Sam blinks forward. Zhang Bahai immunes it with a fade. It looks like Sam really wants to try and grab a Polymorph, but he just can't. Cyclones from Drake, he's trying to fake. Nick is taking a lot of damage, though. Zhang Bahai is moving into the middle of the map. Looking for a mind control, it looks like. They do get the Polymorph. Sam could be in trouble. It's another Smoke Bomb. No Trinket, no Barkskin. Can they dunk Drake right now? Doesn't look like it. He's got Barkskin, but they do get a Polymorph. They could cleave down Nick and force the second block with a couple more seconds of crowd control. Can they manage to get it? They get a Psychic Scream. I'm surprised to not see him will out of this. Okay, he's going to will out of it. He should be able to get big heals. I don't think Nick, unless he gets counterspelled. Zhang Bahai sees Sam around the corner. He's going to wrap to the other side to cast and avoid the counterspell. But they swap on Drake again. Void Shift. He's dying through Void Shift. And Liquid have flipped the switch. They're going on the Feral Druid a lot more. Dangerous game he's playing. He pops Incarnation. Maim stun on Trill. But he's in bear form on his Incarn. He can't do anything. Can they keep the chain going? Oh, they get the full blind. No Trinket. Drake's on the run. He's got Heart. He should be okay with Heart of the Wild, though. He should be able to heal himself up here. Nick gets swapped. It could be the second block. And suddenly, out of nowhere, Liquid are taking control of the reins.
They are all over the place. Going back to Drake. Zhang, what are you going to do? Your entire team is dying. The cheap shot goes out. Drake could easily fall. I don't know how he's still alive. Nice double Dragon's Breath. Mass Polymorph comes in from Nick, trying to get the cross crowd control out to turn this game around. They have been on the back foot for a good minute here. Trill and Sam doing such a good job extending the chain. Nick is just outright dead. Liquid is on fire. They're up 2-0. One away from that grand finals. I mean, that game was very dominant. The last 2 minutes of that game, that was all Liquid.
I regret. I have deep regrets, I think, moving forward. It's always looking a little bit shaky, in the beginning stage, but then they start getting momentum and they just don't let go. And like Trill's damage is so high. It seems like Nick is struggling to get out enough damage in a lot of these matchups. But Trill and Sam are just on the heels of Drake, and I feel like if the Feral Mage doesn't out damage, that they're not going to be able to get the same type of pressure as the Rogue composition. And while they're getting good setups, getting good CC, baiting out kicks, it's not enough pressure to close out the game. And Liquid find these opportunities, they pull it off. They threw Drake off guard by swapping to him a little bit earlier and just forcing him into bear so he couldn't do damage, and then able to swap onto Nick to be able to close out the game. So really clutch from Liquid. They definitely came prepared here. And it's impressive how, as a team as Liquid, they used to just be like a melee composition team only, right? It was like Windwalker DK, and that's all we got. If you can beat us,
that was a long time ago.
We're donezo. But now they can play, it seems like, any composition that pops into the meta. It's not just the melee cleaves, it's not just the Boomkin comps. They're also going toe-to-toe on these mage setups as well.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't we see these teams do like a Ret Paladin? I swear we saw Ret Paladin Beast or Demonology Warlock Resto Shaman mirrors in a finals. Like, these two teams have been going back and forth for a long period of time. Both of them are willing to just whatever is the best, they're going to be playing it. So it's very interesting to see. Right now, it seems like the Outlaw Rogue is solid. I mean, anytime Trill can play Outlaw, it's looking good. He's just an absolute menace on this specialization and has been for what, since like Shadowlands?
Yep.
Ever since Trill's been able to play
Outlaw.
Yeah, that's true. At RMP and double Outlaw Rogue, Sam I am also quite a talented Outlaw Rogue. So I don't know if we're going to see any of those shenanigans, but Liquid confidently locking in the same composition. RMP, I mean, anybody who's been watching these tournaments, I don't know how you feel, Sid. I feel like it's probably the same as me. RMP seems like it is the composition to be right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So welcome to the JUNG. Do they mix things up? They've set up a similar scenario with a large map, so they could easily just go for the same thing. Maybe they've figured something out also after 2 games. You know, at what points should they be aggressive? Should Jung Bahai be getting into the fight a little bit more on Sea-Doo? Or do they just want to play even more passively? Because it seems like they're playing really aggressive at the beginning. They force cooldowns, but then they can't close the game out. And then by the time they get to dampening, the cooldowns are back for Liquid. So it's like they've reset and they're on the back foot now from playing aggressive in the mid game.
Look at all the procs they got. Like, look at the deathlock here. We got Elemental Focusing Lens 420, Elemental Focusing Lens 420, Fatebound Coin 520, Fatebound Coin again, Fatebound Coin again, Frostbolt Volley, which is the tier. I mean, we've got like what is that? Like 3 million damage, proc damage there. 3 million damage and procs in those final
they're
moments.
playing Ellie Shamans. That's normally the Ellie Shaman mechanic. They see that type of damage coming out, but yeah, they've got a lot of damage available to them, and Liquid is insane with Trill on this roster. Just Trill, no matter what he's playing, he is top in the meter. We've seen a lot of rogues struggle to keep up with the Feral Druids, but Trill is making it look easy here in the series. It's up 2-0, and Liquid will be our first finalist in the North American region, which I think by all means is an upset, because Welcome to the JUNG are the reigning champions. They currently hold the throne in North America, so we're seeing almost a mirrored story between Europe and North America, where the top dogs are kind of getting smacked around in this first cup.
Yeah, Liquid definitely looking good, but these are close games. Like, let's not pretend that these are entirely one-sided. I feel like Liquid, they kind of have slow starts in these matches, but they bring it back in the mid game. In the late game is when they are accelerating. So we'll see if Welcome to the JUNG is going to be able to capitalize on that, or if Liquid's going to have an even better start. Starting off with the sap here onto Nick, Sam, and Sea-Doo pushing into the midfield. Right away, Sam's going to push in, looking for a polymorph. He finds it, and they get a very aggressive opener here onto Nick, but Drake shuts it down right away.
Yeah, there's no pressure there. Sam could be on the... maybe not. Trill, big shatter. Huge heal from Jung Bahai. He's going into Angel, but he's struggling. That's a lot of damage at the moment from Trill and Sam. Sam is doing 1.5 million DPS in the opener here. Ice Wall comes down, but Nick's already behind the pillar, so great positioning here. They're going to go on Drake. He's already got Heart of the Wild and Bear, though. They catch him out of bear form. Nice catch on the Feral. They're blinking in for polys. They catch Jung Bahai. They cheap shot Nick. Nick's going to blink into the center field. He gets cheap shot again. Can Sam get more? He can't. He's in a maim stun. Unfortunately, he's going to get gripped back by Sea-Doo. Liquid really just want to close this out, man. They just want to be sitting in the finals, chilling, watching everybody else flounder and struggle in the lower bracket. They don't want to have to grind it out in that gauntlet-style lower bracket play to try and pull off a win in Cup number 1, and they only need one more game to do it. We see a counterspell from Sam onto the healer. A cheeky play here. That means that if Nick survives, Nick may be able to make some moves here. Sam blinks forward. Sam is getting crazy offensive value right now. That counterspell into a full polymorph. Now he fakes every kick. He gets cloned, though, by Drake. Nice clone, but Trill is there with a blind, and that's going to force Jung Bahai to trinket. So Trill and Sam's teamwork on offense is solid.
Yeah, definitely looking really solid just as an entire unit right now. Sea-Doo still just put in the back line, making sure Sam's nice and healthy so they can make plays. But Sam will get topped off. Nick taking quite a bit of damage here, and I don't know what I want to see Welcome to the JUNG do. Like, do we want to see them play a little bit more aggressively here? Are they playing too passive? Because it seems like Liquid, they are pulling ahead in the matchup slowly but surely. They haven't gotten a trinket from Sea-Doo. They haven't gotten an ice block from Sam. And we talked about how Welcome to the JUNG in game number 1 and game number 2, they had a much better start than Liquid. But in this game 3, this is looking even better for Liquid.
Kidney shot, swap on the Feral Druid here, but a Calm Storm comes in on Sam from Nick, trying to keep him pressured, but Sea-Doo's ready to deflect. Sam's blinking in offensively, counterspell on Nick, trying to wrap around the corner towards Zhang Bahai, and Sam's feeling really confident. I feel like with that point advantage, he's playing way more aggressive. He gets a ring here, he lands it, big damage, could force a block, maybe just dies, Master Spell, Smoke Bomb, Master Spell, insane combo, he blinks to midfield, they crush him through the barrier, he lands a knock, but he's still just dying, Zhang Bahai is still controlled, Void Shift will be forced in that push as well, and it seems like now that Sam has that comfort of like, it doesn't matter if I lose, we still have some games, he's playing insanely well now.
Yeah, you really like to see it. Nick is going to be playing Blink as well, so it's going to be much more difficult for Nick to actually land like polymorphs out of thin air, as he doesn't have that Blink cast capabilities, but he will free himself from stuns, but it's really difficult to get away from an Outlaw Rogue. Basically, Trill just doesn't have to stun. He just doesn't have to stun until you blink, and Nick might just die. It could be 3-0 here for Liquid. Nick might have to trade out the Ice Block. Drake taking some damage as well, but welcome to the Jung is just so far on the back foot. This is not looking good. Trill is all over him with a Blade Storm or Blade Flurry right now. Just really putting out a lot of damage. Zhang going for flash heals, but he's just lower and lower on health. Sam taking a huge hit of damage, but Sea-Doo with no crowd control on him whatsoever easily tops it off. Sam I am once again recklessly blinking in, looking for crowd control, looking to set up his team. Could potentially land a full Ring of Frost here. Cheap shot out onto Zhang. Can Sam I am land the polymorph? Dragon's Breath comes in. Good denial. Bash now. Sam gets interrupted. Drake doing such a good job with defense. Really shutting down Sam there. That was MVP plays.
Sam is still trying to sneak around the corner for a polymorph, but Zhang Bahai sees him, and it looks like Nick, Drake, and Zhang Bahai, they're desperate. They're just clinging to the pillar, trying to buy a moment of reprieve to actually find some sort of opportunity to counter assault, but they're really not finding their opening. Sea-Doo has just been chilling this entire game. Kidney shot gets gripped on Drake. Trill steps in, gets chastised by Zhang. Drake's moving in and getting bleeds going on Trill, looking to cleave 2 targets, getting decent pressure against them, but no control. Nice double DB gouge setup here. Oh my god, Liquid, that was clean. They get the polymorph. Sea-Doo's in position, but looks like the polymorph actually breaks early. That's really unfortunate, because that was such a great setup if they could have chained that into more control, but now Trill's cloned. He comes out of that. He's ramping up, getting some Blade Flurry cleave on the Feral here, and just trying to do as much damage as possible. He's found into a Maim stun. He trinkets it to turn it around. Ice Wall comes down. Big swap on Drake. He bark skins right away. Holy Ward up. But Trill is getting chomped. What was that out of nowhere? Drake and Nick turn up the aggression. Trill survives, though, with only the Guardian Spirit. And I think it's still Nick that's likely going to be on the back foot if Sam and Trill can keep getting control on Zhang. Did you get a bash on Sam? He barriers. He pulls back towards Sea-Doo. And welcome to the Zhang are starting to put up a fight now.
Yeah, definitely looking good. But I like that Ice Wall from Sam I am. Nick tried to make an offensive play, and Sam just walled Nick off and kept Drake isolated. So that was kind of a cheeky play there by Sam. Full Fear out onto Sea-Doo. It is going to break, though. So I think he got the Shadow of Death on it. Full stun now onto Zhang. Do they have any follow-up? Crowd control. Nick. Sam is there. He fakes the interrupt. It's going to be a full fear. Do they have the polymorph? Nick is in trouble. The Guardian Spirit is down. Do they have the polymorph? He finally gets it. There is a trinket available, but Zhang looking like he's not going to have to use it. It was on diminishing returns. So now that he's free from crowd control, can he top off Nick? He's still so far behind. Big setup here onto Trill. They get the Maim stun. He's got no evasion and no vanish, but still has that Cloak of Shadows. So Trill, maybe a little bit of a vulnerability here, but I think they really still need to focus their attention on Sam and try to shut down these polymorphs.
Kidney shot, Nick barriers. Dragon's Breath on Drake. Sam gets the ring. Nick's behind the pillar, but Sam can get there. He's looking for more polymorphs, but he gets intercepted. Drake peeling the universe with that bash into Maim. He does get counterspelled on the clone. Nick's trying to find a polymorph to punish Sea-Doo. He knows that. He's back at the pillar. Ice Wall attempt gets gripped by Zhang Bahai, but Trill was left behind. Big pressure from Drake here. He is tearing them apart right now. Drake wants to put a point on the board for his team here, but Nick gets blasted. Trill's pushing in. Cheap shot to engage. Sam gets cloned. Beautiful clone from Drake. Solid defense there, but Trill follows it up with a blind regardless. Dragon's Breath on the Feral to set up for the polymorph. Does he get it? He gets it. This could be a block or a trinket. Zhang Bahai trinkets immediately to get heals out here. Is it going to be enough? He fakes the kick. Killing Spree comes through. He's polymorphing the rogue, trying to stall. Sam in a bit of trouble. Blinks back away from Drake into Sea-Doo's arms, but Nick is still low. It's still so close here. Sam with an ice block lead, but I feel like Welcome to the Jung could mix things up here at any moment. Trill's pushing forward with a kidney shot. Nick trinkets. Big cheap shot on the trinket. That's forcing the second block. Do they have an MD? He's going for the MD with power infusion. Drake goes for a clone. He's not going to go for the MD. He's going to save it. They don't feel like they can win off of it. Better to just save the mana. Look at the mana situation. Not too good, actually, for Sea-Doo. He's got some cooldowns that allow him to heal for free, though. That just came up. You can use the Angel into the Apotheosis. Nick is taking a lot of damage, and welcome to the Zhang. They're backed into a corner. Their backs are against a wall. It's not typical to see this team in this type of position. Liquid are so close to just closing it out.
That Liquid is looking good. Full stun on Zhang. Sam is there for the polymorph. Can he find? He gets the Dragon's Breath. Nick is so incredibly low on health. Is he going to have to trade that second Ice Walk? Look at Sea in Divine Hymn, or in Angel form, channeling out the Divine Hymn. Sam and Trill feeling confident to continue to make a push. Zhang doing what he can to keep his team in the fight, but it is very difficult to get the kilos out right now. Sam is playing all over him, looking for a polymorph. At the same time, Trill needs to be very careful. He's got to vanish. He's gotten to a stun, but Sea trades out his Guardian Spirit to keep him alive, and really just burning through mana. The one lead that Welcome to the Jung has here is mana. If they can somehow just stall this game out longer, Sea might just completely run out of gas.
I think that's likely to be the case here. They've survived. They still have one more block. They still have Feral Trinket. Sea has to Void Shift.
Overlap.
Suddenly, I think this game is actually, it's falling out of their hands. Drake is doing so much damage in this game. Nick has finally caught up with other members as well. And if they can top the meter this far into dampening with how little mana Sea has, he can't keep healing his teammates forever. They get a cheap shot of counters, but they need to close this game out here and now. Can Liquid manage to do it? Double Dragon's Breath connects, but Zhang Bahai is there with the Guardian Spirit, recovering Nick really rapidly. And now Trill is low on health. Sea has a tough call with his remaining mana. He gets Frost Nova around the corner. He can't heal his teammates into a Ring of Frost. Trill uses Cloak of Shadows, but he's met by a Rake Stun. Massive damage incoming from Drake. He is chomping the Ice Wall. Line of sight Sea and Welcome to the Jung are not going to go out of this without a fight.
Really nicely done there. I mean, Welcome to the Jung. They were on the back foot, but they played it calm, cool, collected, and eventually played into their mana win. And I feel like because Zhang was ahead on mana at this point of the game, Liquid felt kind of pressured to actually go for a win. Because, I mean, if they were playing passive, inevitably they're just going to lose the mana. So they felt like they had to push in. And as a result, Welcome to the Jung was able to really punish Trill. Unfortunately, Sea couldn't get there. The Ice Wall came down. I don't know if he actually had the healing to keep him alive anyways, but I guess the Ice Wall is kind of the final nail in the coffin.
All right, beautiful plays here from Welcome to the Jung, and they did what I was kind of discussing. It's like maybe they just survive and they just do dampen. You know, the Feral will be able to build an edge, and that's how it worked here. Although this setup was sick, Nick, with the wall coming down and with the pressure that Drake had, punishing the Cloak with that Rake Stun. Like Trill's thinking, I got Cloak, I'll be fine, and Drake's like, no, you're not. Shadow Meld, Restel, stun, and just chomps him right there in those final moments. Right here, he cloaks, and Trill's thinking, like, I'm A-okay to keep pushing. I can stay aggressive. Drake says, nope, stop, Trill. You're done. Sit down, Trill. He's going to just tear into him on that Rake Stun. Like, so much Feral Druid
big
damage.
Holy Fires, like, yeah. It's nice. I mean, that's the adaptation of this game, though, is, like, I think Welcome to the Jung wants to slow it down, and that's why Nick is playing Blink. So all the other games, Nick was playing Shimmer. They're playing more aggressive. They're playing for CC. And maybe they realize, like, hey, our advantage is Drake does an insane amount of damage. So as long as we're living, we're kind of just winning the game. So that might be the strategy moving forward. Just allow Drake to completely carry in terms of overall damage. Nick can just play Blink as well as the Orc. So, I mean, it's going to be really difficult for Trill to actually lock him down. And if you're blinking out of, you know, the meteors and Comet Storm, it's going to limit the burst that Samuram's going to be able to put out. So an interesting adaptation. I wonder if it's enough to like swing the series.
Could be. But if we go like a small map, it'll be hard to do that. I feel like we're on a small map. Nick might have just died already.
What map we going to?
So I think they should do something like Hook Point. Oh, they did. Hey, sometimes I'm right. Okay, I've been wrong a lot, but sometimes I get one. Sometimes I get one. We're going to Hook Point. Overpowered Barrier does so much damage for 1 minute. Is it? Okay, that was a little bit earlier on. But yeah, the Holy Fire executed the kill. A lance right when the Cloak ended. So Drake just caught him right at the perfect moment. Just Trill thinks he's okay with Cloak. And what's getting nerfed? The Holy Fire?
Oh, Overpowered Barrier.
Okay. By like what? 20%? So it would hit for 800k?
Yeah.
Still pretty decent.
Yeah,
pretty
it's
decent.
not bad. That's for sure. I mean, it's literally, the name is Overpowered. Like, so, I mean, you know.
And you want to talk about procs, you know, the last game. Let's look at this big winner right now for Drake. It's a double big winner for 1 million damage there on that final push with like the second that he needed that damage. And it looks like Sea actually got heals in.
Yeah, Serenity for 2.8 million.
Literally just died.
It wasn't enough.
I was thinking the wall lined him and he didn't get a single heal, but he actually got.
Oh, he got some.
He got some heals. He still died.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if Drake gets to the late game, it's going to be tough for Liquid, so they need to close this out fast. They got to play fast and hard, and try and close this game out before Drake hits the enrage timer. And that's what Welcome to the Jung are known for. Just taking games deep into dampening, dragging them out with solid defense, and just winning on overall damage. So you can try and play their game, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's very rare that you're going to beat them at that. I think playing faster for Liquid is going to be important on match point here.
Yeah, that one was really important for me in my perfect prediction, so we'll see how this one goes.
Is this really happening again? Is this rigged? Like, did you tell them to throw? Like, hey, Sea-Doo, I need you to throw.
Hey, come, what? No.
I need my perfect prediction.
I would never. All right. But we are going into potentially the final game of the series if Liquid's able to win. You're going to a small map. It seems like what we're seeing in these games, Welcome to the Jung playing a much more defensive-oriented playstyle. And that's something we see from them often, right? Do as much damage as possible, survive the setups, just kind of dampen your opponents. It's something they're incredibly good at, and it plays into their playstyle quite well. Liquid in this one, it seems like they have to be the aggressors. They need to push in, they need to get crowd control, they need to find setups to try to close it out.
Well, let's see if they can manage to kill Drake before he hits his dreaded enrage timer. It just doubles everyone's damage and crushes Sea-Doo's mana bar. Moving here into game number 4. Maybe we're going to a game 5, because I feel like now Welcome to the Jung have kind of figured out their strat, but it'll be tough to pull that off on a small map like this. Trill is going to be able to get to his target quite easily. Sure, you can blink out of the stun, but if Trill's is immediately back on you, is it going to be that much value to you? So, dangerous game for Nick. I feel like it's all eyes on Nick. How can he navigate on this small map and stay alive long enough for Drake to be able to snowball?
Let's see him do it. 20 seconds before this game is underway. Liquid is looking really good right now for the finals. However, Welcome to the Jung, I mean, they're just such an incredible team. And they're one of those teams where when you beat them, they come back even stronger. So even if they lose this series, there's a good chance they could come back into the finals and win the entire thing. But we'll have to wait and see. One step at a time. They definitely are looking to tie up this series, though.
Double grapple sap. I see this opener from Trill pretty often. Sam's just going to wrap around the corner. He can't switch the sap over. Ooh, we got feared out of stealth. That's really unlucky for Trill.
Not a great opener here. Nick taking quite a bit of damage as Sam and Nick exchange blows. Trill's finally rolling over, getting some stuns here onto Drake. Big Icy Veins for both these teams. Big Frostfire bolts. Drake needs to be careful. Pop in the Heart of the Wild immediately here, looking for some potential Cyclone. So utilizing that cooldown more offensively than defensively, which you don't see too often in a matchup like this.
Nice polymorph on Jung Bahai by Sam. It's all about offense. Sam, he's got to get in there, get crowd control, and set up for the win. They go for blind. They cut him down through the barrier. He's got altar time. Can they purge the altar? It looks like he's going to use it early. Doesn't want to get purged. Sam into his stun, but Sea-Doo's ready and on the corner here, picking him up quite easily with that Guardian Spirit Apotheosis. Jung Bahai's crossing midfield. Is he going to go in? No, Trills meets him with a kidney shot. Dragon Smith, Sam blinks in, look for ring, gets the ring around the corner. Drake's in a cheap shot, big damage. Jung Bahai trinkets right away to stabilize him here, but now he doesn't have Medallion for that Void Shift in the future.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. He's going to have to preemptively make some trades, use that Holy Ward. Sam right now using the overpowered barrier, taking a huge hit of damage. Sea-Doo gets interrupted. He might have to grip him and void shift him something. Ice Wall comes down. This is desperation here for Liquid. They do not want to throw away this game. They're up 2-1 right now, and yeah, dying to no cooldowns. That would be less than ideal here for Liquid, but they do hold on. Nice mind control. He's going to slow down Sam just a little bit. He pops his barrier once again. He has a huge absorb available, but Nick and Drake are putting out a ton of damage in this game onto Sam. However, Trill finally getting some counter pressure here. Nick's going to shimmer over, so he actually switches the playstyle. He's not playing the blink stun anymore. He's going to be able to just shimmer around and look for crowd control. So Welcome to the Jung, maybe mixing this one up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you might have to on the small map. I don't know if he can survive as long as he did in the last game. But it looks like Drake is still doing a decent job. Actually, Sam is on his heels, actually passing him, which is impressive on that mage. Sam into the stun, but he pre-barriers. Nice play by Sam. Nick is pushing towards Sea-Doo here on that fence line, but Sam blinks around the corner. Does he get it? He gets skull bashed. Drake's going for Cyclone. He gets gouged. Ringer Frost out of Dragon's Breath gets counterspelled. He gets the Polymorph. Polymorph secured with no Medallion. Nick's in trouble. Ice Block. Where's the Master Spell? Sea-Doo can't get it. He's rake stunned. Drake. Great interception by Drake to stop Master Spell here on Nick's block. Jung Bahai comes through and should likely be able to begin to recover him. Decent damage coming out from Drake during this incarn. They need to force a block with it, but just not finding enough damage to do it. Drake gets counterspelled on the clone. Smoke Bomb comes down on Nick with a cheap shot. Jung Bahai's ducking into that Smoke Bomb. Gonna be able to stabilize him. Chastise on Trill, trying to prevent him from blinding him so he can get back a distance away, but Sam fakes a kick. Nick is going to alter back. Sam's still going for Polymorphs, gets another one. Nick could be in trouble. Nice Psychic Scream by Sea-Doo. I like that he took that opportunity to push right there. He saw a moment he could kind of sneak in, get a free crowd control, but I guess it's not unpunished, actually. Nick gets a Ring of Frost on Sea-Doo. Sam is stunned behind the pillar. It's so much damage from Drake. He's soloing Sam. He is just outright killing him by himself. He greeted it with the altar. He was at 1 HP and he greeted it. He rewinds back to midfield. I can't believe the greed on Sam, but he gets away with it.
Oh no, unfortunately he ice walls Trill off. He actually split Trill from his target there, defending Nick with that ice wall. Not ideal, but Sam, that was unbelievable greed. I mean, that is whatever, it pays off. Sam is still low though, and Sea-Doo is forced to use the Void Shift to keep him alive. Like right now, taking a little bit of damage. You get a full polymorph on the Sea-Doo. Great crowd control comes in. Sea-Doo gets a fear onto Zhang, and he has to use his trinket. So Zhang's going to be free from crowd control, but down a cooldown. Nick really only has that ice block left. If Liquid can force the ice block, they're going to be in a prime position. Drake rolls over. He gets a full maim stun. Dragon's Breath now on Drake from Sam, trying to slow down any extra crowd control. Good denial there, throwing in polymorphs onto Nick. Just really slowing down the offense here by Welcome to the Jung and allowing Sea-Doo to recover.
Ooh, Nick blinks around the pillar, gets a Dragon's Breath polymorph. Nice play by Nick. Sam pops the barrier, though, absorbing the hits. Zhang Bahai's getting in here for a Psychic Scream. Did Sea-Doo fade it? Doesn't look like it. It's on diminishing return, though. They get a polymorph for follow-up. Can they force a block from Sam? Nice rake stun. Drake is insane. Drake is definitely leveled up here in these last 2 games. He's dangerously low here. Sea-Doo jumps into Angel form. He gets walled off by Nick. He mass dispels it. He should be able to recover, but if Drake keeps this up, I think we're going to go to a game 5.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Welcome to the Jung. They are looking more and more confident in the match, but we've seen Liquid on the back foot before. That's what happened in game number 1 and game number 2. They were on the back foot, and they managed to battle it back in this game. Both mages tied for 1 ice block apiece, but Drake gets the Cyclone on Trill. Now looking for potential crowd control here onto Sea-Doo. Can he find it? Needs to get a stun into a Cyclone, potentially. It looks like Sea-Doo is going to be avoiding it, just using line of sight. Drake gets caught into a cheap shot of his own, and now we'll have to see what happens here between Sam and Nick. Both mages just throwing in lots of damage, trying to really get ahead in the match. It's the main stun on Sea-Doo. Sam blinks back, but it's a full polymorph. It lands. Sea-Doo's forced to trade out his trinket to keep Sam aggressive, but that's a big win there for Welcome to the Jung to get that trinket out of the way. If they can get the snap here from Sam, it's going to be massive.
Well, he's cloned right now. Drake is going for another one. He gets it on Trill. Sam barriers to absorb the hit. He's pulling behind the pillar. Maybe baiting Drake into a fear. Yeah, baiting Drake into a fear, but he gets dispelled. Nick's at half health. Dragon's Breath on Drake behind the wall. Can't get the poly, gets knocked on it. Tries to blink away. I'm still going for polymorphs, just spamming them on Nick. They're swapping to the Feral Druid. Ice Wall comes down again. Huge shatter combo on match point here on Drake, but Parkskin Heart of the Wild should be good enough. And this is why he sends the Heart of the Wild. He knows the game is going past that 5-minute mark, so he can actually get 2 Heart of the Wilds in the game. So it's a really good calculation from Drake to get maximum value. But he gets counterspelled anyways. That was a quick counterspell from Sam. Cyclone is so fast when you have Heart of the Wild up. Drake jumps forward. He gets a stun. There's no trinket. Sam's in trouble. Ring of Frost around the corner. Is Sam going to survive here? Zhang Bahai's on the left. Drake's on the right. He's blinking all over the universe to try and get back to Sea-Doo. But Sea-Doo's into another polymorph, and Sam is still on the run. He Dragon's Breath the mage, but Drake is there for the clone. Drake is playing out of his mind. Ice Wall is likely going to come down here as well. They do cheap shot it, and I can't believe it. Sam Iam's kiting right there. He gets away with using nothing.
Yeah, he did a really good job there with his altars, with his displays. His movement has been impeccable on the mage so far. Really good coordination there from him and his team. Sea-Doo's actually ahead on mana. This is big for the side of Liquid. Nick is pushing forward, but he's low on health. Can't be feeling too confident, but Sam at the same time is forced into his block. Can they get the counter block? Nick is messing around a little bit too much there, casting Frost. If he gets interrupted, he could just go down without using the ice block. They pushed for the Void Shift. They could get more. The ice block comes in, and Welcome to the Jung. They have nothing left. 20 seconds left on that cold snap. They need to last 20 more seconds. Can they do it? Sam, though, so low on health. Sea-Doo's going to have to pull off miracles to keep him alive. Drake looking for a Cyclone. Can he find it? Smoke bomb comes down. Beautiful smoke bomb by Trill. Sam is there. Potentially save the day. Looks like it's not going to matter just yet. Cheap shot now onto Zhang. They're increasing the crowd control chain. Nick pulls out the Icy Veins, looking to get aggressive, but he could easily fall here, Sid.
So much damage. Guardian Spirit Apotheosis. Zhang Bahai should be able to stabilize. Sam is in trouble. Sea-Doo needs more time. He got walled off from Sam. It's massive damage, and Welcome to the Jung. Take it to game 5.
Whew. I mean, these are very intense games between these two teams. Welcome to the Jung. They could battle it back. They're looking good in these games. Liquid, however, I mean, they made that incredibly close. Both these mages are making some very greedy plays. You're seeing Nick, cast Ring of Frost when he's 10% health, like trying to fake out an interrupt. If, someone has a pre-kick or something like that, you're in a lot of trouble in that situation. But Sandman with his greedy alter times, Nick with his greedy cast on Frost, it ends up paying off. And yeah, welcome to the Jung. They tie it up. We're going to a game 5, and I'd like to say the Cage of Carnage. I really want to see it.
The Cage of Carnage. Well, it's been better for the Feral Mage though, so I don't know if you're Liquid. Do you do that? Because like Raiku's died on that map every time. I don't know if you do it. I want to see it just because it's fun, but I don't know if you're gonna do it. Look at this wall.
Do it for the fans.
Do it for the fans, man. Who wants Cage of Carnage right now? Like, who's a Liquid fan that want Cage of Carnage Game 5? That map is super entertaining to watch. In a tournament setting, it's super fun to watch. I've experienced the frustrations of the map, but I understand the advantages that it can also provide you if you can abuse it. Like I like using like Clash on Monk and gripping people downstairs and trapping them in the corridors of the Ring of Peace. But
I like that.
I mean, Cage of Carnage is just, it's so fun. The Goblin aesthetic is also just really fun. We've seen Hook Point a billion times, you know. Get us in on that Goblin Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles aesthetic arena map here for Game 5. Liquid, come on, do it. Do it. I feel like they won't, because they're a safe team. I feel like they don't usually.
That was a good wall.
They're not going to take any real big gambles. But Drake is just, maybe he just needed to warm up. You know, maybe the catnip didn't kick in yet. Like, because now he is just leading the charge. He's got great disruption. He's getting great damage out, and they're able to win games earlier and survive long as well. So I think Drake is just he's fear. He's finally woken up from his cat nap, and now Liquid have to face the beast if they want to take them down. Enigma.
We don't see Enigma Crucible that much either, so it's nice.
Okay.
That's another map I actually really like.
Yeah, but if they're bouncing to a big map from a small one.
Are we going back to Blink for Nick?
So there's no way they change their comp, right? Liquid?
No, the games are too close.
Like, I mean, they could do some crazy stuff though.
Like what? What are they gonna play to beat this? What are we gonna see?
They could do some Mez Hunter stuff, maybe. Actually, Trill plays the Marksman Hunter on the comp, doesn't he? I don't think Mez.
I don't want to see any Hunter shenanigans here. Like,
do something. It might be sneaky.
You're telling me you have Samaham on Frost Mage and Trill on Outlaw Rogue, and you want them to like?
They might do something sneaky.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
What are they talking about from that game? Because like, what do you do better? Okay, it's in the same thing. I wanted to make it interesting. Okay. I just wanted to make it interesting. We know.
I think it is interesting.
Like,
already interesting.
You know it's gonna be RMP event. Okay, let me dream. Mez comes in on a Hunter or something, or an Ellie Shaman, and they play Hunter Ellie, like the
classic Liquid Windwalker DK. You know,
that's
Mez
not happening.
Playing Unholy DK.
Why is that comp not good? Because you would think with how good Windwalker is right now that it would be.
I think you just die, unfortunately. Get cleaved by the Frost Mage and Outlaw and Feral, and you just die.
Or they call it a Death Knight because they die.
I guess so, yeah. But they are getting some buffs.
Class fantasy.
They're getting some buffs. I mean, there's a chance we see Mez next week. Possible.
Poor Mez, dude. Poor Mez. He needs his Unholy DK patch. He's just been waiting. He's just been waiting. Like someday it's gonna come. I'm gonna get my chance, but. Just not.
It wasn't last year. It was a year before. They brought Mez in for a finals, right?
I think they did. They played Rogue DK. It was a boom.
They played Rogue DK against the move and won. So Mez got his win on the DK.
Okay, fair. But Mez wouldn't agree. Mez wants to be in every game probably and just dominating all the time. So it's he won one game and won a tournament out of it. That's not enough. He wants to be in every game. Lord Mez wants to play. Free the Mez. We need some DK buffs. Free the Mez. But here we go. It's game 5. Welcome to the JUNG Liquid. These are looking like grand final quality games now that Drake is awake and fully alert. We're going to the Enigma Crucible, a large map that was introduced in Shadowlands. When this map was introduced, you were supposed to be able to take the pillars and actually bring them up and down with a button in the middle. And then that feature ended up getting scrapped. I think it was probably because it was broken and people would disconnect or something through the walls or something like that. But that concept of moving pillars, I wonder if they can ever find a way to make it work. Because I mean,
imagine you're
just a little bit.
Imagine right now you're just a marksmanship hunter and you just take the middle, drop the pillars,
the button.
Yeah.
Goodbye, pillar. Hi. I mean, maybe that's a way that you could slot in like a Destro lock, though. You just pick that map, yeah. you slot it in for a Destro lock, and then you just pop them with some Chaos Bolts. And what pillar? What pillar? Can't do nothing.
Yeah. That's true. I swear, I really want to know how many times this map has been picked in the AWC. I feel like almost never. We'll just opt to go to like Ashamains instead.
I think it's getting more common.
Empyrean. Really?
Yeah, I think it's more common. I feel like it's a bit easier to run laps on the outside of this map. There's like more distance from the pillar to the outside wall. Like Tolvaron has a really close wall to the pillar. So it actually, this is a nice map to just run laps. It's a bit more like Empyrean in that sense. Ashamains is okay, but not a lot of teams run laps. This is a lap running game. This is the NASCAR map. Where you just pick a direction and you just run in that direction. But with melee caster, maybe it's not going to be as important. I think it's just large map. They want some distance. Liquid, maybe they need to play a little bit more conservatively for the late game, get Sea-Doo some drinks or something, and just kind of anticipate that it could go to the late game as opposed to just rushing it down.
You know, one thing to think about going into this game, so this is the 5th game, final game of the series. I actually think in terms of like the mental advantage, you'd rather be welcome to the Jung here because you've won the last 2, you're picking up momentum. For Liquid, they're thinking, we don't want to get reverse swept. Like, well, what's going on? Why are we losing? Like, that's all you're thinking. We were up 2-0. Are we really going to throw this series away? So Liquid's going to have to really focus up. But Sam and Sea-Doo taking quite a bit of damage here in the opener. Immediate divine him here by Sea-Doo, trying to empower his heals. Looks like Sam should survive. As a result, looking for an ice wall here onto Drake. Looks like he's able to fake out an interrupt. He's just Frost Firebolt after Frost Firebolt. But at the same time, he is just getting absolutely chunked here by Drake. Nick taking a huge hit of damage. Zhang easily heals it up, but now into a polymorph. This is an opportunity. However, that Chastise, nicely done. Drake goes for a Cyclone, and Seed is there to back him up with a Chastise to shut that down.
All right, good recovery from both sides, although the damage is quite spiky. Dragon's Breath from the poly, but Drake's there for the bash. Chastise on Trill. Sam is isolated for another second. Into a Cyclone. Drake is farming. That's going to get a Trinket Void Shift. Maybe a block on top of it. Sam barriers again. He blinks through the wall just in time to get back to Sea-Doo, but they are quite far behind as a result of that. No Void Shift for 5 minutes, and down some major cooldowns in that initial exchange. But a nice smoke bomb from Trill puts them right back in it.
Kidney shot now onto Drake. Nicely done there by Trill. Really setting up his team. They're getting one ice block out of the way. A full polymorph lands. Can they get more? Would be big. Samayam's getting a little bit low. The overpowered barrier comes in. Both mages just playing right in each other's face, just throwing in Frostfire bolts, looking for polymorphs, looking to bait out counter spells. Samayam throws in a nice little shatter combo, a massive swell of damage here on the Nick, but it's a full blind on Zhang. He's actually opting not to trade his trinket, just hoping that Guardian Spirit is going to be enough, and looks like it will be. Nick now looking for a full Ring of Frost, shimmers over, manages to find the crowd control. Trill's just going to trade out his Cloak of Shadows to stay on target. Keep them aggressive. Full stun now into Drake. Good backup there by Trill, and that will keep Samayam alive more than likely.
There's a Vortex on Sam. They try to knock Sea-Doo behind the pillar, but Sam's able to get back to him. They're going to be recovering. Now Drake is building up some damage here, likely for Trill. Actually looking for a Cyclone, trying to fake his kick. He can't fake him. Trill's in his head, and they counterspell Nick at the same time. Big crack of damage, but Zhang Bahai's ready for it. Drake into a cheap shot. Another swap on the Feral Druid. Zhang Bahai is there. He's actually just running into the enemy team. He's going to go into Angel form, get some big heals. And as the Holy Priest, you kind of have to use that Angel form on cooldown because it makes all your healing free. So otherwise, you're going to fall behind on mana. So Seedoo's going to shove his Angel as well here to stay ahead on mana. We've got decent momentum. Nick blinks out of line of sight of the Angel to try and bait Sam. Sam's not falling for it, so Nick displaces back into the mix on top of Sam. Drake jumps forward. Sea-Doo fears Drake before he can stun him, and they catch Drake behind the pillar. Ice Wall comes down. Insane catch here by Trill, Sam, and Sea-Doo, but not enough damage to be able to get a kill, and Drake will recover, but Liquid are keeping things interesting.
Definitely. Let's see what they can do. Liquid just wrapping around the pillar right now. All three of them together. Drake charging forward, unafraid. He's got no trinket, no skin, though. Drake could be a good target to swap on if they can get the crowd control on Zhang and catch Drake out in cat form or in caster form. They could drop him really, really quick. Here it is. Do they have the ice wall? Sam, I'm unfortunately not able to find the polymorph. Zhang ducks behind the pillar. They got decent damage there onto Drake, but it's just not enough. You don't have crowd control on the Holy Priest. He's going to be able to heal through it. So a bit of a rush setup there onto Drake, but now they're just putting pressure onto Nick. Drake rolls over, looking for a Cyclone. Nice Dragon's Breath. Oh, nice Blast Wave, too. Great defense by Samayam. He gets the Dragon's Breath on Drake, and then the double Blast Wave to stop the double cast. That was incredibly well done.
Very good defense. Now they need offense. They're turning up the heat. Zhang Bahai trades the Guardian Spirit. Nick should stabilize. They see that, and they're swapping to Drake. Is he going to bark skin here? He's trying to be greedy. It's not like a big cooldown commitment, so he doesn't want to bark skin. So this is smart from Drake to be greedy. He gets away with it. Nick is still running down. He's kicked on Frost on match point. Dangerous situation. Now he's counterspelled. Nick is getting pressured heavily, but Jung Bahai is avoiding crowd control. He's got Holy Ward up to protect himself here as well at the pillar and just line of sight. Zidu's going in and out around the corner as well. Drake gets kicked on the clone. They're just dogpiled on top of each other right now, trading lances and flurries, waiting for an opportunity to capitalize on. I could see like maybe possibly a blink counterspell also being a game-winning move here on one of the Holy Priests. Sam gets gripped back. Big damage is coming his way. Drake is charging in. Trill's trying to intervene. Kidney shot. Another swap on Drake. He's going to trinket it. It's Icy Veins, but he gets walled. Oh, the wall was a little bit misaligned there. Drake got walled into line of his team, but Dick is on the back foot. It's a lot of damage on match point. Smoke bomb once again. Trill smoke bombs. One bomb gets a block. Second bomb gets a block. Trill, next bomb gets a win.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, these plays from Trill are quite good. Sam right now getting bursted down. Nick looking for a play. Oh no, Sam needs to be careful.
Saved him, I think.
Yeah, that low clone. I mean, he's got the Guardian Spirit. Nice ice wall, but it looks like Cedar's going to be able to handle it with the Divine Hymn. Sam the greedy plays once again. Nick might just die. Liquid looking to close it out and win this series and earn their ticket to the grand finals. Can they do it? The winner of this will be sitting pretty for the rest of this tournament. We'll have to see who can pull out ahead, but both of them want it. I mean, it's the first time we're seeing these two teams meet this season, and they've been back and forth in the past. Liquid could win this one. It would be quite the momentum gain moving forward in these cups.
Another swap on Drake. Trill catches him. He's going to bark skin. Ringer Frost from Sam on Nick. Cheap shot. Blink Poly. Does he get it? He gets the polymorph. Nick's in trouble. No blocks. He barriers. He tries to escape. Drake is looking for Cyclone. Cyclone the mage on the go. Sam has 2 blocks, though. I feel like they have to kill Trill. And Trill needs to be aware of that. I think he's a liability right now. He has no evasion, no cloak. They catch him in a bash. They're swapping. Meteor comes down. Is it enough damage? Doesn't look like it. Trill's just walking it off, still building up damage on Drake, forcing him back in bear form, denying his Heart of the Wild clones. Polly's on Nick. Now they're swapping to Nick. Cedar's mana is ahead of Jung Bahai. Liquid are in a great position to win game number 5 at this moment in time. It's really just up to Trill. He cannot throw and go into a bad position. He gets a sap on Jung Bahai, and Nick has to block. Is there a mass dispel? Trill is out of his mind this game. He blinds up Jung Bahai. Still no trinket for 2 seconds. Cedar's in position for a Psychic Scream. He gets it. Drake could just die. Trill is carrying. It's so much crowd control. It's so much pressure, but now he's getting intercepted, and Cedar needs to be ready. He stabilizes Nick. He gets the Guardian Spirit up, or Trill, he gets the Guardian Spirit up. Double wall, mirroring each other. The Priest try and move desperately back in line of sight of their teammates. Trill is evasion rolling. He will survive. Now he's trying to get aggressive on Nick. Nick gets counterspelled into a cheap shot, and Trill has Smoke Bomb coming up in 56 more seconds. If he can connect that, I think it's going to be the end of the game.
This is absolutely devastating here for Welcome to the Jungle. There's really nothing left. Divine Hymn comes in from Jung Bahai once again, keeping Nick nice and healthy for the time being. Shifting Power trades out. He's got quite some time on that Icy Veins. Both mages kind of lined out, but Trill is in trouble. He's got 1 vanish. He trades it out. He's got another in his back pocket if he needs it. Trill is looking healthy and fine. They roll over. They want to take down Nick. They want this win. Can Liquid do it? Nick is on the back foot. He's looking for a polymorph in desperation to survive. Zhang is there. He's in a kidney shot. Unfortunately, he's not able to follow the polymorph. Sam gets it. He gets the polymorph, and that will be the trinket void shift. But Sidu is there for the fear. They just kill him through it. I can't believe it. A beautiful push there by Liquid. I mean, all of this just started snowballing out of control when Trill found that sap out of nowhere, got the ice block from Nick, and this push, they managed to kill Welcome to the Jungle through the trinket, the void shift, continue the chain, and get the win. Nicely done there by Liquid.
All right, Liquid, they're not going to let Welcome to the Jungle reverse sweep them 3 in a row, and the reigning North American champions go to the lower bracket, mirroring the European region. Are we going to have new champions for Cup number 1? And look at Trill, man. He's getting these smoke bomb setups. He's controlling the universe. He's almost keeping up with a Pharaoh Druid on damage in these long matches, you know, going like 7+ minutes here. Trill is playing out of his mind, man. He was on the Windwalker yesterday. Now he's coming in on the Rogue. He's just absolutely demolishing. And honestly, even if they didn't kill Nick here, look at that smoke bomb. It's like 20 seconds away. I'm pretty sure that's just going to be an insta-death if Trill connects that cheap shot when Nick is playing Shimmer like this. It would just be an auto kill even if he doesn't die here. I like that Cedo is in position also, getting that Psychic Scream to secure the round for his team, knowing exactly when to push, not overstaying his welcome, finding that moment. And Liquid look like they're returning to form here as a dominant North American roster.
I mean, they've been consistent for a long time. A lot of the time when they go up against Welcome to the Jungle, it's very difficult matchups, but Sam back on the mage, Trill on the Outlaw Rogue. Trill is just an absolute beast with that specialization, putting out insane amounts of damage, finding the crowd control their team needs. And Liquid's going to be super happy to earn their place in the finals. And they can just sit back, relax, and see what happens. Because there's still some monsters in that lower bracket. And welcome to the Jung. They were improving in the series. I mean, we had some really close games. Game number 1, game number 2. Honestly, most games it felt like Welcome to the Jung was winning at the beginning. But Liquid just managed, they held in there and managed to pull out a win in those final moments.
All right, nice moves, nice plays.
Actually, there's no damage from Sam in this kill on Nick. Like, literally
Sam is
nothing.
just like, oh, you guys got this. I don't need to do nothing.
Polymorph.
It's all Trill. Sam's just doing nothing, you know. It's all Trill. He's just carrying it. 6.6
Trill literally
million.
soloed
Trill
him.
literally soloed him.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Let's be real.
Cedu chucked in a Shadow of Death.
It's like, here, have some heals. You got this, buddy.
He actually soloed him.
Oh, well, that's the Trill diff for sure. But Team Liquid, they are not safe just yet. They are popping up to that grand finals, and they know just how close that was. Now, welcome to the Jung. They're going to be going down to that lower bracket. They've got time also to kind of figure out their next move. Welcome to the Jung. This is a team that they kind of came a couple of years ago and have just been finding consistent wins ever since with this roster. A couple changes here and there, but they're basically, still the same team that is finding all of this success in the AWC, and they're going to be looking to do that again. So they're going to head down to the lower bracket, unfortunately, and play either Left 4 Dead or Tiger Toads, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, Left 4 Dead, Tiger Toads, both these teams are looking really solid. Tiger Toads kind of figuring out what they want to do. Do they want to play the Frost Mage with Calvish? Do they want to play the Arcane Mage? It's going to be interesting to see. I feel like Arcane Mage against Left 4 Dead, especially if they play that cleave setup, is going to be quite powerful. So I think that's what I would expect in the blind pick for Tiger Toads. Left 4 Dead, they definitely have to decide what they're going to do. I feel like the cleave against the Arcane is probably what they expect. So we're likely going to see Gage on the Shadow Priest. But I think in terms of what team will be the most difficult for Welcome to the Jung to go up against, it's probably going to be Tiger Toads. So I think Welcome to the Jung, they probably want Left 4 Dead to win this one.
All right, we'll find out if they can pull that off. We are going to head to a break. When we get back, we're heading down to the lower semi-finals. We're going to knock out a team, and one of them will be moving forward in the lower bracket to face off against Welcome to the Jung. We'll head to a break, and we'll find out just who that is up next. Welcome back. We are in the lower finals. It is Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads, winner of the series, moving on in the lower bracket to face off against Welcome to the Jung in the lower finals of the North American bracket. And then, of course, Team Liquid in the grand finals, waiting for a competitor to face off against them. If you're watching from home and you are in chat, definitely get those predictions in, and we can take a look at the predictions that we had here on the casting desk for this series in particular. Then you've kind of been on fire lately. Let's start with you.
I'm going in favor of the Tiger Toads. I think it could be a close series, just based off of what we saw from Clapper yesterday, but I do think that the Arcane Mage will be tagged in here, and I think Cubs is going to be very slippery in this matchup and likely do lots of damage. So I think Arcane in general, the Arcane RMP is really strong into everything except Frost Mage.
All right, Ven or Seiko, what you got?
I got the Toads as well, but I think it's going to be a little bit more convincing. I think it's going to be like a 3-1 maybe. Kind of similar reasons. I think we're going to see Cubsy tagged in, and I got faith in my boy Cubsy, the last Arcane Mage standing right now in a sea of ice. So yeah, 3-1.
Yeah, I predicted something similar. I'm also on the side of the Tiger Toads. It looks like Super Tees was also in agreement with us. But, you know, all around, it seems like we're kind of thinking that, you know, Tiger Toads is going to take this win. But let's definitely not count out Left 4 Dead. This is definitely a strong roster as well. It kind of just seems like it's coming to composition alone on this. But, you know, Left 4 Dead, very, very talented members on this team, especially Clapper, Zico, who has made a lot of fans lately, especially from that play from Friday.
100%. If you're a Warrior fan, if you're a Warrior main, this is your guy. This is the person that you want to be cheering for. You want to be cheering for Left 4 Dead. They're one of the only teams that is successfully using a Warrior, running that Warrior Feral Resto Druid Cleave. So we'll see if they bring that out. I feel like a Warrior's worst nightmare, though, might be an Arcane Mage. So we'll see if Clapper comes off the bench.
No! Oh, we hyped him up. Well, maybe we'll see him in some subsequent games. Either way, game number 1 is starting here. Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads. Both of these teams facing elimination.
All right, here we go. We've seen this story play out before. Cubsy on the Arcane Mage with his Kleptomania. I expect a very kind of defensive game here from Cubsy, just putting out as much damage as possible while allowing Calvish to do setups. Big Arcane Surge here onto Axton. They get some missile barrages incoming. Like they will swap now over onto Gage. The Kleptomania comes in. Gage is getting lower and lower. Tuna right now preemptively trying to stay ahead of the damage in the Ancient of Lore form, but still just getting bursted down. This is overwhelming pressure here from Calvish and Cubsy.
Yeah, and one of the best things about Arcane in this matchup is that there is a lack of ranged kicks. There's only really the Feral Druid's kick, and they're already getting that dispersion here with this opener. Get a full sap out of that blind as well. They're going to continue the pressure here. Nice defensive fear coming out from Gage. Do they have anything more to work with? You get a resap into a Triple DR Ring of Frost. Void Shift coming out there onto Tuna as well. And now they're forcing so many cooldowns. The pressure is just unrelenting. And with the fact that Cubsy can more or less just free cast in this matchup, he's going to be able to do a lot of work here.
Yeah, pulling back to the pillar, displacing into the middle. Gage, no Void Shift, no Dispersion, nothing really left. Can they take him down? We got a Chastise here on the Tuna. Kearney is moving forward. This is a potential game-winning setup. Huge burst here onto Gage, but a disorienting roar from Axton slows it down just a little bit, but the damage is not over yet. Calvish goes into a cheap shot, a follow-up cheap shot, now going over Gage. Full Cyclone lands from Axton, just in desperation, trying to help keep his Shadow Priest alive in this game. Right now, Tiger Toads, they have most of the violence, the speed, the momentum. Everything is going in their favor. We need to see if Left 4 Dead can recover. It looks like they actually have recovered and can maybe finally start getting some damage rolling here on Cubsy.
I don't know. I'm kind of worried that next setup, they don't really have any answers for it. If that polymorph connect, here's the surge, here's the damage. What do they have? Tuna goes into the Ancient of Lore tree form, and he is going to be able to avoid crowd control here to extend that duration of that defensive CD on that dispersion. So Gage should be able to get that back, and that's the name of the game here for Left 4 Dead. They just want to rotate those defensives, make sure that they always have something when these setups are landing, but at the same time, Gage is not feeling too confident just yet. Cubsy Cubsy is taking a decent amount of damage. Axton coming in with the Cyclone onto Cubsy, and that's going to slow him down for a moment. Kidney Shot onto Axton. Looks like they want to go for a swap, but the Void Shift comes in. Big damage. Ring of Frost coming out there as well into that Smoke Bomb. They're actually swapping to Calvish here a little bit on the side of Gage, and Left for Dead. They're able to fake cast the counterspell, get some dots rolling, and finally start to build up a little bit of pressure of their own.
Yeah, not looking too bad. Kearney goes into the Angel form, going for Divine Hymn. Gouge now on Tuna. Calvish looking to set up his team. Are they going to go after Axton? He pre-bear forms the Touch of the Magi, so Calvish really doesn't want to commit his stuns just yet, but cooldowns are rotating back up. He's farming up that Shadow Dance. Big setup here on Calvish. Can they drop him? A beautiful setup there by Axton and Gage going for the Psy Fiend. Cubsy wasn't able to kill it off, and got some serious value there. Full Kidney Shot now landing onto Axton. Just trying to stall. Not really overcommitting here. Calvish has his Shadowy Blades coming up really soon, and that Blades is such a devastating cooldown. I think it's probably one of the most powerful cooldowns for throughput in the game. So when Calvish has that available, we're going to have to see Left 4 Dead make some big trades, try to crowd control Calvish, and just avoid getting one shot.
That was a really good fake cast there by Axton. And just to get Cyclone onto Cubsy, which he trinketed, but here's the Arcane Surge. And look at Tuna's mana. You can't see it right now because he's in bear form, but it is not looking good. They got a full Ring of Frost here, frozen Tuna, and it looks like he is going to get Mass Spelled out of that one, but still, the Dispersion was forced in that exchange. They want to get that Cyclone onto Cubsy to try to slow down his damage, and these Kleptomania steals are also doing a lot of work here for Cubsy. Shifting Power coming out, Tuna sitting down for a drink, but he's going to get sapped on it. Actually, is a DR sap though, so not the worst thing in the world, but it did shut down his drinking opportunity. Calvis had to use his Cloak of Shadows here, double stun coming out onto the DPS, raw damage coming in. Cubsy's channeling up the Evocation, which is going to boost his damage even further and give him missile procs, and he is just shooting those out. Gage dropping so low, this could just be it, and it will be. The Touch of the Magi comes through for the Toads, and compositionally this is looking extremely rough to deal with on the side of Left 4 Dead, and I think that it's kind of what I highlighted at the beginning. Shadow Priests don't really have a ranged kick. Like, they can silence you, they can fear you, they can stun you, but they don't have like a range, like a true interrupt, like a counter spell or, you know, a wind shear or something like that. So as an Arcane Mage, all you have to really deal with is the Feral Druid stopping you. And once the Feral Druid doesn't have interrupts, you're just, you're just having the time of your life. Look at Cubsy's damage this game. He's absolutely able to blast off.
Yeah, we'll be able to see it here in the replay, but this is kind of those final moments once again. The Stunlock comes in, Evocation comes in for Cubsy, and he's able to just get out a massive missile barrage. Even though Gage gets topped off, the Touch of the Magi just enables Cubsy to put out additional tons of damage, and it's just, yeah, it's a barrage of purple magic. Gage is going to fall over, and the difficult thing for Axton in this matchup is the way Cubsy plays is incredibly defensive. Like, he's just going to blink out of your stuns. He's just going to use the pillar. He's going to play at max range. And this is something Cubsy has consistently done for such a long time. And even if you look like at nothing else besides pressure, look at mana. Like, mana is just so bad here for Tuna. The Kleptomania is just absolutely devastating. Like, there's some decent damage coming in here from Gage and Axton, but overall, Kearney still have so much mana to work with. Every single defensive cooldown to rotate and trade out if they want. I don't know if this is going to work for Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to look to see a composition swap. And it is interesting, though, because we talked a lot about the Arcane Mage, but the Sub-Rogue is also really cool to see paired up with it. You have kind of two different one-shot threats, and also you just have somebody who can consistently hold people in place for that Arcane Mage. So it seems to be working very well. We've seen a lot of Outlaw and a lot of Frost, but it is cool to see this team specifically on the Toads running that Arcane sub-specialization, and they're going to lock it in again. Asherbane's Fall is the map pick here, and we'll see here what they decide to lock in on the side of Left 4 Dead. I feel like if you lock in Clapper, it's not great because you're going to have to run after Cubsy the whole game. But if you keep the Shadow Priest in, it's also not great because then Cubsy is just free casting. So you kind of have to pick your poison here, and they are going to lock in the Shadow Priest Feral one more time.
Kind of actually think it would have been better for them to go to a small map. Like, I don't even mind this composition that much, but I feel like for them to win this, Gage needs to get like really involved and push in and get crowd control on Kearney. I would have liked to see them risk it a bit more and play like something small like Ruins of Lordaeron. just not allow Cubsy so much space in this game. But that's not going to happen. They're going for this once again. I just feel like these larger maps just really play into the favor of Tiger Toads.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that having a small map where the priest actually can get in and shut down a lot of these attempts and also land more CC is going to be their key to victory. It's going to be extremely difficult to win a long game, but I guess it is easier to get drinks off on Asher mains if you can actually sneak away, but a lot easier said than done. We'll see if they can do it on the side of Left 4 Dead. Right now, Tiger Toads leading 1-0, and it is an elimination match. Loser of this match will be eliminated. Winner will get to face Welcome to the Jung, who we saw a little bit earlier in that previous series. And it looks like we are going for a remake.
And yeah, give me getting into game number 2. What do we want to see here for Left 4 Dead? I think, I'm trying to think, what can they really do? I really think the small maps can enable them, but on this large map, I'm trying to consider what they really are thinking. I do feel like they need to kind of push the pace of the map. Maybe focus on the rogue a little bit more. It's interesting because rogues in some recent balance changes, they actually got a lot more consistent damage. So when we looked at the scoreboard for that last game, Calvish and Axton were actually quite even, which you wouldn't really expect. The Subtlety Rogue does decent, consistent damage with the Rupture, and I don't know if he's playing Gloomblade or not, but you do some okay consistent damage, and you have your Shadow Dance rotating back up so often, you can really send the goes. Subtlety Rogue, I think, is quite strong right now, but most players are opting for that Outlaw Rogue. So it's like you mentioned, Calvish bringing in some of his own flavor here with the Arcane Mage. They're making it work quite well. But I really do feel for Left 4 Dead here. I feel like this is a tough matchup, and Arcane in particular is super, like, as an Arcane Mage player, like, it feels really good to play Resto Druids. Kleptomania is just so insanely good.
Yeah, the new Kleptomania, I didn't really like it at first, but it's definitely grown on me, so it's nice to see it utilized, and it seems to be really strong as well, just in terms of how much mana it's draining. And yeah, Calvish was playing Gloomblade, playing just a standard secret tech build with Gloomblade and rocking the 2 set. We got Cubsy rocking the 4 set, of course, on the Arcane Mage. Yeah, it seems like he's just running kind of standard talents. One thing that I noticed on Cubsy is that he's not running the Ice Wall. He's actually opting for the Chrono Shift, which recently got hit with some nerfs, over the Ice Wall. So he's going to just have more movement speed, be a little bit more slippery, but he's going to not have that big one-shot potential with the Ice Wall. And we are going to see an opener here onto Axton actually coming through. And already a lot of damage being put here on the board from Cubsy. And anytime they stack up here, when he gets the Touch of the Magi activation, he gets a free Arcane Missile that will just cleave the entire team. So Cubsy can do a lot of AoE damage if they end up stacking against him. So need to be a little bit careful with that. Actually gets kicked on his Kleptomania there by Axton. So Cubsy is not going to get that same kind of pressure that we saw earlier. But already Tuna is bleeding a little bit in terms of mana. They fear gauge. They go for a big setup here onto Axton. And they're going to force out the Bark Skin. So not bad. And then Cubsy also able to reset his cooldowns and get that Kleptomania back and just send it onto Gage. So just keeping up the pressure here so far in this opener.
Yeah, it's a really big battle of momentum as well. Like, Gage has to... If Gage is playing from behind, Kearney's just spamming Dispel. Like, all his dots are just getting dispelled over and over and over. So, unless Left 4 Dead have momentum, Tiger Toads are just going to be way ahead in the match. Cubsy going for that Kleptomania once again, putting in some pressure here. But you can see the mana difference. Tuna's already... He only has 60% mana already at this point of the game. He's just burning through his mana so quickly. A minute and a half in the game, he's almost completely out of mana. Meanwhile, Kearney's 100%.
Did you cast a Hearthstone right there, Gage? It looked like it.
Trying to fake cast of interrupts with the Hearthstone. I didn't see that, but the Flash Heal's coming in. Gage still putting in some damage, going for the Void Torrent here onto Cubsy, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to make it a big setup here onto Calvish. Cloak of Shadows comes in. Here comes the Shadowy Blaze. Calvish is really going to put out a lot of damage right now. Disorienting Roar comes in, though. They're really getting some good crowd control out. His damage is going to be limited. They make a swap here onto Gage, trying to do what they can for the time being. Axton rolls over, maybe looking for a stun, but Every time he pushes into Kearney, he's just going to get poked by Cubsy. He's going to get feared away. Look at Kearney dispelling the VTs once again. It's such a nightmare matchup. I mean, Left 4 Dead has absolutely zero pressure in this game.
Yeah, and it's just it's so funny to look at Cubsy's pop. He just goes behind the pillar. They got a chastise on the Axton, just resets his cooldown, drop the Kleptomania, and then just keeping the distance here between him and Axton. And Axton is just trying to find him the whole game. He tries to get back to Cubsy, he just teleports away, and then he's gonna blink the stun. They're gonna get a stun onto Axton, and they're gonna swap to him. Kleptomania coming out there as well. And it's really hard for Axton to just get any kind of pressure here because constantly, whenever Cubsy doesn't have any mobility, Calvish is there backing him up, making sure that he's landing gouges, making sure that he's landing stuns. But here comes the setup onto Calvish, but Kearney not in any crowd control whatsoever. Ring of Frost drops defensively there onto the DPS. Arcane Surge has been popped. He gets silenced on it for a second here, but they're going to shut it down for a little bit, but Kleptomania comes through. And Cubsy once again actually finds himself in a full Cyclone there, so Tuna manages to sneak that in. And the Iron Bark does come out, but again, like we highlighted about a minute and a half ago, Tuna's mana is not looking good right now. They need to make something happen soon on Left 4 Dead, or we're probably going to see the same thing that we saw in game number 1, where Tuna is just completely out of water.
Yeah, this is not looking too good. Cubsy pulling away once again, just poking Axton. Gage can't move. He just can't get there. He's just not moving fast whatsoever. Cubsy just running around the map, using his ice flows, resetting the shifting power. Tuna's actually drinking, so this is not the worst thing ever for them. He actually is going to be able to recover his mana, but how fast is he going to burn through it? So he actually didn't recover that much either. I mean, 50%, pretty decent, but Kearney's still quite far ahead at this point of the game. Kearney going for dispels once again. This poor Gage, now he gets interrupted. He just cannot get damage out. This is just an absolute nightmare. Somehow he's still kind of keeping up to Cubsy on the damage meter, which is absolutely unbelievable, but good crowd control from Calvish. Now a swap on Tuna. They're just all over the place. This is not looking good here for Left 4 Dead.
That sequence was beautiful from Calvish. He kicked Tuna, then he got the stun to force the dispersion, and then actually he gouged, and then he got the stun to force the dispersion, and then he just swapped as soon as they got the dispersion. So Calvish is really making some big plays here, making sure that he's burning as much mana as possible, applying as much pressure as possible. But as I say that, he almost got one-tapped right there. Nice Cloak of Shadows coming out, though. They had to use the Guardian as well. Here comes the big smoke bomb setup. The Tuna's there.
Oh, no!
It's just, he can't even out-heal it when he gets into the bomb. That is an insane amount of damage. That's got to be the touch of the Magi right there from Cubsy. Once again, getting to absolutely just blast off. And, yeah, I don't know what you can do there if you're Tuna. Like, you get into the bomb, you're in Ancient of Lore, you're spamming out heals, but it's just not enough.
So the thing about Ancient of Lore, it's kind of important to remember. It's like Ancient of Lore, your healing starts off really bad because when you use your Blossom Burst or whatever, I think that's the heal. Basically, you have only a few heals. When you use your Blossom Burst, it puts a missing heal over time effect up and also heals a little bit. But so every single time you play Blossom Burst, it's going to increase the healing of Blossom Burst, but also put it at extra hot. So the first couple are like, they're not going to instantly top you off. So you need a couple globals to actually like ramp up your healing to when you just do infinite healing, basically. So he gets in, but unfortunately, those first few globals aren't going to be that powerful, and Cubsy's able to just snipe him with that touch of the Magi. But this is, I'm not going to lie, watching these games, there's no way they win this matchup. I'm just,
yep.
I don't see it. It's not going to happen. They lose during the early game. They lose during the mid game.
There, the Hearthstone.
Yeah, trying to fake cast with the Hearthstone. Yeah.
I was like, wait, what was that icon? I feel like I've seen it. I recognize that. No, but I couldn't agree more. They lose early, they lose mid game, they lose late game. But this was a good push though onto Calvish, showing some signs of life. But here, let's see what Cubsy actually did here. So I think he has his Arcane Surge already powered up. Gets the missile, gets the barrage.
I have a feeling Calvish also put in quite a bit of damage there. But we'll see.
I think you might be right.
I think it's a combination of both. I think it was touch of the Magi. Like, obviously Cubsy did a lot of damage, but I think Calvish probably landed like a big Abyss Secret Tech here because he has everything up right now. Like, he's all his cooldowns. So I think he's about to get one tapped.
Yeah, I think let's see here.
Secret Tech.
Blossom Burst, 2.1
Holy Fire.
healing.
Yeah, it's mostly Cubsy. during that's 6 seconds. We gotta zoom in to like that last 2-second window to see exactly what happened. That's still mostly Cubsy.
No. That's crazy.
There it is.
The secret tech didn't, I mean, it didn't really do that much, actually. It wasn't that secret of a tech. But yeah, just the missiles, man. The missiles are actually insane. When you have the, what's called the Ether attunement from the touch. Yeah. When you get that, you just, your missiles just bang. And you can see it there, 440k ticks, the missiles. And then you can obviously buff your barrage with it as well. So, and also the splinters, just extra damage that you don't spend any globals on. It's just like passive. So, Kearney coming in with Holy Fire, and Tiger Toad's gonna go to hook point, lock in the same thing. I think it's Clapper time. I think is it Clapper time, man?
Yeah, Clapper's coming in.
Hey!
He has to. Well, you know, here's a fun little fact for everybody at home. Like, we had a chance to ask the players some questions, and one of the questions that we asked the players is, if you could have one ability from WoW, what would you pick? And most players, you know, they think about it. They say like, oh, I'd take invisibility. I would take, you know, teleport. I would take revival, conjure food, just save world hunger. You know, Clapper's answer is, if he could have one ability, it would be Blade Storm. So that's a very warrior thing to say.
Blade Storm. Yeah. I wonder what would Blade Storm even look like in real life? Would it be like a spinning kick?
Tornado. You have to have some big swords. Clapper's Blade Storms, they do a lot though.
They definitely do. I think it would be like the you ever watch that cartoon? What was it, the Tasmanian Devil?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would be like that, I think. But it's just Clappers with 2 axes in his head. Just chopping down trees.
Yeah. But I feel like WoW looks more realistic than that show, so I feel like it would realistically look more like WoW than it would, you know, Tasmanian Devil. No?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'd get dizzy if I try to do that in real life, so I don't think I would spin very fast, older, yeah. and I don't think I'd probably lose my balance and just trip after a while, after like 3 spins. So.
Well, we are getting older, Nico, so...
Speak for yourself. You're a little older than me. I'm still holding on to my youth here for as long as possible.
Okay,
fine.
Okay, buddy.
Cope.
All right. BB Clap. Let's see what he's going to be able to do in this game. Clapper, what can he do? So the big windows where they can go on the mage is going to be the spear. But the problem is Overpowered Barrier is quite good into those one-shots. However, Cubsy taking some damage now. Actually trying to go after the Arcane Mage. Kleptomania is going to be channeled out. Clapper just cannot get there. I'm curious to see who they decide to go after in this game. Immediately, Ancient of Lore going to be used here by Tuna, just throwing in as much heals as possible. Try to keep his team nice and aggressive, but they really haven't put much pressure out on the Cubsy just yet.
Yeah, and it looks like Cubsy is just going to continue to avoid Clapper here. He's tanking Axton a little bit, but he has such a defensive position. If Clapper wants to get there, he's really going to have to overextend, but decent pressure onto Calvish. I think Calvish swapping to him is going to be the key to victory here, potentially for Left 4 Dead, but so far they're dealing with it nicely. They were able to get a nice little swap there onto Axton as well. Heart of the Wild was active though. Finish out onto Tuna. Not able to find any crowd control to follow it up though, but they're just going to continue this kind of late game strategy that we've seen so far from the Toads. Just continue to spam out the Kleptomania, continue to let Cubsy reign free on that Arcane Mage, and eventually they're just going to have that win condition later on in the match. Now setting up onto Clapper here, doing out of crowd control, should be able to deal with it. Kearney's moving in actually, looking for a potential fear, getting some pressure. Tuna forced to reposition. Kleptomania actually uses it to fake cast the pummel there, just so he can continue to blast away. Clapper still at 50% HP, has all of his defensive cooldowns, and it looks like they're setting up a swap onto Kearney actually. I kind of like that. If you can't hit the Rogue and the Mage because they're too slippery, just go after the Priest. But they are able to get back onto Calvish there, but unfortunately for Clapper, he got crowd controlled into a Cyclone. Nice Ancient of Lore there. Low Cyclone onto Kearney. On the kidney shot here of Clapper, a bit of an opportunity here maybe to get some pressure on the side of Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Cubsy playing very defensively so far. Blast waving Axton away. Evocation comes in. I mean, Cubsy's not going to be going for polymorphs, anything like that. It's just going to be full-on damage. Here comes the Kleptomania, just burning Tuna's mana. Every time that Kleptomania is channeled fully, Tuna has just lost 5% of his mana. So it's a very effective strategy. We have a Mame Stun now onto Kearney. It looks like they want to put some pressure on the Priest. It's the only target that isn't just running around the entire map. And as I say that, he fades. He goes into Angel form. They're not going to be able to hit him either. Set up here potentially onto Tuna. No, just a cheap shot. Calvish just getting crowd control for the team while basically allowing Cubsy to put out a ton of pressure. So an interesting adaptation of RMP, but for Tiger Toads, it works out well.
Yeah, so far so good, but I need to be careful. At any point, the Clapper could snap and try to one-shot them right here. Big Blaze Storm coming out. They're going to get a double cleave here with that one. Kearney's dropping low. Calvish dropping low. Activates the evasion. Gets a kidney shot onto Clapper. That was a nice moment of pressure there for Left 4 Dead. And if they stack up like that and they can get, double pressure, that could really be a nice way to snowball into a win. Kearney still feeling the pressure here. Triple Fear coming out, though. Tuna actually manages to get out of that one. It breaks to the damage. That's going to be a defensive Ring of Frost there as well. And now they're going after Tuna on the side of the Rogue Mage. Actually, it looks like they're going to go after Clapper, sheeping Tuna, but it breaks there. Unfortunately, I think an orb might have proc there for Cubsy. But meanwhile, Kearney is taking a lot of damage here. They found their target. When in doubt, just Zug the Priest. If you're going to lose on mana anyway, you could just try to kill him outright here. And so far, it is working pretty decently in terms of cooldowns. But still, Kearney looking super solid in terms of mana. Full blind onto Tuna is going to break. Cheap shot onto Tuna. They're cleaving down Tuna and Clapper now on the side of the Tigers. Can they take him down is the question. Doesn't look like it. Tuna will recover. Clapper will recover and back onto his target. There's a full stun onto Kearney. He's going to trinket it. Calvish as well. Getting cleaved a little bit. Forced to step away for a second just to try to recover and kite. Nicely done there by the Tiger Toads. But that was a big win here for Left 4 Dead. And for the first time in the series, I feel like we're actually seeing a real win condition out of these guys.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead looking a lot better in this game so far. The pressure is good, but Tuna's almost completely tapped on mana. 20% mana left. Cheap shot comes in. Clapper getting absolutely blasted. Kleptomania once again coming in from Cubsy. Tuna's going to have to play catch-up against Dragon's Breath into another Polymorph. When Cubsy's completely left alone, that's when he strikes for CC. Gets the Arcane Surge off, and Clapper's in a lot of trouble. Here comes the Evocation. Big Missile Barrage is incoming. There's a lot of damage here for Cubsy. Clapper could easily fall. Smoke Bomb drops down. Nice defensive peels here from Axton, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, and that will do it. Cubsy throws and closes out the game. Calvish with some beautiful crowd control. A 3-0 for Tiger Toads. Left 4 Dead, they had a good run. Honestly, their compositions are so unorthodox right now, but they really had a good run in this tournament. Good finish for them, and hopefully we see them competing next week.
Yeah, no, that was really beautiful stuff coming out here. Unfortunately, not enough. I think just like we kind of already mentioned, it seems like they were compositionally a bit outclassed. They didn't really have an answer for the Tiger Toads. But that means that the Tiger Toads now are going to be in that lower bracket final against Welcome to the Jung. We can see the last couple of moments here. Clapper going down to that damage. The missile spam coming out. Obviously getting an evocation, which basically gives him a load of intellect and also gives him a free proc. And he also had the power infusion, which obviously is going to give him even more haste. And he's just completely unleashing. And then Calvish is just crowd controlling Tuna. And they have the damage to take Clapper down and advance in the series. So good stuff from the Toads, but their next matchup is going to be a really difficult one because there are some answers on that side. You mentioned it earlier, Van, but Arcane Mage is really good into pretty much everything except for Frost Mage, and they have that available.
Yeah, I think you have to play on top of Cubsy. Like, there's two strategies for the Arcane Mage. I feel like... in solo shuffle, as an example, like, you never really want to attack the Arcane Mage if you're playing the Frost Mage. It's much better just to interrupt him. Like, just spam interrupts on the Mage, kind of just ignore him, Dragon's Breath him on his burst, spam Polymorph him, and I think that's one thing Jungle, Welcome to the Jung did quite well. Like, they're basically just rotating infinite stuns and interrupts on the Mage, not allowing him to get his burst off, and just really playing aggressive, because Cubsy likes to have this very passive playstyle, and the composition Welcome to the Jung has with this Feral Frost Holy Priest can kind of punish that and allow you to push in and allow you to play aggressive, and doesn't allow Cubsy to make much space.
All right, well, let's see what they can do with it. I've got a question for you two, since I've got your attention. I feel like Arcane Mage is a spec that gets changed around a lot. You know, sometimes it's really, really good. Sometimes it's completely useless. It seems like it's not something that we often see being one of those FODM classes. Do you feel like that adds to maybe people's unfamiliarity with it, maybe uncomfortable with either playing into it or playing with it as a spec?
Yeah, I think it's a spec that scales pretty well with skill as well. So it's you know, when you have somebody like Cubsy playing Arcane Mage, they can definitely make it look really good. And if you're not familiar with the different mechanics of Arcane specifically, it can definitely catch you by surprise. So I think it's also a spec that kind of hard counters certain things, and it's like a spec that hard counters but also gets hard countered by some things. So if you pick it into the right matchups, it's going to be really solid.
All right, well, we'll see if we can see that shine once again. We are going to head to a break. We've got more series coming up, though. 2 left in the day for North America. Left 4 Dead, they are out. Tiger Toads up against Welcome to the Jung. It's going to be a difficult feat like these guys have already covered. So definitely think about this one. This is going to be a difficult prediction, I'm sure, for Chad, but I know you guys got it for that prediction. So let's lock in. We're going to head to a break. It's Welcome to the Jung versus Tiger Toads up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the lower finals. Winner of this series moving on to the grand finals face-off against Team Liquid. And this is a matchup that we've actually already seen before, Super Tees.
Yep, and it did not go so well for the Tiger Toads, but they've had a lot of time to warm up. They've also seen how the compositions play, more time to build synergy and pick their options. Maybe they're going to start this series with Calvish instead on Mage instead of Rogue because of how much success we saw in Europe against that Feral Mage composition as the Outlaw Frost. I feel like that's definitely a possibility for them, but at the same time, it kind of does feel like Cubsy is kind of an MVP. When he's coming in, and they did actually switch to it throughout that series the last time they met, and it just wasn't enough. But maybe they've sharpened their swords here in the span of literally a day or something like that. I mean, we've seen teams Overload come in, they haven't played for like more than a couple of weeks, and they take out Echo. So a lot of these teams can just kind of like hyperbolic time chamber train their way to the top. But welcome to the JUNG. It's got to be looking like a crowd favorite still, I would think.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. If you are watching from home, let us know what your predictions are, and we can take a look at our predictions here on the desk as well. Zico, what was your prediction for this series?
I am going pretty convincingly in favor of Welcome to the JUNG. My logic behind it is that I don't think the Arcane Mage is going to beat the Frost Mage, and I think that is kind of the strength of the Tigers. And I think that if they do lock in the Frost Mage, like Sid mentioned, they're just not going to be as good at it. So, yeah, I think Welcome to the JUNG has got this, and they're headed for the grand finals to get a rematch.
All right, Super Tees, what you got?
I mean, I got a similar one, but I think the Toads are going to sneak out with one. I think they're going to sneak out with one. I think Welcome to the JUNG might be a little rattled, so maybe they're gonna drop a game or something like that against the Toads. And arcane damage can never be underestimated. You know, every once in a while you hit the casino and get a couple of big arcane barrages in there, you might be able to close out a game.
Yeah, head over to the Bellagio, see what you can make happen for sure. All right, I predicted something similar. Definitely curious what Ven did, but I feel like Tiger Toads can get a couple
if you
more.
Went the other way.
I'm so sorry.
Ven, don't do it.
I could see him doing it.
Don't go the other way, Ven.
No way.
He actually went the other way.
What does he know? He
What
knows
does he
something
know?
that we
The
don't
prophet
know.
title. Your prophet title is getting yoinked. It's not. It's Venruki is the prophet if he gets this right. I swear, like it's over for you, Zico.
Yeah, I haven't had a great season so far with predictions. Ven's got to give us this one. There's no way. Yeah. Okay. So they're locking in the Frost RMP mirror. Well, Frost versus FMP actually. So Frost Outlaw versus FMP. I feel like RMP has been coming out ahead a little bit on this, but last time they played it, it didn't look that good. But we'll see if they have had some chance to maybe get some more reps already. Seeing a CC chain get interrupted here. Drake is going to be able to shut that down with the bash stun right there. And Nick is going to be taking some damage, but I think Jung and Kearney both being out of crowd control, I don't see any real opening here unless they can get a big ice wall.
All right, let's see if they can get that. Drake, Incarn still available. Looking for crowd control. Just getting on target for now. Jung behind a blind. Damage on Nick. Looks like they're mounting their assault. Kearney into a stun. Calvish is at half. Nick is getting blasted. Nice sap by Dazed. Beautiful double Ring of Frost as well by Calvish into a double Fear, but unfortunately, not enough damage. Maybe with the kidney shot, they can get some damage here. It's been a very long crowd control chain on Jung behind. They actually just sit through it. He just chills through that. That was like 20 plus seconds of crowd control, and they don't even dent Nick.
Yeah, Nick with some excellent kiting there, but now finally is going to be able to get a little bit of healing, and he's trying to turn up the heat here onto Calvish. Can he get any crowd control over onto Kearney, though, is the question. It doesn't look like it just yet. Drake actually getting swapped to. They go for the ice wall there, but he gets counterspelled. Nick's doing a great job so far with just shutting down these plays. Drake now looking to launch an assault to get a full bash into a full Ring of Frost onto Kearney. This could be the first ice block here onto Calvish. An ice ulti time. Can they get any more crowd control? It doesn't look like it. Nick actually blinking away defensively here to get away from Calvish, but surely this is going to be an ice block. No, he's actually going to be able to displace back into his healer's line of sight, and Nick once again cheating death here with these defensive plays. Really nicely done.
Repositioning, Guardian Spirit out, Drake into a Dragon's Breath. Calvish finally taking some heat here. Kearney's ready for it, though. Now he's into a stun, and they race him down to the Guardian Spirit. They polymorph Nick, stalling the game. They swap to Drake to catch him out of form. Ice Wall comes down. Not going to get too much value here, unfortunately. So that wall's going to be canceled early. Nick's still taking some decent damage, and Calvish is actually beating Nick on damage pretty substantially. And Dazed, I feel like if Calvish and Dazed keep their damage up like this, they stand a really solid chance of winning this. Dragon's Breath hits onto Drake into a polymorph during the Ring of Frost, which is really unfortunate to be a Feral Druid sitting a full poly while your team got crowd control and the healer. But in the meantime, Nick is just soloing Calvish with the Dragon's Breath. Massive damage, but equally massive heals coming out from Kearney as he restabilizes him. And we're still pretty even here at the 2.5 minute mark.
Yeah, so far no one has forced any major objectives. Kearney had to use his trinket, but it's rotating back up. And in terms of mana, it's not looking too hot here for Kearney. There's the bash, though, onto Kearney. Big damage onto Calvish, but looks like he is going to be able to keep himself alive for now. Actually, whoa, that is a very early ice block right there coming out, but they will take it on the side of Welcome to the Jung. The first major objective has been forced. And now it is Tiger Toads trying to get a big cooldown back here. Oh my goodness, Calvish almost going down there on that hypothermia. Nice ice wall coming out here as well. Isolating him, the Ring of Frost coming out there.
It's in front of the wall.
Jung behind. And Nick and Calvish both are going to be able to stabilize.
The wall doesn't get any value. Nick was actually in front of it, so a little bit misplaced there. Calvish gets gripped back to the pillar, looking to recover with shifting power. Drake interrupts it, trying to dodge a fear around the corner. So good positioning by Drake to realize that threat. He soaks the counter spell with Cyclone. So now Nick is open to possibly get a polymorph. Calvish is faking kicks here for the wall. Wall comes down, blocking Drake. That's a nice catch by Calvish. It's going to get them a bark skin, but not anything else, unfortunately. And now Calvish, who is already behind on one block, is being pressured. He blinks behind the pillar with Kearney. Drake is chasing him down. He gets feared away. They chastise Dazed. They go for a poly out of it, but they get counterspelled by Calvish. Nice counterspell here in this position. Barrier comes through for Calvish during that shatter. Drake is looking for another Cyclone. Looks like they get the polymorph instead, and Calvish is in trouble. It could be the second block. They're looking decent in the earlier stages. Can they manage to pull this back? Smoke bomb comes through from Dazed. Big power play, and we're seeing the value of these smoke bombs series after series as that forces Nick's first block.
Yeah, beautiful. So they tie up the defensive cooldowns here on the side of the Tiger Toads. Nick still taking a lot of damage here, and Nick actually manages to finally get ahead on damage done here compared to Calvish. There's the ice wall, big damage potential here with the power infusion, and he take Calvish down. He is taking so much damage. Drake looking to close line, gets the CC, gets the maim, and they push for the ice block. Drake is looking for the Cyclone. He finds it, and they take. Can they hunt Calvish down here and potentially force the ice block to try to get a sheep out of that Cyclone? Did they get it? They managed to actually get it. This surely has to be the ice block. Calvish ducking around the corner with the ult time, displaces back around the corner as well. Fake has the kick and actually manages to stay alive once again here through a very, very sticky situation. That was a great push from Welcome to the Jung, but Calvish with some excellent kiting. Now they go for another Cyclone though onto Kearney. Surely Calvish is not going to work his way out of this one. And that is going to be the second ice block now forced in favor of Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, Tiger Toads are playing from behind here, and there's no opportunities really on anyone. They all have medallions. They're going for an attempt here on Drake during these cheap shots, but Daze is getting polymorphed. A wall comes down. Calvish takes a huge chomp from Drake. Drake really wants to get back in that final, man. I bet they're really upset about not just being able to take Liquid out in that last series. So Drake's charging forward. Nick gets kidney shot, but Zhang Bahai is there with the Guardian Spirit. Nick is building some Frostfire bolts here on the Calvish, blinking in aggressively. Calvish alter times. No, he actually doesn't trade the alter time. He's just displacing back with the Shimmer. Now repositioning. Trying to find his footing here. He's just in melee range, and Kearney's like, get out right before the wall. Oh my god, that almost clipped him as it was being constructed. That was a nice save by Kearney.
Yeah, that was a beautiful grip right there, but still Calvish is not out of the woods yet. Nick is all over him. Big damage connecting from Nick. And they get any crowd control onto Kearney. He doesn't want to go for it because there's a meteor on the ground there, and now he got cheap shot. So good patience here from Nick. He could still go for it if he can manage to find the angle. There's the bash. Are they going to be able to land it? There it is. Full sheep connected here. Now they could potentially push for the win. Drake's not feeling too confident, though. He was low, but manages to catch a big heal. If they have any re-follow-up, they could potentially close out the match. But Jung gets feared there in the midst of things. Looking for the re-polymorph. They do find it, but still it's going to be Calvish actually dropping quite low, but he's going to be able to teleport back. It's still on 1% HP. Can they access the Void Shift? Can they access a big heal here? Kearney actually doesn't even have it in his back pocket. He trinkets out, tries to keep him alive here with just Serenities, and it looks like he is going to be able to sustain Calvish to about half HP. Beautiful Ring of Frost coming out there from Calvish, but it doesn't catch Drake. He actually leaps over it. Calvish still not out of the woods, but the Guardian comes out now, and that surely should be enough defense to stabilize Calvish.
Cyclone on Kearney. Is it going to be enough for him to hold on here? He doesn't want to alter at half health. He's trying to get topped off before going for the altar, but he's taking so much damage. A full polymorph, no trinket. That should be a KO. He barriers desperately in defiance to stay alive, but it's too much damage. And welcome to the Jung, are rampaging in game number 1. Looking to just close this out 3-0 and get a rematch against Liquid in North America's Grand Finals.
Yeah, that was an excellent push. They just kept it going. They really didn't have to use too much defensively. I felt like Jung could sit through a lot of crowd control, and Nick really didn't have to use too much, ice blocks. He just had to use that one ice block a little bit earlier in the match. But other than that, he did a good job kiting, and Drake just backing him up as well with the Cyclones and managing to find the openings here. But you can see this kind of relentless assault coming in here at the end. They connect with the stance. They have the Comet Storm plus Meteor, and they have the damage in that CC chain to just take him down. At this point, Calvish actually was going to rotate back his ice block if he could hold on for a little bit longer. You can see the cold snap there being about 50 seconds away when he actually dies, but still a really good push here. They tried to shut it down with the double cheap shots, but not enough here. Calvish just had no more defense left, and they're able to take that first win. So pretty much what I expected in terms of comps, and this is kind of my worry. I feel like the RMP of Tiger Toads hasn't been quite as impressive as their arcane stuff with Cubsy. It feels like that's where they put most of their time and effort. What did you think of the RMP here?
Yeah, I don't know, because I feel like Dazed is kind of keeping up with where Trill was playing in the matchup, right? Like, he's just on his heels. I feel like it's for them, if they're going to run this, it's getting more reps, I think, as a team with Calvish on Frost Mage. Because this could have really good potential. I think that there's a lot of good core stuff there, but it's just a little bit not sharpened up enough, in my opinion, to be able to take out Welcome to the Jung. So maybe the Tiger Toads are going to flip it out here, or maybe they just take the series to practice it. For the rest of it, but at the same time, Frost Mage is getting nerfed, so like maybe Arcane is actually better next week. So you could just practice Arcane for right now, even if it's better performing for you.
Yeah, that's Fivehead actually. They're just practicing this entire patch. They've just been playing on hard mode for the next patch. No, but I do agree with you. I don't think it comes down to one specific person on the team. I think it's more of a team synergy type of thing. I think RMP is just one of those comps where you need to have a lot of reps. Especially if you're going to beat the FMP. I feel like the FMP, if the FMP plays better, they're going to win. If the RMP plays better, they're going to win. It's a matchup that can definitely go both ways. And Welcome to the Jung seems like they have been investing pretty much only their time into this composition here. And that's kind of what we've seen historically from players like Drake and Prev, right? Always kind of focusing on one, maybe two different compositions. And just making sure that they know those comps in and out. In the past, it's been, there's Shadow Priest Feral, there's been, Rogue Lock, things like that. And I think this season it has been mostly that FMP. So they're typically the guys who, even when they lose in a matchup, they just keep locking in the same thing. So I really think that they have pretty much perfected this FMP, more or less.
Yeah, they're very good at it at the moment. But with that being said, Liquid was able to beat them. So Liquid are looking really good in this tournament. And Tiger Toads are not going to change anything. They're just going to try and synergize a bit better here on the pushes. It seems like finding a way to disrupt Drake is going to be very important. He's got to be able to be the playmaker. Starting to stumble over my words here towards the end of the day. We've had so many intense matches, but yeah, Drake seems to be the MVP right now for me on Welcome to the Jung.
I think Drake's the MVP? I don't know. It's hard to call. I feel like Nick's been doing a great job too, but yeah, maybe. It's hard to bet against Drake. He's just such a consistent, solid player. He's usually not like the flashiest guy, but you can pretty much always count on him just having a consistent, good performance, really good decision making. You almost never see him make a big mistake that's going to cost you the game. So yeah, maybe. I feel like Nick's been playing really solid as well, though. Just the way he was kiting through those crowd control chains, being able to kind of hold on to his defensive, especially early in the game. There was that big, long CC chain where he was just able to let Jung sit through the entire thing and still kind of come out even in terms of pressure. Stuff like that was really impressive. Just landing a lot of crowd control as well, which is not the easiest thing to do when you are against the Outlaw Rogue and you're backed up by the Feral Druid. So I think in general, both of them have been having a good first game so far, and we'll see if they can keep it up. Right now, our predictions are looking good, Sid. We can finally close the gap a little bit with Venruki if Welcome to the Jung wins here.
Finally, these YOLO picks from Venruki might be getting punished here.
Yeah.
In this
Do you think he's just lucky?
He's just lucky.
Think he knows something?
Do you think his predictions are more skill or more luck?
I don't know.
Because the thing is, if you say it's luck, then what does it mean for you being the prophet before?
Yeah, but that's different, though. I see visions. I don't think Ben doesn't see visions. I think he's just
Ben just closes his eyes and points.
Yeah, pretty much. And at some point it's gonna even out back to 50% where he belongs. But we'll see if Tiger Toads can even out the series here. Try to bring it to a 1-1. Right now we are in game number 2 between Welcome to the Jung and Tiger Toads. Big opener coming out here. It's full Cyclone actually connecting onto Kearney. There could be Calvish in a little bit of trouble, but it looks like Jung is going to be able to heal up Nick here. Cyclone is going to get swapped 2 days, and it looks like both teams will recover without having to use any major defensives, any trinkets on their healers. Just an even trade in terms of Guardian and the Spirit of the Redeemer.
I like Calvish getting the interrupts out of the way to bait it so he can shifting power fully channeled and get some more powerful cooldowns. Ring of Frost around the corner. Nice snipe by Calvish. These are the types of plays we need to see. Nick blinks, but he blinks into a ring. Drake's in a polymorph. Ooh. Calvish is making really good plays in this moment. But unfortunately, it doesn't get any cooldowns. That was a really good setup. They got through the kicks, but there's just not enough damage to back it up in that instance. So now Nick is starting to post up, trying to get through some interrupts himself with these polymorphs. He blinks away from the kick. They stun, bash, Ring of Frost around the corner. Calvish is there. Nice disruption again by Calvish, but Calvish is the one that's feeling the pain. He tries to knock him back on the next crowd control. He does maybe knock him behind the pillar here. Nice polymorph from Calvish once again, and they're gunning for. They get the first block, and Calvish is looking to tell me to be quiet about questioning him on this RMP. I think right now.
Yeah, that was a really good push right there. Nice knock too. Nice Dragon's Breath to shut down the CC as well. And they're rewarded with an Ice Block. So we'll see here. Tiger Toads definitely showing that they still have a little bit of bite left in that Tiger. And we're going to see Jung there actually fades the first cheap shot. I think it's a fear on 2 days, but it is going to be Calvish now going for the Dragon's Breath, getting a full polymorph. Drake, what are you going to do? He stuns Dazed, looking for the Cyclone, and he just slows down their attack here. Nicely done there by Drake. Just making sure that instead of doing a counter attack, he's just going to CC the Rogue. But here comes the Ice Wall. Drake is isolated. Doesn't have the Bark Skin. Actually does have the Bark Skin, but he's just going to trade out the Renewal. Keep that Bark Skin in his back pocket. As he doesn't have his trinket right now. He doesn't want to get caught without any defensives there in a stun. Calvish taking a lot of damage. There's the main stun. Drake looking for the Cyclone. Nick looking for the Ring of Frost. Not able to find it. They are going to get the Cyclone though. Calvish blinking to the opposite side here away from danger. And he is able to just reset his cooldowns kite away from Drake during that dangerous moment. Kearney now is going to be able to reconvene with the Guardian. But he had to actually use his trinket right there. Divine Hymn now coming out from Kearney. And it looks like they are going to get at least a healer trinket. So that's kind of the first item on the shopping list here. If you are Welcome to the Jung, the next push could be the Ice Block.
All right, let's see if they can get it. Kearney in a stun. Calvish landing more great interrupts. A counterspell onto Nick. But the Frozen Orb is down. Big damage on Nick here. And it's Jung Bahayo needs to save him. He's positioning at the pillar, going in and out there around the corner. Calvish gets kicked. He's trying to get in position. Looks like Drake is looking for Cyclones, not finding them. A little bit of a pause in the fight here in the middle until either mage decides to make a move here. Nick fakes a kick. Polymorph on Daze, dispelled instantly. Goes for another one. Gets it. That one's going to break, unfortunately. Nick blinks back. Mind control attempt here. Going to get cheap shot. Big setup. Tricks of the trade. Double polymorph by Calvish. Calvish is really heating up in this game, but now he gets counterspelled. They're turning it on him. He's trying to drop an ice wall. That line of sight's Jung behind, but Nick can blink around the corner. Dazed is chasing him down. Full blind comes through, but the Guardian Spirit's already out. Nick is likely going to recover. That was a nice move by Jung Bahai, anticipating that rogue grapple and activating the defensive cooldown before the blind. Dazed is now setting up on Nick, still continuing to build damage for his team. He's got a lot of momentum here, but Zhang Bahai, once again, just picking him up quite easily. Calvish into Cyclones. It feels like Drake is having a bit of a harder time getting momentum for his team here in Game 2.
Yeah, but they are leading on mana, so if the game continues like this, Nick and Drake are able to potentially just secure the mana and pressure advantage late game. But here comes the killing spree. Nick, what are you going to do? He displaces back and manages to actually heal up a little bit with that. Now finally Jung coming out of CC, manages actually had to trinket right there to try to save him. Now Calvish though on the back foot. Guardian, it does connect here from Kearney. Both healers definitely feeling a little bit of that pressure. Now Drake actually getting swapped to pre-bear forms though. Looks like he shifted out there. Big mistake from Drake. What is he going to do? He has to trinket, trade out the survival instinct, trade out the renewal there as well. And a bit of an uncharacteristic moment there for Drake. Might have jinxed him earlier when I say he never makes a mistake. But it looked like he shifted out after he pre-shifted while he was stunned there. So they're going to be able to get all of that extra damage when he's not in bear form. But here comes the setup. Beautiful counter setup. They get the stun into the Cyclone, into the Ice Wall. Massive stun on the Ice Block. Beautiful Vortex there as well to keep him on the wrong side of that wall. But Calvish manages to recommune with his healer. But that was a great push. They got the Ice Block. Drake, however, is going to be a very isolated target now. That next stun could just be lights out here on Drake. And he knows it. Ducking into bear form continuously. Here comes the swap. Big damage. There's the smoke bomb. Are they going to be able to take him down here? Nice Ice Wall coming out as well. Big pressure, but they are going to be able to. I think he pre-Guardian that smoke bomb actually, and Jung actually saves the day there. Drake was so toast right there if they weren't able to get that.
I feel like Zhang is making crazy plays this game with cooldowns, preempting a lot of these attacks, because that was a checkmate position that he blocked. Calvish in trouble again with a polymorph on Kearney. He's trying to retreat away, but you can't really kite a Feral Druid too easily. He's trying to blink opposite direction as a double cheap shot comes through. Calvish looks like he's recovered, but he's counterspelled, looking for a Ring of Frost. Actually snipes Zhang behind. Big pressure from Calvish. Double Ring of Frost. Forces the second block. Kearney, he's trying to go for it. He gets the Master Spell. Wall is down. Line of sight, Zhang behind. Nick blinks around the corner. He gets knocked back behind the wall once again with a couple seconds remaining into the cheap shot. And Tiger Toads are looking so close to taking a point here. Oh my god, the Druid shift comes through. But is he going to die through it? He's still at 50% health. He has the barrier. He should be able to activate and be fine. He's not activating. He activates it a little bit late. He's still on his back foot. It's so much damage. What is this pressure coming up from the Tiger Toads right now? Oh, okay, he survives. Is he going to die again instantly? He's got Cold Snap. He can reset some really good spells here. But he's choosing to hold the Cold Snap. And whenever we've seen that, I feel like the mages regret it. Counterspell on Calvish. He gets gripped away. Drake is chasing him down. He gets knocked back. Frozen Orb comes through. Maybe they swap to Dazed here. He's got no trinket, but cheap shots are in. Calvish does lobbing damage with the Holy Fires. Big pressure. That's just going to get a block. Just straight out of nowhere. Maybe it wasn't necessary. They had the Guardian Spirit. They're running out of mana. And suddenly, Tiger Toads... Oh, God. Are they going to make Ven right?
Oh no, don't say that. Don't jinx it. Nick right now though had to use everything there. I don't know. I think it's kind of over here. I think Tiger Toads are actually going to be able to snowball this into a win unless we see something crazy happen here from Drake. He needs to be a playmaker. He needs to make this incarnation really do some work for his team, but he's just getting caught up in a stun. They're just tab targeting here on the side of Tiger Toads. They got so much pressure, no cooldowns left. Meanwhile, Calvish still has an ice block. Where are the openings? Drake, Dazed actually could be an opening here if they can cleave him down. Ice wall being casted here. They've isolated Nick from Jung. Nick blinking away from Jung, but he teleports back to his line of sight. There's the Divine Hymn. There's the Angel Form. Is it going to be enough heals though? I'm not sure. He trinkets out of that stun. He blinks away. Counter Ice Wall coming out here as they try to isolate Dazed, but it's going to be Jung actually who gets isolated by that wall, and Tiger Toads strike back.
No, man, no. Is this really happening? Like, what is going on? What is going on? Why is it just opposite day? And Ruki's just put his pants on backwards and decided to guess every prediction that no one else would guess, and it might work out for him. This would be, I want to say, a very decently sized upset if Welcome to the JUNG come out of this tournament in third place, reigning North American champions, a team that, you know, everybody in the chat probably like, oh, Welcome to the JUNG is just going to win this, Resident Sleeper, but this time around, they are being challenged. They have lost maps to a lot of teams. The Move took a map off from them in the open bracket, the Gustbusters took some maps out from them throughout this tournament, and then Liquid actually beat them 3-2 in the upper side, and now Tiger Toads have taken a map, and I will say I was very impressed with Calvish this game. I feel like his disruption, his engagement, his damage output, like, it was dramatically improved here for game number 2 from game number 1.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. I think the Tiger Toads have stepped up in a big way here, and they're really showing actually that they have been practicing this RMP, and Calvish, especially on the mage, not something that we get to see too often, but he has been practicing it on the ladder, and he's looking really good here, so hats off to him. And I don't know, what do you think that means if you look at big picture? Because we did see Welcome to the Jung get tested to a Game 5. We did see Liquid beat them. Now we're seeing close games against the Tiger Toads. Does that mean that NA, did Welcome to the Jung get worse? Or is NA as a collective just being more and more competitive here? More teams are kind of showing up and practicing and forming and making these moves here against the top dogs?
I mean, it could just be Welcome to the Jung. Maybe this comp wasn't that prepared, you know, because they were doing a lot of Ellie comps in the open bracket. So it's possible that they were bouncing between Shadow Priest, Mage, and Ellie. I feel like those are like the 3 casters and trying to decide on what comp they were going to commit to. So maybe they don't have as many reps with the Feral Mage as opposed to like the Shadow Priest Feral or the Ellie Feral that they've been running in the past. That could be the case.
Definitely could be. And we'll see. We'll see. It's still early in the series, of course. You can't count them out. They were so close to beating Liquid as well. I mean, they could have just as easily been in the grand finals right now, and it could be Liquid facing the Tiger Toads. I do feel like NA right now seems very evenly matched. I don't see like a clear top dog, and I didn't really see a clear top dog in Europe either, like heading in to the games, you know, before the games kind of all played out. I didn't really expect it to go one way or the other. I feel like usually it's been a little bit more top heavy, but I do feel like the other teams are kind of catching up a little bit.
All right, let's see.
This season.
I think both regions, honestly. I feel like this is like the best season as far as new team potential. And there's a lot of teams that didn't even make it into broadcast that are real serious competitors, right? Like F tier. We saw them in the North American finals last season. They didn't even get to top 8. So we're seeing new names, fresh faces, newly synergized, synced up rosters here for Cup number 1. Reigning champions are struggling, or in some cases not winning, like Echo in Europe, and possibly now Welcome to the Jung for this tournament, because they're going to have to beat Tiger Toads, which, if they keep playing like this, are looking just as good as Liquid, I would say, on the Rogue Mage Priest. So we're going to Hook Point. We're going to a small map. Can the Tiger Toads keep up this level of momentum? Can Calvish keep making these plays on the Mage when his team needs him the most?
That is a good question. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to Hook Point and FMP. I feel like when we looked at DOBOB, they always went Hook Point. As soon as they lose a game, that would be like their next big. Well, actually, they locked in the Cage as well, the Cage of Carnage. But we'll see here. And Rookie with the orange prediction here. Is he going to be right once again?
The golden prediction.
He's been, I don't know, man. I don't want to say lucky, but he's gone for these solo picks against, let's say, the common
conventional wisdom.
Yeah, exactly. Against conventional wisdom. Does he have like a crystal ball, like hiding somewhere in his room, and he's just like rubbing it before every game? He's like, what should I predict? I don't know what's going on with Van, but if he gets this one right, I'm just going to start copying his homework, I think. I don't know. He might be talking to the spirits or something.
He's got some type of connections going on here, but we're 5 seconds away. It's Hook Point. Tiger Toads. I didn't think they were going to be able to really... I predicted that they would get 1 win, so technically they did that, but I'm convinced that now it's possible they could take a series. I think if Calvish can keep this up, keep nailing the interrupts like he is, the disruption with the Dragon's Breath and the knockbacks and forcing crowd control, that they definitely can. They sat Mage, similar opener that we've seen from other teams in this matchup, but they're choosing not to commit. Dazed just crossing the map. Got that sprint already rolling. Have to go for a rake stun on the Mage here. Maybe he's going to go on the Priest, actually. Rake stun on Priest. Dazed got feared from stealth. Again, not a great start for him. Calvish's evasive maneuvers blinking through Nick here. Dragon's Breath into Kidney Shot, and Calvish actually bought time throughout that initial stage of the match. Ice Wall gets mass dispelled. Calvish is lobbing out massive damage to that Power Infusion, Icy Veins towards Nick. He's going to barrier to absorb it, and Calvish gets a Ring of Frost. Calvish is just stepping up to the plate, and he is swinging almost a home run.
That was an insane amount of damage. Look at him. He right now doubled Nick's damage in this opener, just doing a tremendous job here with his first set of cooldowns. And how is Nick going to respond here? That is the question now. Because Calvish definitely seems to be the more aggressive of the 2 mages. Kidney Shot coming out here onto Jung. Can they find the crowd control? Calvish fake casts the kick. He lands the full sheep. What are they going to do? They don't have a trinket. Jung actually gets a little bit lucky there. That sheep breaks. And now it's going to be Calvish on the back foot. They got a full stun on the Kearney. Drake is looking for the crowd control. Actually fake casts the kick. Gets the full cyclone. Can Nick manage to land a polymorph though out of it? Doesn't look like it. Calvish shuts it down by sheeping Nick in that position. So really nicely done there by him. And now Nick looking to get counter-aggressive, counter-spells Calvish. There's a kidney shot now onto Daze. Beautiful fake cast here by Nick. They cyclone Calvish there as well. So they're doing a really great job here, just shutting down these mages. Anytime they're going for the setup, they're polymorphing the mages. They're landing cyclones on the mages and making sure that they're not connecting with those sheeps.
Well, let's see what they can get here. Maim stun on Calvish. Nice meteor. Big damage. He grips him. And Drake's just jumping in. He doesn't care. He's going to be met with a chastised Ring of Frost, it looks like. Counterspelled. Daze is moving forward. Killing spree on Nick. Just chopping him up. Sending out some damage. Nice knockback from Calvish, but a Blizzard's holding him in place. And Nick gets actually pulled away by JUNG behind now here, and Calvish is shimmering in aggressively, going for Comet Storm. Cheap shot. Ring of Frost, not able to find it. Drake with a nice shutdown. Stun into Cyclone during their setup. Nick is falling behind. He's kicked by Dazed, but now he is cycloned, and this is the plays we like to see from Drake. I feel like it's almost like a Drake versus Calvish head-to-head right now as to who's going to make some bigger plays to be able to take this for their teams.
Yeah, we'll see. Both of these mages right now packing a hefty punch. Double Icy Veins, double Power Infusion. Who is going to fall to the pressure of the Ice Wall? He's isolating Nick here for a second. Oh my god, that Ice Wall was insane. Look at that.
He bombed it.
And he bombs it as well. Can he get the Master Spell? Doesn't look like they will be able to. The Maim Stun stops it for a second.
Blind.
Beautiful. Blind, though, coming out there onto JUNG. He has his trinket. He really doesn't want to trinket here. But he has his trinket to sheep. He gets sheeped on the trinket, but manages to recover his mage in that exchange. And his Tiger Toads are looking absolutely phenomenal right now on this RMP. So far, just making play after play after play. That was an excellent Ice Wall, perfectly blocking off the entire midsection there and forcing the ice block there, almost taking a kill here early on in this match.
All right, they're down Priest Trinket, down Feral Trinket, down a block. This is a great position if you're the Tiger Toads. Can they ride that momentum and secure the win? Calvish going for Ring of Frost. Dazed grapples over. Cheap shot. Ring attempt again. Gets interrupted by the Skull Bash. Dazed grapples around the other side, but they get the polymorph. They cut through the barrier. They're very close to a kill. Nick is dangerous, playing a dangerous game here. He barriers again with the Cold Snap. It's not enough. Second block. Instantly Master Spell, but with Guardian Spirit, he should recover. The Maim Stun Dazed. Calvish has Icy Veins up at the moment. If he can connect some big hits here with a Frostfire Bolt, it could be a lot of damage. Flurry, Lances, Guardian Spirit, too much healing bonus, though. JUNG Bai is easily keeping him top, but when you're down medallions on all three players, when you're down both blocks in this position, it's going to be a struggle for Welcome to the JUNG to come back.
Yeah, we'll see here right now. They got a nice kidney shot there onto Calvish. Big damage, actually, onto Calvish. Almost taking him down. They get a stun onto Daze there as well. And Kearney is able to power through with the healing here. Got no Serenity Charge for just a second. Does have one now, though, so we should be able to stabilize. JUNG is in a full polymorph. Nick going to be blinking back here, but he's taking a lot of damage here from the Killing Spree. Ice Wall being casted here from Calvish. Can they force it? Can they force the Void Shift here? They're trying to hold on to it for a second. Spirit of the Redeemer coming out here from JUNG, and it is going to be able to stabilize Nick for now, but I gotta say it, things are not looking good whatsoever. There's the wall. Master Spell coming out there. He's lucky. If Calvish had the counterspell there, he could have actually... Oh my god, he did hit a counterspell onto JUNG. I think that's it. Nick is so dead here. Offensive Ice Block coming out. Kearney moves in for the fear. Can they close it out? Offensive Ice Block is going to be enough here. Tiger Toads leading 2-1 now in the matchup, showing complete dominance. The only Ice Block they even used in the matchup was to just secure the kill.
We need to pause the game. Sven's not allowed to be right this many times. We need to delay this. We need to pause it. Something's going wrong here. There's no way that this is happening right now.
He's just sitting at home smiling like I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Van, but this was really nice here. That Ice Wall isolating them, and then they land a counterspell on a Holy Fire there. And as soon as that counterspell lands, Calvish knows, okay, we're going for the kill right now. Go for the Ring of Frost there as well. They get the fear onto JUNG. They get just all dogpile on him and take him down. And it's just such dominance coming out here. I feel like Calvish actually could have canceled that wall and CS the Master Spell, but JUNG making a big mistake there. Why is he casting Holy Fire at that point? It seems a bit strange, but yeah, he gets instantly 0.1 locked on it. And I mean, at that point, even if he wasn't casting the Holy Fire and he didn't get counterspelled, it's not like this game was looking good here for Welcome to the JUNG. They were so far behind, and I don't know if this map is the right choice. I don't know if... it feels like it's not clicking right now for Welcome to the JUNG, you know? Where's the offense? Yeah. Where's the CC chains? I feel like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Forged RMP in EU when they were playing FMP with Swapsy, and they were just like doing damage and staying alive and stopping goes. Like, that's not enough. We need to see them land their own goes. that's when we saw DOBOB really, step up and own against these RMPs, is when they were landing their setups. They were landing Rings of Frost. They were landing Mass Sheeps. They were landing, Maim Stuns into Sheeps. Even the Cyclones, the Cyclones are nice, but usually it feels like a Cyclone. If the CC change starts with a Cyclone, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough, because it's really hard to actually get the Sheep out of the clone. It's usually if you can get a stun into a Sheep and then you have a bunch of damage, and then you can maybe get a Cyclone out of that Sheep. Those are usually the more deadly combos. So if we can see just more offense in general. I feel like Drake is landing a lot of Cyclones, but I need to see more Rings, need to see more Sheeps, need to see more, just more Mage CC landing right now onto Kearney.
All right, let's see if they can manage to pull it back here. And it seems like in this meta, the strategy that they like to employ, that just deep dampening defense game, is not going to work for them. They're going to have to incorporate at least a little bit of offense if they want to be able to take this series, which is, I want to say nobody would have guessed it, but Venruki guessed it, so I can't say that. This is wild. It's wild. And what's even more wild is if we end up having an RMP mirror to decide North America as well as EU. And then imagine if the Tiger Toads win the entire thing for the upset against all of our expectations, our power rankings. I would say up to this point, it would be wild. Although I remember Cubsy winning Cup 1 also randomly in one of the seasons as Arcane, I think. Like, just coming out of nowhere and winning it. So maybe this is just like Cubsy's Cup 1 kind of RNG, even though he's on the bench, I guess, right here. But welcome to the JUNG, going to a big map, deciding to flip the script here. And I wonder if they flip the comp. Do they flip? Do they get Previn on Ellie and just do Ellie Feral? Are they gonna keep Nick in on Mage? I feel like I'm not totally against them changing, honestly, to Ellie Feral.
I don't know. I feel like on paper Ellie Feral shouldn't be that good, but we saw Ellie Outlaw do pretty good into Echo, so maybe. I don't know. I feel like Welcome to the JUNG are usually a bit reluctant to swapping if they think that their comp is good. I'm gonna guess that they're just gonna keep playing the FMP here. Oh, LA Outlaw.
Route. It's a swapsy route.
It's a swapsy angle.
It's a swapsy angle. Prevza off the bench, getting into the ring for his team here. Drake's going to come in on Outlaw Rogue now, and Nick is going to be going to the bench. And it worked, right? Like, it forced Mercy to play a warrior in that series.
Yeah, I mean, it did, but what's interesting to me is if Drake is confident locking in the Outlaw Rogue, why don't they just go Outlaw RMP Mirror?
It's gotta be time played, right? Like reps on the comp, I would think.
Yeah.
Especially in the mirror. I feel like there's just so many little micro decisions you need to know what to do before it happens. Like, if I'm counterspelled on this, then we need to do that. And if they stun here, then I need to do this. And there's so many things you need to know. Whereas this, I feel like this comp plays more into the strengths of Welcome to the JUNG, where they are more of a defense-oriented team. And Prev is always going to blast big damage. And we've already seen it be able to beat RMP in Europe. So I think this makes sense to me. And maybe Nick is fatigued. I feel like it's a lot of games, right? And between Liquid, they're high intense games, like game 5 all the way through the series. Like, maybe they're just losing steam on that comp. They're losing steam on that setup. They just want to switch gears and get someone in that's fresh.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad shout. And like you said, we saw it work in Europe, so it could definitely work here. It didn't look bad at all, but just the question mark is, how much practice do they have on this? How much has Prev been playing on the Ellie Shaman? How much has Drake been playing on the Outlaw Rogue? Is this something that they have kind of been practicing, or is this something that they are stealing from the Europeans? We don't know, but we'll see. I like that they're throwing in a curveball there, and we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what to expect here. It's not often we see Welcome to the JUNG kind of off of their main comp and onto something else, so it speaks volumes to the Tiger Toad RMP. I was kind of counting them out a little bit, but it really goes to show that these guys have been practicing, and they're looking super solid.
Yeah, very impressive. I feel like Kalish in particular, like just these last 2 games, just feels like it's making next to no mistakes, getting the clean setups, clean goes, keeping damage high, not overextending, not overlapping. seems to be really clean on the side of the Tiger Toads, and completely different team from game number 1 in this series and from the rematch, right? Like, they got kind of destroyed in that upper bracket. So between yesterday to today, Tiger Toads have become an entirely new team, forcing Welcome to the Jung to bring their bench player Prev into the mix. And Prev is usually, I don't know what his percentage play is, but it's got to be pretty high. I want to say it's like above 80% of the games Prev is usually in them.
Yeah, last season he played a lot of games. He was definitely an instrumental part.
So,
all right, so yeah, looks like the game is getting remade. So we'll sit tight here. But what do you think here, Sid? Are we going to a game 5? Let's just. Is Venruki getting the perfect prediction, or are we going to a game 5?
What's it? Game 5 is? Did he predict that too? He predicted
3-1. He predicted 3-1. For the Tigers.
He could still be wrong as far as perfect predictions. He could still be wrong in general, right?
We're such haters.
I can be we're just teaming up against Ben. It's because he's dodging the walks. He doesn't want to go on any walks with us, so we're teaming up on him now. And yeah, so 70%. I said 80%, but oh my God, what is that? He has a 72% win rate on Boomkin when it's good. It's just really good. 71% win rate.
Bro, he has a 71% win rate overall.
Like, just overall. So, like, yeah. So, I think this is wise. I feel like Nick is probably fatiguing. They're just fatiguing on the matchup. It's 8-minute games where you have to be super focused. Every little micro decision is important. Just bring in the Ellie Shaman. Prev is fresh. And it's a little bit more chill as a comp. I feel like Ellie Rogue is just like, just stun him and do damage, you know. It's not as much coordination and as demanding mentally as Rogue Mage, I would think, as far as setups and goes. So I think this is smart from Welcome to the Jung. Just bring something in that's different, bring someone that's fresh, and bring someone that has such a ridiculously high win rate. And Ellie Shaman's really good. The comp's already been proven to work in the matchup. I think this is good for Welcome to the Jung. And if it works out for them and they get through the series, then they also have a comp for Liquid.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll see. Kind of experimenting a little bit here. Tiger Toads 1 win away from heading over to the grand finals to face off against Team Liquid. Welcome to the Jung, trying to stay alive in the tournament here in this lower bracket final. If they lose, they are out in 3rd. We're going to see the kidney shot coming out here onto Jung. Polymorph is going to be secured here. Actually breaks there, so a decent opener here for Welcome to the Jung. They get a full blind sap as well onto Kearney. Drake is Prev is popping off here as well on the Ellie Shaman. Big ascendance, doing a lot of damage there onto Calvish, forcing out the Guardian. So not a bad opener here for Welcome to the Jung. They held on to all of their cooldowns defensively, but now Jung is stuck in a blind. That's going to be the Astral Shift coming out here for Prev, and I think they're going to need to start kiting a little bit here in this position. Actually swapping over to Drake.
Oh.
Big damage onto Drake. He has the Trinket, Cloak of Shadows already. Nice switch coming out here from the Tigers.
Yeah, Ice Wall going to be just wrapped around there by Zhang Bahai. Kearney and Chastise, nice Psychic Scream, sneaking in for some crowd control. They get the will, but Calvish is falling behind. Yeah, Prev into the cheap shot now as well. Pressure is still high, and Calvish is actually topping the meter. And when we watched this matchup, Swapsy was like quadruple the damage of everybody. So if Calvish can keep this up, I think his team is going to be able to take this. They've already got through the Astral Shift. They're likely going to get the Burrow in the next setup. They're getting interrupts out of the way with the Mass Polymorph, looking for Ring of Frost around the corner, trying to bait a fade. Mass Poly Blink, he gets wind sheared. Is he going to go for it again? Zhang Bahai is right there. Prev's wrapping around the corner, trying to bait him into a bad position, but double cheap shot is the engage here. Double Ring of Frost. Daze is out of the lasso. Big pressure onto Prev. He gets Thunderstormed. He reconnects. Calvish is there. Double Psychic Scream. He tremors it. He has to Trinket, though. And I think he should be getting away with just the Trinket in this position. But Calvish is just playing out of his mind, man. I don't know if it was me criticizing him on the mage or what, but it just seems like a demon has awakened inside of Calvish on this Frost Mage.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff so far. He's doing a lot of damage, landing a lot of setups as well. There, fake cast another kick, gets the shifting power off, and he's going to have his Icy Veins now for the next push. So Calvish has a lot of damage available to him. Kidney shot comes out. There's the full sheep, full Ring of Frost, Ice Wall coming out preemptively as well. Drake is isolated. I think that's just the game here. What are you going to do, Drake? So much damage coming out. The Smoke Bomb as well. God. There coming out from Dazed. Almost KOing Drake here just 2 minutes into the game, but they're leaving Prev open. He's getting a lot of work done. The Stormkeeper is loaded up. The Lava Bursts are flying in. So much damage. There's a kidney shot onto Kearney. Huge damage onto Calvish, and they strike back on the side of Welcome to the Jung.
As soon as Prev got to the top of the meter, they just got every cooldown. It was a trinket from Priest, a cloak from Rogue, a block from the Mage in the same push. But now look at Calvish has taken the lead on details in the bottom left there. And Prev has no trinket, so if he doesn't pre-wall, oh my god, he pre-walled. If he didn't get that off, I swear he'd be dead right now. But that's reducing a lot of damage. And they get the Guardian Spirit, so he's got some boosted healing as well here in this position. Oh, but they got a full blind still. Is he going to die through wall? There's no way. He's trying to jump back to the pillar, wrap around the corner. Calvish is in a kidney, can't finish him. Prev survives another setup, but the next one could be checkmate. Calvish is still being pressured. Kearney comes out of the Angel Farm into a Chastise. Zhang Bahai gets Frost Nova. He can't get there for the Psychic Scream. Really unfortunate for his team here. It's really important to get a win. They're going to be out of the tournament in 3rd place. Our North American reigning champions for the AWC here. Prev in a cheap shot. Kidney shot sets up Calvish. Ring of Frost. It looks like he missed the Ring of Frost, though. He walked into it. He didn't death it either. That's a big misplay on Zhang Bahai's part here. Is Prev going to go down? He's going to trade the Stone Bulwark. They get another Poly into a Dragon's Breath. Might have to burrow. Ice Wall comes down on the lasso. He's running around the corner. Big Heal comes through. Honestly, it didn't cost him as much as I was thinking it was going to cost him for that Ring of Frost maneuver there.
Yeah, but at least he had to use the Stone Bulwark Totem. That's another big defensive daze, though. He's taking a lot of damage here. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. Needs to be very careful in that position. Good counter pressure coming out here onto Calvish as well. And we are seeing Prev show some signs of life here on the Eli Shaman, doing a lot of damage in this position. Cheap shots coming out of that kidney shot onto Jung, but no follow-up there. Mass Polymorph comes out. He doesn't def it. Full Sheep connects here, and now there could be trouble, but Prev sees it coming, goes underneath the ground there with the burrow, and now looking to trade cooldowns here potentially in terms of offense. Can they get the ice block? They're pushing for it. It doesn't look like it. Holy Fire coming out here from Zhang, and they do manage to get some the Guardian at least from Kearney, but big heals coming out with that, and they are not going to be able to get that second ice block. Zhang caught up in another kidney shot. Ring of Frost gets interrupted. Can it ground the sheeps as well? Actually did just use the grounding totem to get the blind into the full sap as well. Prev, what are you going to do? Doesn't pre-wall, but pre-Guardian, and the blind gets trinketed there by Zhang, so Prev is going to survive that. It's a fair trade, and here comes Prev with the Stormkeeper. He's got a lot of damage loaded up here, Sid.
Yep, Primordial Wave. Instant lava burst, lots of lightning bolts, lots of damage coming through. Nice purge there, trying to hit the altar. And now Calvish might be forced into a second block. It's still a lot of damage around the corner. Cheap Shot City into a gouge here by Drake, and that's it. It's just a KO. He gets sniped around the corner. He didn't expect to die. He thought he was safe behind the pillar, but you are not safe, Calvish. And now, welcome to the Zhang. Have an opportunity to take the series in Game 5.
That was an insane amount of damage. It looked like he was out of line there, but managed to get his damage off. We'll see on the def log. We'll see on the replay as well. But Prev, 72% win rate. It's a pretty good player to have on your team for situations like this. Welcome to the Jung. Taking a page out of the European playbook and making it look good, but there was a lot of close calls. Like, Drake could have died 2 minutes into this game. Like, this was not like a super convincing win, but it was a win. So if you're a fan of Welcome to the Jung, you will definitely take it. We are going to a Game 5, and at least we can rest easy in the fact that Van is not getting a perfect prediction, Sid, no matter what happens here. But we'll see here. Like, what is this damage at the end here?
He gets around the corner, and he thinks he's safe. And Prev's like, you're not safe, buddy. Lovers, dead.
Machine gun connecting there with 20 lava bursts in a row.
Boom, 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 boom. Okay. They're definitely still in it here. Really good aggression from Drake in this moment to just kind of go for it and just keep it chained together, even though Prev was in crowd control from Daze, and Zhang Bahai with the fear on the road to keep his team pushing forward as well to force that. Obviously, massive error, right? Like, they still have some big options here. So I wouldn't say that they're out of this, but it just shows how intense these games are. Like, it's just on a razor's edge as far as being able to potentially make a mistake and go down in a lot of these situations. Did he dodge the Dragon's Breath? It's Calvish Dragon's Breath here. Oh, we're not going to watch it again, unfortunately. I should think he might have missed the Dragon's Breath, or he dodged the Dragon's Breath. What is this map?
The Robodrome.
This is unexpected.
Look at this def log. Look at Jung's damage.
Holy Fire.
What is that?
Holy Fire.
Holy Fire, 1.2 mil.
It got juiced up. It's
yeah,
as hard as the lava burst. Okay, it's juiced up.
Double 1.1 mil Holy Fire.
Young Bahai is a DPS when you look at damage contribution. We're talking about Prev. It's actually probably Jung Bahai that killed.
I mean, you look at the visuals, right, and you're just seeing meatballs just flying, and you see lava burst. I mean, he did get a lava burst. He got the lava burst overload. He got, you know, an earth shock in there. He contributed a decent amount, but it definitely looked like it was only the Ellie Shaman. Like when you look at the visuals,
Yeah, the
of
visuals are misleading. There's a bunch of invisible damage coming out from Holy Fire. Okay. So Zhang Bahai's getting in the mix here, getting some offense for his team. He got some fears on the healer, fear on the rogue at the end, getting some Holy Fires in to close the game out. And Zhang are taking their time. So maybe they're worried that they can't use the Ellie blind.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, what do you do here? I feel like you have to decide, is the FMP versus RMP matchup worth it? You are 1 and 2 with it? Or do you go with the Ella? But if you go with the Ella, it could be something that the Tigers have in their back pocket. Maybe they run sub Arcane, but I feel like Arcane is not that good into Ellie Shaman. You get kicked a lot against Ellie Shaman. Yeah, they're just going to blind lock it. I think the Tiger Toes are going to lock in the same thing. I actually think this is a good blind lock from Welcome to the Jung, yeah.
I mean, they should, right? They lost with swap and block still in that game. So Tiger Toad's changing here, especially because are they going to be able to reliably use Arcane in the last match? I feel like Calvish is the one that's going to have to be playing on his A game for the rest of the day if they want to win this. I just feel like the Outlaw Frost RMP, when they're playing maximum potential, is got to be their best option right now.
Yeah, I think so too. Their Outlaw Frosters looked really, really good. That game kind of underestimated the damage. The crazy thing is that he was a millimeter from being out of line of sight there, right? Like if he was just one step closer to the wall, he would have been line of sighting on the left side there. So a little bit unfortunate because he was still in their line. So they were able to blast off and take him down. So I think you just shake that off. And you lock in the same thing. Unless they have some kind of surprise. But I don't think the Arcane is going to be good here. I can't think of... wait a second. It's not the same comp. It's Drake on Feral Druid.
Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. It's been a long day, okay? I was just assuming it was a rogue. So what are they afraid of that they would do a Feral? Is it Arcane? They're afraid of Arcane? I feel like Outlaw's not that afraid of it.
I feel like with Arcane, you're not going to have a good time.
They were kind of losing, right? I feel like they were kind of losing with the Rogue. So maybe the Feral makes sense.
Maybe it's just a comfort thing, and they're like,
it's a
we just play the exact same thing, but with just Drake on a class that he's more comfortable on. Because it is kind of the same, right? Playing with the Feral versus the Outlaw. It's just, you're going to have a bit more damage, you're going to have a little bit less lockdown. I think it actually suits their playstyle a little bit more, playing the Feral Ellie.
Cubsy's coming in.
Ooh, they're locking it in.
We're getting the Arcane sub, dude. Andy sub. Okay, Arcane sub into Feral Ellie.
I don't know about this.
This series took a turn. I thought we were just going to watch FMP versus RMP the whole way through, but it's taken a turn. This is a nice, surprising way to end it.
I'll take it. I don't know. So on one end, the Arcane sub... if they get a clean CC, if they get like a full sheep onto Zhang, they get a full stun lock onto Prev, they could absolutely delete him. They could do the same to Drake. If they can isolate him, they can definitely erase somebody. But I feel like if they don't erase somebody in a stun lock, Welcome to the Jung is just going to have like an insane amount of damage. Like playing Arcane into Ellie is not fun. You're just like casting Arcane Search, Wind Shear, Grounding Totem, Wind Shear again, Lightning Lasso, and you're on 10% HP from just getting chain kicked. Like, it's not a good time. So, Cubs is gonna... I mean, I guess it's the Robodrome as well, though.
Yeah.
I wonder how they're gonna utilize this map. Are they just gonna do like a big circle? Like, just keep running in a big circle? Is that why they locked it in?
Enigma and Robodrome are the lap maps. That's the NASCAR maps where you don't make any right turns. You just... go one direction the whole time, cutting with your team.
Just the Mario Kart.
Yes, this is the Mario Kart map here. So it's going to be a fireworks show. There's going to be bright lights like the Rainbow Road, I think, here in this final game. Arcane Cubsy off the bench. All 4 players needing to be used here. Players flexing onto alts and different roles. Calvish going from range to melee. That's a big brain swap that you got to make between those two roles. And then Cubsy coming off the bench. And I wonder if it's like a little bit of also just like exhaustion. I feel like people are going to start getting fatigued. It's long games where you have to play perfectly, and it's really hard to play perfectly. So they're trying to bring in players who are more fresh, get Cubsy out here. They've obviously practiced this a lot. They've got some big one-shot combos, so Welcome to the JUNG are not going to be comfortable in this matchup, but if they can deflect the one-shots, I think they're going to win in dampening.
Yeah, I think so too. If they can survive the 1 dig, they definitely have a really solid chance to just win on overall damage. They also have a pretty nasty one-shot of their own, like an Ellie Shaman plus Feral Druid bursting a mage. That is not something that you want to deal with, but a bit of a surprise battlefield here with the Robodrome being locked in, and they definitely delivering here on the map selection. And we'll see if they can, if Cubsy can run enough laps. We're gonna need somebody in the chat, some dedicated user here, to calculate how many laps Cubsy runs here around this, like how many circles. We need somebody, one viewer who just, that's your job, and then you'll have to get back to us here and tell us the exact number. But we're getting into it. 2-2. Loser goes home. Winner advances to the grand finals. It's Welcome to the JUNG versus the Tiger Toads.
Oh, big setup on Drake. He pre-bear forms. They're just sending it anyways. And a bit of an all-in here on Drake, but Barkskin bear form should be enough. That's a really good read by Drake, anticipating that swap. They're going to kidney shot Prev, set up on him, but JUNG Bahai's an angel form, so they can't really get any crowd control. They survived the first touch of the Magi. They survived the first Arcane Surge pretty much scot-free. That was a great exchange for Welcome to the JUNG. Drake is now pulling back towards Calvish, catching him in a rake stun, trying to open up Prev and give him some breathing room to get some damage. Then he's going to Cyclone the Rogue. Kearney looks like he wants to mass dispel it, but he's going to save it for now. Now Drake is moving back again towards Calvish. Big chomp, but he gets put into a cheap shot. JUNG Bahai grips it, anticipating the smoke bomb, but Calvish meets him with a cheap shot of his own. Cubsy's pushing forward. There's the touch of the Magi. Big missile procs coming through. Drake's in trouble. It's match point. No room for error. He trades the survival of the instincts. They're actually switching to the healer, Kearney. Almost taking him down, but he clutches out some big heals and recovers. An equal exchange from both sides between Tiger Toads and Welcome to the JUNG in Game 5.
Not bad here, but they did get that big cooldown. But Drake still has his trinket. He still has his bark skin here. So he can still deal with that smoke bomb threat. Here comes the stun locks, but Cubsy's not even going for that sheep. He's just going to sit back. Arcane Surge, they need to interrupt these missiles right now. Beautiful kick there coming out from Drake, and a Cyclone onto Cubsy. He knows Cubsy is a big threat right now, but that Cyclone was on diminishing return, so Cubsy is going to be able to have free reigns here for a second, as Drake is not feeling too confident here. Touch of the Magi coming out, and a counterspell actually onto the Cyclone. Cubsy's doing a lot of work right now onto Drake. That touch is going to explode here in a second as well, doing decent damage, but Drake is going to respect it, trading out the renewal, trading out the bark skin as well. Drake has got no cooldowns left into the game, only 2 minutes in here. Now they're swapping to Kearney with no cooldowns left. That could be a greedy move.
Bear.
Nice bear form, beautifully done. They gripped the smoke bomb. Nicely done by JUNG, saving Drake there from potential doom.
That was a really good play there. Big ascendance. Look at those lava bursts. Lots of spicy meatballs flying out here from Prev. He's trying to heal up, but he gets counterspell. Drake's still in trouble. There's the touch of the Magi. He void shifts 1 second before the Psychic Scream into the Ring of Frost. Cubsy gets kicked, but Drake is still scared here in Bear. And he's just trying to tank damage, looking for a Cyclone, gets kicked on it. JUNG Bahai into Angel form. Does he have a wall? Doesn't look like he does. Divine Hymn is going to block it anyway, so Drake looks stable. Kearney's still kind of an aggressive spy. He's going to run away now with the Feather. Here comes the Bloodlust. We already know what it sounds like. Roar, roar, roar moment here. Big damage on Cubsy. Big heal from Kearney, just saving him. Incarn's out for Drake, though, and Calvish has no trinket. Is Drake going to seize that opportunity? Is he going to go Mage? He's going Priest. He stuns Priest in the backline. He's looking for a Cyclone now. He gets gouged. He can't find it. Calvish is rotting. Look at this pressure on 3 targets at the moment. Cubsy's trying to line of sight off to the right. Calvish is still just dying behind the pillar to bleeds. Got a big shield up there from the Oracle Holy Priest. Another big blast of AoE damage from Prev right there. And the next time that Bloodlust comes up in about 26 seconds, it could be scary. But for now, the Tiger Toads have recovered. They're trying to get aggressive. Getting denied, though, with a Psychic Scream on Calvish. JUNG Bahai is staying far back, trying to rely on winning and dampening. He's not overextending, compromising his position to polymorph. Big primordial wave from Prev. Lots of lava bursts flying through. They're swapping Kearney once again. It's game 5. Is Kearney going to choke here? It's a lot of damage. Guardian Spirit comes through. He wraps towards the ramp. He tops himself with a big heal, and they're baiting Drake behind this ramp. He's not falling for the bait. He's just going back and forth, keeping some bleeds up from range, keeping some moonfires up from range. Jung Bahai is still playing so far away, so Calvish can't engage with a Shadow Step and get back to his target. To catch Calvish in the stun, no trinket available, big damage, Bloodlust popped once again for Prev. Lightning bolts are flying and soaring through onto Calvish. McKerney is keeping him alive. Another pre-bear form from Drake, anticipating these setups, and a grip from Jung Bahai back to the pillar. Prev is lobbing out damage. Drake is still kind of getting owned, even despite all these nice plays that Jung Bahai and Drake are making together, but he survives, I think, with the bark skin here. Touch of the Magi has concluded. Arcane Surge is coming up, though, and Cubsy is packing a big punch if he gets that connected.
Yeah, it needs to be very careful here. This next hit of damage from Cubsy is going to be lethal. He doesn't have bark skin here, so if Drake isn't careful, he's going to need to trinket survival instincts potentially. They interrupt the Arcane Surge, and it's actually better to just let him get the Arcane Surge off and then interrupt the missiles after the Arcane Surge. And this is exactly the moment that we're talking about. But he pre-survival instincts here, and he is going to be able to survive with that pre-Guardian as well. A lot of damage coming out here onto Calvish. Touch of the Magi, though, is ticking now for Cubsy. He's got a lot of damage loaded up here. Drake cannot even touch him right now. Need to try to get some interrupts here onto Cubsy. They interrupt the Ring of Frost here. There's the touch exploding onto Drake, and it looks like he is going to be able to stay alive with that, but Cubsy was able to generate a lot of pressure there, and we're not out of the woods just yet. Big damage coming in, but they're forcing Calvish away there. Prev doing a great job here on the Ellie Shaman. Ice Wall does come out here. They isolate Drake for a moment. Big damage connecting, but the wind shear is there, and that's exactly what we want to see here. Anytime the touch of the Magi is committed, anytime the Arcane Surge is committed, just interrupt the missiles after that, because that is when Cubsy is going to do the most amount of damage, and he is going to get it off at some point, so there's no point really stalling it forever when you can just kind of negate its effect and play around that instead. Cubsy does have the Arcane Surge, though, rotating back up very shortly here. So again, it's going to be a very scary moment, but Kearney is running out of mana, and Prev so far in the matchup, he needs to be the difference maker. He needs to just continue to get this counter pressure, needs to make sure that he's continuously just hitting Kearney as well anytime he pushes in too deep and pressuring Cubsy.
Oh, double life grip there from Jung Bahai, baiting the step with a thunderstorm. Nice teamwork there between Welcome to the Jung, as they're just trying to drag this into dampening. But Cubsy's keeping up on the DPS right now. I don't even know if they're guaranteed to win in dampening. They finally catch Cubsy. Oh, as I say that, he just medallions out with Alter Time. He's off into the corner, just spamming out arcane missiles, rebuffing, setting up for some big barrages. Calvish is still rotting. Missiles are flying through. Prev's got Bloodlust. Big lava burst incoming. Cubsy's going to trade his barrier. Calvish gets cloned. It looks like Prev is still lobbing out a tremendous amount of pressure towards Cubsy. Big heal comes up from Kearney just before the bash. They knock Drake off the side with that kidney shot. Now moving towards Prev. And they're really struggling. They've got their smoke bomb, but they have medallion. So unless he can somehow like clutch a stun on the trinket, that vortex pulls Calvish back up for a moment. But not going to be of too much consequence. Cubsy's just running laps, and this is where we need our lap counter to come into effect. I think we're at like 2 now since they've started doing laps. Ice Wall comes down. Mass Dispel. It looks like they should be all right with both Priest and Angel form for now, but this is Incarnation, so Drake really wants to connect, and they're just not letting him.
Yeah, let's see if Drake can get some uptime. He has all of his defensives available right now. He has the Incarnation popped, but here comes some damage in that kidney shot. Looks like they're going to just fear up Calvish. Here comes the swap. Beautiful Hex. Beautiful swap onto Kearney, forcing the Guardian and his Trinket here. That was an extremely coordinated assault. Now they're swapping to Calvish. He's taking a lot of damage as well. That's going to be the Cloak of Shadows. Kick onto Cubsy. They're swapping to Cubsy here. But there's the Ring of Frost being dropped down onto Drake. He's going to get dispelled, though, by Jung, but Calvish can't push in too deep. And here comes the step counters. Cubsy trying to get Arcane Surge off. Calvish not feeling too hot right now, and they get the damage off though with that as the question. Calvish caught up in a stun. He gets gripped back. Huge hit of damage coming in from Prev and Drake. They smell blood in the water. They're trying to finish the game here. Cubsy trying to get that Arcane Surge off. If they can shut it down and continue to shut down his burst at this moment, they could definitely walk away with a win here on the side of Welcome to the Jung. They're just going to trade cooldowns here. Astral Shift coming out for Prev. Stone Bulwark Totem as well. Is that going to be enough defense? Calvish so low. Huge damage onto Calvish in the back line. Defensive line onto Drake. Meanwhile, Cubsy is getting absolutely blasted. He's got the ice block. He might need to pull the trigger. Jung is there as well with Apotheosis, resetting his cooldowns and adding in extra damage for his team.
Oh my god, Kearney survived for 4 more seconds. He can get some heals out here, but I think Welcome to the Jung, their strategy is working. They've gotten to deep damp. Ascendance is coming up. Incarn is coming up. Tiger Toads die in 30 seconds. Ascendance plus Incarnate, this level of dampening is too much. They might even die before that point. I think Welcome to the Jung have managed to do it. Prev coming off the bench and being an MVP for the team has been so important. Here comes the smoke bomb. It's a Hail Mary. It's do or die. They need to drop Drake right now. Can they do it? They're so close to a kill, but it's denied. And look at this pressure. Ascendance is up. Incarn comes up in 10, and I think it's lights out for the Tiger Toads. Kearney in Defiance pops into Angel form and manages to get to Divine Hymn to try and heal through this Ascendance, but Drake is just waiting in the wings. He has Feral Frenzy, he has Incarn available at any moment. They fear them in desperation to try and buy a couple more seconds, and Vortex is pulling them back into their clutches. They're getting rooted up by Prev. As soon as Drake is free, he can pop Incarn and topple him, but Prev out of nowhere almost goes down. They get the Void Shift, they swap to the Holy Priest. Can they kill him? Incarnation is popped. Calvish pops Evasion right away. He has to face Drake this entire time. He's going to shred him from the back at this point. Colloquial Shadows are coming up. It's 0 mana on Kearney, but it's 0 defense on the side of Welcome to the Strong. This could be a 2v2 type of situation, Zico.
Yeah, they got the Arcane Surge right now. Cubsy is popping off. There's the Cloak of Shadows. Huge damage onto Drake. They got nothing left, and he will fall. I cannot believe it. The Tiger Toads are doing it here. They managed to take him out. Jung is going to tap out, and they got so close on the side of Welcome to the Jung, but it is going to be Tiger Toads. As soon as they started running those laps, and they kept chasing them, that is when the Tiger Toads had them in their pond. And they were able to secure victory through just kiting and doing a lot of damage from range. As soon as Cubsy got that big Arcane Surge off in deep dampening, it was just lights out right here. That Arcane Surge right there was the big difference maker. Managed to immediately force Drake back, and then the missiles are starting to cleave everyone. Everyone is stacked up. Big Arcane Barrages, big missiles hitting everybody. And at this point, it is too little, too late. You can't do anything. You got no cooldowns left. Weren't able to secure a kill prior to that, and Welcome to the Jung knocked out of the tournament in 3rd place. Tiger Toads advancing to face Team Liquid. Definitely something that I didn't expect. That is no one expected that except for Venruki, I guess. So that's pretty crazy.
We're having a repeat, I swear. Like JT won the first cup that one time, and Cubsy won the first cup that one time, and it's like, are we watching a repeat of Cup 1? Like, of season to season? Like, I swear this situation has happened before, but somehow we doubt it. But deep in dampening, Cubsy, the Arcane Lord, manages to find an opportunity, turn it around, and just pop Drake really quick here in this matchup, even despite facing overwhelming odds, right? Like, it's looking like they got their 2-minute timers, Incarnation, Ascendance, like, how do you live? Kearney Zoom, how do you live? Are you going to pull this off? But Calvish soaks the hits with Evasion, and Cubsy just pummeling him down with missiles. Gets a win, and they turn it around. They win the rematch because they got kind of dominated the first time they met in that upper bracket. But this time around, Tiger Toads take it 3-2. They're in the grand finals. Liquid is awaiting them, and is it going to be a mirror, RMP mirror? Is it going to be Arcane? Is it going to be Frost?
I don't know. I don't know at this point. It could
What's
be anything.
I think
what
is Ben predicting?
Well, yeah, we gotta ask him.
Yeah.
We gotta ask Ben. So what is in the water today? I mean, you guys have already touched on it, really. Like, you got Welcome to the Jung, not even making it to the finals. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there he is. There's our prophet. Gosh, he should buy a lottery ticket or something right now. But I mean, like I was saying, just like everything is being flipped upside down. Supatees, you've been saying it yourself. It's opposite day. We've got Welcome to the Jung not making it to the finals. We've got Overload beating Echo and sending them out of the tournament. Today is a weird day. So buy some lottery tickets. Look at maybe it's a full moon. I'm not sure what's going on, but regardless, we can take a look at the North American bracket and where we currently are. It's Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads in the grand finals. It's the first Cup of North America also, so both of these teams really want to make it to first place. They want to secure their spot in that top 3 to make it to the grand finals for the entire season, for the end of season 2 in the War Within, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, this is not something that we expected to see for sure, but it's going to be a banger, 100%. Team Liquid, they have beaten a lot of the competition here. They've done such a great job with their Rogue Mage Priest, and I personally counted out Tiger Toads Rogue Mage Priest a little bit. I wasn't that impressed by it on Saturday, but they have been looking absolutely deadly today, bringing in the Arcane Mage as well, showing that they have more tricks up their sleeve. And this is going to be a really great grand finals. And I don't know. Could Tiger Toads maybe go the entire way? It kind of would be like what happened over in Europe. Honestly, after that European final, I'm down to just watch RMP Mirror all the way through, because that final in Europe, if you didn't see it earlier, you definitely want to go back and watch it. That was some of the best games I've ever watched. So if we can get something like that again, I'm down, you know, like I'm not complaining.
Okay. All right. I could not agree more. I am so excited for this series. Team Liquid, Tiger Toads. We've got some, you know, the sort of a fresh roster versus Team Liquid, the longest standing roster in the AWC, at least in North America. It's going to kind of the old dogs versus the new. So you definitely want to stick around. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is a best of 7 grand finals in North America. After this break, we'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in the grand finals for North America. It is Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads. Before we do anything, I want to get it out of the way. Ven, how did you know? What are you doing? Who's feeding you this information? What's going on?
So, my thought process was basically RMP has been beating FMP basically in both regions, and I think Tiger Toads kind of learned from their games on Saturday. I knew they weren't going to lock in the Arcane Mage because it went so abysmally, so I kind of figured they were going to lock in the RMP against the FMP and win the series that way.
Imagine that, dude. Your crystal ball is just bet on RMP. Who would have known? It's not that much to debunk.
Hey,
bet on RMP.
Yes. You didn't do it.
I know.
I
I should have kept it simple. Why did I keep it simple? I'm over here like, I'm going to bet on the previous champions. No, just bet on Rogue Mage here.
All right.
So.
Well, perhaps Supatees and I and Zico can redeem ourselves in chat with this next up prediction. Let's take a look. If you're watching from home, get those predictions in. And in the meantime, we'll take a look at ours. Is it going to be Team Liquid or Tiger Toads? It is best of 7. These two teams are facing each other in the grand finals. Ven, let's look at yours first. Let's see.
Sure.
What did you do?
Reveal what he said, so I know if we're going to be wrong.
What is your guess? Like, oh, there it is. All right.
Oh,
well,
I feel good. I feel good. I feel good.
I
feel good.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I feel
what
good.
did Zico do? Hold on. Wow.
No way.
Oh
no
my
way.
goodness.
No way. It's
Wait,
gonna
hold
be.
on, what was my prediction?
We just jinxed them so bad.
No way.
We just jinxed them so bad.
I'll let you
God.
in on a secret. Actually, I can't speak for Supatees, but Zico and myself basically just told production to do whatever you did. So, hopefully it works out.
I did not.
Literally
There
copied your homework.
There are witnesses. I did not
You know
do
what,
that.
Supatees? You can deny it all you want, but you just join us. Join us. We are now followers
Can't
of
cheat
Enrique.
off my
I will get
homework.
production to
Everything
defend
he
me.
says is the truth.
I'm telling the teacher.
I'm telling the teacher.
Good luck, because the teacher, I think, is the one that helped me copy your homework, so I'm sorry about that. It's a corrupt system. You got to deal with it. That's life. All right, well, production, or chat, let us know what you put in, but Supatees, not ironically, jokes aside, you actually did pick this prediction on your own without copying, Ven.
Yes.
All right, well, walk us through it. Walk us through your thoughts.
Defend the reason that I
Defend
did
your
it.
stance.
You know,
Yep.
I could just say
I need
my
to know
brain
what
said,
to
guess
say
the
when somebody
opposite.
asks me why I voted this way.
I see. So you
yeah,
need more
let me
homework
know.
to copy. You need
I do,
more
yeah,
homework to copy.
yes. I was an average student in school,
All right.
so this is how we got by.
Okay, so I mean, the logic for me is if Calvish plays as good as he was on the Frost Mage for the RMP mirrors,
Okay.
I think that they could go all the way, because I feel like Dazed and Trill are very close. They're very close on Rogue. I think that Kearney and Cedo and Priest are very close. So I think
Right.
that Calvish could be the diff against Sam I Am in this series. But
Calvish
if he
is-
doesn't deliver, then maybe they don't. But I feel like he's shown the potential, and I'm investing in that potential.
Okay, investing in. Got it. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Well, here we go. We're getting to that series. It is the grand finals here in North America. It's best of 7. It is Team Liquid versus Tiger Toads. Game number 1. Who will be the champion for North America for the first cup in season 2 of The War Within?
Is it going to be the Rogue Mage Priest Mirror? It is. So, to me, one of the reasons I went with Tiger Toads is because these guys, Kearney and Calvish, Daze, these guys eat, sleep, breathe RMP. Like, Calvish and Kearney have been playing this composition together since Shadowlands, basically all day, every day. So, if they don't win this, I mean, that's going to speak volumes to how strong Liquid is, because Tiger Toads are very experienced in this matchup. But I do think this should be a very back-and-forth series. Day's going to be moving in immediately, looking for a hook. Gets a full sap here onto Sam I Am. Just slowing him down in the opener, getting the roll the bones out, getting prepared to open. Cedo waiting in the back line. Both rogues playing it very patiently in the start.
Neither team engaging just yet. Here comes a flurry combo. Oh, he gets a sap onto Cedo. That could be devastating, but Kearney's actually just struggling. He's not even CC'd, but Calvish is at half health right now. Trying to turn things around, start ramping up onto Sam. Big hit of damage. He alters back, blinks into mid. Daze grapples over to try and help out with the crowd control, but Trill is there to meet him with a cheap shot. And now an ice wall comes down onto Kearney, but he's already casting Divine Hymn. Now is he going to cancel it? He cancels the Angel, runs around the wall. Doesn't want to fall too far behind. Just lose a couple of globals of free healing, though, for canceling that. Samayam takes a huge hit. Icy Veins is active from both mages. Dangerous game they're playing here. Dazed grapples over. Calvish blinks in. Ringer Frost secured onto Cedo, but a poly on Kearney at the same time. Trills in polymorphs though, whereas Dazed is free. And it's enabling them the chance to build a lot of momentum. But Sam's there with the barrier. Calvish blinks in. DB into an ice wall. Just perfectly lining that entire center area. Cedo wraps around the long way to try and get back to Sam. And it looks like he's gotten into his line of sight long enough that he should be able to pick him up. Now Calvish is getting caught by Trill. Sam is still low on health. Dazed and Trill going actually not neck and neck. Dazed has a pretty big damage lead right now.
Yeah, Dazed and Calvish looking good. Very offensive here in the opener. I mean, Samayam getting caught into a kidney, gets gripped back to safety. Calvish in the gouge right now. Trill trying to slow him down. They're making a swap potentially here onto Dazed, and they take him down. Trill's coming back and peeling, so having to play a little bit defensive here. Dismantle exchange by both rogues. A full smoke bomb drops down. Samayam, does he have a large amount of damage? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the polymorph. A nice gouge there from Dazed. Yeah, looks like Sam faked to interrupt. He's got the precognition. Calvish gets interrupted. Uh-oh! Scary times here. Do they proc the Guardian Spirit? That would be an absolute nightmare here for Kearney. Calvish doing what he can, kiting around, and I think they hold on to it. So, big victory there for Calvish. They don't have to exchange too much.
All right. Yeah, the Guardian didn't proc. Getting shot on Trill. Calvish is free. Icy Veins proc. Ready to go, but Sam's line of sighting it. Shifting power. Chastise on Trill. Calvish is pushing towards Cedo. Sam's taking a lot of damage, and Cedu's trying to line of sight crowd control at the same time. Now they intervene on Calvish, preventing him from his push towards Cedu, but he's recovered. He's likely going to continue to slowly RP walk through the blizzard towards Cedu. Cheap shot sets up the team. He trinkets Ringer Frost immediately. Cedu is not playing around with his Icy Veins, just lining his trinket with that of Calvish's every time, but he's still dying. He's creating a lot of chaos. Another ice wall. Line of sighting, but Sam's in trouble. Is he going to go down? First block overlapped with the Guardian Spirit, and it's mass dispelled. If Calvish can hold onto a block here, they're going to be quite far ahead.
Yeah, looking good. Beautiful ice walls coming from both teams, but ultimately it is Samayam who has to go into that ice block first. Cedo in the back line. Calvish playing with a very aggressive positioning right now. Double stuns coming in. Daze gets chastised there. Cedo trying to just slow him down, slow down this assault. Samayam pops the overpowered barrier, looking to absorb a hit or two. Cedo with the Divine Hymn, keeping his team stable. Let's see who's going to get the next setup. Both these priests do not have a trinket right now, so there's opportunities on both sides. Kearney's is available in a few short seconds. If he can just stall, as you see both rogues and both mages just sitting in the middle of the map. Full stun going on to Cedu, followed up by a blind. Great crowd control here by Dazed. Samayam in some trouble. Once again pops the barrier, and that will be a big absorb, but it does fade, but it looks like Samayam weathers the storm.
Good recovery. Oh, Trill. Cheap shot. No trinket. Gets gripped back by Cedu. Daze can't keep up the pursuit. He swaps back onto Sam. Big crunch of damage. Sam now gets gripped, but Trill's now left behind. Calvish is trying to polymorph him, and it looks like right now he fakes the interrupt. Polymorph comes through. Dazed cloaks offensively to stay on target here. He cheap shot Cedu for a polymask. A nice mind control on Trill. Sam could be in danger. He gets a double Dragon's Breath. He blinks back and away, and I do think the offense for the Tiger Toads is looking a lot better right now in game number 1. Liquid need to find a way to turn this around. You're going to get chastised on Dazed into a poly. Cheap shot on Kearney. Calvish is there to block. He gets a poly on Trill, slowing down the attack. Into a Psychic Scream. Dazed grapples back, catching him in a smoke bomb. Ice Wall is down. Trill with no trinket. Big play by the Tiger Toads as Dragon's Breath connects through into a full polymorph, and Trill is still critically low. Cedu clutches out some heals, but he had to use his medallion. Trill is just taking tremendous pressure, and he does manage to finally re-stabilize, and the Tiger Toads are taking any opportunity that's presented to them so far. Big swap on Kearney. Trill can't keep up the chase. He's gouged away. Kearney should recover. Overlapping the Apotheosis and Angel Form, though, that's going to lose him probably a lot of mana regeneration, as both those abilities make a lot of your spells free.
Yeah, maybe just trying to reset some of the Serenity charges, but Sam is getting absolutely smoked. They're going for Kearney. Can they take him down? 1% health. He gets dropped. A beautiful setup there. Samayam risking it, playing aggressive, and they managed to take him down. And you talked about the Super Tees, like Holy Priest, when you do not have your trinket, you don't have the Guardian Spirit, you are susceptible to these swaps. And one of the first times we've seen the Rogue Mage mirrors come down to that strategy.
Yeah, it's been a strategy even since Holy Priest and Shadowlands, where if the priest had no trinket and no guardian, you could just make a huge swap and 100-0 them. So the fact that now we've been watching RMP all day, right? And we can still see a new strategy. How is that?
That's true.
How is that? Like, we've got, like, I think it's out of this day, it's like 2 hours of RMP gameplay footage, and we just saw a new strategy. After 2 hours, they pull off the swap to Kearney. They realize, like, hey, we're just falling behind. We're falling behind. Let's just do something different here, guys. Let's just kill the healer. And it worked. It worked. It got them.
He's just chilling in the back line.
Yeah, Cedar's like, yeah, I'm having fun. My team killed Kearney. Great job. Great job.
Go get him, boys. He's just the 80 yards away. I like that.
Just rooting for them in the frozen orb.
Petrol's like, I don't need heals.
Watch the
Cloak of Shadows.
damage breakdown. He actually got like 2 holy fires off or something. It's happened every time where we think it's the DPS, but it's actually the holy priest sneaking in with the damage.
Those all-ins are really deadly too. I mean, one thing that Trill does here is he basically makes himself unpeelable. He has Trinket and Cloak and Evasion. So he pops Evasion, he pops his Cloak of Shadows, and then he just Trinkets out of the first stun. There's really no follow-up they're going to be able to do to slow him down at that point. He gets the follow-up stun, and it is GG. But I mean, for me, that game was going in favor of the Tiger Toads, right? It was looking really good until it wasn't. So Liquid having a will and finding a way to actually pull off that game 1 win.
Really clutch that they were able to pull that off, because yeah, I agree. I feel like it was them just falling behind with every passing moment, but now they've got momentum, right? They got a little bit of wiggle room, like, hey, we got that, we got a W on the board, we got a little bit of room in this series. It is a best of 7. Tiger Toads are going to need to adapt. Maybe they incorporate that strategy, because I feel like that is a totally viable strat to kill the Holy Priest in those situations. No Guardian Spirit, no Trinket, you got, like, you can cloak all in, you got Veins, like, I feel like you can 100-0 a priest pretty easily. I feel like that's like, if Holy Priest had a weakness right now, it's its own personal defense. I think a lot of comps can actually kind of switch to it and cleave it down. And we haven't seen a lot of teams really pushing that limit too much. Like every once in a while, but then they play safe. So Liquid, they took a chance on it, all-in on a risky strat, and it net them 1 point here in this best of 7. And for Liquid, I mean, they want to show that they're the dominant North American team, right? Like, they've had good performances, but it seems like it's inconsistent. It's like they have an off season where they're not performing well, then they have a great season and off season. So they want to get back into form here and show that they can be a consistent force to be reckoned with in the North American region.
Yeah, part of me feels like my prediction is just completely wrong. So everyone who cheated
Don't
off
say
me
that.
gets it wrong too.
Don't say that.
You know,
I'm
like if
now.
it's wrong, then it basically gets canceled out. Maybe chat could win. I don't know what chat's prediction was, but I feel like this game never happened. You know.
Now I should have asked prediction to do the opposite of what you said. That's what I should have done. and then I'd be good to go, I guess, for this one. It's like we're all.
Well, it's not over yet. I mean, I'm actually expecting this to go to a game 6 or a game 7, like almost certainly.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We're going to be here. We're going to be watching the intensity, I think, for a while here between these teams, slugging it out head to head. We're going into another mirror. We're going into Tiger's Peak. Neutral map. No real advantage here, I would imagine, for either team as long as they keep playing the mirror for now. But we've seen other teams. They kind of just said, you know what, we can't handle the mirror anymore. We need to switch comps. We need to mix it up. We're fatiguing. Need to do something else. It's been a long day. They're likely going to be running short on stamina. This is where mistakes start to happen. Cracks start to slip through. We saw even Echo, right, with some cracks and mistakes as far as line of sight. Cost them their series. So playing at this level of intensity for this long, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Can they keep it up? And they managed to pull it back. Dazed on one side, Trill on the opposite, looking to sap the mage. It's the opener we've seen a few times here between the RMPs. Actually, no, Trill actually just starting things off with a sap on the priest, just soloing Calvish, and Dazed just trying to get back there in a hurry to assist. Icewall comes down. No, it gets counterspelled. Trill gets gripped back. Good teamwork between Sea-Doo and Sam to protect Trill, but Calvish actually snuck in a polymorph. Looks like it's going to break, though, and Icewall comes down. Big setup on Dazed now. Both teams are feeling spontaneous in this series, setting up some swaps very early on to the Rogues.
I think it's really good. The mage early on, of course, you're going to have Trinket and Alter Time, and I feel like you can just capitalize on anyone's positioning. It's like you said, we've seen multiple strategies kind of work in this mirror match. Going after the mage is kind of like the primary objective, but you can definitely use Ice Wall and Stun Locks to go after the rogue, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Trill in some trouble, but he's a lot of faith in that light well. Doesn't pop the evasion, doesn't pop the cloak, but basically nothing during that setup. In the meantime, Samam and Calvish are under fire right now. Calvish a little bit lower, getting interrupted. Cedar's going to pop his angel form and just use as many heals as possible. Keep Sam-I-Am nice and stable here as they get a stun lock onto Calvish, and they're continuing to try to find crowd control, but Kearney has excellent positioning right now, and unless Trill rolls over and gets a stun, I don't think they're going to get any CC on Kearney.
Nice gouge on Calvish here, so he can't get the Ring of Frost on Sea-Doo. Sam is still taking a lot of damage. Oh, we got Grip back behind the pillar here. Frostfire bolts coming through. Here's the killing spree. Nice heals from Sea-Doo. Sam is topped. Calvish is topped by Kearney. Things are evening out. No major advantage. But as I say, that smoke bomb comes in for Trill. And most of these smoke bombs have gotten major value. I'm actually very surprised he didn't get a block there. Calvish holds it. Pops the barrier. Now Sam I Am is getting low. Honestly surprised Dazed didn't just throw in a smoke bomb right there too. Trying to force some cooldowns. He's worried about this Trinket Shimmer. Chastise on Trill. He can't get crowd control. I think Sea-Doo phased or immune some crowd control there with Fade as Dazed was pushing forward. Sam's just polymorphing Dazed, keeping him under control. Trying to poke some damage towards Calvish. Trill's caught in a Frost Nova. Cheap shot. Nice engage. Big damage on this kidney shot. Sam blinks back. Oh my god, that wall almost clipped him and pulled him back. What even happens if that happens? You just don't go all the way through? If the wall happens to like build at that perfect second, you just go smack into the wall and stop?
I think so, yeah. I've never seen anyone get gripped through the wall, but Ringer Frost will land, and Calvish is in a stun lock. Beautiful altar time, though. Going back in time, healing himself to full. Now getting a counter assault here onto Sam I Am, and this is such a back and forth game. Both priests just playing at max range. Both mages looking for crowd control when they can find it. Icy Veins is available, and both mages are just fully ramped up, blasting each other right now with Frost Firebolts. Big shatter combos from Sam I Am. At the same time, Sam I Am getting clotheslined with a cheap shot. Calvish, Frost Firebolt after Frost Firebolt, looking to get control onto Trill here. Does manage to find it. I mean, these teams are so evenly matched. It's very back and forth. Here comes the Ice Wall. Calvish looking to set up his team for a win, but the Master Spell comes in. Sam is still so low. Sea-Doo has a lot of work ahead of him. Looks like Sam will recover, but a great Ice Wall there by Calvish.
These mages are unrelenting, man. Just playing in melee range, just slapping each other's faces with ice lances. Calvish just blinks on top of Sam, giving him no space to breathe, and he's slowly marching towards Sea-Doo. They're starting to dogpile on him and get him cornered here for the next crowd control. Dazed grapples over. Calvish fakes a kick, blinks around the corner, gets the polymorph. Trill into the Chastise. First block going to be forced here. An overlap on the side of Liquid, but at the same time, Trill is trying to help his team get a block in return onto Calvish, but Calvish shimmers back. Greater invisibility. Kearney is still in a Psychic Scream. They're playing a dangerous game, but they get away with it with the Will of Forsaken, and Tiger Toads are definitely in a much better spot off of that exchange.
Nicely done there by Kearney, throwing in some big heals with the Guardian Spirit, making sure he's standing in the fire of that Comet Storm and that Meteor. Maybe breaks some crowd control with that one. Kitty shot now onto Sam. He gets shattered once again. Sea-Doo just throwing in some heals in that Guardian Spirit. So good preemptive plays there by Sea-Doo. But it does look like Tiger Toads has a much more offensive position at this point of the game. They're playing on the pillar of Sea-Doo, so I think Sea-Doo is a lot more susceptible to crowd control in this situation. Kearney's playing much further away. As you can see right now, we got a stun into a mass polymorph, but a full blind on Sea-Doo. Both teams initiating crowd control, but it might be Sam I Am who falls first. Finally, the heals land. Calvish getting low, but the damage is just non-stop for both of these teams. Ringer Frost gets cast out. Doesn't find Sea-Doo. Ice Wall on Sam I Am. Oh, beautiful by Calvish. He shimmers through the Ice Wall to make sure he's on the same side as Sam I Am, and they end up getting a Void Shift as a result.
Oh my gosh, just overlap after overlap. That one was needed, but here comes a blind Ice Wall as they're trying to get a block from Calvish, and Tiger Toads look even better in game number 2, looking to prove that game 1 was just a fluke. Sam I Am getting nuked here, kicked on cast, lots of damage incoming. Is Sea-Doo ready? Flash heal after flash heal. It's just unhealable damage coming his way. He's really struggling to get him topped. I mean, how many flash heals does he need to press? He's almost from spamming flash heal so much. Nice shimmer on the bomb of Trill, but he's still he's playing a risky game. He blocks it. He stays alive, so the bomb still got some value, but Sam is low. Ernie's in the angel form. Sea-Doo has his in 30 seconds, so falling a little bit behind there. Ernie's going to come out of angel form, get the Guardian Spirit up onto Calvish. They want to stay aggressive. They've got a possible checkmate position here to take down Sam. I would love to see like a counterspell onto Sea-Doo at some point here, but he doesn't have it for 7 more seconds. Kearney's in a polymorph. Calvish is in trouble. I think he's on hypothermia. He's running for his life behind that balcony, looking to try and get a polymorph on Sea-Doo. He's trying to fake Shadow or Death. Dazed is there as well, but Sea-Doo fades all the stuns. It was a nice play by Sea-Doo. Kearney is now stunned. Calvish is in trouble, and Liquid out of nowhere flipping the script. They get a Void Shift from Kearney, and they're slowly putting themselves back in the match.
Yeah, Calvish is getting absolutely destroyed. He does have one ice block available, and Sam has none. So one good push here. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, beautiful shimmer there by Sam I Am. Does prevent that line of sight from the ice wall. It gets canceled, and now it's going to be Calvish being attacked. Do they have crowd control on Kearney? Trill rolls over, tries to get it. Nice grip there by Kearney. freeing Calvish from a lot of that incoming damage. Now I'm a little bit worried about Sam here. Icy Veins available for Calvish. He pulls the trigger on that one immediately, and Sam I Am might just get dropped. Double Dragon's Breath comes in. Sam I Am trying to slow down the game with polymorphs on Calvish. Just defensive polymorphs over and over and over, doing the best he can to try to survive, and it looks like they have weathered the storm, but they're making a swap on Trill. He gets grip back. Sea-Doo might be able to grip Sam I Am here, but a full stun goes out onto Sea-Doo. Both Trill and Sam are vulnerable here, Sid.
So where they decide to go from this moment. Sea-Doo's got the pressure's on Sea-Doo right now a lot more, I think. Ernie Turn gets the blind. Phil gets dismantled. They're both dying. Wall comes down. Calvish shimmers over. Dazed dismantles. And Dazed is now getting swapped too. A lot of damage out of nowhere from Liquid. Again, making another miracle swap to close out game 2. Insane. It was looking like it was over. It looks looking like they had them in checkmate. And they actually managed to do it again. They steal. This is another robbery by Liquid. They're up 2-0.
I think Daze had vanished there. Like we'll see it, but I'm pretty sure Daze could have just vanished and survived in that moment. So Liquid, you know, they're playing a very consistent game. You know, some defensive cooldown overlaps, but at least they're trading out everything. Let's see exactly what happens here with Dazed. Got about 29 seconds on that vanish, but of course rogues have a cooldown reduction. So we'll see if it ends up coming up, or it was pretty close. Oh my goodness. I mean, he was literally just right on the edge there. He had 1 second left after getting that last little bit of cooldown reduction. So unlucky there for Daze, but a great setup by Liquid. Really good job just realizing this rogue has no cloak. He's got no evasion. We can go after him. So just a really good setup there by Liquid, stealing another game.
All right, only 2 more. Only 2 more, and Liquid can be our North American Cup #1 champions. And well, they're looking solid. It's a bit of an overlap, though, right? Like that first exchange with the block of the trinket was an overlap. The second one was kind of required with how it played out. So they got to still keep their wits about them, like I was saying before we went into that game, right? This is when mistakes are going to start to happen. This is when their plays are going to start to crack. Like, even though they're the best players in the game, playing 7+ minute games the entire day to game 5 at the highest level of play, you're gonna start falling apart. Things are not gonna be as clean. You're gonna start getting fatigued. So just somehow keeping your plays as clean as possible and just staying consistent is gonna be really important here.
It can be really difficult too. I mean, these mages, if they have Icy Veins and they get like a time work proc, they have upwards of like 130% haste or something like that. So it's like sometimes things just don't go according to plan, and it can be difficult to anticipate. But one thing I do know for sure is that it's better to overlap defensive cooldowns and prolong the game than not use them at all. You know?
Yeah.
It's like when you're healing solo shuffle, the high IQ play is to just trade out everything. Even if you need to trade out everything in 1 minute, it's better than just dying without using anything. You know?
Yep, I wish I took that advice before I queued on my mage and died 6 rounds without using invis or block or anything, because I thought my altar was going to save me, but it was not enough. We're going into game 3, and Tiger Toads, they start getting inside their own heads, you know, like, hey, we just lost twice. Like, is it us? Like, do we need to do a different comp? Like, we have the Omni view where we can see everything happening. We can see how good they're doing, but do they have that same level of personal awareness to how the matchup is playing? And they're going to just run it back again, bringing in the Rogue Mage Priest. But Liquid are finding these little sneaky opportunities. Just like, hey, you know what? This Rogue is looking like a good swap. All right, let's just end the game. Hey, the Holy Priest, we're going to swap over here. So even despite being behind on the standard way of playing in terms of ice blocks, they're just finding other ways to sneak through and find victory, which is why this matchup is always so dynamic and interesting. You really no target is safe, and just when you think you're about to win, it can flip on its head. So I think it's still too close to call. This could still come back, still go to a game 6-7 type of situation for these teams.
Yeah, for our prediction, it's going to have to be almost like a reverse sweep at this point.
4
here
in
for
a row,
Tiger
Toads. 4 in a row. It doesn't. The thing is though, copying you doesn't even help, because then you'll just be ahead the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That doesn't work.
You got to take risks. You know what I mean? If you just do
Did
everything
you
that I do,
against us to get us all to be.
I didn't know you guys were going to cheat and copy my answer. Well, you didn't. To be fair, you're full natty. Like, it's all good, but.
Okay.
Respect it. I mean, we came to the same conclusion on this matchup. We might both be wrong, which, happens. But one thing's for sure. I feel like Liquid has really impressed me this weekend. Like, just playing the RMP, It makes a lot of sense that it works. I mean, Sea-Doo is such a phenomenal priest. Sam obviously an amazing mage. Trill an amazing rogue. And they've been practicing it a lot. And this is something that they played back even in Shadowlands. So they have the reps on this composition. They've got great synergy. And it's cool to see them go toe-to-toe with a team like Tiger Toads and actually be up 2-0 in this finals.
Yeah, very impressive showing here. Just finds the opportunity, sneaking it through, seeing the win condition, even in the darkest hour when it looks so grim for them. Pull off 2 wins here. Just trying to find 2 more. We're going to Ashamane's. Again, kind of a more neutral map, not like the small volatile maps. A lot of space to maneuver here and to avoid crowd control, but also a lot of space to wall somebody really far away in line of sight their healer, so it'd be dangerous in that sense. And we've got some stats to show you guys here. So coming all the way from Shadowlands, so there's a lot of different comps over that time frame, right? We had the Windwalker Fire Mage, not looking too good for them. I think that must have been when they were trying to mirror Welcome to the JUNG way back when. Because they were playing that Windwalker Fire Mage a lot. Not too hot on that, but the Windwalker
The funny is that their best comp. Look at their best comp.
Double Outlaw.
Yeah.
The Pirates were good in Shadowlands, man. The Pirates were strong.
It's crazy. So this is, yeah, if anyone was wondering, this is just their Shadowlands stats. So you can see the comp variety there. Windwalker DK, Fire Mage Windwalker, Warrior Windwalker, Double Outlaw. I think things at the end of Shadowlands got kind of crazy towards Outlaw Rogues, but we're kind of back to that, I guess.
This time around, it's just Rogue Mage Priest.
Yep.
Not 100%. Actually, maybe it's getting pretty close. They definitely got a good win rate on it. Daze is just sprinting over for Sap. Both mages going to be Sap. Priests are running in to try and get combat off something here. And I don't think they're going to Sap Priest unless they can get it. But I think they've got to be in combat by now. Another Sap. They're going to be free. Moving forward. Palms bouncing. Knees weak. Palms are heavy. I don't know if that's how the song goes. I don't think it is. My brain is fried now. Sam into a kidney shot here. And Daze is going to start the engagement. Cal was just wrapping around, but he's into a cheap shot. Big ice wall play here from Sam I am. Looking to take a quick game 3, but he displaces over the wall. That is some high IQ mage plays to leave that blink to go back in time to later on, like a Riddick move.
Great plays coming in from both of these mages. Big stun here onto Calvish. He's still under fire. He trades out the greater invisibility, so both mages just making the trades in the opener, the alter times, the greater invis, trading out those defenses. But Calvish is getting smacked. Finally, a big heal comes in from Kearney, looking for a potential holy fire here. Just looking to fake out interrupts if he can. Ooh, Sam! I mean, jeez! Yeah, really just making it close there. Getting down 10% health. They make a swap on Trill! Oh no! Sea-Doo really having to play catch up here. Is he going to use the evasion? Is he going to use the vanish? A great offensive push there by Tiger Toads, forcing out some major cooldowns with burst.
Again, from the standard line of play, Tiger Toads are in a great position, but Liquid have not won based on standard lines of play throughout this series, so I don't want to count them out just yet as we're hitting the minute 30 mark here in game number 3. Calvish fakes a kick, polymorph spam, but then he gets counterspelled. He's taking a lot of damage on that interrupt. Killing spree from Trill. So much pressure. It's just going to force a block. They didn't even need crowd control. Trill is running them down. Trill and Sam are doing so much damage in game 3. And it just feels like as they get more space to breathe in the series with wins, they're getting more and more confident. They try and turn it around with a smoke bomb. Not finding really a lot. Massive spell on the wall. It's really unfortunate. Daze smoke bomb didn't get anything done right there, and Trill is still sitting on his. And now Calvish has no trinket, so they might just send that on Calvish. It might just be a cheap shot bomb all in on him here in the near future. Trill's looking for control. Now he's going back and forth. Where is he going to go? He grapples over for the blind, moves in. Is he going to go for the bomb? Kearney trinkets the blind, so he's not going to go for the bomb. Now he's in a cheap shot. They're looking to just kill him. It's so much damage in game number 3, and Liquid have definitely put themselves back in a great spot.
Yeah, they're playing with confidence now. Like, this is the Liquid you love to see. They're playing aggressively. Sam I am, of course, has that icy veins, but we've seen some greedy plays. Hopefully it doesn't end up costing them the game. Once Sam I am used that icy veins, this is time to get crazy. The ice wall comes down. Calvish could be in trouble, okay? Using Shimmer to get into the open. Kearney's going to be able to heal him up with some flash heals. At the same time, Sam I am's taking pressure. Full smoke bomb drops down here for Trill. Do they have the follow-up stun? Doesn't look like they do. Trill moving over, looking to get some sort of crowd control out. He gets feared away. Polymorph lands from Sam. Calvish is still getting lower and lower. Kearney's going to have to play catch-up. Looking for a mass polymorph. Calvish gets kicked on that one. Great peels there by Trill. He's continuing this push onto Calvish. He's getting absolutely destroyed right now. As he pushes in to get CC on Sea-Doo, Sea-Doo just immediately is in the angel form, trying to stay ahead of the damage.
Sam. Okay, nice heals from Sea-Doo in that angel form. Calvish on the back foot. Kearney has Apotheosis. Double Dragon's Breath on the ring from Sam. But now he's into a cheap shot. Trill is under control of the Dragon's Breath. Polymorph blink back. Not able to find it. Looks like Sea-Doo deathed it. Calvish taking some big hits here, and they got a block last time with no control, so are they going to get it? They get the Polymorph, no trinket. Calvish on the run around the corner, gets kicked on his shifting power. They need another Polymorph. Sam goes for it, shut down by Dazed. Calvish is looking for an ice wall, trying to isolate here. Sam's able to sneak through the crack, though, that was left off to the side here from Calvish. He had to angle it around the corner. Not able to seal that hole, and Sam takes a huge hit. Sea-Doo's ready. Big heals come in. And even despite those big heals, Sam is still kind of low here at 70%. Calvish into a kidney shot. Dazed into a chastise. Calvish is going to trinket it to stay healthy and high. Is he going to be able to move in? He blinks around the corner. He displays his back with the altar time. Ernie's in a polymorph. He's kiting like a legend. Sam's in trouble in the kidney shot. Dazed is pursuing him. And it's so much damage. Just going to get a block off the back of that blind. Now into a full polymorph. If they can keep crowd controlling Sea-Doo here, he doesn't have Void Shift to rely on. It's a dangerous game. He's going to trinket. Is he going to die through his trinket? He's polying on his trinket. He's got to get some big heals right now. Sam's on hypothermia. Trill goes for a blind defensively, it looks like here. Try and block some damage.
Ooh, Icy Veins
is still going for it. Icy Veins, big crits available. Sam's still at 50% health. Sea-Doo just can't top him. He's really struggling here, finally getting him back. As I say that, he's 50% again. He just can't heal Sam. It's so much damage. Kidney shot comes through. He's got to be off hypothermia, but he doesn't want to use 2 blocks within 20 seconds. He might have to. He shimmers across. Dazed chases him down. Cheap shots for everybody. Big shatter combo, and that's going to be the second
Master
block.
spell!
Master spell. He fakes the kick. Kearney, insane plays. Triple Dragon's Breath, and Sam I Am could fall. Guardian Spirit comes through. Sea-Doo blocks the kill. And now Tiger Toads, man. If they don't win this game, I don't know if they can win the series.
But that was such a good offensive push, though. At the same time, Calvish is getting low. Do they get the second ice block from him? Kearney, no crowd control on him whatsoever at this point. Sam I Am just throwing in flurry after flurry, Frostfire Bolt after Frostfire Bolt. Calvish pushes forward, managed to get there. Full sheep. Oh no, that's a disaster. Dragon's Breath sheep. He just manages to sneak away from Trill, get that crowd control, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any follow-up stuns, anything like that. Sea-Doo's free from CC, should be able to keep Sam I Am alive, but both Sea-Doo and Kearney are kind of running on fumes in terms of throughput. Calvish goes into the ice block, getting really low during that setup. But Kearney still has his Void Shift. Sea-Doo does not have that luxury for another 25 seconds. So I think Liquid, they just have to hold on a little bit longer, and then they'll at least have that as kind of like an insurance plan.
Trill has no trinket. They could smoke bomb him if he overextends here. He pre-evasions, anticipating that. Sam's the target. He barriers, but Trill's getting crowd controlled. Ice wall, blind, Ring of Frost. Can he get it? Smoke bomb. Sam's in trouble. No blocks available. Sea-Doo trinkets. He's running into the bomb. He's met by a Dragon's Breath. Does he get polymorphed again? He holy wards to immune CC. He needs to get some big heals, but does he really have them? Dampening's getting high. Wall comes down. Sea-Doo Master Spells. He cancels it to make him waste his Master Spell. Now Sam is counterspelled. They have Void Shift. Guardian Spirit's up. I think Sam should be able to recover here with the boost of healing that Sea-Doo gets during that time, but it cost him all of his mana. So that Void Shift is really the last. He's probably going to have to press it pretty soon. He life grips Sam I Am off to the side. They're trying to set up for the win on Calvish, but Guardian Spirit is up. There's the kidney shot. No trinket available. Sam barriers. He's on the run. Dazed is chasing him down. Sea-Doo's still in crowd control, and the Tiger Toads look good in game number 3.
Yeah, really well done there by Tiger Toads, but that was a close game. Sea-Doo had the Void Shift, so if he had gotten out of that crowd control, it would have been able to survive. But I mean, if we're looking at cooldowns, Calvish still had Cold Snap available. Kearney still had his Void Shift. So despite this being a very back and forth game, Tiger Toad's going to be happy to put a point on the board. Now, are they going to start snowballing out of control? Because these last, I'd say the last minute and a half of this match, Tiger Toads picked up a lot of steam. They were on fire for sure.
All right, really good plays there from the Tiger Toads. And I mean, every other game was looking good too. It's not like they've been looking bad, right? It's Liquid. We're kind of just stealing away a lot of these games between them. So it's really well done to Liquid to find those opportunities. But now the Tiger Toads are kind of locked in and ready to go. It's not going to be a walk in the park. They're not going to be taking every single game here for the rest of this series. So let's see what they can do for the next game. Moving in here, because I don't think Liquid is going to back down. I imagine they're just going to keep running these mirrors back. And hope that they can get the edge moving forward for it. But Sea-Doo played this out until he was completely I don't know why the Holy Priests are playing Symbols of Hope, but then they're not using it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's better to have it. Have it in case you absolutely need it. I mean, they didn't go out of mana, right? So maybe it's just so high octane. And it's yeah, we talked about what compositions they're going to run. I feel like at this point nobody knows what really beats RMP. So you're a pretty solid RMP. This is probably your best bet is going into a mirror match because I don't know if anything else is really going to be better at this point.
I don't know. I don't know at that point if it's going to be either. So let's just see what's going to be the lock-ins. I'm imagining it's the same thing. We're probably going to a more neutral map or a slightly larger map. Maldraxxus, Tiger Toads are moving in. I feel like this is like a just snap lock it in. Although Sea-Doo at the same time, when you competed with them, I remember you guys had a strategy. Was anytime you won, you took the maximum amount of time to lock things in because you wanted the enemy team to just linger in their defeat. Just be criticizing each other and just running that game in a replay, living in the past and building some animosity towards each other. It was the strat behind that. So do you think Tiger Toads are not going to be doing that to Liquid though? That was like a higher level psychological tactic.
Yeah, that was fun. You're right. We used to do that. Yeah, after getting a win, just take a nice little 2-3 minute break. But you know, we were. I don't think we were timed the same way these teams are. You know, they're kind of on a strict time schedule, so you can only stall so much. But yeah, I think Tiger Toads, they're just ready to get into the game. Like the way I see this matchup, both teams are probably thinking they're the best RMP and they want to prove it, and they think this is their best chance. So may the best team win. Right now, Liquid's up 2-1. Really close games, every single one of them. But is this the point where Tiger Toads gets the momentum? Is this where they snowball out of control and all four of us predict correctly? Or is Liquid going to keep it going, pick up another win, and shut us down?
I also think one of my favorite memories is the screaming competitions at LAN, especially when you had like tables right next to each other. I remember playing in front of Snuts, and he was in the table like opposite of me, and he was screaming so loud during his games, and then I felt the need to scream so loud during my games because I could hear him through the headset on it. And then we had Snuts versus Smexon, because Smexon is also a screamer in the arena, and I think we got like a clip of it or a picture of both Snuts and Smexon just screaming their heads off against each other with how loud they were getting in those specific moments. I don't know if we have any like modern day screamers though. It's Snuts and Smexon stood out, although it's been a while since we had a LAN, right? So maybe if that does happen in the future, we'll be able to see if any of these newer players are screamers as well. But that was always a tactic, was to try to throw off your opponent. You'd yell really loudly because you knew they could hear them, so you'd be like, go mage, and it's not what you were gonna do. You're just throwing a fake with how loud you are.
Or like if you fake someone's interrupt, you just yell, I fake CS! Even if you didn't, you would just say it anyways, just to like make them feel like they messed up. But we can turn our attention back to the game. Both rogues in stealth going forward to a sap. Calvish gets sapped. Samheim gets sapped. An identical opener for both of these teams. Both rogues waiting in the wings right now, looking for the priest to basically fall out of combat. That is essentially what they're doing. I don't think it's really going to be happening here. Cheap shot or full kidney shot goes out onto Sea-Doo. Full Ring of Frost. Nicely done there by Calvish. I mean, this is a great start for Tiger Toads. What are they going to be able to do? Trill rolls over, trying to get some stuns of his own. Both priests just immediately hopping into the Archangel form, just spamming out as many heals as possible.
Wall for wall here. And Dazed is actually isolated for a moment here by Trill. Sam not able to get there. He's stuck behind his own wall. I think he's got to cancel that. Flurry combo over onto Calvish. Dazed gets knocked. He reconnects. Pressure on Calvish here. Dazed is next to Sea-Doo. He waits for the fade. He gets the cheap shots, but now he's dismantled. Nice dismantle by Trill here. He's going to lose a lot of damage on that subterfuge window, which is really important for the Outlaw Rogue on their vanishes. So nice interception by Trill. Now they got Kearney and Polly's. He's free. Wrapping around the corner. Trill grapples over. Nice smoke bomb. Not enough damage, unfortunately, to get the ice block from Sam here. His barrier's going to be enough. Big shatter in on Calvish. Sea-Doo's posted up really far away from the engagement. I say positionally, like Sam's in a better spot with Trill. They're closer to Kearney, so they can engage, but they're just taking so much damage. It doesn't even matter. It looked like it matters if they get crowd control. They force Guardian Spirit. They're just trying to force trades. Deal pressure. Calvish blinks back, but now Trill is like getting really close to Kearney. He can get crowd control on 2 targets here. Daze needs to be ready to intercept Trill whenever Trill pulls the trigger here.
Yep.
There it is.
Full kitty shot now into Calvish. Full blind on Kearney. Good setup, but at the same time, Sam is getting low. With nothing on Sea-Doo, though, I think he's going to be able to recover. Calvish playing it very kind of aggressively here in this game. Now blinking backwards, just trying to avoid as much damage as possible during this moment. Dropping an ice wall, actually, creating a little bit of a weird situation where it's Calvish and Samheim together, Dazed and Trill just hitting each other, and nobody can really connect on anyone. So really interesting positioning and interesting strategies coming in here. The rogues are kind of just poking each other, realizing they can't connect to the enemy mage for the time being. Samheim getting shattered, big amounts of damage coming in. The smoke bomb comes down, but it gets gripped there by Kearney, I do think. So that was a beautiful grip freeing Calvish from that smoke bomb and allowing him to connect those heals.
All right, interception by Daze here. Sidu fades the cheap shot, chastises Daze, but he's still there. He gets it. Calvish in a bit of trouble. Big killing spree. Lots of damage coming his way right now, even though Sidu is the one crowd controlled. Now he's into Angel form. Divine Hymning should be ramping his healing to stabilize Sam. Promise Torn incoming onto Calvish. Kearney and Sidu both mirroring their Angels. Sidu's likely going to want to play a lot more mana efficiently because it did kind of come down to mana, but he gets caught in a polymorph by Calvish. Sam's in trouble off the back of that. Can he get another one? He can't. He's in a cheap shot, being met with a lot of damage from Trill and Sam. And now they're positioning on top of Sidu, so I would give the favor to Tiger Toads with this positioning. You want your priest as far away as possible. Turning into a poly, but it's on DR. You can see that there's a couple of mistakes starting to happen here from both sides. Big damage incoming on Calvish. Shifting power, though, fully channeled. Resetting that barrier. Getting ready into a better position. Looking to fake some kicks. Trill cloaks. Big damage. All inning for that block. Do they get it, though? A cloak and no block could put Trill as a liability in the future.
Ooh.
Oh, the grip.
Oh, Trill, though, he gets chastised. Do they have a stun lock to follow it up? Big damage here on Trill. He's got no cloak. He could get dropped. Evasion is going to be used. Daze rolls over, gets a full kidney shot. Calvish looking for a Ring of Frost. Can he find it? No, he cannot. Sam using not only Dragon's Breath, but also Blast Wave to slow down Calvish and not allow him to get that CC. Great defense there by Sam protecting his priest. It's going to be Calvish stunned up now. He's so far from Kearney. Oh, my goodness. 60 yards apart at this point. This is awkward positioning where you have Sam in between Calvish and Kearney. Kearney really has to use that line of sight and range to his advantage, and it seems like it's working out so far. Big damage on Sam. Holy Fire's coming in as well from Kearney. It's really trying to ramp up his team's damage. The stun comes in. Calvish looking for a polymorph. Can he find it? No. Trill gouges it. Great defense.
All right. Evenly matched here. Nice grip. Trill grapples over. Full blind, but he can't connect. They're going to go on Dazed, it looks like here. And they've caught him a couple times on some swaps. So you got to be careful. He's going to use Medallion. Sam gets crit. Are we going to be tying things up here for the Tiger Toads? And looking at a Game 5 in this best-of-7 grand finals. Cup 1 championship title on the line. Big swap on Kearney. He's going to Trinket Angel. He's not fooling around with that swap. Full blind on Sidu. Sam blinks away with Barrier. Should be fine. He's got Icy Veins. Sidu trinkets out of the Polymorph. I think swapping to Sidu right now wouldn't be a bad idea, but maybe they don't need to. But with Sam so far ahead on ice blocks, I could see that being an option. Daze gets caught behind the wall, but Kearney repositions. He should recover. Preemptive Holy Ward, anticipating some polymorphs here while he's trying to get his palms bouncing. Daze goes for killing spree. Sidu's back into Angel form. Calvish is just dying. He's just outright dead. Invis into block with an overlap. Nice catch there by Liquid.
Yeah, great burst coming in. Full Ring of Frost lands. Calvish is just outright dead. I can't believe it. They might kill him through the Guardian. They do. An insane push there by Liquid. I mean, that was kind of out of nowhere onto Calvish. Tons of pressure. I want to see exactly how that unfolded because not only do they get the greater invisibility, they get the ice block, they get Kearney's Guardian Spirit, and they just take him down through it. And Liquid is going to be proving all of us wrong. They're up 3-1, one away from winning this series. And this is very impressive the way they're playing this game, but I'm blown away the game ended the way it did.
To me, this is Liquid's best game. This is like the game where it didn't feel like they kind of found a little bit of a cheese line to be able to go through. They've won that game with standard play. So if they can find the cheese swaps as well as standard play, which they kind of did, they tried to go in a little bit, means that they've got the cheeky plays and they're opportunistic, and they can also run it back with the standard strategy. So I'm starting to think that cheaters never prosper. Copying the homework was a bad idea.
You talking about Ian Zico or
Zico? Bad idea.
How does this happen though? So there's an ice wall down right now, and Calvish just gets smoked. Like I don't even know what that damage was. Flurry, Comet Storm, instant Frostfire, Bolt, like a little bit of Trill damage, but Calvish just gets absolutely destroyed here in these final moments. Trinket's out a little bit late, but unfortunately it's just not enough. Sam's able to get the repolymorph, and they're able to drop him. They just needed any gap in the CC, and Kearney could have got the Void Shift off. So really, really clean setup by Liquid.
All right, nice setup here. Crazy burst, amazing wall, excellent play. Liquid look to be on fire this week, and I will say, as a team, I think they're going to be very flexible, even despite class changes. Right, they've got a variety of specs, variety of options that they can flip between. Depending on if the changes on Tuesday have significant impacts to their roster. So this could be a really strong season for them. We're going to go to Dalaran Sewers. We're going to a small map. And at what point do you think the Tiger Toads even possibly consider bringing in Cubsy?
I don't think they should. I feel like the game's not going to go better if they bring... I don't want to prove Cubsy wrong. Cubsy's like, he's the... I'm an arcane mage, and Cubsy's kind of like, he's the man. So we'll just say that. But like, I don't really feel like it's that good into the Frost mirror. Like, maybe once upon a time it was, but right now I feel like Frostmage just has way too much instant damage. And the fact that it has so many schools of magic, it's like really hard to punish. They can just play in your face. It's going to be difficult. So if they bring in Cubsy, I would be very surprised. With how close these games are, I feel like it's not impossible that they, come back in the series, win 3 in a row. I think they just got to kind of believe in themselves.
They're taking their time, letting them stew. All right, here we go. Frost RMP, Tiger Toads. What's it gonna be? Running it back. This is a chaotic map. Like a lot could go wrong on this. The boxes stack you up for AWC. Waterfall comes down at a bad time. Like, we've seen LOS be an issue for even that of Echo. So this is a map that can create a lot of problems in that regard. So Tiger Toads are trying to mix it up, bring some chaos. They defeated Welcome to the JUNG to be able to get to this point, the reigning North American champions, which is already impressive. And they've looked good in this series. Like, I feel like 2 of those games they could have easily have taken. It was really only that last one that looked like it was confidently in Liquid's favor. And they managed to keep running the marathon. These games are just brutal. They're just 7+ minutes of high intensity fake casting, trying to find these little openings to wall somebody, smoke bomb somebody, use the counterspell on the healer or on the mage. What's the best timing? Should I run? How can I get my shifting power off successfully? You're making so many calculations to try and get an advantage over your opponent in this matchup, and they're going to be locking it in. We're going Dalaran Sewers, match point. Liquid just need one more map to take the entire first cup, and it's really important because there's only 3 cups before you've got the finals, so you want as strong of a performance as possible just in case things don't go your way in the future. You can get one of those top 3 positions, or if you have to, rely on the gauntlet, which has been dangerous in the past. I wouldn't necessarily say rely on the gauntlet as your strat to get into the top 4, because we've seen teams run all the way from the bottom of that gauntlet and get into the top 4 before.
And being reminded of our predictions all being wrong right now.
Rub it in, rub it in.
Yeah, rub it in. What did chat? Oh, I'm actually curious what chat went for on this one. Did they go with Liquid? I feel like Liquid's a fan favorite.
They're
I'd be surprised if they
so they'll
didn't.
probably get more votes, I would think.
I mean, and they're winning, so.
All right,
They
chat's
are
about to
winning.
pass you with this one, maybe.
No, I don't think so.
They're too
I think
far
I still
behind.
have a solid lead, yeah.
They're too far, but they're gonna pass me. Oh no,
That's possible,
I'm
yeah.
gonna hear the end of it. Okay, here we go. Dalaran Sewers. I'm ready to go, dude. Pump them out of the pipes. It's time to start fighting. We're in. Waterfall's already down. Splashing water around. That will line of sight players, and it activates, indiscriminately at times. So sometimes there is no line of sight, and other times that waterfall is going, and you will not be able to cast spells through it. So 8 seconds, 7 seconds. It's match point. Liquid have looked so good in this tournament overall, but the Tiger Toads have leveled up so much as a newly fused roster between the Silk Tigers and the Super Toads. So Daze is just grappling across immediately looking for a sap. Where's he going to find it? Sap on the mage. Trill gets a sap. Trill doesn't get a sap. Spellsteal putting him in combat here, looking for another one. Setting up Calvish. He's in position to open with a big shatter. They could cheap shot. He's not going for it. Maybe he anticipated like a pre-fear or pre-fade from stealth there. He's being patient, so he can't anticipate it. But Dazed is out of stealth now, and he's into a cheap shot. A little bit of a rough ride here for Dazed. He's going to get another cheap shot, but now he's into a poly. Calvish looks for a ring. Sidu immunes it. Calvish is into a sheep, blocking him with his crowd control, but a big shatter combo comes through. That grip on the wall. Sidu is still on point here on match point.
Yeah, doing a really good job so far. Kind of a standard opener from these teams. Samam gets interrupted right now on Frost. He can't ice block. He's low on health. He shimmers away. A big amount of burst coming in there. Ice Wall drops down once again. It's going to be Dazed, who is completely isolated. No trinket. Smoke bomb. Can they close out the game? Seeded with a cheeky chastise there, trying to keep Dazed in that smoke bomb and extend the CC just a little bit longer, but he ultimately survives. But I really like that Liquid is mixing it up. They're playing with confidence. They're 1 away from winning Cup number 1. Can they do it? Or is Tiger Toads going to be able to battle it back? Both mages are getting low on health for the time being. Daze rolls over, gets a cheap shot here. It looks like Sam I Am will just kite away. So he's got Alter Time up right now, as well as the displacement. Alter Time gets dispelled. He might have to displace back in line of sight of Sidu, but at the same time, Calvish is getting destroyed by Trill. A beautiful blast wave. Look at how far away Sam I Am and Sidu are right now.
Is he going to get back to him? Sidu gets intercepted. Can Calvish get a crowd control? He gets a polymorph. Sam could be in trouble. Double Dragon's Breath from Calvish. He gets counterspelled on the resheet, but it's still big damage. Gets gripped away. Sea-Doo should be able to pick him up, I think, unless Calvish gets a big crit right now. Calvish is going to barrier during the gouge. Trill pre-grapples the knock to reconnect onto the top platform. Still multiple cheap shots containing Calvish for now. Kearney and Sea-Doo both in a good position respectively from their team. Calvish gets knocked off the side, but it's towards towards Kearney, so it's not a big deal. Trill moves forward. Got to cut through that barrier. Daze staying on target, building up combo points for the next kidney shot. Calvish, trinket available. Sam trinket available. Still neutral point in this game for both teams. Nice chastise on Trill into fear. Kidney shot on Sea-Doo, but Calvish can't get the control. Sam Dragon's breasts him to intercept, so Calvish blinks in to try and get a DB sheep of his own, but he can't. And will Sea-Doo be able to handle this? Yes, it looks like he will. Great synergy between Sea-Doo and Sam right here. Ice wall's coming down. He gets interrupted on it. Trying to wall him off with the chastise, it looks like right now. Dazed pre-evasions, anticipating that wall swap to him. They've done that a couple of times. Both priests are mirroring their angel. Wall comes down. Line of sighting Dazed. He cloaks immediately. Unlikely that we see him die here. He looks like he's going to be A-okay. That wall, though, forcing the cloak. Now they switch back onto Calvish, looking for the first block. They actually get a polymorph on Kearney. Sam is playing great. Calvish jumps off the side with alter time. Maybe it's going to displace to try and get back up. He's just chilling on the bottom, but he's out of line of sight of Kearney. I feel like he's going to regret playing down here. He has to trinket now. He's cheap shot on his trinket. Big damage is coming through. Guardian Spirit comes up for Kearney. Calvish will recover. And he's still in a decent spot, at least with two, as I say, the 2 blocks. He might just go down to 1 if he gets a little bit more damage. Sam's looking for polys. He catches Kearney. He polymorphs him again on the death. Huge damage!
Oh, no!
Lights out! Liquid 4-1.
They got to be so happy with that. Congratulations to Liquid Cup 1 winners in North America. The Rogue Mage Priest is looking extremely good, going toe-to-toe with Tiger Toads and actually winning in such a dominant performance. Beautifully done by them. And Tiger Toads, I feel like they got to be pretty happy with this result. This year is super competitive, so the fact that they were able to make it this far, get that second place, great tournament for them too.
Yeah, I mean, every single player in this tournament has been leveling up a lot. Even the newcomers that we've seen for the first time. It was a very entertaining weekend. It's only the first weekend. We still got 2 more cups, and then we got the finals at the end of it for the big shebang. And it's just an unfortunate ending for Calvish here. Dancing with death. You know, he's playing a risky game with how low his health has been getting time and time again in these positions. He's thinking the Guardian Spirit is going to be enough. I should live. Sam gets a poly on the death.
It's interrupted.
And then he can't go anywhere. It is over.
He's kicked on Frost.
What was he casting? Crossfire
Ring of Frost, I think. I think he went for a polymorph, and then out of the polymorph, he cast a Ring of Frost. And that's why he went down.
I'm waiting to see.
So he gets kicked on polymorph. Troll comes out, kicks the Ring of Frost, I think. Yeah. And he just can't block. It's a mega one-shot.
Insta-kick. Who came to play, man? He was playing that Windwalker yesterday, absolutely destroying people. And then now in on Rogue, re-rolling over to RMP. And, I mean, the Tiger Toads, like, this is home turf for them. Like, this is what they've been spam playing on the ladder forever. I mean, look at Calvish. He can play the Rogue in this comp, and he can play the Mage in this comp. I wouldn't be surprised if he could play the Priest in this comp. Like, these guys are literally alting the other specs in this comp. So for Liquid to be able to win in the mirror like this, I think it's got to be a great confidence booster moving into Cup number 2.
Most definitely. What a way to end it. Team Liquid beating Tiger Toads. I mean, Tiger Toads, I feel like definitely deserve quite a lot of credit. If at any point we could take a look at our power rankings, I don't think any of us expected them to get this far. They're a tremendous team, of course, but finishing the day in second is going to be bode very well for them in terms of standing. So, you know, big takeaways from that matchup. What would you say, Ben? What do you think that Tiger Toads is kind of talking about right now and reflecting on before they move into Cup number 2?
It's really hard because the games were really close. So it just comes down to minor details, you know, making sure there's no defensive cooldown overlaps, maybe just doing a little bit better with your crowd control, a little bit better positioning, because I mean, the teams are pretty evenly matched. Even though it was a 4-1 in favor of Liquid, the games were super duper close. And I feel like if we saw this series again, it has the potential that Tiger Toads on a different day could definitely win.
Yeah, here is the title. See, I was wrong. We actually had Welcome to the Jung info. We were wrong regardless with these power rankings here, but we had Welcome to the Jung in first, but Tiger Toads, actually in second for most of us except for Sid. But yeah, your predictions though, Ven. What's up with that?
Well, maybe you shouldn't cheat off me. And then, what if I sabotaged it?
You should have the correct answers. Oh, is that what happened? Is that what you did? You were sabotaging it?
I don't know. Maybe someone told me you guys were going to cheat, and I just decided to do it wrong, I don't really know.
No,
okay,
Chad
look
is
at that.
beating me. No.
Oh, no. All right, well, this is how we ended the day. Ven, 75% accuracy. You threw away that last game, but you're still in first. How does that feel, Ven?
Well, I wanted to comment on Zico before I,
Sure.
I'm super happy.
Yeah.
Zico has the same accuracy as a coin flip.
Oh, that's
He's not even here to defend himself, man.
poor guy. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
probably asleep.
funny either way.
It's late in Sweden. Man. All right, well, we've got chat
I don't really care, because when I was upstairs watching the games and you guys were talking about my predictions, I wasn't here to defend myself. It didn't stop you. all
You're right. You're right. That's true. I guess that's a good thing about being on between every single match. No one can say anything about me because I'm always here. Super Tease, you're at 60%. We gotta get that number up, buddy. You and me. It's not looking good.
You and me? What are you saying? I'm ahead of you. You and me?
Well,
I
I'm
can't
saying
even see
we're
you. You're
below
so far
chat.
down there. Look how low you are.
Oh.
I can't even see you on the prediction leaderboard.
You're right. Okay. Dang, this is rough. All right, well, chat, let us know how you did in terms of predictions. I'm pretty sure you guys were right. I wonder if we can get the exact number that it was actually Team Liquid that was in favor to win that one. So not only did chat believe in them, but they actually were able to pull off that victory. Heading into next weekend, though, I feel like for both North America and EU, then how do you feel like we can reflect on what we saw today? Did anything surprise you at all in terms of some of the things that these teams were actually bringing out?
Well, we haven't really talked about the balance changes that much.
Yeah.
On paper, it seems like Holy Priests are getting slightly worse. Outlaw Rogues, it's debatable. I think they're supposed to be getting slightly worse. Frost Mage as well, slightly worse. Is it enough to really mix things up? I don't know. We saw some interesting things with Elemental Shaman having some pretty close matchups with Prev on the LE into the Mage and Swapsy on the LE into the Mage. Maybe these changes are enough to actually make that composition a little bit more viable, but I think for me, it's interesting to see Welcome to the Jung, kind of the champions of last year. They didn't win Cup number 1, and Echo in Europe did not win Cup number 1. You had Overload kind of come in and steal away that victory. So I feel like it's really, really competitive this year, and I'm curious to see if teams do kind of mix up the compositions after some of the balance changes that do come in.
Yeah, I'm curious as well for Cup number 2, because like we've been touching on, they only have 3 cups. We're a third of the way through the season already. I'm sure these teams are very aware of that as well, Super Tees. I mean, what's your take on some of these teams that may have surprised us? Do you have any teams that you're going to be looking out for to maybe place that high again going into next weekend?
I mean, Swapsy's team, definitely on my radar right now with their forged RMP. I feel like his Elemental Shaman performance looks really good, and if all those stonks go down, Swapsy stonks are going to go up. So I feel like that's the team that I'm looking forward to. There's a lot of teams that didn't even make it to the bracket that I'm curious about, like F tier. Are they going to be able to make a run like they did last season, or are we just not going to see them at all? Because they struggled to be able to get into not even to get into the bracket for this weekend. So they're kind of a team I'm still thinking about, and I know the fans of F tier in the chat, right? Saul and Laros, those guys have been streaming for a while, building up their community, but it seems like the meta's not great for them because they don't have the Rogue or the Feral, and those seem to be very important components, but those are both components that are getting nerfed, so maybe they have a better week.
Yep.
So I'm kind of looking at the underdogs. I'm surprised, honestly, that Welcome to the Jung came out in 3rd. I was really expecting them to win. We were all expecting them to win the whole thing. Same thing for Echo, like JT's RMP, like Oscar, okay. Like Oscar has just definitely made a statement, I think, in this cup as far as who's the best mage in Europe.
Yeah, most definitely. I agree. I cannot wait to see kind of how the rest of this season shapes out. But 2 cups left to get into the top to make it into the grand finals or the gauntlet. We can take a look at the standings and kind of how we ended up at the end of this weekend for both EU and NA. So let's definitely take a look, because I mean, like you guys were saying, there's even teams that didn't make it into top 8 that we're going to be seeing have some points. There's F tier right there, but Team Liquid in first place, Tiger Toads with 100 points, and then 3rd is Welcome to the Jung. So far, Ven, it's definitely looking to shape up to be a competitive North America.
Definitely. I mean, even teams like Gustbusters, we mentioned mages, rogues, priests, all getting slight nerfs. Does that make Gustbusters the new team to beat? It's hard to say. What is the move going to do? I think Abster just stepping down, so they're going to have to bring in a new healer. What does that mean for the move? You have Left 4 Dead, another team. They're not a mage team, but if mages get a little weaker, maybe they have a better week. Is Welcome to the Jung going to fully adopt the Outlaw Rogue? Like, do we see Drake just fully go into the Outlaw Rogue over the Feral Druid? You're right. This is just such a competitive region right now. And I feel like although Liquid had a really good week, and Liquid has a lot of different compositions, they're going to have to stay hungry if they want to, stay ahead in these cups.
Taking into account all of the changes that we're going to be seeing shortly here, Super T's looking at 4th place downward, which is the team that you think is most likely to be able to, squeeze into that top 3?
I think Gustbusters. I feel like that roster, with Dippy being able to multi-class as well as he can and flop on the Resto Druid. I mean, I don't know how badly Resto Druid's going to get knocked down exactly with the nerfs to them. If it's a lot, then maybe they struggle. Yeah, I mean, it's flop. It is flop.
Handle it.
I do think the Gustbusters, it kind of depends on who the move replace, who's going to step into the shoes for Absterge. Because I'm trying to think of, who's a free agent, who's a free agent right now that can fill those shoes. Those are big shoes to fill. So depending on who the move can pick up, they could have a good opportunity. Maybe it's just Left 4 Dead. Maybe just Clapper comes back again. I mean, they got 4th. That is a good run for Left 4 Dead, playing double Druid Fury Warrior in a lot of their games.
It reminds me a bit of a North American Blizzo. I feel like it was always Blizzo being the only one really playing Warrior in that region for a long time, even when it wasn't the meta. But I'm excited for that player as well. Let's take a look at Europe, because we also had those games. Of course, Overload beating out Echo earlier today here on Championship Sunday. We can see where the points are lining up for these guys. I think my favorite new team, despite them being in 3rd, then is DOBOB. I mean, you got the return of Flappers, you got Relza Thessi. This is a powerful team that I think did tremendously well, especially considering how we expected them to do.
Yeah, I feel like having Tessia, you have Relza, Flappers, there's so many good players on that roster. All 4 of them are just absolutely insane, but the story in Europe is just, can you win RMP mirrors? That's basically what it comes down to right now. Right. Top 4 teams basically almost exclusively played RMP, a little bit of FMP as well, but my big question is, Chibaku Tensei, what are they going to do? Teams like Nap Time, Streamer Zone, are the Hunter changes going to be good? There is some changes to Marksmanship Hunters as well. Maybe Marksmanship Hunters and the Jungle Cleave can start stepping up a little bit.
I don't think Jungle's too happy. I think Jungle's pretty sad.
What a Beast Mastery, though. Maybe.
Wasn't Feral getting nerfed?
Feral's getting pretty nerfed.
Giga nerfed?
I think Tony was upset.
Giga nerfed,
Tony was sad on Twitter, okay? Tony was sad on Twitter, but...
All right, perhaps I should, not
rarely happy.
Every time I read his Twitter, I think it's just constantly getting giga nerfed. So minor nerf, you'd say.
True. But look at that Happy Frog in 9th. Look at that roster. Yeah. Look at that name, ILTU. Remember the big upset they pulled off last season? They went from the bottom of the gauntlet. They beat Echo in the upper side of the top 4.
Is that your Boomy brother?
So, yeah, it's Corky. he played some Boomy. I thought he was maybe going to make it through, but Kasu blocked him. And you know what? Feral's getting nerfed. Maybe Kasu doesn't block him next week.
Okay. All right. Well... we will certainly see. Time will tell. Of course, I'll be tuning into next weekend for Europe and North America for Cup number 2. But in the meantime, we have an interview ready to go. Sidu and Sam. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah. Yo.
All right. How are we feeling? Cup number 1. We got that dub. Does it feel good?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels good. I was a little worried about Cup number 1. It felt like we didn't have a lot of diversity. We tried a bunch of different comps, and we kept landing back on RMP, but it seems like we landed on the right one at least. So thankfully for us, Sam can press Ice Lance every once in a while. I was able to dust it off pretty quickly.
This man had no faith. He had no faith. I had to convince him over and over and over again to log off Boomkin. Me, I had to convince them to play RMP.
Really?
Last 2 weeks.
Wait, wanted Boomkin.
I'm playing Boomkin. He had no faith in my mage. He had no faith.
Wait, when did these conversations happen?
On stream every night.
We don't. What?
What are you talking about? We don't.
We don't.
I saw our predictions. They saw the.
Yeah, you guys definitely had us all low there.
Super T's
true.
was calling my Boomkin the comfort pick. What is comfortable about Boomkin? What is comfortable about Boomkin?
You guys aren't supposed to watch what we're saying during the broadcast. This doesn't work like that.
We got to analyze the VODs. You guys are very knowledgeable.
Okay, what are your tournament wins on? What class?
Boomkin.
I mean, I just got mini.
So I think
got,
that makes. I think that makes
I
it a
won
comfort
tournaments
pick,
on all
no?
classes. I won tournaments on all classes.
This man's even playing
Comfort
healer.
pick
Come
doesn't
on,
mean
what do
you're
you
bad
mean,
at
Sid?
something else. It's just a comfort pick.
Mage is my home when I'm not playing with Sidu.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
You feel like you're back home now on the mage? Does it feel good to pick up a win on the mage? I know that's kind of your OG spec.
Dude, it feels really good, honestly. Whenever I don't pick up the mage too often, but like I'm not gonna lie, when I do play mage, it brings me back to like my 15-year-old self when I was just like starting out and competing, and I had like the biggest ego. So it's like whenever I fight other mages and stuff, like the biggest class envy, and like a little bit of that, it sparks when I play mage in tournaments. I won't lie. So it feels good for sure.
Well, so it sounds like, there's a bit of a contention with the team of whether or not RMP is viable. Throughout that last series, was there any discussion of whether or not you should hop off of RMP, or did you guys know you were going to stick with RMP against them the entire time?
We were playing RMP every game this whole
We
tourney.
knew we were locking
converted
in
them.
last night.
We saw Trill.
Oh, actually, yeah, we did play the
Windwalker. You
Windwalker.
guys did play
No,
Windwalker.
you're right. Yeah, that
That's
was the night before. That team actually gave us some trouble with Rogue. Because like we would kind of like stumble around with the goes, so we figured we just let Trill do what Trill does, and just pump some numbers.
That's fair. Super T, Ven, got any questions?
How are your preparations for next week? Is it still just RMP? Are you guys like, is Mez having some possibilities with the buffs? What are you guys thinking there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously when we can get Mez in, we want to, so we'll probably try some DK stuff. I mean, the buffs seem good offensively, but I think defensively it's still maybe a little bit flimsy. So we'll have to see how that works, and then I don't know if the meta is going to change much. I'm a little worried that like the Palm nerf to Holy Priest, because it's your number one heal. It's a 25% nerf to your number one heal. Is going to be kind of tough, so it might be a Druid meta, and if that's the case, like we're going to need those first place points this week, that's for sure. So hopefully our Druid's not the only viable healer next week, or we might be in a little bit of trouble.
One thing I wanted to ask is, like, it seems like the meta in Europe and North America is very similar. I mean, it seems both regions kind of figured out the same composition. Do you guys do any kind of practice or war games or share intel with some of the European teams?
I definitely talk to Meh a lot, especially when Priest is meta, because I feel like, he kind of tells me what's right and wrong. So it's a little bit of a one-sided relationship. I can't really help him with anything, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, he definitely tries to guide me if I ask. But I think the biggest info that we got today was like coming into today. Sam told me that the only way to win these matchups is if I run at the enemy healer and get fears on cooldown. And then he watched JT play and he said, "Yo, Sidu, JT doesn't leave the pillar. What are you doing, man? Like just AFK." So I'm like, "Oh, perfect. That's how I want to play, man. It's just nice and cozy. I don't have to deal with 50% hasted polymorphs all game and just 40 yards away."
I would like a chance to speak. I would like a chance to speak now. Actually,
Go ahead,
I'm not a father. I mean, I am to like two idiots, but like I'm not like like a family man, right? I got a lot of free
Dogs,
time.
chat.
Yeah,
Just giving them context.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And so I study the game. Game knows game. I'm on VOD watch every night. I watch EU VODs all night, every night. I subscribe to EU streamers just to watch their VODs. That's how deep I am in the game. I got skin in the game, right? And before we started playing RMP like weeks ago, I would watch Waz's stream because on EU there's so many rogue mages. There's actually like 3 or 4 tier 1 rogue mages, and they play mirrors every night. Before we even played a single RMP mirror, I told Du, I said, whatever priest AFKs on the pillar, JT style, you fade the hook, you fear him. Whatever priest is super damp wins the game. But we play into other matchups like FMP or like Arcane sub, and it feels like if we try to dampen them, we just lose. And so that's where I was like, I think we should try and play in for fears. So I don't know if he got confused or what. I know he's getting up there, but that wasn't the conversation that we had. Trust me, I've said it many times.
Is this gaslighting?
No,
Yeah,
I have receipts.
Sidu?
I have receipts. I have receipts.
He's got no receipts.
If I'm ever allowed back on the broadcast again, I'll show you next time.
You're gonna bring them.
Well, we can make it
print
work.
them
We can
out.
make it work. All All right, well then I'm curious, if you're so tuned in with the EU region, are you surprised at all by the result from Overload today, winning the EU region?
Who's that again?
Bro, are you
It's
serious?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Ready?
No. So
Here
actually,
you go. The names are on the screen, just in case you need a reminder.
no. So actually, going back to the VODs that I was saying that I study, I actually watch Waz's RMPCHKO. They actually fought this RMP a lot on ladder, and they lose a lot. Like, I think the RMP mirrors are super bloody. They go like 50-50 a lot of times. But when I was watching the VODs last week, Oscar, Brunity, and JT, they were like winning a lot of these mirrors. And so like throughout today, I was like, dude, you got to channel your inner JT. You got to hug that pillar. You know what I'm saying? So I was more shocked that it feels like in the span of 24, 48 hours that like the script kind of flipped and RMP was starting to beat FMP, because before we really were kind of boned into it. We thought we were going to lose the FMP. We thought it was going to be a really close game if we did win. But, you know, after seeing how like RMP's on EU evolved, it seemed to be like more. So I don't want to say in our favor, but we could play it differently for sure.
Well, can I actually ask what this strategy adaptation was? Like, why did it change so fast? If you don't want to reveal it, that's fine. But I'm curious.
I felt like, according to how the EU team won, I didn't actually watch, but I was told, apparently the RMP priest just plays to never get CC'd, and eventually you just get like momentum, and then you can just kind of ride that momentum. I don't know. So I just played 40 yards away, never went for a fear, fade when he leaps, try to like chastise if someone pushes in, and yeah. But I mean, like the previous nights, like I'm getting told to like run at the priest, so I have to like press literally 0 healing globals during veins, or else I just get insta sheeped, and then when I'm running in, like we have to like either like use a CS or something that we wouldn't have to normally use, and it would just fall apart really quickly.
Yeah, it's a game of momentum and like chess. You know, when you're playing behind the pillar and you're playing more for like your fade, your fear, your death, you're not using those abilities when you're sitting behind the pillar. You're kind of using them reactively to when the Pharaoh will come and leap on you and like maim you. But if you're trying to run in for fears, you know, it gets really hectic. And so you might have to like use a death or use a fade or use a fear just while you're crossing the map. It's not ideal, because then when you do eventually get stunned, or whenever he's coming towards you for the stun, you don't have any answers. Well, while the rogue team, you know, generally speaking, doesn't really have an issue with stuns or lack of. So it feels like we're more advantaged if we can play the game on top of them while our priest AFKs.
Okay.
Cool.
I've got one more question for Sidu, and then we're going to play a little game, if that's okay.
With us or without us?
Yeah, with you, if that's cool.
That's cool. I like games. I'm actually pretty good at them, believe it or not.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay.
We can tell. Sidu, I'm curious what Peekaboo had for breakfast this morning.
Oh, you know, he's got to go with a nice hearty, 2 scrambled, you know, some wheat toast. He's got that, you know, great physique. Can't be having, you know, anything too bad for him. You know, he's got a couple slices of bacon, maybe some avocado on the toast, actually. I didn't get complete details. He's been a little bit busy today.
Yeah, hasn't been returning your messages and stuff.
It's tough. It's tough for sure.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, thank you for the update. All right, well, we're going to challenge you guys. We're going to play a little game here. Basically, they're going to give us some emojis that are going to line up with a World of Warcraft term. So it could be a personality from WoW Esports. It could be an ability. It could be all kinds of things. And then we're going to try and guess what that is, if that's okay.
We could try. I feel like me and Sam are both pretty dumb, though.
Don't worry, we're really bad at
more than the other.
We all look stupid together. Okay, so this is an AWC team.
Oh, this is me. There's a ladder. This is me carrying Sidu on ladder. No?
It looks like you're going down in rating there, buddy.
Yeah, because I got you on my team.
I don't know, bro. Dude, I don't even know all the team names, man. I can't keep up.
I don't know either. Ladder down news.
Think about like it's obviously the bottom of something. So the bottom of a list.
Yep.
Isn't that just a newspaper?
So what? So what? If you were making a list and you put a team at the bottom, what would their team name be?
8th place.
I mean, depends on the season. It could be Team Liquid.
F tier.
Ooh, could be.
That's good. That's good.
Wait,
wow.
Oh, it was yours. It was yours, Super Tees. You submitted that. What's the ladder?
What? That's cheating. No one was gonna guess it with it. You basically spoon fed it to him.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea still.
That's my partner. That's my partner.
Jeez. All right. PvP terminology. Band-Aid and down.
Death Knights.
I
Death
made
Knights.
this one.
Death Knight stocks are down.
True! Death Knights!
Death Knights always are in pain. Oh, okay,
I
sorry.
think we're wrong. What else is really bad right now?
What is
worst
this?
Sam I am.
I mean, he's
my
not
It's like
wrong. He's not-
It's like medicine trending downwards, you know?
Healer nerfs.
Is it like a healer that? Yeah, healer that.
Our Shaman
Priest
stocks.
Priest nerfs.
Healer running out of mana.
I don't know.
I'll give you another.
This is
I'm
hard.
gonna give you
Could be
another.
mana. It's a
hint.
blue bar going down.
Guys, it's not you guys, it's
Like,
us.
it's something that
No, we're bad
happens in
too,
the
don't
game as it goes on.
Dampening.
Oh, dampening.
got it. Nice. Great job.
Yay!
Wow. That was
I,
Okay, I
now,
think there's-
now that I saw that, I actually feel like the going was actually a pretty good guess.
Yeah, I agree.
2
we
points
got,
for
I
me.
think
2
we got
points.
one more. Yeah, we'll give it to you. Okay, Wizard
Is there a
Plunger
plunger?
Island. Arena map. What's the
I didn't even see
Sewers.
there was a
Dalaran sewers.
It's Tolvaron, 100%.
Oh yeah, Dalaran, because Dalaran mages, and then the sewer with the plunger, and then the waterfall.
Oh, it's sandy. It's like a sandy beach, and it's a wizard haven.
Hey,
Oh,
what is
I
the
got it wrong.
wizard?
Yeah, where's the what? Who's cooking
Dalaran
here?
is the main
It's just
city, man. It's a
Dalaran.
main
It's a
city.
mage city. Yeah, exactly. And the
Oh,
plunger.
why is there
Oh,
a
that's,
palm-
yeah, okay. Fair.
Is there a palm tree?
It's to
It's
do
in a
with
rat.
water, I guess.
Some
Yeah.
water.
Waterfall.
Some water's down there, bro.
Yeah.
I never seen a palm tree in Dalaran.
Yeah, me neither.
Should
Apparently that
have
was
done a
Zico,
crocodile.
so
Why didn't they do a crocodile? That would have been good.
I don't know. We'll have to talk to Zico. That was him. Well, all right. Thanks for playing your game with us. Do you guys have any final shout-outs or anything you want to say before you head off? So you do. Let's start with you.
First things first. Shout out to the wife holding down the fort while I, try to beat
Queen.
some children in an online video game. Thank you very much for that. Shout out to Team Liquid, the sponsors. We love you guys. Trying to make you proud. Shout out to the fans. Also hope to make you guys proud as well. And shout out to Meh, giving me as much information as I asked for, basically helping me guide on the Holy Priest a little bit. And last shout out to the competitors. We had some really insane series today. I think those last few series, even the ones we weren't in, were incredible. So, Jungle, taking us to Game 5 in almost a reverse sweep. And then Calvish taking Jungle to Game 5 in incredible fashion. And then even the finals. They were really close games. So they really could go either way. So just a lot of respect for the other competitors.
Definitely. Sam?
And shout out to the teammates. Trill and Sam hard carry today.
Nice. Next
They
thing.
did a really good job.
You did great, man. You did great. On God. You did great. You did good. You're always solid when we need you.
JT Pillar, baby. That's what they call me.
Sam, you got any shout-outs?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my family for sure. W mom, she's always watching and supporting. Shout out to my dogs. A lot of times whenever we're in these tournaments, they can be a little rambunctious to say the least. And today they're pretty calm and chill. So you guys are getting extra toys, maybe. We'll see. Maybe a few treats here and there. Shout out to the teammates, of course. Liquid, obviously. Monster powering me and you. I think Mez as well. I mean, probably all of us. It's go to drink. # sponsored, but not sponsored. Competitors as well. Calvish team, they have grown a lot, and to see them play every variant of Rogue Mage is actually, everyone memes on it, but they actually do it really well. They actually play every variant of Rogue Mage super well. So Calvish on the Mage, insane. And then also shout out to Left 4 Dead. They're the only team within like the top 6 on EU and in A to not have a Mage. So I think they got their team super last minute, and they came to compete. So that's awesome for them. And then Flop and Chun-Li, man, they're like a powerhouse name throughout like the entirety of the last few years. Super happy to see them back. They're doing insane as well. So, and then of course the teammates too.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Congratulations, and we'll see you next week.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Later.
Okay, that was Sam and Sidu from Team Liquid, North America's Cup #1 champions for the War Within Season 2, and that is going to wrap everything up for us. Super G's, any final thoughts before I send us home?
I mean, just a great day. Thank you to all the teams for putting on such an epic show. Thank you to the production for making it fun and funny as well, for incorporating some cool mechanics as well during the show. Shout out to you guys as the co-casters and the hosts for making this a great tournament. This is the best way to start season 2, I think. So thank you everybody being involved. I don't want you to feel left out. So thank you to the viewers as well for coming in here and enjoying the games.
Absolutely. All right. Well, with that, we'll see everyone next weekend for Cup number 2 out of 3. So definitely stick around for that. Twitch.tv/Warcraft here on Friday. Same time, same place, 10 a.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. CET. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night.